So these trainers are going to have a lot to talk about on that flight home, but it all starts here. Metang versus Gyarados, Grand Finals bracket reset.
And in the back, we see that Pokémon has brought the Turtonator. It didn't lean into its ideal matchup of this Metang. However, Gyarados into Metang is very fine. Although the Dragon Breaths are resisted, Crunch is super effective and does so much damage.
Metang generating a lot of energy with Fury Cutter, but Gyarados can turn the tides. It is a great closer. It is a great lead. It is one of the most powerful Pokemon in this limited meta. The first limited meta Pokemon GO Championship Series has ever had.
And because Pokémon threw a Crunch that Nighttime Clasher shielded, Nighttime Clasher has amazing counting here. It goes over the Psych Shock because he knows that Pokémon now wants to read for a Crunch. Second shield comes up. Nighttime Clasher cannot get a fast attack down because Pokémon pivots out.
Dugong into Turtonator, and this is the Ember Turtonator. We've seen Incinerate Turtonator all weekend long, but Ember a little bit different. It works so much better into the mirror matchup.
It has a little bit more flexibility, but I think Pokémon would prefer the Incinerate damage into this very bulky Dugong. A second charge attack being thrown by Pokémon, interrupting the cycling time of Nighttime Clasher, who is trying to throw his own charged attack.
Yes, a 2-turn fast attack is so much more comfortable into a 3-turn fast attack. Were Pokémon running the Incinerate, this would be a lot more awkward for him. But maybe this Turtonator attack set is what is helping Pokémon in victory here.
I would have preferred Pokémon to probably reach for the Dragon Claw here because I don't think the Brutal Swing is going to be enough to pick up the knockout. However, he does pivot into the Gyarados, trying to catch a Drill Run. However, all he's doing is giving this Oranguru some free energy.
The Aqua Tail going down with a charge attack loaded on Gyarados is heartbreaking. That is crushing. Bringing in the Turtonator instead, very much an energy dry Pokemon into the Oranguru.
Brutal Swing coming through here. I'm not sure it's not, I believe it's not enough to pick up the knockout. It is going to leave the Turtonator quite low. Dragon Claw is going to be able to be reached before Confusion knocks out.
Dragon Claw will connect. No shields remaining for Nighttime Clasher. Dragon Claw takes Oranguru down under half health, but that's okay for Nighttime Clasher. He still has all 3 of his Pokemon remaining, just has to get through this Medicham, known to be one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Pokemon GO, an OG of the Championship Series.
Trailblaze coming through, going to raise the attack of the Oranguru, which is key here because the Confusion damage is where a lot of the damage is applied from these fast attacks.
Medicham landing the Dynamic Punch and knocking the Oranguru out, and now it is on Metang. Metang versus the world. Metang versus EU, trying to get through the Medicham.
Pokémon is going to be taking some neutral damage here from this Psyshock. Dynamic Punch is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout. Psyshock now coming through before the Dynamic Punch. This is going to be a knockout for Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher secures the victory, secures the victory against the Medicham, and secures game number 1.
We do see our players talking a little bit with the judges, so there might be a potential match under review here. Gonna have to wait and see if that is the case, or if our players decide to lock into game number 2. I'm gonna do a little bit of body language reading here. I think after the no rematch call, there's not going to be an appeal, so that is going to be a game win, game number 1, going over to Nighttime Clasher.
We've reset and we are ready to go. Nighttime Clasher 1-0. Let's pick up where we left off. Metang going into Medicham. Let's get this started.
In comes the Dynamic Punch, going to do neutral damage to the Psychic and Steel typing of Metang.
Medicham launches the Dynamic Punch, taking a giant chunk out of the Metang, setting the pace here in game number 2 of the Grand Finals reset.
Psyshock coming back, also neutral damage because of the Psychic and Fighting typing of Medicham. However, this matchup is leaning towards Metang because it has a little bit better damage coming out from its fast attack.
Dynamic Punch locks and loads into Matang again. Nighttime Clasher not willing to use a Protect Shield yet. A lot of times these matches can be determined by how early you use your shields. Nighttime Clasher wary with his resources. Potomon deciding though, this Metacham energy is valuable.
Metacham actually pivoting out, and I like that play from Potomon a lot because there's so little health on that Matang. The charge attacks would be more useful landing into any other Pokemon. Dragon Claw coming through for this Turtonator, going to go into Gyarados. Good neutral damage, but pulls a shield.
Gyarados has so much energy here, but it has to get a chance to utilize it. Those Dragon Claws would be a serious threat to this Pokemon. Aqua Tail is going to be neutral damage. Potomon decides this is not the time for the Protect Shield, perhaps saving it for his own Gyarados in the back.
A charge attack tie now occurring. Gyarados has a sky-high attack, wins that interaction. Aqua Tail going to be shielded, and Turtonator going to launch a Dragon Claw of its own.
Dragon Claw will land on Nighttime Clashers. Gyarados, this is all getting us set up for a Dugong matchup in the back. It looks like Dugong may connect with the Gyarados, and that is a really good matchup for Dugong.
Potomon has no shields remaining, but this is just an Aqua Tail. However, the Aqua Tail is going to still do pretty reasonable damage. I like this from Nighttime Clasher, an immediate pivot out into the Dugong, but because there's still a shield on Nighttime Clasher's side, this game is over.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher, this is a victory for him. He launches the Icy Wind, though it is not quite enough to knock out. He is able to make a quick swap here, throws the Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, I take my words back. I forgot how much energy Potomon had on the Metacham. Dynamic Punch coming through. Can he reach a second?
He can. The Dynamic Punch is going to land onto the Dugong. I believe this Metacham is a little bit deep off. Oh my goodness, that is heavy damage.
Dugong able to get the fast attack down, goes into the Gyarados, but we've seen this time and time again. Gyarados wins the tie of that charge attack. It has a higher attack stat, which allows it to win that interaction.
Ooh, but it's not enough to knock out, unfortunately, and with no shields to hide behind, Gyarados is going to be knocked out. It looked promising for just a moment. There was a glimmer of hope for Potomon in that Metacham, but that would have been rough for Gyarados to be able, because it had to get through all three. It had to get through the Matang, the Gyarados, and the Dugong in the endgame.
Potomon had enough energy for Crunch, but I agree with his play, right? He really needs to make sure that that Aqua Tail knocks out so that he can retain some energy for those two Pokemon in the back. He's not really going to have the opportunity to fast attack down the Matang. I believe it had a little bit of energy remaining from that initial matchup, right? And if it wins, if the Gyarados wins the charge attack tie with a Matang, then it's able to ensure the knockout and hopefully get a Dragon Breath down into the opposing Gyarados.
It was a great strategy from Potomon, but not quite enough. Gyarados just needed a little bit more health. It needed a little bit more energy to be able to get through those last three Pokemon. It is match point, Alpha Phoebe, in the Grand Finals bracket reset. If Nighttime Clasher can secure one more victory, he is our champion. Potomon needs a reverse sweep. He's done it once. Can he do it again?
We've been here before, right? Just as you called out, 2-0 for Nighttime Clasher, but then he lost 3 times in a row. Potomon needs to make the same magic from the Grand Finals original match and bring it into the Grand Finals reset.
Nighttime Clasher, the gold trophy in his reach, relying on Matang, Gyarados, and Dugong. They have been the key for him. He's left a Rangaroo on the bench, a Pokemon that was key in the original Grand Finals Best of 5, has left it alone here in the reset. Potomon using Dusk Noir 4 out of 5 matches in the original Grand Finals battles, has not brought it once, has not brought the Togekiss in the reset.
You know, I really like the Pokemon Dusk Noir. I think it provides a lot overall. However, we're not in the Open Great League. We have a very dominant normal type in Oranguru. So I'd love to see Potomon bring the Togekiss to this match as opposed to the Dusk Noir, because I feel like it has so much more neutral play, right? It is a pesky Pokemon, and in this game number 3, potentially pivotal, we see Nighttime Clasher once again lean into his Dugong.
Nighttime Clasher, again, it is Dugong, it is Gyarados, it is Matang. He has found the recipe and is sticking to it. Patamon, though, brought the Togekiss. We saw that it can get through unfortunate matchups. I don't know if it can get through this one.
Patamon waiting to throw the crunch until after the Icy Wind was loaded. Nighttime Clasher did have the opportunity to try to lower the attack of the Gyarados. However, both trainers opting for garnering more energy.
Patamon has been leaning into this Medicham every single game, hiding it in the back, hoping to be able to do some big damage with those dynamic punches. We saw it once. Can he set the Medicham up for success again?
In comes the next defense drop from that Crunch Icy Wind, going to be launched in return, wanting to make sure that Nighttime Clasher wins switch advantage. But given this meta and how safe it is, I expect him to pivot out.
And the Medicham going for a Psycho Cut down, and Nighttime Clasher allows it. He allows his Dugong to go down. He allows the Medicham to garner so much energy.
And I love this from Patamon. He listened to me. He brought the Togekiss, and Togekiss looks so good into Gyarados, double resisting the Dragon Breaths and able to output so much damage with those Psyshocks. Psyshock in return coming from a Tang into Medicham, going to do neutral damage.
I was nervous for Togekiss. I was looking at the Matang. I was looking at the Dugong. Those are not super favorable matchups, but great into Gyarados. So we will have to see, can Togekiss turn it around again? It comes in. We're seeing resisted damage. Matang almost to the Gyro Ball, but it's not quite there.
I do like this from Nighttime Clasher. Going for the Gyro Ball, I think would have been a mistake because so much more energy would have gone to this Togekiss. Instead, only 4 pecks have gone through, and that limits the amount of energy potential this Togekiss gets while still stripping away a shield.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is all Togekiss needs to get to every single one of its charge attacks. It's just counting to 5 to get to the Psyshock, but Gyarados, it gets to these Aqua Tails a little faster. It gets to them in 9.
And because there's no fast attack pressure from either of the 2 remaining Pokemon from Nighttime Clasher into this Togekiss, Patamon feels very comfortable no shielding a singular Aqua Tail. Everyone afterwards will need to be shielded because it would pick up a knockout.
Gyarados doing its very best to output the pressure. 9 Dragon Breaths to the Aqua Tail, 10 turns to get to the attacks from Togekiss.
Togekiss going to farm up a little bit energy. No overfarm possible. A switch from Nighttime Clasher, not able to reach the Psyshock. This game is looking like it's going to Patamon.
Patamon throws this Psyshock, and he is 1 peck away, I believe, from another Psyshock lands. It connects. Gyarados almost out of energy and out of time. Patamon rips a victory away, and we are now 2-1 in this Grand Finals reset.
1 peck away from the next Psyshock, 1 peck away from knocking out the Gyarados. Patamon on his first steps towards a repeat of the Grand Finals. First victory of 3 that is necessary to reverse sweep.
Togekiss coming in for the first time in the reset here was able to prove to be worthy. It was able to fast attack down that Matang. It was able to throw the Psyshock, putting the Gyarados dangerously low. Togekiss proving to be the kiss of victory here for Patamon. Can it be the Pokemon that turns the tides for Patamon's victory, or will Nighttime Clasher secure the 1 singular game he needs to call himself the LAIC champion?
I really like that Patamon has almost always left the Togekiss in the back over the course of this entire tournament, right? Togekiss is a Pokemon that thrives off of energy advantage. Its charge attacks are powerful, but they very rarely pick up a 1-hit knockout. So having energy advantage so you can get to 2 charge attacks before your opponent gets to 2 is very key for that Pokemon to excel.
We are still at match point. Nighttime Clasher, 1 game more, will call himself the LAIC champion. But if Patamon can win 1 more, we will be at a decisive game 5. And to keep his championship dreams alive, these trainers are playing for the title, the gold, the first place, the glory of LAIC champion, and the history books. Their names will be the first time ever in GO Championships Championship Series history that an international title is taken out of region.
And what a thing to do. International competitions are so fierce, so ferocious. Game number 4. This is an amazing lead for Pokémon. Dusknoir into Medicham, and once again, believing in the Dusknoir.
The Dusknoir returns from the bench. You said ferocious. This Dusknoir looks ferocious. Heavy dynamic punch damage coming Nighttime Clasher's way.
Dynamic Punch super effective because of the ice typing of that Dugong. Going to get shielded up. That would have done so much damage.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher bringing in the Medicham for the very first time this entire Grand Finals, and it did not work out well for him in the lead. Can it save him in the back?
I'm not sure, because in the back, Pokémon does have his pesky Togekiss again. It's so good into Medicham because Medicham takes super effective damage from Pex, and it takes neutral damage from those Psyshocks.
Still bringing the Metang as well, hiding in the back. Nighttime Clasher is going to really want to try to align that Metang onto Togekiss. It's the Metang's best chance.
However, Nighttime Clasher, he has no shields left, and Pokémon has 2. So Gyro Balls would not be able to land in that matchup. Ice Punch coming through into this Gyarados, going to do about half of the remaining health. And I love this. Pokémon, he's saving his shields.
Saving shields in the back, that is going to be necessary to protect against those Gyro Balls and those Psyshocks from the Metang. You need to protect against the dynamic punches from the Medicham. Save your Togekiss for victory. This is looking great for the man from EU.
And a great heads-up play from Nighttime Clasher in response, right? Knowing that he needs to throw the Ice Punch immediately, and a catch by Pokémon into the Dusknoir.
Nighttime Clasher recognizes the catch, completely undercharges to get 2 Icy Winds of energy back to try to reclaim from a disadvantage.
Dugong still has plenty of health. Pokémon will need a charge attack in order to pick up a knockout, and those 2 fast attacks of energy will be very crucial. Throwing it immediately into the Gyarados, Pokémon might opt to no shield here, right? Oh, he actually throws it up, not saving any shields for that Togekiss. Now Metang's starting to look good.
Metang is looking really scary in the back. So Pokémon recognizes with no shields left to hide behind, he needs to rely on energy.
And maybe making a decision from previous games in this matchup right now, throwing the Crunch instead of the Aqua Tail to ensure a knockout.
And there is Togekiss, and there is Metang. One singular Gyro Ball is going to do so much damage. Pokémon does outpace to the Dynamic Punch, but should not be able to get there before the Metang gets to Gyro Ball.
Gyarados does have enough energy for a charge attack in the back. The question is can the Metang come out of this matchup with energy, or will Togekiss end up winning it? Gyro Ball not going to be enough to pick up the knockout, and those fast attacks are resisted.
Resisted fast attacks, that gives Togekiss enough time to launch another Aura Sphere. The Fury Cutters are resisted. The Pex are resisted. Metang has a little bit more health left. Can it farm down? It can.
There is so little health. Is that one Dragon Breath? He does not get knocked out.
No, the Dragon Breath does not connect. It was not enough for the KO. Nighttime Clasher rising as your Latin America International Champion.
Nighttime Clasher, the first to do it, win an international competition outside of his region. Congratulations on an immense victory.
What a series of games. Nighttime Clasher taking decisive game wins early in these series, but Pokémon wrestling them away consistently, but finally was able to claim that game victory.
Preventing the reverse sweep the second time, only allowing Pokémon to take a singular game in the Grand Finals reset. Congratulations again and again on the international...
and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Trainers, welcome back. We are here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It has been a bit of a time since we had an EU Regional, of course, Las Vegas, and LIC since Gdansk. So excited to be here with you all. Look at all these trainers here, excited to play at this tournament today. Of course, we are here at the caster's desk. My name is Eric Wong, and I'm here joined by Fareed, Leo, and we have a new caster making his debut here. His name's Matty. You may know him as Poke Gains.
Hi, it's me, Gains. I'm really glad to be here. I'm very excited for my first casting session with you guys. It's gonna be amazing.
It's going to be so exciting. Let's see what we have in store for today. But we have a lot of regionals coming up. This might be the last one of the 2025 calendar year, but we're just around the halfway mark overall. Let's see what is in store for us.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. A lot of these players have been playing in this meta for a while. We'll be back in the new year at Birmingham. That'll be a brand new meta. And then straight into the European International Championships in London. A series of regional and special events for the rest of the season before NAIC in New Orleans, and everything leading up to the World Championships this year in San Francisco.
So many players vying for a spot in that World Championships, but that all starts today here in Stuttgart, where actually you guys might be able to choose who you get to see play first and cement their way closer to day number 2. Why don't we take a look at some of those choices?
And here we have the community choice where you, the viewer, can decide what matchup you want to see first. The one I'm excited for is Wither9 versus Ketchon FR. Wither9 drove 12 hours with train just to get here, so he's very excited to play some games. And Ketchon FR is a French streamer, very known on Twitch. I'm very excited for these games.
I think Withered, of course, was at that Gdansk regional. Didn't have the run he was looking for exactly, but he's looking to bounce back here inside of the Stuttgart Regional Championship. Speaking of Gdansk, I'm actually curious to see what actually happened there if you weren't actually watching that one and want to catch up with what the meta is happening right now.
Ja, Gdansk wasn't.
The 2026 Gdansk Regional was carrying momentum before the doors even opened. Just one weekend after the Lille Regional Championship, Pokémon GO trainers were ready to write the next chapter. Right away, we saw a meta shift. Last week, Galarian Corsola ruled. This week, a new sheriff arrived. Furret led Day 2 usage, claiming the spotlight and proving once again that no meta is truly ever settled. But the shakeup did not stop there. Altaria and Florges, both recently strengthened by updates, also rose sharply among our Day 2 competitors. And, as fate would have it, all 3 of those Pokemon would take the main stage in our grand finals. 2 Dutch trainers with one shared surge of momentum. Boom20 entered Gdansk with one of the most remarkable competitive records in Pokemon GO. Facing off against him was PvP David 07, the 2025 Stuttgart Regional Champion, looking to claim his second title. But this was not a rivalry born of conflict. It came from preparation. The 2 practiced together, they built their teams together, they brought the exact same 6 Pokemon, and they arrived at the main stage with 1 regional championship title each. In winners finals, they went the full distance. PvP David ended up taking it 3-2 and sent Boom to the losers bracket. Boom fought back, defeated Colin 6, and returned to the grand finals. Once again, the series went to Game 5. In the end, PvP David just outplayed, outmaneuvered, and outperformed when it mattered most. With his patience, confidence, and precision in every decision, he claimed that Gdansk Regional Championship title. The right team, the right timing, and maybe a little magic. You think you've got it? Catch the action at Pokemon.com/compete.
I think one of the most exciting things about Gdansk, it was also in this Tales of Transformation season, but Boom and PvP David, for the first time we've seen in so long, running the exact same team in those grand finals. I think it's going to be very exciting to see how their selection of Pokemon influences the meta. We saw a lot of very interesting Pokemon in Gdansk. The meta there was very flexible. Furret was right at the very, very top, and I wouldn't be surprised if many of the Pokemon that you see now on screen will feature again in Stuttgart this weekend.
I like the Shadow Gyarados on the bottom there. For example, Stone Collection and Paulasha used it to almost perfection. It was a really nice, surprising core breaker. But of course, after all, this tournament was the story of Altaria and Shadow Scissor. This core is almost unbreakable. If I try to make up a counter for both of them at the same time right now, it's tough, honestly.
And those are obviously a couple of Pokemon that we also saw at LAIC as well. So these Pokemon have had utility across various metas. I'm really excited to see which unique picks lots of players will perform this weekend so that we can crown a champion in Stuttgart. We've already had so many champions already this season.
It's going to be definitely tough to take on those Pokemon, but even tougher to take on some of these trainers.
And we have here the last EU champions, Frankfurt, Lille, and Gdansk, with the last one with PvP David, who won at Gdansk. A great showing there as well. And we had another one at Frankfurt, and at Lille we had Hikimi.
And these players, they obviously don't just get the gold medal. There's obviously also that leaderboard that we've been watching and following, and the championship points that all of these players are collecting. And it's exciting to see a selection of new names, but also the old guard, all rising up this leaderboard for Europe.
We see Stone Collection here at number 1, and we also see Stone Collection and Boom, 2 trainers that are also here at this tournament, as well as Hikimi.
There are some fantastic trainers on there. Some, as you said, old names, but also RGR, by the way, is a trainer that hasn't been too much on stream in the last few seasons, but has been rising up to the top lately.
So much going on in Europe, of course, but of course my home region, North America, has just as much action. Here, of course, we just had Dunebug taking home his 6th regional championship win. What an accomplishment. Look at him with all of those medals. But Dunebug's not the only player you need to watch out for in North America. You also have so many talented trainers, such as Rise to Occasion, who did get 2nd place in Las Vegas, and I think he's trying to get to the exact same number of regional wins as Dunebug and just get himself on that leaderboard even further. I think
I think it's fair to say, Eric, you are obviously one of the best players in NA as well. You've obviously just come back off the win of LAIC. I think the first time a Go caster has ever won a gold trophy. So I think congratulations again.
Oh, did he really? I never heard of that. Okay, yeah.
He hasn't mentioned it behind
the
scenes. But obviously LAIC was completely different. It was its own unique meta for the very first time. How did you find that?
It was really interesting because the team building, there's like not really anything to go off of, right? You basically just have to look at practice tournaments, look at what your friends are playing, and kind of come up with what you think everyone is going to shift towards. Because when I'm practicing, I only have access to maybe 10 to 15 people, but that's not representative of like the 300 people who are going to be at the Latin American International Championships. So it's difficult to make the forecast, but thanks to my brother, we were able to get the right read. I think day 2, the top 6 Pokemon, the usage, were all the ones on our team. So clearly went right with that.
Leo was obviously casting it. There were so many interesting Pokemon in the LAIC meta. What were some of your favorite picks?
I did not consider before that Vespiquen could be in the top 12 usage. Also, it's really fun to see that Togetic and Togekiss have their place in the meta. Of course, we have the top 6 Pokemon, all over 50% usage. Of course, Oranguru being there with 100%. But also what was really, really surprising was the Dusknoir. Dusknoir and Togekiss both on Padaman's team. Those were Pokemon that you usually see in Open Great League tournaments and in the LAIC Championship meta. Those were the spice picks.
I really liked the opportunity to see a selection of Pokemon that we don't often see in the Open Great League format like we have here on the regional side of the Championship Series. But the players that really took advantage of these Pokemon, they were players that we have seen time and time again. We've obviously mentioned Eric, Nighttime Clasher, taking the gold trophy there, but look at these familiar faces as well.
Pataman, the 4th consecutive championship Sunday in a row for this young trainer. He has built an absolute legacy. runner-up at Worlds, EUIC champion, third place at NAIC, followed up by second place at LAIC. Does it get any better? And of course, third place, no one to scoff at either. Marto Galde, previous LAIC champion, third place at the World Championship before. And Nighttime Clasher, of course, the rising star of the Latin America International Championship, who got every single count right in the entire tournament. Not a single bit of energy was missed by this young rising star.
I loved using Turtonator and Metang the entire weekend, but let's of course bring it back to Stuttgart, where I'm sure we will not be seeing any Turtonators or Metang. It's going to be those meta day one usage, which I'm curious if it's similar to Gdansk. Let's take a look. For the first time, it's seeming a little bit similar.
Wow, look at that. Furret again. It was the top used on day 2 in Gdansk, and it is now the top used on day 1 here in Stuttgart.
Furret is one of my favorite Pokemon to use in Open Great League. It is such a powerhouse, and most importantly, it's super flexible. You can play basically any shield scenario, so it doesn't matter how many shields you use, you're going to get some use out of it.
And my favorite Pokemon as well, Scizor, is on there. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, even though it's my favorite Pokemon, seeing it everywhere right now makes it my least favorite right now in this moment, because it's so strong sometimes, you know. But I'm happy it's on the board.
It's really strong, but there are also some counters to it. There are actually not too many hard ones. Right next to it, there is the Talonflame to Incinerate, and you're done for. But there are also some targets for Shadow Scizor in there, like the Wigglytuff that I love to use.
Yeah, I think someone might need to issue an alert as well, because where is Kanto Marowak? It was so prevalent earlier this year, and it's just nowhere to be seen. But who we are going to be seeing in today's tournament are these couple of trainers. I'm curious as if they're going to get far today.
Yeah, we've got some great players. Boom's obviously coming off the back of his grand final feature in Gdansk. He is a player that has set the meta alongside PvP David. We saw so many of those top picks in the meta were Pokemon that were on their team. And then we've also got two familiar faces in Stone Collection and Inadequance. Both of them love to bring unique Pokemon. I think when you see Inadequance, you almost know exactly which Pokemon he's bringing. Leo, do you have any insight as to what Stone is coming with this weekend?
Yeah, I'm going to say that as this is the last tournament of this meta, because we're going to have an attack update very soon, players are going to want to bring some spice here, want to change it up. Of course, in the recent tournaments, you have seen that you don't want to come into those tournaments and win with a full meta team. You need some spice, you need to throw your opponent off guard, and I think we're going to see some of those Pokemon on the teams. I don't want to spoiler what Pokemon are going to be brought by these trainers yet, but there is some nifty stuff there.
A lot of great trainers from our area trying to play some spicier Pokemon. But speaking of spicy Pokemon, our trainers from around the world, creators, have come with a lot more interesting picks than what we might see on this stream today.
We see Junkers with Shadow Zwallas, which is a very interesting choice. I kind of like it. Looks a little bit spicy over there. We got Zoe Two Dots with Dedenne, a cute little mouse, which is really hard to check sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting to be able to get content creators like this involved. These are players that know the game in so many different ways. You've obviously got so many followings, so all over the world. I think it's going to be really exciting to see whether or not these Pokemon perform.
Now, I can't wrap my head around it. You know, Junkers doesn't look like a Zwilus player to me. Do you guys think that Junkers has some relation to this Pokemon?
I think it's almost a subtle nod. Jonks' brother, remember, is Z Zwilus, one of the top performers here in Europe. But let's see if Shadow Zwilus can be a Pokemon that can hit those same heights here in Stuttgart.
Actually, here in Stuttgart, you might not be able to catch Shadow Zwilus, but there is going to be a lot of other Pokemon that you can actually obtain and take to your own tournaments, whether in Europe or in North America.
Yeah, not only can you battle here at these regionals, there are also spawns here, very nice ones. My one of favorites right now is Rookidee and Piplup, two Pokemon that evolve into Steel types, Corviknight and Empoleon, which are a really amazing Pokemon to use in the Go Battle League as well right now.
And there is Togetic that can also evolve into Togekiss, both as we have seen at the Latin America International Championships. Really strong Pokemon, as well as Duskull. You can play Dusclops and Dusknoir. So all of these Pokemon, they are not only great in PvP, but they're also flexible. You can evolve them into multiple. If you caught one good Duskull, you don't have to stop catching them, right? You can go for another one and
so many benefits from coming to these events. So I've been getting tons of charge TMs at the moment. We've obviously got raids and everything else that you can do during these weekends. So it's really exciting to be here, even if you're not competing. So definitely get involved.
You can, of course, catch all the action on Pokemon. That's going to be pokemon.com/broadcasts. Not only can you keep up with the action, but don't forget, you can still make those community choices and let us know who you want to see in this tournament. Of course, you can catch all that action YouTube @PlayPokemon, Twitch/Pokemon Go. We'd love to see you interact. We'd love to see what your thoughts are on not only this meta, but maybe some players that you'd really like to see succeed in this tournament and go into day 2.
Yeah, and really try and engage on social media. This is obviously our winter event here in Stuttgart, so there are so many Pokemon in-game that have those winter costumes. I think we've seen so many already, especially the shiny ones. So if you have any shiny winter costume Pokemon, send a screenshot, use #PlayPokemon, and we would love to feature so many of your posts here on the broadcast.
I love costume Pokemon. As you see a couple of them behind us, that Spiel, it looks so formal. But let's talk about the format of this tournament. What are these trainers in store for today at the Stuttgart Regional Championships?
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome in, trainers. We are really excited here in Stuttgart. And I am joined by Matty. We've mentioned this is your debut cast. For those at home that don't know who you are, let's have a quick introduction.
Well, I'm Matty, also known as PokeGains. I stream on Twitch. I play Pokemon Go every single day. I play the Go Battle Day. I play Go Battle Leagues. Yeah, everything that's around Pokemon Go I play, and now I get the opportunity to cast here with you. So I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, we know you've been watching at home. Now you get an opportunity to be behind the desk. What are some of the players or Pokemon that you're a little bit excited to see this weekend?
I'm really excited to see Boom, also a fellow Belgian just like me. So that's a very rare sight sometimes. And I'm really excited to see as well, even though it's still my favorite Pokemon, Shadow Scissor, to see how it gets evolved into the meta today.
Yeah, Shadow Scissor is such an interesting Pokemon. We've seen Bug and Steel types a couple of times. Fortress was another option, but it looks like Shadow Scissor has really risen to the top out of those two. And you mentioned when it becomes more popular, it's almost less exciting. Is that how you feel? You want it more as a spice pick?
Yeah, I like it more as a spice pick. I've used it before in Go Battle League as well, and it was like, oh my god, Shadow Scissor, what do I do? And now it's like, oh, I know what to do now. You know, it's not a surprise anymore.
Yeah, so many players have brought Shadow Scissor, and I think it's going to be really, really exciting to see what they core it with. We've seen Altaria, and I know you and I have spoken Altaria plus Shadow Scissor, Dragon plus Steel. It's a combination that works across the leagues. We see it a lot in the Master League format as well, but here in the Great League format, we've seen Boom and PvP David use it to great success in the Gdansk Grand Finals, and I'm excited to see whether or not players stick with that Altaria pick. We saw it high on the usage, but will the top performers here in Stuttgart still be leaning into that Dragon Flying type Pokemon?
Yeah, well, it's pretty much unbreakable, right? So there's not much that breaks Scissor Altaria, so it's easy to bring, I feel like.
It's really, really strong. So all of these players, as we know, they are not only competing for medals, they're also competing for championship points. And this is just how many you can get if you are competing in Stuttgart this weekend.
Yeah, if you see here, the first place gets 350 points and so on. And we see all the regions, right? US and Canada, Europe, Latin America, and Oceania. How many players that actually get qualifications in total? And as you see, US and Canada obviously has the most since it's, the biggest, obviously. But then Europe with second as well.
Yeah, Europe going up from 50 to 65 this season. So there are more opportunities for Europeans to qualify for the World Championships. But they are also competing here for prizes. There is so much on offer for the players that are participating.
Yeah, as you can see, there are big prizes to win here. This is first to fourth tier. You get $3,500 out of region and region 2000. That's a lot of money you can actually win if you win in one of these tournaments. This is like a great motivation, not only just to win to get the medal, but also the prizes.
Yeah, and I think it's been really exciting to see so many players take advantage of the travel awards. They go and compete at international championships. That then gives them more opportunity to get more championship points. And we as fans, as viewers, we get to watch these great players competing all across the world. We've just seen Nighttime Clasher competing against Pataman in the LAIC Grand Finals. Wait,
did he win?
Has Eric mentioned that he's won?
Oh, yeah, I never heard it, yeah.
Yeah. So Nighttime Clasher, gold trophy there in LAIC. That's an incredible achievement for any player, but also a player like Eric, who also casts alongside us. He's juggling so much. These players will have to be juggling the idea of playing against players like him, players like Boom and Pataman, players that we've seen time and time again. So the competition is fierce.
Yeah, definitely fierce. A lot of young players as well that they rise up. You know, Eric is only 21 years old.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
you know, he calls me Unk.
He calls you Unk?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Which is sad, isn't it?
Feels bad. Feels bad. Yeah.
I'm a summer baby. I'm born in July, so I'm used to being like the youngest person around a lot of my friends. And then I speak to Eric, and he's like, "Fried, is it true that you were born in the 1900s?"
You're definitely Unk. I'm sorry.
And I was
you're
like,
Unk.
I didn't realize that was a problem until now. But there we go. Players like Eric, as we said, so young. And Boom as well, PvP David, teenagers that are coming onto the scene, these rising stars. And it's very difficult to we're calling them prodigies, and yet they are some of the most established players. Boom is a player that we have seen from the very beginnings of the grassroots. But then you also have some of those older players, the ones that we're used to seeing, Colin Six, Inadequance. These are tough competition as well. And Inadequance, he's obviously come off the back of his win in Frankfurt. He casted Lille and Gdansk for him. This is his next event, and he'll be wanting gold again this weekend.
Yeah, these are the veterans, and I'm very excited to see Inadequance. He might bring a spice pick again this weekend. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if we see Giratina altered shadow form from Martine once more. As we say, these players are competing for gold, but there are also different prizes and different opportunities for these players to still get their hands on here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, talking about prizes, not only can you win a lot of money, there's also boosters you can win. You can win to up 108 boosters for first place and second place, which is also fun. You can open those packs up with your friends at home, with your family. It's fun, not only getting money, but also something to open up and have something,
Yeah, I know a lot of players have been loving the trading card game at the moment. There are a lot of exciting Pokemon and different variants of cards available in those booster boxes, so they're always really exciting to receive. I know in some regions, Eric was actually telling me that he received some Portuguese packs. I know that when we're in Lille, we get French packs as well. So you're getting these opportunities to travel the world and explore all of the different formats in Pokemon, trading card game and Pokemon Go as well. But let's bring things back to Stuttgart. We've obviously got the community choice matchup that we've mentioned earlier. We'll get the results for that very, very soon. But we've mentioned some interesting players, some interesting Pokemon as well. But this is the last time we're going to feature many of these Pokemon in this meta. We know that we've actually got a new meta that is about to come in next week that will set the standard, set the scene for Birmingham. And then didn't they announce a brand new unique meta for the European International Championship? That's going to be another exciting one to watch.
Exactly, yeah. Just like LAIC, EOIC also gets this special format where it's not open Great League, it's just like special Pokemon as well. Probably like a top 6, top 10 Pokemon you're going to see in the meta evolve, but yeah, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, international championships are a great place to gather, to meet some of the players, to meet more people in your community, and everything is about community here on the Pokemon Go broadcast, because we do have the results of the community choice match.
Oh wow, it is Wither 9 and Catch On for French that I actually talked about. So I'm really excited. Wither 9, yeah, I already tell you, he drove 12 hours with the Jane just to get here. So I'm sure he's pretty excited as well to start his games. And he's only 15 years old, so probably an upcoming prodigy as well. And Keshton FR is also a streamer who streams on Twitch in French. And he always talks about that people like us, we can't talk really French. He's always disappointed that we can't talk French.
I mean, I wish I could speak French. It would definitely be a language if I could learn one immediately, I would love to be able to speak it. But Withered and Kashton, they're actually also teammates. So both of these players have traveled to Stuttgart here this weekend. They will be up against each other. And you mentioned that Withered traveled for 12 hours. I hope he managed to get some rest. He always has some funny stories as to how he's getting on with his championship series. I remember being sat by him at an event earlier in the season, and he looks at me and goes, "What time is it?" And I told him the time, and he goes, "The cup that I entered started 10 minutes ago." And he just drops everything and sprints over to the event area to go and compete in this cup. So hopefully he's a little bit more measured and composed, because we have seen some really special plays from that player in the past.
Well, he's young. I think he'll manage. 15. He doesn't need much sleep like us. We're unks, so we need more sleep,
It's
right?
true. It is true. Getting up this morning to be here first thing in the morning, I was like, oh my goodness. It was really dark as well when we came in this morning. It's nice to see that it's getting a little bit more light. It's quite cold as well at this time of season. So all of these players, I think Stone Collection, I'd heard, actually got stranded on a motorway late last night. So these players really are going through the missions. It's almost like a Pokemon game in itself, just getting to this venue. But now's the time to compete.
Well, I think that's an adventure on its own, right? If you get stranded like that, I mean, memories,
what makes for
right?
a good story.
Yeah, that's memories,
exactly. Do what makes for the best story. So Withered's already well on his way, and he'll be up against Kashton, who is a player that we've seen quite a lot also, not just in day one, but also day two. He's no stranger to success. He's also a player that has often brought some really interesting Pokemon in the past. One that springs to mind for me. Do you remember that he brought a Spinder to a play Pokemon tournament?
I do remember Spinda with Icy Wind and Rock Tomb, I recall, right?
That's
right.
right.
I mean, Kashton is known for like his spicy Pokemon that he sometimes uses, like off-meta picks, and people are like, oh no, I don't know what to do. What are the counts? I don't know. So like, I mean, people get like flabbergasted by his Pokemon that he chooses sometimes. Yeah.
He might be going for something a little bit more meta this weekend. Now that we're in a position where a lot of players know what the Tales of Transformation season has thrown up, it's an opportunity both for core breakers, but also to run really established cores. And I think that one of the things that's interesting when you do consider how to approach a meta like this is when it's so wide, when it's so varied, we've seen so much in the past already, what is the safest strategy? Because you know that you're going to compete against so many great players, and Kashton, as we mentioned, he is a great player. Withered is absolutely no pushover. He has some really, really big players under his belt as well that he has managed to take down, but Kashton will be another really big challenge for him.
Yeah, we can like slightly see the teams here. I don't see anything particularly spicy from Kashton. It's a little bit disappointed there, but I do see my favorite Pokemon Scissor is right there, so that's already a win for me. But yeah, these trainers are looking at their teams, locking in soon, thinking like, what strategies can I use, what Pokemon stand out for me. They obviously can see the moveset, so what works best for them. And Kashton, as we can see, like is really locking in here. Kashton has like Stunfisk, Corviknight, Ferret, Altaria, Florges, and Shadow Scissor. Very basic meta, but very well balanced, I would say.
So am I right in saying that this is the team that PvP David and Boom ran? It looks very, very similar to that team, if not. But I think one of the things that's really interesting, you basically sit here for your first round. You're going to exchange team sheets. Now, these players, it says round 2, but there is a likelihood that one or both might have got a bye in their first round, so maybe for one of them or both, it could be the first match that they're playing. They will exchange team sheets. This is an open team sheet format. That means they know the attacks on the side of their opponent. They know exactly what to expect, and if they've done their homework, they should know their counts, and they will be looking to come up with safe lines of 3. We've mentioned that this is a very flexible meta. We can see a very flexible team on the side of Kashton, but Withered, on the other hand, has gone for some very, very aggressive picks. One of the standout Pokemon on his side there is a Shadow Altaria, not a Pokemon we've seen a ton of. I'd love to see it in this match, but these players look ready to go. They are locked in, and we are about to get underway with the first match on stream here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
And we see Talonflame into Corviknight, which is an amazing lead for Withered 9 right here.
Yeah, this is a great lead for the fire and flying type Pokemon of Shadow. Talonflame, and Kashton immediately goes into his Florges, which is able to throw super effective Chilling Water into Talonflame. That's why it's immediately met by Withered's Cradily, which takes neutral from this as a grass and rock type Pokemon. Chilling Water is an attack that will guarantee an attack debuff, but Cradley, as we know, has an attack of its own.
Yeah, Rock Tomb debuffing Florges right here. I think there's a beta from Cashdown baiting out the Credilli, so as you can see we have the Stunfisk in the back, that its Stunfisk is free and avoids the Credilli.
Yeah, this is a great play from Cashton, but it's still a very strong position for Withered. Credilli has such a good matchup into the Florges. Chilling Water doing less and less each time the Florges takes a Rock Tomb, and the super effective fast attack Acid is able to near full farm down the Florges. One more Chilling Water coming through first, but this won't be enough to threaten a knockout, so no shield from Withered. And Cashton's actually going to undercharge that to try and get more of a farm down on his Corviknight.
Yeah, these Rock Tombs will do almost no damage since they got, I think, 4 or 5 times Chilling Water debuffed. So these Rock Tombs, as you can see, the Corviknight hangs on really easily. And I'm actually surprised that Wither 9 doesn't swap out here and maybe doesn't allow the farm, but this is a great farm opportunity for Corviknight. He could throw back paybacks at Talonflame when it comes back in later.
Yeah, it might have been a play to bank this attack on the Credilli and move out, but I think Withered also knows that his Shadow Talonflame has a great matchup into the Corviknight, and he wants to maintain that alignment that he's so nicely set up for himself. He's not able to reach that final Rock Tomb, but you can see that Cashton is banking all this energy and going straight into this Univan Stunfisk, getting an energy head start against a Wigglytuff. But we know what a 2-shield Wigglytuff can do, and this one has a bow.
This one has a bow. It looks pretty cute, not gonna lie. Here comes a Mud Bomb from Cashdown. He's gonna throw Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb. But Wigglytuff has access to Icy Wind, is super effective against the Stunfisk. And Icy Wind also opportunity to debuff the Stunfisk, so the Mud Bombs will do less damage over time.
But interestingly, Withered's actually going for a swift bait here. It does pull the shield from Cashton. It doesn't get the guaranteed debuff that Icy Wind would have given. But I think Withered maybe could use both of his shields on the Shadow Talonflame. It doesn't matter what the Univan Stunfisk is able to throw if he can keep the shields on the Shadow Talonflame, and Wigglytuff is able to reach another Swift and put this Univan Stunfisk deep into the red health.
Yeah, Cashton is thinking, what should I do? But also the Shadow Talonflame, he can easily farm down the Stunfisk, so like he's not even bothered to shield the Wiggly here. He's gonna 2-shield the Talonflame, which is his strategy, and there is only a Corviknight in the back, so I think Wither looks pretty fine here.
So Cashton was about to switch into that Corviknight. He's actually going to lose the Univan Stunfisk to that first Incinerate, and now the Shadow Talonflame can throw a Flame Charge. One Flame Charge, this could be enough to knock out, and Withered is showing everyone, I've traveled 12 hours, but game 1 is no problem at all. Shadow Talonflame, Flame Charge lands, Cashton's Corviknight goes down, and Withered takes game number 1.
Not a single shield have been used by Wither 9.
I think he knew, he saw how much energy was available on that Corviknight, and he preserved his shields for the Talonflame, but Talonflame already had energy to go, throwing that attack, and I think Cashton knew that the writing was on the wall. He lets the Corviknight go down. Withered takes game number 1.
Yeah, the writing was definitely on the wall. I'm actually excited to see maybe Cashton will bring his Altaria. Maybe it's Altaria Scissor Core, which is pretty much unbreakable as we talked about. So I wouldn't be surprised if he brings the Altaria in as well, because Altaria is not too bad against Credilli, and it obviously is really good against Talonflame. So I want to see if he brings that.
I really wouldn't mind seeing a Furret at one point as well. I think Furret is a Pokemon that has a great lead matchup into Shadow Talonflame simply because it paces so quickly. But we saw that Cashton, he is a little bit worried about the Feraligatr, I think. That is a Pokemon that we haven't seen a ton of so far in this Tales of Transformation season. This is a non-Shadow Feraligatr on the side of Withered, and perhaps the Univan Stunfisk was designed to capture either the Talonflame or the Feraligatr. Withered also has the opportunity to make an adjustment. Shadow Altaria, remember, we've got on his side of the team as well. I think Withered has so much flexibility here as well.
He has a lot of flexibility, and also he has 3 Shadow Pokemon on his team. Shadow Pokemon a little bit more fragile, but deal way more damage because of that Shadow boost.
Yeah, 20% extra damage given by a Shadow-type Pokemon at the cost of 20% extra damage received. But the non-Shadow Feraligatr is also a real threat. It doesn't have the Shadow boost, but it still can put out so much pressure with Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon pairing. Withered looks like he's ready to go. Cashton is still making some final adjustments and thoughts to his team. I really wonder if we will see that Furret. The Univan Stunfisk as well looked like an option that he liked to lean into. Withered, on the other hand, that Shadow Talonflame put in so much work. Will he stick with it, or will he make an adjustment on his side as well?
Yeah, sometimes when you have like a dominant game like that, it's really hard to swap out a Pokemon that you just won with so dominantly. We're not even using one shield. So for him, it's like, should I change my team or should I keep the same one? And Ketchum probably is like thinking like, what would he do in this situation right now after winning so convincingly?
Lots of players are able to make adjustments, but in this meta in particular, this is a great one for flexibility and neutrality. We're ready with game number 2 here in the winners round 2.
And here you see the Furry you just talked about leading into a Feraligatr. Feraligatr throwing Shadow Claws, which are resisted. But Feraligatr with Hydro Cannon does still a lot of damage though.
Now, we saw there that Kashon actually didn't get one of his Sucker Punches through. That's why he's looking up at his opponents. He perhaps should have had an extra Sucker Punch and be at slightly more energy, but he will reach the Trailblaze a little bit later. And this could put heavy damage grass, super effective against the water typing of the Feraligatr.
Yeah, this is some serious heavy damage. Let's see if the Feraligatr hangs on, but it hangs on and gets to the Hydro Cannon. Let's see what Kashon decides to do. Is he going to put up a shield or let it go?
Yeah, he could actually let this go and farm down. It looks like he's going to put up a shield for his Furret. He's got more value because it is boosted there. And now Furret, one shield down, but boosted. And look, the players have actually just accepted that his Kashon is not reaching the energy that he was expected to reach.
Yeah.
So immediately in that game, we recognize that Feraligatr and Furret should both reach their first attack at the same time, and because the Feraligatr threw the Hydro Cannon, Furret should have got a Sucker Punch through, and so be it slightly more energy. That didn't happen, and so the players and the judges have discussed immediately, and it's better to start the game afresh.
Yeah, obviously something the Furret not getting their Sucker Punch through, obviously that's not fair, so they're gonna just restart the game, I assume with the same Pokemon they have to use?
I think in these situations they actually get an opportunity to completely start the match fresh. Obviously this is always at the judge's discretion, so we'll see what happens, but generally speaking in the Play Pokemon circuit, when we have these rematch situations, it is just brand new teams of 3, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why when the players looked over to the judge, they indicated that it was an opportunity to stop the game there, so that you're not giving as much information to your opponent about what the lines of 3 are, because it could be really interesting. We immediately saw the Pokemon in the back. Withered was running that Shadow Annihilate. What a brilliantly scary Pokemon, one of my favorites, and Kashon would have had a Florges available for it, so perhaps that's one reason to keep that all hidden for now.
Yeah, Shadow Annihilate and Cordelia in the back, but this also gives an opportunity to the players to think about what they can like maybe change, or like think, okay, I saw this lead, maybe I can change something. What my opponent is bringing, it didn't bring the same thing. They're bringing the Talonflame this time, so there's a lot of time to think right now, like strategy-wise, what can I bring, what can I adjust right now with these.
And there is perhaps a little bit more pressure on the side of Kashon because he is one game down. This is a best of 3 format. That means you need 2 wins to proceed on the winner's side of the bracket. Withered needs 1 more win to go forward. This does not mean that either player is out of the tournament. If they lose, we're in double elimination, which means that you would drop down to the loser's side of the bracket. And we have seen players drop down early on in tournaments and still go on all the way to have a great tournament run. So these players, they don't want to go down yet, but there are still 2 games potentially to play. 1 more if Withered can get a win.
Yeah, if you drop down, it's a heavy climb to climb back all the way up, but we have seen it before. It happens. It's not impossible, but it's never fun, obviously, to drop down so quickly when you're in the tournament so fast. So, but yeah, Wither 9, it seems like he's confident. He looks okay, and then Kashon is just still thinking like, what should I do strategy-wise? He's not sure yet what he wants to bring, but Wither, like, he seems locked in my opinion.
For those of you that missed it, there was a stutter in that second game. The judge has awarded a game rematch, so these players will be replaying game number 2. And as you say, Withered, he just looks so cool, calm and collected. Perhaps the confidence that comes with youth. He can approach this almost as if he is immortal, invincible, and he will want to just exude that aura as he plays against Kashon here in winners round 2 of Group B.
Yeah, Kashon's still trying to figure out what is he gonna bring. Still trying to lock in. Kashon already locked in. Thinking right now, okay, what is he gonna bring? Is he gonna bring the same thing? Is he gonna bring the Stunfisk this time? Am I gonna bring my Talonflame? Well, we don't know yet. So, but it seems like the players have locked in. they're wishing each other good luck, and let's see what they're gonna do.
Yeah, game 2, ready to go. The players are locked in. We see the Feraligatr once more, and an adjustment from Kashton. He now brings the Univan Stunfisk electric type, but it also has ground typing, meaning it would take super effective from the water type Hydro Cannons.
Since this is not a Shadow Feraligatr, the Hydro Cannon doesn't do as much damage, but here Kashton goes for the Discharge, which does not knock out the Feraligatr. Feraligatr can easily hang out since it's a normal version, not the Shadow one.
It still does a lot of damage, putting that Feraligatr into the red. Now, Feraligatr will do a lot of damage with this Hydro Cannon if it lands, but the nice thing about Univan Stunfisk is it paces quicker by 1 second to its second attack, and that means Kashton can force the first shield. Withered isn't willing to give it. He's letting this Feraligatr go once more, as he did in game number 1 against that Furret.
Yeah, this is pretty smart. Now we can get farm on the second Pokemon it's going to bring in now. He's thinking like, it's probably going to bring in Annihilape. Yeah, it does bring in Annihilape, which probably can counter down the Stunfisk, and he can not counter down the Stunfisk, holds on and gets to a Mud Bomb.
Yes, that Annihilape didn't quite get the full farm down. Stunfisk holding on barely 1 HP. Mud Bomb lands, and it is a Shadow Annihilape, so it takes it below half health. But the Annihilape has a Rage Fist banked, and now Withered is going to come in with that Credilli, and Credilli is going to reach a Rock Tomb before the counter swap to Furret, and Rock Tomb guarantees a debuff. So this is a pretty good position for Withered, but let's remember that the Fairy type versus the Fighting type in the back could be advantageous for Kashton.
Yeah, Kashton goes for a Trailblaze now, which is neutral damage, boosting up its Sucker Punch damage as well. But the Cordelia looks pretty strong here. Getting to a Rock Tomb first is definitely not so fun for Kashton right here, because these Sucker Punches are not adding up as much, and it gets to another Rock Tomb, and Kashton puts up his shields.
Let's remember that Swift is a normal type attack that is resisted by the rock typing of the Grass Rock Credilli. So Credilli is able to keep bringing down the Furret's attack, and Kashton forced to Trailblaze to try and get attack parity, but also to try and do meaningful damage against this Credilli. And Withered is going to preserve some of the health on his Credilli. Is he going to come back with the Annihilate? No, he's actually just going to throw a Rock Tomb and then start to get acid damage potentially on the Florges that will come in. Let's remember, acid is a poison type attack, super effective against the fairy typing of Florges.
I assume Kashton is gonna have to throw here on the Chilling Water on the Credilli because he doesn't want to get debuffed. But it opts to let it go, and actually, he has to shield the Rock Tomb here. So like he gets debuffed now because it is the last Pokemon. He can undebuff himself.
Do you aggressively
anymore.
swap here and Rage Fist immediately?
He does.
And
Goes for the Rage Fist
that
here.
means the Rage Fist can land before a Chilling Water comes in. But I think Kashton's in a pretty good position because you could just Trailblaze and Fairy Wind this Annihilate down.
Yeah, it probably goes for he does go for the Trailblaze, and this Trailblaze, he has 2 Trailblazes locked in, so like one Trailblaze, the shield here doesn't KO, obviously, because he used to steal, and then the second one will come in and then knock out the Annihilate. He goes for the Chilling Water here. I think Trailblaze slightly does more damage, but then he can Fairy Wind down the Credilli in the end.
Yeah, I think Trailblaze perhaps the optimal attack, but neither will make a difference because that Credilli is so low, the Fairy Wind is boosted, and
this
Fairy
was still
Wind
pretty close, not gonna lie.
It was pretty close. The Credilli with that acid attack, I wonder, could you have got a little bit more benefit from the Credilli against that Florges? I think in that end game, Kashton looked very comfortable. He felt like he had everything under control, and he was willing to throw that Chilling Water, perhaps thinking it won't really make a difference. He takes game number 2, and that means these players are tied 1-1 in this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, it looks like Kashton, the Credilli is kind of strong against him a few times already, so might adjust a little bit. Maybe bring the Scizor to check the Credilli, hard RPS, the Credilli there. But, I mean, Credilli looked strong in the first bit we saw, and then now the second game as well. It got kind of core broken by the Credilli a few times already. Furret and the Florges, not so strong against the Credilli, but obviously with the Trailblazes and the Sucker Punch boosted damage, it did help in the long run.
You might often hear the expression RPS here in Pokemon Go. That usually stands for rock, paper, scissors, an instance where your lead matchup is so disadvantaged against your opponent's lead, your safe swap then follows suit, and then in the back your opponent also has a hard response. That's not really what we've been seeing so far in the Tales of Transformation meta, particularly since PvP David and Boom in Gdansk, who introduced a really flexible approach to the meta that seems to have carried forwards. We've seen Furret, we've seen the Altaria being brought by Kashton almost as a nod to the flexibility of Boom and PvP David, but can Kashton take that one step further in his run here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Witter again brings his Credilli here. Credilli was so strong this first 2 games, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna bring it again. I think he's like maybe he's not gonna bring the Scissor, so I'm fine with using Credilli. But let's see. Wither again looks locked in. Keston still thinking, what's he gonna run? Hopefully, he's not gonna too soft against Credilli, but we'll see.
Now, we're noticing that Withered seems to be locking in very, very quickly. He's very, very confident with his teams, but he may also just be thinking that my lines are so flexible that I don't want to put too much thought into a particular composition. I want to play as it feels in the moment, and I think that's a perfectly valid strategy. The players are ready to go. Let's see if the strategy works again. We see the Shadow Talonflame as we had in game number 1. This time it is against that Univan Stunfisk, a good lead for Kashton, and so Withered goes straight into his Wigglytuff safe swap.
Yeah, Keston up sustain here a little bit, which is actually not a bad matchup for the Stunfisk. It throws on a perfect timing here as well. Gets to the Mud Bomb. Wigglytuff doesn't have a move yet, but if you see a perfect lead for him, I think it was really happy to see that Talonflame, but it's most likely going to damage this Wigglytuff just slightly. But we'll let the Icy Wind get through, and doesn't shield the Icy Wind here.
Non-optimal timing from Withered, but I think it was actually a really nice play. It prevented Kashton throwing another attack or throwing a Thundershock and then switching out, so he is able to land that super effective Icy Wind on the Stunfisk, perhaps not shielded by Kashton because first game Withered through a Swift instead. Kashton's now come in with the Florges and is going to Chilling Water this Wigglytuff to take slightly less charm damage and slightly less damage from this Swift as well.
Oh, but this is a really good Wigglytuff, it seems. Probably it's the bow that does this, but he survives with 1 HP, gets to the Swift still, even though it's debuffed, it still does a little bit of damage, and here comes the Credilli, and it looks like the Credilli is going to get a lot of farm here.
Now, I wonder if Kashton had thrown Trailblaze, which, as you mentioned, does slightly more damage. It could have taken out that Wigglytuff, not taken that Swift damage at all, and then had boosting Chilling Waters to throw into this Credilli. Credilli, instead, is going to be able to fully farm down that Florges and have a super effective Grass Knot available for Ufisk, and so Kashton is going to come in instead with the Furret to take the Rock Tomb that guarantees an attack debuff.
This looks pretty dire for Kashton, not gonna lie. 2 shields, but the Credilli has so much energy, has a great matchup into the Ferret and to the Stunfisk as well. So I don't know what his game plan is. It's definitely protecting the Ferret. He needs the Sucker Punch damage to get it as low as possible to put it most likely in Mud Bomb range for later.
Furret is going through Trailblaze available to Kashton. This will boost its attack and it will do more damage than the resisted Swift would against the rock typing of the Credilli. But Withered still has so much health and energy available on this Credilli, and he's actually going to keep throwing. He's not going to preserve it for the Univan Stunfisk in the back. He's going to look to knock out this Furret with this Grass Knot. And this is going to be interesting because the Furret holds on and the Univan Stunfisk comes straight in. But Withered has 2 shields on that Talonflame, and Univan Stunfisk doesn't have enough health to withstand the Incinerates.
Look at that Incinerate damage. Even though the Stunfisk has a positive matchup right here, the Incinerate does so much damage that it looks like the writing's on the wall for Kashton here.
Withered is playing this Shadow Talonflame to perfection. It has a ton of energy available. There isn't a lot of health on that Furret. Furret is going to land a Swift, but this shouldn't be enough to knock out. Withered is hoping, Withered is praying, and it looks like Shadow Talonflame is going to hold on. The Incinerate goes through, and Withered takes this series 2-1.
What a game. Withered is so happy. He looks excited. He's very happy to play against his teammate as well at Kashton. What a dominant showcase of Credilli there. A lot of Credilli gameplay.
And it is so difficult to play against players like Withered when they are bringing these aggressive picks. You really don't know which one you want to try and account for the most. We saw Shadow Altaria, Shadow Talonflame, Shadow Annihilate, as well as the flexible Feraligatr, which can put out a ton of damage. And that made it a little bit tricky for Kashton to work out which Pokemon he wanted to prepare most against. Withered takes full advantage of his really oppressive team, and it was great to see how pleased he was in that end game as he wins the match.
And you can also see like he was trying to check the Scissor in the back with the Talonflame and then the Wigglytuff and Credilli, probably trying to bait it out at some point, but it was never there. So Credilli was free.
Credilli was really good, and he kept preserving it. He kept throwing Rock Tombs, doing more damage. I really liked the Grass Knot that he threw against that Furret. That put it into range where 1 Incinerate was enough to take down that Furret.
And also in case he tries to catch Rock Tomb on the Stunfisk, he chose a Grass Knot. Not a real catch at that point.
Really, really, really strong performance from Withered there. Kashton, as we've mentioned, he isn't out yet. He drops down to the loser's side of the bracket, but Withered will progress on the winner's side. And that will be great for him. That will be great momentum for him. He's a player that we've seen in day 2 before, but his recent performances perhaps haven't been at the level that he expects and wants from himself. So this is a great way to get his tournament running here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, this is a great start. After a long travel to get here, getting the first showing on the stream as well, dominant performance, really good showcase of his Pokemon and his timing movesets and all that. I mean, it was great.
So with it, he's a player that he's achieved 5th place. That's his highest ever performance at a regional event. He was 9th in Bologna at the end of last season. But other than that, he's often struggled to break into the top 64. So he is a player that is still learning. He's still willing to commit and come to so many of these events, and traveling 12 hours. That is no joke. That is commitment.
Unlike us, he has time, right? He has time to learn. So yeah.
We struggle for time, you know. We struggle with our backs as well. But with it, he is raring to go, and this is a great opportunity for him to try and showcase so much of his potential. But I really liked his team as well. I liked that aggressive play style and preserving the Credilli, able to debuff so that his stronger picks, his more oppressive picks were able to power through. I thought it was a good strategy. Yeah, kind of sad. So I still didn't see the scissor, but I'm assuming it will come like later on in the stream. So yeah. Yeah, Scissor, Shadow Scissor with that bullet punch, steel type fast attack against Wigglytuff, which is a fairy, so it takes super effective, against Credilli, which has a rock typing as well, so it takes super effective. Shadow Scissor could be one of those really great picks, but it looked like the Shadow Talonflame scared it off, so Wither did everything that he needed to, and he will progress, as we've said, on the winner side of the bracket, but that was just Group B. There are so many other groups, there are so many other players as well that we still have to come. That was the first stream match on Stuttgart, so a great one to kick things off.
Yeah, it was amazing to see. Also, again, Keshton, every time I tune into his streams, always fun, always spicy, and he always brings it. And now, then we have our next matchup, actually. We have Kelio 380 versus Iberq.
Yeah,
EBQ.
He's a player that we've seen on stream a couple of times already, a really strong player, and he does have some great wins against some of the biggest names in the circuit. But speaking of big names, we all know Colin 6, and Kelio is his younger brother. So will he have taken lessons from one of our Play Pokemon greats? He's got a really flexible team. He's actually running the same team as Kashjon, which is that PvP David, that Boom team, the flexible team from the Gdansk Grand Finals. It gives players so much opportunity to bring lines of 3 that are flexible, where you are not being RPS'd, as we mentioned before. It's not a rock, paper, scissors type format, and EBQ has a very similar team as well on his side, but a Gastrodon instead of the Univan Stunfisk.
And we also see the Corsola with its Night Chain and Power Gem, great coverage, really bulky, and Astonish really adds up his great damage output as well. And Kelio, again, same team as Keshton, probably because they're teammates as well. They probably talked about this beforehand, so having the same team, maybe we see the scissor this time, we'll see.
Now, neither of these players have made a top 8. Kelio hasn't made day 2 either, so this is another opportunity for him to try and show. EBQ, he has played against some great players, he's made some great wins, but I think his best performance has only just fallen outside of the top 8. He will want to correct that here this weekend. He's brought a flexible team, as we said, a slight adjustment to the PvP David and Boom team. Gastrodon with a more advantageous matchup into the Univan Stunfisk, but a worse matchup into other flying type Pokemon. Kelio, he's going with the tried and tested team. Now, Kelio, as we mentioned with Withered before, is a player that is willing to keep coming to these events, to keep grinding, even when they don't go his way. And he is a player that has a pretty big name under his belt as well. I actually remember watching him play against Inadequance, and he came out on top in that match. So that was a really impressive performance from him. But you have to start things all over again each time you come to these regional championships, and that can be daunting.
Yeah, I'm glad you told me it was Colin's brother, because I was going to say like, hey, it looks like Colin, but I didn't want to say that, but now I know his brother, so yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
he does look like Colin, but the question is, can he play like Colin?
Can he play like Colin? Yeah.
Or, I suppose, in his own way, can he play like Kelio plays? He might bring his own play style, his own unique approach to a tried and tested team, and I think that that's something that we should also encourage and be excited to see as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Colin is very proud of his brother being here as well, playing in these tournaments alongside with him. Well, Colin is also here, so I assume they're gonna have been discussing a lot of things together.
I think Colin is actually in the same group. They're both in Group A. It might well be the case that the winner of this Winners Round 2 will play against Colin 6 in the next round. But first, they are up against each other. The players are locked in. We see Altaria on the side of Kelio. It's up against the Galarian Corsola for EBQ.
For Ursula, this is a really good matchup. Access to Power Gem, which is super effective against the Altaria with the Rock typing, against the Flying typing here. But Altaria opts to go for the Sky Attack first. This is somewhat of a neutral matchup if you can shield the Rock Gem perfectly here. But you see the Sky Attack lands, doesn't even put it in half. Ursula is very bulky.
Yeah, Power Gem about to come through from this Galarian Corsola. These Pokemon are so bulky, and this matchup can often depend on the spreads that you have chosen to build on either side. The attack, the defense, and the HP on both sides can make a big difference. Sky Attack now coming through from this Altaria on the Galarian Corsola. It shouldn't knock out, but we will see just how close it gets as these players play out the zero shield scenario. Neither of them using a shield. EBQ holds on with his Galarian Corsola, astonishes down, and he throws a double resisted Nightshade into this Furret. He recognizes that Power Gem would have been more efficient, but I think to win and to be able to pick his Pokemon for alignment for the mid game is still pretty advantageous.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to risk throwing either to lose the moves actually and get farmed down by something, so he threw up to do the Nightshade. But here comes the Furret into Altaria. This is a positive matchup for the Altaria. It's a little bit more bulky, Sky Attack, Dragon Breath, great combination. And Kilio goes for the Swift here, and that doesn't get shielded by the Altaria.
Yes, Swift against this Altaria does neutral damage, and now we can also both see Shadow Scissor in the backs for both of these players, but they don't know it. They can't see the backlines of each other, so it's going to be an exciting endgame for sure. Neither player throwing a shield so far. Furret getting this Swift off against the Altaria, which is good because Swift and Trailblaze would both have been resisted by the Shadow Sizzle, so this is a good distribution of damage. And now Helio's going to be the first to come in with the Shadow Sizzle, and it looks like EBQ had the exact same thought. They came in at the same time, and Kilio is going to win the charge attack priority here.
Yeah, he wins the charge attack priority. This is kind of key in this matchup. If he gets the boost, no, he doesn't get the boost, but they go both up for Night Slashes, and I think it comes down to who gets Bullet Punch down first, who has the better IV-dependent Scissor here.
I think it's interesting because you could go for Trailblaze to guarantee that boost, but also, did you see that one of the Sizzle went into the yellow slightly earlier? Kilio's Shadow Sizzle doesn't quite have the same bulk that EBQ's does, and EBQ is nodding because that makes a massive, massive difference in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, this is a high-ranked Scissor, and as you can see, the Furret tries to farm down the Scissor, but Scissor is too strong here and farms down the Furret instead and wins the game.
Look at that.
Oh, it's a simultaneous KO there.
Simultaneous KO, but the Altaria was still available for EBQ in the back. He takes that game number one. Kilio still had a shield available. That's why EBQ didn't even need to throw a second charge attack. He knew it would go shielded anyway. He went for that fast attack pressure. And you've mentioned this before from Shadow Sizzle. It can be really, really oppressive with that bullet punch.
This is where you can tell why IVs are important, knowing that BQ's Scissor was a little bit better, a little bit stronger, a little more HP, and you can see the damage output, the difference right there, that it gets farmed down.
Yeah, the different stat spreads that you can have on your Shadow Sizzle can make all the difference, attack, defense, and HP. And players with Shadows, you often don't have as much flexibility to choose which Pokemon you build. They're a little bit harder to find, a little bit harder to get. And so some players are just using the best that they can. I know from PvP David and Boom's matchup in the Grand Finals, Boom let us know that he wasn't using the most optimal Shadow Sizzle. A lot of players will opt for very low attack and have much more defense and HP for bulk. Some players will opt to build Shadow Sizzle that have more attack because they feel the charge attack priority is more important to them. We saw there that the lack of bulk for Kilio perhaps cost him, and EBQ was able to power through with his Shadow Sizzle's bullet punches.
Do you know my Shadow Scissor, what stats it has? It's a 15-0-0.
Really?
But it's shiny.
Full
so
attack,
full
no
attack.
defense,
Yeah,
no
attack.
HP.
No.
You're just there for the charge attack priority event, and honestly, I'm here for it as well. I love running Pokemon with high attack. EBQ, he has a Pokemon that it lost charge attack priority, remember. We saw that Kilio won charge attack priority, but the bulk was more important in that instance. So for some mirror matches, it is about charge attack priority. In other mirror matches, it's purely about can you hold on.
Yeah, the only thing that can flip that matchup is a Night Slash boost, where the bullet punches get more damage, then obviously it gets flipped around. But yeah, having the better Scissor there, winning charge move priority is amazing for him. Yeah.
Really, really good.
The trainers have locked in, and we have a Stunfisk into Scissor, which is, I mean, the bullet punches are resisted, but Stunfisk is so frail, Scissor is so frail, he needs to go for Trailblaze here to do any meaningful damage.
Trailblaze would be super effective if it lands, but that Univan Stunfisk reaches its attacks a little bit quicker. Going for that Mud Bomb, it will do a lot of damage to the Shadow Sizzle, and so EBQ is going to put up his first shield as he leans in, and he's going to actually throw a Night/Bait here.
Yeah, not opting for the Trailblaze, I guess trying to get the shield and save some energy. And yeah, we see here, Scissor, we have a Scissor, you need to use shields. So they try to for that. Oh, he catches on third right here. It was a great catch by IBQ here. Amazing.
And it looks like Helio, he has been struggling a little bit with those Thunder Shocks, not getting quite as much energy as he wanted. Let's see if it makes a difference in the end game. The judges can make a decision if they need to, but Altaria is currently meeting this Furret. Furret and Altaria both very flexible picks, neutral matchup against each other, both with reasonable bulk as well.
Yeah, they're both losing some fast moves here, so let's see what the judges are going to say here. But the Sky Attack gets clicked on and it's going to land. It's not going to shield. IBQ is not going to shield. The Furret is definitely going to hold on here on this Sky Attack. No issue at all.
You could now potentially Dragon Breath this down, but it looks like the players have agreed that they are both losing a few too many fast attacks for it to have the right outcome that you'd expect from this matchup, and the judge gives them permission to end the game there. So a similar situation, unfortunately, but we got a lot of opportunity to see that the types of lines that these players are leaning into, the types of flexibility that they are looking for. We saw the aggressive bait and swap there from EBQ. We saw Kelio having that Univan Stunfisk. Very reasonable, very happy for him to throw Mud Bombs and then be able to sponge some damage and then come in with Altaria and play a zero shield scenario. And I think that that is one of the best ways to play Altaria, just to try and get some value without needing to shield it necessarily.
Yeah, also a great lead for him, having Stunfisk on Scissor. If you just successfully land the Trailblaze, you're just so fine. Since you outpace so fast with these Mud Bombs with Stunfisk, resisting the bullet punches as well.
Shadow Scizor on both sides, the only Shadow Pokemon on the teams of these players. We saw so many Shadow Pokemon on the side of Withered earlier. But these players, they need to have a think as to how they are going to adjust, because they have had an opportunity now to see the leads for a second time. The judges will allow a rematch of that game number 2. We know that EBQ has the advantage, so a little bit more pressure on Kelio to perhaps make an adjustment and really consider what strategies he could employ to take on his opponent.
Do you think they heard me when I said Scizor was a favorite Pokemon? In the first game we saw both set of Scissors.
I think Scizor is just a fan favorite all across the board, but perhaps they do. But
no,
perhaps,
I don't want that. It's my favorite. Now everyone's favorite. That's not fun.
Do you use a shiny Shadow Scizor? I've seen some players really.
Shiny, yeah. Shiny.
I know Jox, our fellow caster, he also has a shiny Shadow Scizor. I don't have one. I wish I did, but he might be bringing that this weekend as well. It seems to be such a popular choice for so many players. Would you be bringing Shadow Scizor if you were competing here in Stuttgart this weekend?
No, I wouldn't.
Really?
No.
It's too meta now.
Yeah, it's too meta now. I don't want to play it anymore.
You're gonna wait for it to maybe fall off the radar and then surprise people a little bit later. These players are ready to go. We're rematching game number 2 here. We're seeing Univan Stunfisk again on the side of Kelio, but an adjustment on the side of EBQ. He instead goes for this Altaria. Will he, as we've mentioned, try and play a zero shield scenario? He's going to be running Dragon Breath and Flamethrower as the neutral attacks to throw into Univan Stunfisk, not before a Discharge is thrown by Kelio.
Yeah, this is a very neutral matchup as well for both Pokemon. Discharge being neutral, Flamethrower being neutral. The Dragon Breaths, they do add up slightly, but it is obviously not enough. Does Altaria win the zero scenario here?
I think, again, these can also be a little bit dependent on the stat spreads and the way that you play it. And remember that Dragon Breath, it received a change this season, Tales of Transformation. It no longer does quite as much damage. Instead, it's a little bit more energy focused. That's why Altaria is reaching these Flamethrowers a little bit quicker. And it looks like this Univan Stunfisk is at another Discharge. It should be able to hold on to the Flamethrower, but Discharge, it's not the most efficient attack. It's neutral against the Dragon and Flying typing of Altaria. And so Kelio is about to throw. He's at back-to-back, and this is exactly what we mean about it being dependent on the stats, because look how low that Univan Stunfisk is. This Discharge does take out the Altaria, so that was really, really smartly played, and now Kelio also has a Mud Bomb available to throw into the Furret, so he's in a great position going into the mid-game.
Yeah, this is great knowledge of your Pokemon. You know that you can survive it, you know you're gonna get off with the move, and this is a perfect scenario here for Kelio. He's in a really great spot. He brings in the Altaria into the Furret, and here comes the Scizor, my favorite Pokemon!
I really like this counter swap from Keelio, aggressive Shadow Sizzle swap. EBQ comes in, perhaps hoping that there might be a Mirror Sizzle in the back. But I wonder now, does Furret just go for a Trailblaze and 2 shield Sucker Punch through? Is that the strategy that Keelio is going to try here? Yes, he is, and I really, really love this. He actually shakes his head, but that's because of the boost from EBQ.
He got the boost, I can't believe it. Even though the charge moves are resisted by Scissor here heavily, the Sucker Punches add up so quickly here. Look at his damage, but Scissor can able to farm down the Furret there.
And look at that boost potential from the Shadow Sizzle, the first one coming through against this Altaria. If this boosts again, the next Night Slash would do massive damage, but it's going to land regardless. There is no boost, but this boosted Night Slash is going to do a ton of damage, and that possibly could have been Keelio's only lose condition in that matchup. He was otherwise playing it so strongly, and now the Furret is able to come in, and Furret's Swift will potentially threaten a knockout on this Altaria. If it doesn't, the Sucker Punches will be more than enough to take it out. Keelio will get an opportunity to throw a charge attack first.
Oh man, that was some heavy damage from that boosted Night Slash there. But as you can see, he knows that the Sky Deck won't knock out, so he's just gonna not throw in his charge move here and then let it go.
Not a lot that Keelio could do after that Night Slash boost. That was everything that EBQ needed to power through the mid game into the end game, guarantee a massive amount of damage, and take 2-0 victory. He will now progress on the winner's side of the bracket in Group A. He will go up against Keelio's brother, Colin. Perhaps Colin can get redemption. Perhaps EBQ can make himself an enemy for the Spa family name, but he will progress, and he'll be very, very pleased to get this strong win, this strong start here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, I mean, if you boost with Scissor or Night Slash so early with the first one, I mean, yeah, it's heavy damage. It's heavy damage.
Perhaps one of the reasons why it's one of your favorite Pokemon, because that Night Slash boost, I've had it before with an Annihilate, and it can make a massive amount of difference in these games.
Yeah, it's the bullet punches add up, and then the Night Slash, I mean, yeah, and it's a perfect coverage sometimes as well on the Scissor. So, and also be able to hang on and get to Night Slash, get the shield first, and then the second one, I mean, the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, Shadow Sizzle really, really strong there. EBQ very, very pleased to see that. Keelio almost in despair, doing everything he could. He tried to Trailblaze, he tried to Sucker Punch through, but you could see the neutral matchups that were at play in this meta, the aggressive swaps that we were seeing on both sides. EBQ comes out on top this time.
Yeah, and if you see the mirror here, as well as we saw game 1, and then here we have the Furret into Altaria. But I'm not gonna lie, I think like I'm happy with Scissor again now because of that boost and the performance that Scissor showed there. So
yeah,
I'm back. We're back. Yeah,
back in your heart.
Yeah, it's back in my heart. Yeah,
it's earned all its love back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scissor. I'm sorry.
You didn't mean it, right?
No, I didn't mean it. No. It was a joke.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
EBQ takes that victory. Keelio, he will drop down into the loser side of the bracket in Group A. That means that one more loss for him and his tournament run is over. But he could do it all. He could still go through match after match. It does mean, however, and one of the difficult parts of the loser side of the bracket is you play near twice the number of battles than your winner's side counterparts. Yeah. Because each time a winner comes down from the loser side of the bracket, you then have to play them. So it's going to be an uphill journey for Keelio, but I have no doubt that he can power through EBQ. Smoother sailing for him on the winner's side.
He has that Colin spirit in him, you know. He has that Colin spirit, so I'm pretty sure he can.
Coursing through his veins.
Yeah, coursing through his veins, yeah.
Yeah, but speaking of Colin, as we say, EBQ will be up against him next. We've had 2 games, 2 matches so far on stream here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. They've been really strong, but it's also been really nice to see that the flexibility that we've mentioned a few times already from PvP David and Boom's Grand Finals team, it really is leaning and shaping the rest of the meta here in Stuttgart. And I think one of the most interesting Pokemon other than Shadow Sizzle is that Furret. It's a normal type Pokemon. It has access to the dark type Sucker Punch, Swift as a stab, same type attack bonus, normal type charge attack, and then Trailblaze, another Pokemon that is boosting itself. And we're seeing so many Pokemon that are able to keep boosting themselves. We've seen Credilli that's trying to bring them down, and then these Trailblaze users that are saying, no, we want to compete against the best.
Yeah, we got the Florges that can debuff, we have the Credilli can debuff, and then we have all the Pokemon they get buff themselves.
Yeah, and Florges is actually one of those few Pokemon that can do both.
Yeah, they can both. Like, yeah, it's a...
Do you know what Florges reminds me of?
Tell me.
It's the Ariados that we saw last year, where it was running Lunge and Trailblaze.
Yeah.
Both of its attacks reached after 5 seconds, where it had the opportunity to either boost itself or debuff its opponent. And perhaps Florges is one of those flexible picks that's able to make similar decisions in this Tales of Transformation meta.
Yeah, that was a great community, by the way. A lot of people didn't expect it to turn out that great, having the chilling water. Amazing coverage for a fairy type.
I would really love to see wider distribution of chilling water as well. It's a water type attack, guarantees a debuff against its opponent's attack stat, and I wonder which other Pokemon in future might get access to chilling water. It'll be really exciting to see. For now, it is just Florges with that attack. It's not got same type attack bonus, so it's not doing a huge amount of damage. We mentioned that in the Cashton vs Withered match, that perhaps a Trailblaze could have got a knockout, but these are all strategies that the players have to consider, because you're setting up potentially yourself or bringing them down so you can set up a Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, this is true. This is where game knowledge, knowing all those little details, can help you out in the long run. That 1 HP survive when you could have maybe thrown the other move. I mean, but maybe had a different strategy, like you said, in their mind, like they were able to like come out of, but sometimes it don't work out.
And it's all about practice. It's all about knowing how well your Pokemon perform, and there are lots of opportunities to practice. You can practice with friends, but you can also practice at locals. If you're unfamiliar with locals, then take a look at this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
A great opportunity to get your Pokemon Go journey started, an opportunity to meet players and make friends. Make sure to scan the QR code on screen. It will help show you the nearest events to you, and then eventually you can come to these regional events, because we would love to be able to cast your games as well.
Also, don't forget, you can also practice at home, the Go Battle League. It's a great format. You have the Open Great League where you can practice this Pokemon, see like how they perform, how much damage does the charge move out, the fast move, the matchups. It's also a great way to learn.
You get some rewards in game in Go Battle League, but you get some great prizes as well at those locals. You get special little booster packs as well, so some really interesting trading cards that you can get there. But also you can get championship points. That's one of the reasons why players are really excited to get involved in the local scene and here in the regional championship series. Marco Shiny and Jimmy Namikaze, they're also here in Stuttgart, and they'll be looking to progress as far as they can in this tournament. Are you familiar with either of these players?
Marco's also a fellow streamer on
Yes.
on Twitch as well. He streams a lot of Go Battle League, trying to hit the legend rank. And then we have Jimmy. Do you know any of these trainers?
I have played against both of these players, both in the Go Battle League, but I've also played against Marco Shiny in the Play Pokemon Championship Series as well. A long time ago. I think it maybe Barcelona a couple of years ago was the last time I remember playing against him, but he's a very strong player and he's been improving rapidly. He's got a great community that has been backing him and supporting him. And Jimmy Namikaze on the other side as well. He's a player that is very involved. He's always getting involved in watching the championship series, and now he's got an opportunity to compete on stream here, and he will be running a lot of Pokemon that we recognize from the previous meta, Azumarill and Jumpluff, and we hear that Jumpluff cry immediately as these players get into the battle. It's up against a Shiny Furret on the side of Marco Shiny.
Yeah, Marto Gully probably happy seeing a Jumpluff here, one of his favorite Pokemon, but this is advantageous for the Jumpluff, being slightly more bulky and having great charge moves with a stab as well, same type attack bonus. Fred goes for the Swift here, does a little bit of damage, not too much, but here we go, Jimmy Namikaze going for the Energy Ball, it's a really heavy damage move.
And it's interesting that Jumpluff these days is running Energy Ball. It used to run Aerial Ace and Acrobatics. Aerial Ace received a nerf in the Tales of Transformation attack update, so players are opting for Energy Ball instead. We saw the Furret Mirror, and now Marco Shiny jumps out into his Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, a Fairy type and Normal type Pokemon. It takes resisted damage from the Dark type Sucker Punches, so Jimmy Namikaze going to throw a Trailblaze to try and put a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, having the Trailblaze here is really nice, boosting up these Swifts coming in. Otherwise, doesn't does much damage, but now with the Trailblaze boost, the Swift will add up. It doesn't be able to Sucker Punch it down, but the Wigglytuff still gets to a move and shows the Swift here on actually not the greatest time, but actually good time, because now the Sucker Punch won't do any damage because
Swift lands and it takes out that Furret, and Jimmy Namikaze absolutely happy to come in with the Jumpluff. It's a non-shadow Jumpluff, so it has that extra bulk, running Aerial Ace and Energy Ball here, and Furret, the shiny Furret, throwing a Swift. And I think it's a really interesting decision. I'd love to hear more from Jimmy Namikaze as to why he's opted for Aerial Ace rather than Acrobatics, perhaps just for that pacing, but losing the really, really strong Acrobatics is it's a little bit of a loss for the Jumpluff, but perhaps Jimmy Namikaze has some other strategies in mind.
Yeah, I went for the Charm Move priority there, which Furret wins. So I don't think Jimmy is really happy here, and I assume that Empoleon obviously comes in, and it is a great opportunity for Empoleon to get some energy, and obviously you can see there's an Azumarill in the back, but he goes for the Aerial Ace bait here, and he's gonna call it, no, he's not gonna call it, he puts up the shield.
Yeah, shield there is a great shield for Jimmy Namikaze to have pulled away from that Empoleon, and now comes in with this Azumarill, and Azumarill generally doesn't have a great matchup against Empoleon, because Empoleon is a water and steel type Pokemon. That means it resists the water type bubble, it resists the fairy type play rough, and it double resists the ice type Ice Beam on the side of Azumarill. In Azumarill's favor, it is just immensely bulky.
Yeah, everything is resisted, like you mentioned, on the Azumarill. Even if the Azumarill has Hydro Pump, it's slightly better for the Azumarill, but obviously it's still so much resisted damage here. As you can see, the Play Rough is going to be thrown here. Marco Shane up to Nut Shield here. He knows like he can easily survive this Play Rough.
Yeah, this is a regular Empoleon, not even a shadow variant, so the bubbles do slightly less, the play roughs do slightly less, and every metal sound that goes through gets Empoleon that much closer to the buffed Drill Peck. It received a damage increase this season, and Empoleon has been a great Pokemon in this Tales of Transformation meta. We saw it do really, really well in Leal, and Marco Shiny, I think this is his first event of the 2026 season, and he is taking full advantage of Empoleon's prowess already.
But that's a really bulky Azumarill holding on there on the Drill Peck, knowing perfectly his Pokemon. And since he threw the bait earlier, it doesn't get to the Aerial Ace, unfortunately, and the Empoleon farms down the Jumpluff.
And this is what happens. Aerial Ace receives a nerf, and it isn't able to give Jimmy Namikaze...
The trainer stopped tapping there, they forgot, I think, the Pokemon on the screen.
Marco Shiny there, eventually metal sounding down a shiny Azumarill on the side of Jimmy Namikaze. That means it is 1-0 for Marco Shiny. One more win needed for him, and he will progress on the winner's side of this bracket. This is round 2 in Group A again. Jimmy Namikaze, what adjustments can he make? That Jumpluff, still such an interesting pick, perhaps a peculiar pick in this meta.
Yeah, a lot of variety, I would say, actually. As we've seen game 1, we've seen an Azumarill, which, I mean, it's always been there. Azumarill always been good, right? And then we see Jumpluff, and then we see a Fortress as well we haven't seen. But we see Furrets. I mean, Furret is pretty much coming up here in this tournament, it seems.
Furret is just such a brilliant pick. I remember when Furret was first buffed, and I tried to tell people, I was like, Furret looks really flexible. I think it's going to achieve a lot of medals in its time, but it took a little bit of a while before people really started leaning into it. I think we saw a real rise in Ghost usage for a long time, and then all of a sudden, when Furret was realized to be one of the best Ghost responses, particularly against Pokemon like Diggersby as the other opposing normal, but then the Galarian Corsola, when Furret could take on both, I think that's when it really started to see usage rise. And now, post Diggersby nerf, Furret seems to be the best normal type in the meta, maybe alongside Wigglytuff as well, because of that fairy subtyping.
Yeah, it seemed like they listened to you saying that Furret was going to be so strong.
Sometimes they eventually do, sometimes.
Yeah, but the trainers are currently locking in. Let's see what they're going to bring into this game. We said the game number 2 right here. We have Talonflame into the Fortress. What a great lead from Marco Shiny here.
A superb lead for Marco Shiny. Jimmy Namikaze immediately getting out of there. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I actually believe Jimmy Namikaze is the player that has a full line of 3 shiny Pokemon.
What a great flex of this trainer right here. We see that for going for the Swifter on the Talonflame, opting not to shield here. But the Furret also is going to put up a shield on the Talonflame. I think it doesn't have a really great response. He tried to go into his Wigglytuff, but the timing for the Furret was perfect there to be able to not swap out.
Wigglytuff now coming in. It is able to resist those dark type sucker punches. As we say, Jimmy Namikaze is going for his first Swift. Swift will do quite a lot of damage to the Wigglytuff, but will a second Swift be enough to knock out? It doesn't look like it will, so there's no need for Marco Shiny to put up a shield. He preserves both shields for the later stages of this game.
Yeah, this is a great matchup for Wigglytuff. Not having any damage from the Sucker Punch here, and he's able to farm down, charm down this Ferret. And here comes the Fortress, and Fortress is actually on Bug Bite, not on Volt Switch, so I think the Talonflame is really happy here.
Well, do you know what's interesting? If this Fortress is able to Bug Bite down this Fairy-type Wigglytuff, it is a resisted attack, remember, but it means that the Fortress might be able to reach a Rock Tomb against that Talonflame. The Talonflame has taken some damage already, but Rock Tomb is a double super effective attack, and these Swifts in the meantime from Wigglytuff don't do very much against the Steel typing of Fortress. So maybe we see Azumarill come in now. The Univan Stunfisk comes in, but the Fortress could potentially have some real play in the back, particularly if Azumarill is able to start getting shields down with this super effective Ice Beam.
Yeah, this is a pretty neutral matchup for both Pokemon, dealing both super effective damage, the Bubble from Azu and the Ice Beam for Azumarill, and then we have Stunfisk with the Thundershock Discharge, which has great pacing, by the way, 5-4.
Now, Azumarill's matchup into Stunfisk, despite Stunfisk having the electric type pressure from both Thundershock and Discharge, Azumarill's sheer bulk means it is actually able to be absolutely fine in this matchup. The Bubbles and the Ice Beam together really, really do add up.
Yeah, but it's so slow in this matchup. You only be able to throw one Ice Beam, and still haven't reached a second one, and while the Stunfisk is showing Discharge after Discharge.
Interesting there for Jimmy Namikaze to immediately throw an Ice Beam, perhaps with the intention of then going straight into the Fortress as fast as he can. Yes, he does do that. He's going to go into the Fortress, and he's going to throw a Sand Tomb. It's caught by the Talonflame. Now, this is interesting. The Talonflame didn't get an Incinerate through. That means Sand Tomb will knock out. So Marco Shiny's going to put up a shield to try and get the Incinerate through, but he isn't able to throw the Flame Charge. Does a massive amount of damage, and now can this Fortress reach a Sand Tomb before the Univan Stunfisk reaches another Mud Bomb? This first one will draw the Protect Shield from Jimmy Namikaze. It is a race to that final charge attack.
Bug biting down on Talonflame was truly amazing to see. And here Fortress gets to the Sand Tomb. What amazing showcase of Fortress. Fortress leading into Talonflame and still be able to pull out this game is crazy.
Do you know what this means? Fortress is a Shadow Talonflame answer confirmed.
Confirmed, yeah. Not even with Volt Switch, with Bug Bite. That was insane. That was insane. Can't believe it was able to farm on Talonflame. Only took one Incinerate, still hold on, and then not able to get to the Flame Charge, and having the energy was truly amazing showcase of Fortress, what he can do with his energy.
Yeah, Incinerate did land on the Fortress, but Marco Shiny didn't quite have enough health on the Shadow Talonflame to be able to throw the Flame Charge. That allowed Jimmy Namikaze to throw Sand Tomb into Talonflame and into the Univan Stunfisk in that endgame and seal out the equalizing game of this winners round 2 match. 1 game apiece. The winner of this final game 3 will progress on the winner side of the bracket here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, having him safe swapping the Ferret, right? The pivot on the Ferret, being able to get to the Swift pretty quickly. Marco Shiny was like, what should I do here? And then the Ferret got to the Swift, and then like all the damage from the Swift, actually a lot of damage on the Talonflame. And the Talonflame was so low at that point that in the end the Fortress was able to farm down the Talonflame.
What are your thoughts on Fortress? I know you're a big Shadow Sizzle fan. What's the opposing Steel Bug like in your mind?
I mean, it's okay, I guess, but Scizor just looks cooler, so...
I mean, this one is shiny.
It is shiny, yeah, but I mean...
Does that make a difference in your mind? Are you a shiny fan?
Only when it's Scizor, yeah.
Well, these players, they both look like they are shiny fans. Marcos, shiny on the left. Jimmy Namikaze with so many shiny Pokemon on the right. We see a Furret lead into the Empoleon. What can Empoleon do here? It will always win charge attack priority against a Furret, and this Hydro Cannon will do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, Empoleon getting to these Hydro Cannons rather quickly. The Ferret can only actually throw a Trailblaze here. And then Marco Shiny goes on his Ferret. It has a mirror match. We have a shiny Ferret mirror match here, Farid.
Shiny mirror match is such a beautiful thing to see. I wish I had a shiny Ferret. I don't think I even do. But this almost reminds me of the old Lickitung mirrors that we used to see, except it's a little bit more bearable because they're doing neutral Sucker Punch into each other. Jimmy Namikaze now smartly coming in with the Fortress, able to double resist the Grass-type Trailblaze because it looks like Marco Shiny is just hoping for more Sucker Punch damage instead.
Yeah, he wants to get as much damage in as possible and goes for an auto Trailblaze. Even though it's double resist, that you just think about the Sucker Punch damage you get through. Azumarill. And look at how low this Fortress already is.
I think Swift might have been the better option there, but it looks like another Sucker Punch does land, so Marcos Shiny gets a little bit of value from the Furret, able to take the Fortress deep into the yellow. And now Jimmy Namikaze, he doesn't run Earthquake on this Fortress, so he's going to throw super effective Sand Tomb, but it's such a low damage attack that it doesn't draw a shield from Marcos Shiny. And it looks like Marcos Shiny is going to go for that catch onto the Wigglytuff. I like this play, getting a little bit of energy on the Empoleon, and now looking to sponge on the Wigglytuff. Fortress otherwise would have been an answer to a Wigglytuff, but it was such low health that Jimmy Namikaze forced to go into his own Azumarill.
Yeah, we have the battle of the fairy types right here. Wigglytuff into Azumarill. Wigglytuff opts to go for the Swift here, which is some neutral damage. But Wigglytuff gets into the Swift pretty fast. 5 charms to get to the first one, 4 for the second one. So it's rather like a neutral matchup, I would say, but the charms do add up.
Ice Beam now coming in from this Azumarill. It is going to draw a shield from Marcos Shiny. It probably wouldn't be enough to threaten a knockout on its own, but with that residual bubble damage, it could have put a little bit more pressure onto the Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff has a bow. It doesn't make a difference in PvP, only in our hearts. Swift now coming through. It takes the shield from the shiny Azumarill, and Jimmy Namikaze reaching his second Ice Beam, about to land unless a shield goes up. It doesn't.
Yeah, it was a charged attack priority, which Wigglytuff does win. And here comes back in with the Empoleon, and here comes the Fortress, and Empoleon already reached a move.
Empoleon has an attack ready. Jimmy Namikaze doesn't have a lot of energy on this Fortress, so I'd be surprised to see him shield. He is going to let this Fortress go, and now he's got the opportunity to come in either with Furret or with the Azumarill, but bear in mind Azumarill has resisted attacks only, so he's going to come in with Furret, but the metal sounds are already adding up against this Furret. They're both leaning as far as they can. Trailblaze now coming through. Question is, will another Sucker Punch land? But do you now just commit to your Azumarill? Because you're now able to bubble down this Empoleon if you need to.
Yeah, keep in mind, Jimmy still has a shield up. He has an Azumarill, which is slightly... and then we'd see the farm now with the bubble and the Wigglytuff there. There was some great showcase from the Empoleon, but still Furret, again, pulled off this win.
Empoleon not able to hold on. Marcos Shiny tried to shield it, tried to get as much energy as possible to throw into the Azumarill in the endgame. Azumarill, no matter what happens, day on day, month on month, year on year, Azumarill remains king. Jimmy Namikaze driving it to success as he wins this Winners Round 2, 2 games to 1.
Yeah, and he does his name perfectly right there. Marcos Shiny winning with the shiny Furret. I mean, yeah, couldn't be better, right?
A great performance from Jimmy Namikaze, a player that has persevered for so long. He's watched, he's competed, now he gets his time on stream. A really great victory there, and a really exciting opportunity to see some shiny Pokemon, but also a Jumpluff, Pokemon that we really don't get to see often. I imagine it has a strong matchup into the ground and electric type Univern Stunfisk, but beyond that, I'm really curious to hear more from Jimmy Namikaze in a little bit as to why he brought that Jumpluff pick. But Azumarill and Furret, they looked really strong.
Yeah, they look really strong, especially the Furret. Its energy, even though it's resisted, like, we know the Sucker Punch damage does add up over time, and in its neutral scenarios, it's so strong.
We saw Wigglytuff a couple of times, and it was interesting to see how Jimmy Namikaze, he didn't opt for the Galarian Corsola, because Furret, although it's got a resist Sucker Punch against Wigglytuff, it actually doesn't do too badly, whereas Galarian Corsola is a little bit more uncomfortable in that matchup.
Yeah, Furret is the king of neutral play, and here we see the Fortress, a little baby brother of Scizor, but the Fortress being able to farm on his Talonflame was truly amazing, even though it was in the lead with a great lead for Marcos Shiny, but the Fortress still pull off the win here.
A great win for Jimmy Namikaze. We're getting our full money's worth. These players going right to the extremes of these best of 3 matches. 1 game apiece originally. Jimmy Namikaze then in that game 3 playing really, really smartly, preserving energy, using his shields wisely, and that Furret just getting so much value. I really liked when he brought in the Fortress to sponge the opposing Furret's energy. It was a great pick to neutralize his opponent's flexibility.
Yeah, I'm also seeing Empoleon as well on the battle. That was really fun to see, actually. Like the pacing with the Metal Sound, the Drill Pick, the Hydro Cannon. I feel it was really flexible. Still, the Furret, the Sucker Punch, the boosting. I mean, there's nothing you can do at this point.
Now, are you an Empoleon fan? It's a Steel type. It's also sharing that with Shadow Sizzle. How does it list in your rankings?
It's pretty high. It's pretty high. It wasn't shiny though, but it was pretty high.
Would that have made a difference?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What about if it were a Shadow Empoleon?
Oof. Oof. But I mean, then the Sucker Punch would have been more damage on Empoleon, so
That is
I don't know
true.
about that one though.
We don't see a lot of Shadow Empoleon in the current format. The bulk, the extra bulk of the regular Empoleon seems to be more popular as these players compete in this best of 3 format at this stage of the tournament. If you're unfamiliar with how to win a best of 3, keep your eyes peeled.
Alright trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokémon GO Championship Series event. Let's get started! In the Championship Series, Pokémon GO trainers compete in a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokémon and selecting their 3 best Pokémon for battle. However, Pokémon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokémon GO PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokémon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokémon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokémon to every game? Can one of your Pokémon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk.
It happened! Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all of the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
And aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch!
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonair, as this is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
But the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's 3rd Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Baduz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
Who? Maxwell.
Welcome back, trainers. We have a familiar face joining us. Nighttime Clasher, how you doing?
It's so good to be back, especially alongside my good friend Fareed here. We are so excited to bring you some more action inside the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We're still on Group A and B and progressing our way to the winners finals, and we have a couple of trainers here who are looking to stamp their way in Pokemon Go history.
They are all beginning their journey with the hopes and dreams of reaching a player with the caliber of Nighttime Clasher, our Latin America international champion. And Eric, what's it like coming back now to the regional side of the championship series, back in Europe as well?
It's an interesting feeling, right? Because I feel like I played pretty good last weekend, and I'd love to play again and see if I can take it even further. But at the same time, it feels nice to like kind of relax and just watch for now, because it would be a little stressful. There's a lot of expectations now after that tournament, and we all know my European runs have been stifled a little bit by, what are some of the picks?
There was a Satotl that I think you had a little bit of a struggle against, but don't worry, you're not competing. Instead, we look like we've got some a player that I've actually not watched on stream before on the left-hand side.
Aukline Shen, 1995, bringing us a pretty interesting team here. We have obviously some favorites, Corviknight, Gastrodon, Corsola, Cradily. Love that core 4 because that gives you coverage, or at least play into almost everything that you could possibly see. And then he throws in a bit of his own touch, right? Guzzlord and then Carbink.
And this is a player that he's not competed a lot so far in the championship series this year, but he did compete in Stuttgart last year. He has competed in other German events as well. He's not really broken through and become one of the more established players, but this could be his event to do so. He is bringing the Carbink, as you say, perhaps a favorite of his, and now we do also see some of the more familiar faces, as well as a Guzzlord with the buffed Dragon Tail this season, Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb as well, which gives it really interesting coverage, perhaps a unique profile in the meta.
With those 3 attacks, I don't think you're walled off by really anything. Actually, I think Scissor is even a good matchup because your typing is so strong, and as we see here, Bullet Punch, Night Slash, Trailblaze, not too great against Guzzlord, actually.
Yeah, you resist both of those charge attacks. Now, the Reeve, he is a player that we have seen a little bit more frequently. He competed in Frankfurt and in Lille already this season. He did qualify for the World Championships last year as well, and he'll be looking to make his run. And it looked like he had a Hydro Pump Azumarill, so perhaps that is his key to do it. We saw an Azumarill in the previous match. It didn't have Hydro Pump, so let's see if the Reeve can take full advantage of that heavy-hitting Water-type charge attack.
Aukline Chen, as of course, he wants to make a statement for himself, and he already has. Round 1, I believe he already knocked Emmy Weedle down to the lower side of the bracket. He was able to get that Carbink on the Wigglytuff a couple of times, I heard. And that's where it all begins, right? You have to take down that top seeder bracket, and another top seeder bracket coming right up here in the Reeve. Group A, winners round 3. It looks like our players are locked in. Let's take a look at what they have for us.
Let's kick things off. We do see the Guzzlord against the Shadow Sizzle. With 2 shields up, the Shadow Sizzle can lean mostly into the Bullet Punch pressure, and the Night Slashes and the Trailblazers, they will be resisted. They might not draw a shield, but they might threaten a 2-shield scenario knockout in the favor of the Shadow Sizzle. This first Brutal Swing, it is going to go unshielded by the Reeve.
And that's just awesome, right? We landed that Brutal Swing, and we can pivot immediately into Corviknight. It looks like he's not going to be punished for this because there's no Unova Stunfisk on the side of the Reeve 18.
And I quite like this. It's almost an ABA style. 2 Pokemon weak to the Guzzlord, 1 in the lead, 1 in the back. Galarian Corsair now able to avoid the Guzzlord, but it takes a massive amount of damage from that super effective Payback.
I love just tossing in the Corsola here, right? Because we're aware that that Guzzlord is still lurking in the back, and if we like commit shields to this Corsola here, it may be a little bit difficult to get that Guzzlord down in the end game because we won't have the shields for the Azumarill.
Now Air Cutter coming through. Arklin Chen didn't go quite up to the next payback. The Reeve doesn't need to shield. He will reach another attack on this Galarian Corsola. Air Cutter does get that boost. It's a 33% chance that it will raise the attack of the Corviknight. Arklin Chen, will he want to rely on that? Will a shield go up? No, he's going to let this Corviknight go.
Recognize that Guzzlord, if it can farm down here, it's really awkward for the Azumarill, right? Because we can actually get to these Sludge Bombs quicker. I would love to see a Sludge Bomb being thrown here and then a pivot maybe into that Gastrodon, because there's no play rough. And if you can shield a Hydro Pump, you're in a pretty good spot.
And let's remember that the Reeve aggressively swapped in this Azumarill, so once this Sludge Bomb draws the shield, the Arklin Chen is able to go into the Gastrodon, and the Reeve is switch locked. Gastrodon can put on a lot of pressure, but let's remember, the Reeve has a Hydro Pump.
Through 2 shields, are we going to land it? This could be a huge pivot in this point of the game, but it gets shielded, and now Gastrodon is looking to mud slap through this Azumarill. As long as it can get it into 1 Sludge Bomb range, I think the Guzzlord can actually finish off this game.
And that is a massive amount of damage that Arklin Chen is able to shield from this Azumarill, but the Water Pulse would be resisted from Azumarill, and so now the Galarian Corsola comes back in, but the Reeve basically just gives this Gastrodon extra farm down. I don't think the Galarian Corsola got a ton of value, and now Shadow Sizzle is going to come in to try and draw the last shield from the Gastrodon. Perhaps now Azumarill will try and lean over into that Hydro Pump, but Gastrodon just has a ton of energy, and Body Slam after Body Slam will now start to come through.
Good no shield here because, of course, you know that the only thing you're scared of here is the Sludge Bomb from the Guzzlord. So maybe if there's a way you can get more attacks on the Azumarill here, get a little bit more energy, you may be able to Ice Beam the Guzzlord, but I think it's still too healthy.
Well, the Reeve is in a pretty good position here because the Guzzlord is only on half health at this point, and so Ice Beam, once it's reached, should be enough to threaten a knockout. I think the Reeve might have played this really, really well.
Oh, we don't go for the Sludge Bomb because there's still a shield, but we go for this Brutal Swing. If there's a way that this Guzzlord can hang onto this Ice Beam, maybe that Sludge Bomb will be reached in time.
Let's remember, Ice Beam is non-stab. It's an Ice-type attack, but Azumarill's not an Ice-type Pokemon. However, it is super effective against the Dragon typing of Guzzlord, and it looks like it will be enough to threaten a knockout. There it lands! Down goes Guzzlord, and the Reeve takes game number 1.
Against all odds, staring that Guzzlord down with the Scissor, had to take the Brutal Swing, which is not a really ideal situation since Scissor always relies on having shields and just being able to bullet punch through things, but saving that Trailblaze was the key there. Grabbing that shield from the Gastrodon and then being able to pivot into the Azumarill to sweep things up with that Hydro Pump.
It became a little bit questionable in that mid-game when we saw the Galarian Corsola come in. That just gave that Gastrodon extra farm. I wonder if that was intentional or if the Reeve wanted to go into the Sizzle to draw away the second shield from the Gastrodon. In the endgame, again, it looked like Azumarill's bulk meant that it just did not matter.
It's pretty interesting, right? Because that Scissor lead, no shielding that was the key there because he understood that the Azumarill with the shield could power through a lot of this team. If you look at it, Corviknight is not as good into it as it would have usually been because Hydro Pump is such a hard-hitting neutral attack. Same for Carbink. Usually it wins all shield scenarios against the Azumarill very comfortably despite the bubble damage, but with Hydro Pump, it's not so comfortable. I think if you're Alkaline Chen, you definitely continue to lean on this Guzzlord.
I think you have to.
You have to. If you swap Guzzlord, Azumarill can't necessarily come into it. So
it's your most flexible pick. You don't go down from full health to 1 Ice Beam. There's no play rough available. So the only matchup that the Reeve disbenefits from by dropping play rough is that Guzzlord matchup. So Arklin Chen, I completely agree, should lean on it a little bit more. I wonder if he perhaps shouldn't use it in the lead because we saw there that Sizzle was actually able to get some good damage into it while shields were up.
With those bullet punches, it may not seem super significant in the start, but in the end game, it was what allowed it to be in the range of the Ice Beam. If we're swapping Guzzlord, it's really, really difficult to justify bringing Azumarill into that, even though it's theoretically a good matchup. Let's take a look at what happens here, though.
Yeah, the players are locked in. We are ready to go. We do see Guzzlord against that Azumarill on paper. That is a great lead for the Reeve, but let's see if Arklin Chen agrees. He's actually going to stay in because the pacing to the attacks is the same. Ice Beam and Sludge Bomb reached at the same time. The Reeve wasting no time going for it immediately, and Arklin Chen isn't even going to shield it.
The beauty here is we have the Corviknight in the back, actually, and there's no Unova Stunfisk from the side of the Reeve. That means we can just throw off the Sludge Bomb and make a pivot. Maybe we even try to catch this Ice Beam.
do you go for 2 Sludge Bombs first, or do you try and go for this catch now?
Definitely. We are pacing to this next one before the Ice Beam, so we should just get this Sludge Bomb off here and then think about how we're going to pivot for the rest of this game. With the Reef, basically without the Scissor here, there's not a lot of fast attack pressure into the Guzzlord, which means that this 20% Guzzlord is going to be a huge issue right into the Corviknight, and we see the same problem as we did in Game 1. There's no response.
A really, really nice play from Arcling Chen, following your instructions word for word, shielding up this heavy-hitting Hydro Pump, and now a Clodsire comes into a Steel Flying-type Corviknight. That means the Poison Stings are double resisted, and you're getting a shield from an Air Cutter bait. Will you also boost? Not this time, but I think Arcling Chen is in a fantastic position in the mid-game.
Not too bad here, but something to note, actually Clodsire wins in the zero shield scenario against Corviknight, because without the boosts, you can't really take it down as effectively as 3 Stone Edges can knock you out. Here's the issue though, there's a Gastrodon in the back and aligned to a Furret. That might be the problem for Arcling Chen here, but he makes the catch.
That is a great catch from Arcling Chen. He got all the value he wanted out of that Guzzlord, a huge amount of damage onto that Azumarill, and now sponging the energy from this Clodsire. It goes down, and Gastrodon comes in. It is going to be met by this Furret, and one shield is available to either player, and Furret has an opportunity to land a Trailblaze, double super effective. Arcling Chen only goes up to a Body Slam. It doesn't take or threaten the shield from the Reef.
I wonder if the read here is that we're trying to land 2 Body Slams, and we can just no-shield this now because we've already landed some damage? Maybe, but it's a Swift bait. If that was the plan, then he no-shields this. It could be a great spot.
Oh, he does shield the Swift bait. If he can get another Body Slam off, he could threaten a shield from the Reeve. Is the Reeve going to put it up? Because then Arcling Chen could go straight back into the Corviknight to sponge some damage.
Yeah, but now there's the payback on the Corviknight. We can just pivot right in and throw this payback off, but we're going to do it a little bit late, letting that Swift come off first. Is this a huge problem, though? Still, I think the Corviknight's in a pretty good spot. A lot of health left, and it's very awkward for any of the Pokemon on the Reef side to deal with it. Air Cutter comes through, though, may give him a little bit of farm on that back end.
Well, now that Swift has landed, I wonder if the Corviknight's in range, potentially, of Poison Stings and a Stone Edge from this Clodsire, and there's still no boost yet from this Corviknight, so Arcling Chen is he's not going to take the risk again, he's going to go straight for these paybacks.
No energy on the side of Furret or Azumarill, though. I wonder if this is a ramp for that Gastrodon in the back. It's still so healthy, even if you do... Oh, I think that was charge attack priority.
I don't know. Did the Reef press the Stone Edge in time? I think he might be able to farm up a tiny bit more.
Let's see. I wonder if throwing this is... Oh, we can go straight to the Gastrodon. It's going to take this Earthquake, but how are you going to get this Gastrodon down? We have a Furret with about 1 HP, and then we still have to address that Corviknight in the back. This was an excellent swap. Just slightly misaligning the timers was perfect, because now you can just throw a Body Slam into whatever comes in and then farm down the other side.
Arcling Chen is playing this brilliantly, so unconventionally, but it looks like it might just be working. Body Slam now takes out this Furret, and Azumarill has so much on its shoulders left to do. It needs to try and bubble down the Gastrodon, but Mud Slap is just a better attack, and it will take down the Azumarill first. Arcling Chen levels the score 1 game each.
He's already taken down M.E. Weedle. Who's next? The Reeve 18 has to be a little concerned here. Both games hasn't brought much of a response to that Corviknight. I wonder if the thought is our Azumarill's pretty good against it. And while I definitely believe that Azumarill is good against the Corviknight, just having harder hitting attacks, we need the Azumarill for the Guzzlord. So maybe our Azumarill's a little overloaded and we need to incorporate the Unova and Sunfisk.
I think that's a great point, and these players will need to think now. They've seen the sides of their opponent twice, 1 game apiece, and everything to play for in the final game of this winners round 3. This is a best of 3 format, so the winner will proceed on the winner's side of the bracket here in Group A. The loser will drop down to the loser's side, and it's been very interesting to see that the Reeve was nodding his head when the Azumarill led into the Guzzlord, but actually the Guzzlord seemed to get so much value in that matchup. That is the flexibility with the Dragon Tail Sludge Bomb combination, with Dragon Tail now generating far more energy than it used to. It actually outpaced the Azumarill with the Ice Beam, and then Corviknight, such a great sponge.
I wonder if he needs to pivot to that Guzzlord as a swap here. Maybe you lead that Corviknight, right? Because if you lead Corviknight, your worst case is the Unovan Stunfisk. And then you go to Guzzlord, prompting a response of an Azumarill, and then you can kind of decide whether you want to switch from there and just progress as that mid game where you just land 2 Sludge Bombs against the Azumarill and make life very difficult for your opponent. So far though, no Carbink, which is one of his favorite Pokemon. I wonder if that's like a read the opponent has to make. Is that Carbink going to come? Do we bring that Scissor? Because Scissor is also overloaded because we kind of need it for the Guzzlord, but we kind of need it for other things too. There could be that Credilli, there could be that Carving as well.
Well, I wonder if Carving's a little bit tricky. You've obviously got a Clodsire on the side of your opponent. The Azumarill running Hydro Pump gives it a much more advantageous matchup between those two. And then Furret is also able to throw Trailblazers, so Carving perhaps doesn't have the flexibility that it might otherwise have had. These players will be playing as flexibly as possible. They look ready for game number 3. And finally, Arklin Chen gets the lead he's been hunting for. Guzzlord up against Corsola. The Reeve instantly safe swapping into the Azumarill, but this gives Arklin Chen the opportunity to Sludge Bomb and then dip.
We just Sludge Bomb here and we go to Corviknight, and this is kind of this is the best case scenario for Arklin Chen. We've caught the opponent ABA weak to Guzzlord, and I wouldn't even say Azumarill is the B counter, because we're going to get a Corviknight here. We can guarantee that it's not on the Unova Stunfisk, and from this point on...
Would you shield this?
I think you always shield this because you know your Corviknight's been so instrumental in the last couple games, and even though there's Unova Stunfisk in the back, paybacks still hurt when they are boosted by the Air Cutter, which let's see if he can get that 30% chance right now.
And do you know what we've seen? We've seen 3 Hydro Pumps thrown by the Azumarill, and all 3 have gone shielded. That is a massive amount of energy lost to a shield from the side of the Reeve. He's going to aggressively swap into this Galarian Corsola, and Arklin Chen's actually going to go for another Air Cutter bait. He really wants to get that boost. If he does get that boost, Payback would do a massive amount of damage, but still no boost coming through, and now the Reeve is instantly leaning into the Nightshade. They actually throw on charge attack priority. Payback will do a massive chunk of damage to the Ghost type Corsola.
I wonder if this is the best case for the Reeve, because as these clocks get more and more misaligned, it's going to give you a little bit more options to play around that Guzzlord. Maybe we can catch a Brutal Swing on the Azumarill after being into the Scissor matchup, or we can do it the other way around and catch Sludge Bomb on the Scissor. Let's see though, it's going to be that Guzzlord. It's going to farm this Corsola all the way down. We're going to take a Power Gem, but still, we have to answer the question, how do you knock out a 30% HP Guzzlord?
The Reeve is in a tricky position here because that Guzzlord is so loaded with Brutal Swings available to throw against the Shadow Sizzle, with Sludge Bombs available to throw against the Azumarill, and now the first Brutal Swing comes through. It does draw the shield from Shadow Sizzle.
This can make 2 more Brutal Swings before the Night Slash. It's going to come down to a catch on that Azumarill. I love what he's doing here. Basically, his only lose condition at this point is for the Azumarill to catch a Brutal Swing. Guaranteeing this shield here, and then knowing his gas shot on the back is going to be safe with that 1 shield. I love these plays from Arklin Chen. This 3rd Brutal Swing is going to land on that Shadow Scissor. We saw in that first matchup, it didn't do a whole lot of damage, but maybe this is too little, too late. Gastrodon going to come in and Mud Slap all the way down.
That is superbly played from Arklin Chen, using non-optimal timing for the 2nd Brutal Swing, because that's the less likely one to get caught, using optimal timing for the final one, setting up the Gastrodon, now going for that Mud Slap through. Hydro Pump is reached, but it's charge attack priority, and Gastrodon will win it.
This game was won as soon as he recognized he just needed to throw that Brutal Swing and completely forgo any kind of timing, right? If the Azumarill catches, we may lose the game. Otherwise, we're safe. Every single time, 1, 2, 3 Brutal Swings, game 3, taking Arklin Chen to winners round 4. This could be his best tournament yet. I'm so excited to see where it goes.
The Reeve saves himself all but 1.5 seconds. It won't save him on the winner side of the bracket. Arklin Chen progresses 2 games to 1. A superb performance. Eric, you were almost bubbling in your seat at some of the plays there. That was really very incredible.
I think some of those shield calls were just so incredible. You mentioned through the mid game that 3 Hydro Pumps got shielded from the Corviknight, from the Azumarill. I think that was pivotal in every single game. If we shield an Ice Beam, we may lose every single one of those games, but shielding the Hydro Pumps pretty much won us every single game.
And is that why perhaps people aren't leaning into Hydro Pump generally with an Azumarill? It's just a lot of damage to potentially waste.
But I wonder if that's more mental, right? Because if we know our opponent knows we have Hydro Pump, we may be able to grab more shields with Ice Beam. It kind of depends on how these players want to play it, but it's all mind games when it comes to those bait calls. He's already thrown 2 Hydro Pumps and both of them gone shielded. That almost implies that the 3rd one could be a bait, because maybe the Reeve is picking up on those patterns, but maybe they're just both trying to outread each other, and at the end of the day, Arklin Chen came out on top. Honestly, the Reeve put up a fantastic game there. It was just really tough against the Guzzlord at the end of the day.
Well, how did you feel about that Guzzlord pick? Because it seemed to have so much flexibility.
Fantastic, right? Because when a Azumarill can't swap into your Guzzlord, that is a pretty bad situation. And just looking at these overall team comps, right? There's a lot of ways where Guzzlord can kind of dictate the switch advantage every single game. And Auckland Chen could make those smart reads because, okay, if we have Corviknight and Gastron and we identify that our opponent has Unova and Stunfisk, we use Guzzlord to get the switch advantage. Otherwise, we don't need it.
I think one of the points that you made that was really telling was when the Reeve went for that ABA strategy, a Pokemon that is weak in the front and weak in the back to one of your opponent's Pokemon. But as you said, Azumarill didn't even really operate as the B. It wasn't even a Guzzlord counter in this matchup because the Guzzlord's flexibility with that Sludge Bomb just gave Auckland Chen such an advantage in the match.
It's so interesting that Azumarill was the Reeve's best pick and Guzzlord was Auckland Chen's best pick, and it still came out on top. This is kind of the key with the Dragon Tail rework. It makes dragons just so much more flexible and reliant on their charge attacks rather than those fast attacks. Before, Guzzlord was kind of a tap, tap, tap. We Dragon Tail, crunch debuff, and just Dragon Tail down the entire opponent. It feels like Guzzlord is so flexible right now and gives us so many options with that Sludge Bomb Brutal Swing coverage.
And one of the other reasons that I really like Guzzlord in this meta is that we're seeing so much Furret, we're seeing so much Shadow Sizzle, and Guzzlord's Dark and Dragon typing, it is able to resist all of the charge attacks from both of those Pokemon as well. So not only could it be an aggressive pick, it is also able to be a real defensive option too.
We've also noticed how dragons like Altaria have been used to kind of counteract Florges even, because resisting Chilling Water and Trailblaze is just such a huge bonus. Guzzlord, on the other hand, is not even too bad in the Florges. We know Sludge Bomb does a huge amount of damage against Florges, which isn't very, very bulky, and obviously Chilling Water, Trailblaze, not a huge problem for Guzzlord.
Guzzlord could be one to watch going forwards, but there are two more players that are ready to put their mark on this tournament. On the left side of the screen, you can see Asprashelto. We have a Raging Taz on the right side of the screen. Now, these players are friends. They compete together. They have competed in locals together. And I believe they have actually played against each other already last week with these teams. So it's going to be a real test for them, a challenge as to who can come out on top when it really matters.
Honestly, I think that's one of the most exciting things is playing against your friends, playing against locals, because you've played against them a lot of times, and when you're actually on that big stage, it feels like a lot of mind games. I feel like there's more mind games than anything. You know that they know what you know.
Now, I'm just having a look at how Asprashelto's got on recently, because I remember once upon a time in Grassroots, this was one of the top players in the format. And I think that he has got a medal before in Warsaw back in the day, actually back in a tournament that I competed a long, long time ago in Poland.
How did you do that one?
I came second in that one. I didn't quite get gold. I don't have a gold medal or a gold trophy like you, Eric. But Asprashelto is a player that is very, very good, but hasn't quite had the success in the Play Pokemon circuit. Raging Taz is a player that is going to try and be a thorn in his side. They might be friends, but this is everything to play for here in the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
He's actually running one of your favorites, the King Gambit, in the Great League meta. What do you think about that?
I really, really like King Gambit. It's such an interesting Pokemon with Dark and Steel typing. Not a popular Pokemon because it doesn't necessarily have the bulk in the Great League format. It does have some resistances that are really helpful, but also some weaknesses that can hold it back. But there is no fighter on the side of Asprashelto, so the double weakness to fighting type damage is not a risk for Raging Taz. Can the King Gambit take advantage? It resist Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, it resists Metal Sound from the Empoleon, it resists both the Swift and the Icy Wind from the Wigglytuff, it resists the entire moveset from Venusaur, it resists Dragon Breath and Sky Attack from Altaria, and then Unova and Stunfisk is probably the one matchup that it definitely doesn't want to see.
I wonder if you play into that and understand that maybe we just go after the Unova and Stunfisk and we bring something like the Cradily. Of course, Empoleon's going to be a little bit of a risk. Venusaur, I'm not really sure how that plays out, but I'd love to see how Venusaur can do, honestly. That's one of my favorite Pokemon in this meta.
I wonder if you bring your own Unova and Stunfisk, knowing that the Venusaur is quite threatened by King Gambit, Altaria, and Corviknight.
Yeah,
Venusaur could be tricky for Asprashelto to bring, which makes Unova and Stunfisk a little bit easier.
That's right. Wigglytuff, though, is going to be a menace because your Steel type, Corviknight, is not too fantastic in the Zero Shield scenario, and Kingambit, obviously, it's neutral. With the charms, lead is going to be actually Wigglytuff into the Altaria. Fantastic start for Aspercelto.
Yeah, this is a great lead for the Fairy and normal type Wigglytuff. It is running Charm, so Altaria is going to get out of there. The Univan Stunfisk comes through. Raging Taz clearly willing to use it as a safe swap, knowing that Venusaur is unlikely on the side of Aspercelto. And so Mud Bomb is now going to be reached first as Wigglytuff stays in, perhaps leaning into that Icy Wind before it dips.
I love that call you made, right? That he's going to bring the Univan Stunfisk because you know the Venusaur is not super likely. Because of that, he was more willing to play a risky lead in Altaria and just swap the Univan Stunfisk as kind of a crush because, again, what do you really do here? You can't swap to Empoleon or Feraligatr. This is obviously going to free them up in the back, but it's going to mean that Raging Taz doesn't have his Altaria aligned with that Wigglytuff.
Now, Aspercelto, he's not going to bring either of his Water-type Pokemon into the Univan Stunfisk. He's going to lean on the Wigglytuff. And in the Zero Shield scenario, especially with that head start, Wigglytuff looks like it is in a great position to take out this Univan Stunfisk. Raging Taz is going to let it go. And now Altaria is in a position where it can avoid a Wigglytuff. Cradley will come in here, but it looks like Aspercelto's...
It would be one turn behind.
He's going to try and instantly swap into this Feraligatr.
Oh! And now this is not great because we're not only misaligning ourselves by putting the Cradley away from the Empoleon, but now our Feraligatr is forced to go for Hydro Cannons.
Hydro Cannon coming in, it will win Charge Attack priority. It isn't super effective. It's great against the Rock typing of Cradily, but resisted by the Grass typing. That means it does neutral damage. Raging Taz no shields it and is now going to go for this Rock Tomb. It's gone unshielded by Aspercelto. He recognizes that it was unlikely to be a Grass Knot, and so Feraligatr holds on. Both players retain both of their shields.
I love that. It was a good attempt at a catch, but Aspercelto so patient. We go for the Hydro Cannon bait. I wonder if this is necessary because we can't actually get to another Ice Beam.
But do you just preserve your Hydro Cannon going back into Empoleon?
I think we can get into the Empoleon here, but with 2 shields advantage, I think the Empoleon can clean this game up. We have a Hydro Cannon load on that Feraligatr, and the Wigglytuff is obviously still has a little bit of HP left, so it could be awkward for the Altaria to deal with in the end game if any swaps occur here. Of course, Dropek not going to do a ton of damage. That was actually a charge attack priority, yes. So this Flamethrower is going to need to be shielded. At the same time, I wonder if we need to go for Sky Attacks here to get any advantage that we can.
Yeah, Altaria now with access to Flamethrower doing neutral damage against the Empoleon, draws a shield from Aspercelto. Aspercelto paces so quickly to those Drill Pecks. This one would potentially threaten a knockout, so Raging Taz is going to put up his shield.
Drill Peck comes down, but the Empoleon is now dry on energy. If we can land this Flamethrower and do a couple more Dragon Breaths, I wonder if we can take it out with that Grass Knot, but a nice no-shield call here, understanding that that Cradily has a Grass Knot loaded, and it's going to do a little bit more damage than this Flamethrower here. Can we reach a Sky Attack? This is where it would have been critical to bait earlier.
And now it's on Charge Attack priority, and this is going to be tricky because Acid is double resisted by the Empoleon, which means that it probably won't go down to 5 Acids from this Cradily. Empoleon can just stay in and likely reach an attack, so Raging Taz recognizes that he is going to... There's no point throwing an attack here. He's going to lose this game, number 1. Aspercelto taking advantage in this winner's round 2.
Empoleon just seems so strong there. Raging Taz couldn't really afford to bring, I guess, yeah, you know, Stunfisk had to be swapped into that Wigglytuff, and after it was neutralized, we couldn't really bring anything into that Empoleon.
But you make a really good point that when both shields were up, if Raging Taz had gone for a Sky Attack bait, he would have been able to reach that final Sky Attack just before the Empoleon would have reached a Drill Peck. So that's definitely something that Raging Taz can consider as he prepares for game number 2, but the advantage on the side of Aspercelto. He leads this series 1-0.
Something interesting about that Altaria Empoleon matchup is in the 2-shield scenario, you kind of just go straight Sky Attack, because you're going to need 2 attacks to knock out regardless. You can't really Dragon Breath and Flamethrower that Empoleon down, so you might as well just knock out with 2 Sky Attacks and the Dragon Breaths. However, I think this is starting to beg for a Venusaur pick from Aspercelto. We ran a line last game, which Altaria, of course, is very dominant against Venusaur, but the flexibility that Unova Stunfisk has may be something that Aspercelto wants to punish in this next game.
So if you were to try and construct a line with Venusaur, what kind of thing would you consider?
So if we need to bring the Wigglytuff with the Venusaur, of course. I think we just swap the Wigglytuff, honestly. We play something risky.
And you just play, you play fine into Corviknight.
Yeah.
I get Wigglytuff's actually fine into Corviknight.
And the Kingambit as well. It's no problem. And if a Corviknight's counter-swapping a Wigglytuff, we're not too concerned about that. At the same time, I don't think Corviknight's that great of a bring because it's just not as good as the Altaria in this matchup and gives us it gives us less outs against something like the Unova Stunfisk, for example.
And if you're Raging Taz, how do you approach this next game? You know you want to still bring the Unova Stunfisk. Altaria didn't work out for you. Could you make an adjustment to that Pokemon?
We swapped it pretty shamelessly the other game, the Unova Stunfisk. So I wonder if we kind of just maybe we don't do that again, because it may be obvious to Oscar Shelto that this is the strategy that he wants to take. Risky lead with Unova something as the bat.
The players look locked in. We actually see that Venusaur in the lead, so there's definitely not going to be a Unova Stunfisk safe swap for Raging Taz. He leads a Galarian Corsola. This isn't a matchup that we see a ton of in the Great League format, but Frenzy Plant is such a brilliant attack for Venusaur. It will do a lot of damage if it lands, and I wonder if in a two-shield scenario, Venusaur can come out on top here.
I honestly think that's possible, and if that happens, how do you actually deal with this Venusaur on the back end? Cradily will have a very awkward asset. Oh, he actually goes for the no-shield here. Maybe trying to grab this shield advantage. I like this play as well. Goes into the Feraligatr. This is amazing because as your Raging Taz, it's very hard to make this counter swap. You throw off this Nightshade, kind of revealing that you don't have a superior answer in the back. That means no King Gambit is going to be available here.
But now you need to come in with your Unova Stunfisk, right?
Absolutely. We can tank this Hydro Cannon no problem and throw this Mud Bomb off right before this next one, as this is charge attack priority. I love this play by Raging Taz, as we're guaranteeing that Oscar Shelto can't get off that second Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon coming through, super effective, does a massive amount of damage to the Unova Stunfisk. Charge attack priority, as you mentioned, Discharge or Mud Bomb here would be enough to take out the Feraligatr, so a shield goes up for Aspercielto.
I think we're going to try to throw this Hydro Cannon off, and then our timer will be up. We may be able to go back into that Venusaur and then get some Vine Whips in.
Yeah, timer on the side of Aspercielto will expire first, so Venusaur can come in, but the Unova Stunfisk goes down, and now look at this matchup for this Empoleon. Steel, super effective against the rock typing of Cradily. Hydro Cannon will do neutral damage because of that rock typing as well, so a shield goes up immediately for Raging Taz.
This is where staying in against that Feraligatr and throwing the Nightshade is going to cost Raging Taz, right? Because now you only got rid of the Switch Clock, and you can go into Corsola now, but it may be too little too late. The Empoleon's way too far ahead on energy, and it's just going to Metal Sound this Corsola all the way down. We can't get to the Nightshade, and I think that's going to be it.
That is punishing for Raging Taz, and Aspercielto's taking full advantage of this Empoleon. We've seen it before in this tournament already, and now it is really shining here. That incredible farm down against the Galarian Corsola. Hydro Cannon lands. Here comes the second one. Raging Taz probably knows that there's not a lot he can do. He's not even going to shield it. Hydro Cannon takes Aspercielto through this winners round 2.
Venusaur was such an incredible bring there, because against Corsola, tanking that Nightshade is really fantastic, as when we guarantee the shield advantage, the Empoleon Feraligatr can kind of run wild in the back. As that Unova Stunfisk is completely overloaded, there's no actual way to deal with both of those. Cradily, of course, getting stuck on the Empoleon, not what Raging Taz was looking for. And Aspercielto is going to be looking to try to make his mark in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. It's been a while since he was able to get one of those coveted medals, but he's well on his way to getting one in this tournament.
Now, those were two real friends. They have played against each other so many times. I'm curious to know how those matches got on behind the scenes, but where it matters, Aspercielto comes out on top in dominating fashion as well. That Empoleon really, really shining. And I don't think we see a lot two starter type Pokemons of the same type, right? We saw Feraligatr and Empoleon there. That's not something that I can recall seeing a ton of in the Play Pokemon Championship Series.
It's so interesting, right? Because they feel so similar, but they have such different roles. Empoleon honestly functions as a steel type, where Feraligatr is definitely like more of a water ice type, and it's going to be a lot better into things like Altaria, where that Ice Beam is just so much more threatening, and Altaria can't really counter swap into a Feraligatr, whereas an Empoleon, it can comfortably still counter swap just with the bulk that it has. Two Hydro Cannon users, it's not a strategy that's super common, but we've seen it before. I remember in, I think it was Brisbane or Melbourne last year, Yetaruna brought something along those lines, had Swampert and Feraligatr. So definitely these water types with Hydro Cannon have such different functions. Feraligatr is always the main water one, but with different typings and coverages from those other Pokemon, they feel like they even core well together.
I think the water type starters in general are just really great options. Hydro Cannon, such a brilliant attack that's available to them. I brought Greninja to my last event. That was one of my favorites. Are there any other water type starters that you could see having play in the Championship Series?
Feraligatr, Empoleon, we've already seen those. Swampert, I think a couple players are running Shadow Swampert today. I'm not going to reveal anything.
I think we're going to see a couple potentially.
Shadow Swampert is probably the least prevalent of all of these right now.
Yeah, Blastoise is, we've seen it
Blastoise
before.
is quite common.
Greninja here and there. We've seen it a little bit over the years almost as a core breaker, but Swampert, it's been a while since Swampert really shone, so I'd love to see it perform this weekend.
I think, honestly, all the water stars are really fantastic. I feel like we're begging even for Quaquaval to be used with that Hydro Cannon and Wing Attack, I believe. I think it has Aqua Jet, Close Combat.
I think it has Aqua Step as well. Is that right?
Aqua Step.
Maybe I'm making that up. I think it had like a unique attack or something like that. I haven't used it.
Let us know in the chat. We honestly haven't tried that Pokemon.
What is the Quaquaval moveset? I have no idea.
You know, even better, share with us on Twitter what your Quaquaval moveset is. What are you using alongside Hydro Cannon? I think that's the only move we know it has.
We've seen a lot of Hydro Cannon on the side of Asproshelto. Let's hear a little bit more about how he feels after that brilliant victory.
Thanks, guys. Indeed, I'm joined by the winner of their first round, Asproshelto. How are you feeling?
Oh, thank you. I'm very proud of my match, and I feel very excited to be here.
Now, you played versus Raging Taz, who is a friend of yours. Last weekend, you played how many locals?
7 in a row.
7. What goes through your head when you open the bracket and you see you're playing versus Taz first round?
No, we are in the same room for the hotel, and maybe we are expecting to be matched today because we knew we were both in the same group. But at the first match and on stream, that was unexpected, and maybe I don't know if this was positive or negative.
Well, in these locals last week, did you play against each other a lot?
Yes, of course.
Who won more?
Not every. I think half and half.
Right, that's good. I mean, this was a convincing victory 2-0. You brought your Venusaur to this tournament, which is a Pokemon we haven't seen in quite the time. Why did you choose to bring Venusaur?
Because, so first of all, me and Taz were building a team together, and we start both from King Gambit. So I think you also King Gambit in the team of Raging Taz. But at the end, I choose to move to Empoleon as a steel Pokemon, and so I had to put something for Ufisk, sorry. And also my team was overall a little bit weak against Wigglytuff because I have Altaria, Feraligatr, and more. So Venusaur was filling that slot very good.
And in practice, how did it go? Did you win many matchups with it?
Yeah, I was using a lot, more than what I was expecting from it.
Venusaur and Bulbasaur, the GOAT first partner Pokemon. Absolute best in my opinion. Now, you are of course a veteran of the Play Pokémon Championship series. What are your goals for this season?
I hope to qualify for the World. Sadly, this is my first regional this year, but I hope to do even more during the second part of the season.
Well, you're doing a good job so far. First round, won and done. Is there anyone in your bracket you're afraid to play against?
Maybe my next opponent might be another friend of mine, that is Alejandro Di Loreto. I don't know. I am a little bit afraid of him.
All right, understandably so. Great players all around the tournament. Asproshelto, thank you so much. Good luck and congratulations on your first round win. And we're kicking it back to the casters for more action.
Congratulations again to Asproshelto on that convincing victory, but the results are in. We have worked out what Quaquaval actually has, and it turns out we're both right. It has both Aqua Jet and Aqua Step, but Hydro Cannon is just the better water charge attack, so that's the one you want to go for, and then also Close Combat as a fighting type option. So you heard it here first.
Well, I don't think it'll be Aqua stepping its way into the meta anytime soon. Unfortunately, all those other water stars are just so vastly superior. And honestly, when you think about it, every single one of them is viable to some extent, and I love that.
I think someone at home You've heard what Eric said, and I think someone now needs to bring Quackquaval to a regional championship, and I will support you from the very, very beginning. But look at these players. These are titans of the game, players that we have known for years and years. They have no interest in Quackquaval. They are here for glory. Tonton on the left, Zephy Mastix on the right. Now, Tonton, he is probably one of the greats of this game.
Yeah, we saw in the recap video earlier of the European International Championships where he took down Nezabethan in those finals and took it down with the Shadow Charizard, Shadow Dragonair, one of his signature Pokemon, and I'd love to see more from him today. 2 World's Top 16s, that's incredible. The World Championships is obviously the pinnacle of Pokemon Go gameplay. Eric, how have you got on in your World Championships? Hey, thank you so much for asking. First year in Honolulu, we played against Yakai round 1, boom, 0-2. Top 113. Second year, Beelzeboy, round 2, boom, top 49. So whoever plays me this year, so lucky. Congrats on winning Worlds.
Well, Zephy Mastix, he also has some great accolades to his name. Malmo, regional champion there, top 32s at 2 international championships. But both of these players will be looking to make a name for themselves in the 2026 season. It hasn't necessarily been the start to the season that either of these players might want or have expected from themselves, but there is so much more of the season still to play for, and Stuttgart this weekend could make all the difference.
You always have to start somewhere, right? As these trainers here both have some unique picks of their own. Dedenne from the side of Zephy Mastix, maybe Dedenne's like swan song before that parabolic charge.
It's Last Dance.
And honestly, I'm not gonna miss it. But on the other hand, Tonton Battus, kind of the Dragon Master. He's used Dragon Pull at the World Championships. He's used Dragonair to win UIC, and just loves all these kinds of picks. I'm sure he's gonna be elated to see Dedenne slowly moving itself away from the meta.
And that Shadow Dragonair, I believe that was on the team of Tonton Battus when he won the European International Championships. It's now changed the way that it plays. Dragon Breath no longer does the same oppressive damage. It's now energy generating far more quickly, and it has access to a really, really spammy Aqua Tail, and also Wrap, a normal type attack that guarantees a defense drop of the opponent.
It's kind of compensating for the fact that Dragon Breath does less damage now, because with Wrap, we're able to debuff the defense guaranteed of our opponent and get more Dragon Breath damage on them. However, our players, let's see if they actually lock in that Dragonair or that Dedenne from both sides. We are going into game number 1.
Here we go. We've got Tonton Battus on the left, up against Zephy Mastix on the right. We see a Corviknight lead. It's up against a shiny Cradilly.
This is actually a pretty neutral matchup, despite Corviknight double resisting these acids. The thing is, the sand attacks just don't do a whole lot, even though they are neutral. So far, no moves being thrown. That's very interesting to me.
Well, actually, that's quite a lot of damage from those sand attacks on the Cradilly. I wonder quite how much damage they're doing. They're going to do definitely less now that this Rock Tomb lands. But both Pokemon are out in the on the side of Tonton Battus for the Shadow Dragonair now coming through, but not throwing an attack before a Rock Tomb comes through.
I like the recognition here, right? Because our Dragonair energy is kind of good into everything. We don't feel super pressured to throw here because whatever comes in now, we're still spamming away these moves, and it's just kind of neutral. There's no hard check for the Dragonair. Even the Dedenne wouldn't be super comfortable behind that amount of energy. Rat comes down, and it's now going to level the playing field, right? Because we are 1-stage attack debuffed, and now that they're 1-stage defense debuffed, it kind of negates each other.
Now, I'm almost learning here as to how Tonton Battus is playing in the Shadow Dragonair matchup against this Gastrodon. Actually going for double wrap. Is he going to shield this Body Slam and continue to put pressure with the Shadow Dragonair? He's going to let this go. Body Slam will be enough to knock out the Dragon-type Pokemon.
I just realized this team is so weak to Shadow Scissor. As soon as this Gastrodon is out of the way, it can kind of just be free in the back, right?
Shadow Scissor looks like it's in a great position, but let's remember that Tonton Battus only has 1 shield available, and so Zephy Mastix is going to go into his Clodsire. Stone Edge might not be enough to knock out, so will Zephy Mastix have to lean for an Earthquake? Trailblaze coming through. Zephy Mastix puts up his first shield.
Love this shield here, because if we let this Trailblaze go, we're going to end up shielding a Night Slash at some point, and we don't love that as the Clodsire. Tonton, it's his turn to make those calls. We might need to make a no shield here. No. Goes for that shield. This is just saying, okay, we're going to get this second charge attack off no matter what.
You see him writing down the energy there. Tauntaun's trying to keep exact track of what the energy is, because let's remember that Tauntaun also has that Corviknight available in the back, and it had a ton of energy loaded, so he might look to snipe this Quagsire, to come in aggressively with the Corviknight and throw energy to try and take it down.
Timer's up! Do we make that catch? Does Zephymastic's wait? He goes for the charge attack priority, and it's going to be knocked out. Can this Cradily get to that Rock Tomb?
I think this is now a great position for Tauntaun Battus. Not only is this Shadow Scissor extremely boosted, look at the amount of damage the bullet punches are doing against this Cradily. Zephymastic's knows, and Tauntaun Battus cleanly takes game number 1.
Something so interesting on the side of Zephy is all of his Pokemon have that Best Buddy ribbon. That just shows, like, he is committed to these Pokemon and he understands them all in and out. That is like a level of commitment that we've seen also. It's Axion run, of course, someone who's won 2 internationals and worlds. So
do you Best Buddy your Pokemon?
I wish I had the level of commitment to Best Buddy all 6 of my Pokemon for every tournament, but I have only respect for this.
I mean, half the time I'm locking my team in a few hours before the deadline. I wouldn't even have time to Best Buddy what I knew I'd be picking for that weekend.
Fareed usually barely has time to know the matchup of his Pokemon. Forget Best Buddying them. Zephymastic, I just love that he has that Dedenne as well. Shiny Cradily, a shiny Gastrodon. It's just so nice to see a trainer who has that special bond with his Pokemon. It's Axion actually has talked about that and how he feels like it's giving him that boost in those battles, the best buddy boost. But for now, it's Tauntaun Battus going to be trying to use that Trailblaze boost to take down his opponent here in Winter Semis.
Yeah, Zephymastic is going to try and rely on his buddies if he wants to best Tauntaun Battus, who has the advantage in this series. It's 1 game to 0. This is a best of 3. That means 1 more win for Tauntaun Battus. We'll see him progress through the winners semi-finals in Group B to the winners finals of his group. That is a massive momentum forward for him if he can get it. Zephymastic will need to win 2 games back to back if he wants to take Tauntaun down.
It's interesting to me that Zephymastic even brought the Cradily, considering how good Scissor is for Tauntaun Battus. I wonder if we start shifting to Galarian Moltres here, because that Unova Stunfisk, we didn't exactly see Tauntaun bring it the other game, and Scissor and Unova Stunfisk is very hard to put together, given that both of those Pokemon are weak to the Gastrodon. So maybe we assume there's no Unova Stunfisk and we bring that Moltres. However, it's going to be Dragonair again, and it's leading into the Cradily.
Now, what does this matchup look like? The Shadow Dragonair can pace so quickly. It might depend on its attack stat as to exactly how much the Dragon Breath damage does, particularly after this Rock Tomb will come in and reduce the attack of this Shadow Dragonair. And again, Tauntaun Battus, he's not interested in throwing his attack prior to the Rock Tomb damage buff. Does that mean he's likely to dip out of this matchup?
And goes into the Scissor. I love this. We're just trying to get ahead on... Oh, he goes into the Dedenne. How come he goes into the Dedenne? Maybe he's making a read on that backline.
That is very, very interesting from Zephymastic. It is a shiny Dedenne, but if he had gone into Gastrodon, he might have been able to 2-shield through the Shadow Scissor. Instead, we can see that Gastrodon is going to go up against the Corviknight in the endgame. So this Dedenne will have to put in a ton of work to try and get an advantage for Zephymastic here.
And actually, you make it to this Parabolic Charge before the Trailblaze, but does Tauntaun make that charge attack priority? He does. This Night Slash is, I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out.
I think it might be. Dedenne's not particularly bulky. It is already in the red. It could be Klee. Yes, there it is. There is the knockout, the resisted
Maybe
Night
it's
Slash.
even better, actually, because the Gastrodon will be able to get this before that Trailblaze is reached. Does Zephymastic know that, though?
I must be counting here. We must know this is a Night Slash. The thing is, this Shadow Scissor is boosted. That still does a massive chunk of damage, and Gastrodon almost down to a 3rd health. What a play from the Shadow Scissor on the side of Tauntaun Battus, but let's remember that Zephymastic has shield advantage here.
Cradily with the shield advantage looks fantastic. We can probably opt to no shield in Aqua Tail here, shield the next one, and if we can get this Dragonair out of the way, is there a chance we can just permanently debuff that Corviknight in the back?
It's going to be close, actually, because this Shadow Dragonair is at another Aqua Tail already, which means you will have to shield this to try and get off the Rock Tomb. You're going to need to shield this to get off the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, so we throw this Rock Tomb immediately. Is it even enough to knock out, though?
Well, I was wondering, would Zephymastic actually allow the Shadow Dragonair to get a little bit extra farm? Because this Corviknight now could potentially farm down this Cradily, but the Rock Tomb isn't quite enough anyway.
So he's 5 away, and Tauntaun is only a couple away from the air cutter, so he will be able to outpace. Oh, actually just goes straight for the farm down, and now Gastrodon is just too little too late, has a good bit of energy, but this payback is going to come through and knock out this shiny best buddy Gastrodon. Tauntaun Battus takes game number 2 in a very convincing fashion.
Really, really well played there from Tauntaun Battus. I loved the way that he farmed up energy on the Shadow Dragonair. He then shielded, preserved that energy, knowing that it would be more useful later. And it's a playstyle that we've actually seen before. I don't know if you remember when Boom was really using Golisopod in a similar way, farming up tons Fury Cutter on the Golisopod, getting as much energy as possible, and then using it later in the end game when it had more value. Tauntaun Battus deploying very similar tactics to great effect here on the winners semi-finals of his group.
It's a great recognition, because as we saw on the team of Zephy Mastix, nothing could resist all the Dragonair attacks. And if we just have those moves in the end game, we start spamming them out, just throwing them all over the place, we are in a fantastic spot. On the other hand, if we throw Aqua Tail into the Cradily and they no-shield it, and they choose to run away with the Rock Tomb, that becomes a lot more awkward for us, in fact, as the Scissor doesn't like to see that Rock Tomb in any part of the game, despite being so dominating into Cradily.
Now, I know Zoe 2 Dots had Dedenne as her selection for this tournament, but it didn't seem to get the work. It didn't seem to get the outcome that it wanted from that matchup. And it was instead Corviknight that yet again is showing to be really flexible as an option. It has gold medals to its name already, and it seems to be performing well as well in Stuttgart here this weekend.
Corviknight Scissor, it is almost an unbreakable core. I say almost because a couple trainers are using Shadow Talonflame today. That's pretty much the only thing you don't want to see. Tauntaun has covered those gaps perfectly. Unova Stunfisk, Shadow Dragonair, even Furt is very dominant into Shadow Talonflame. And with that amount of answers, I think this Scissor and Corviknight core, which is actually something I used in Las Vegas, was so fantastic because whenever my opponent didn't have a Shadow Talonflame, you could just spam those double steal, and it's very hard to respond without a fire type.
And Zephy Mastix, his signature Pokemon, his rank 1 shiny blue Gastrodon, and it's kind of a conspicuous shiny because sometimes you can't really tell. They look so similar, the blue and the shiny blue Gastrodon. We know it's Lou the Pikachu's favorite Pokemon. It didn't quite have the impact that it wanted in that matchup particularly, but I think Gastrodon could have a lot of play across the rest of the meta. It does have that mudslap pressure, and perhaps if the Gastrodon had come into the Scizor instead, that could have played out very differently in the end game.
Had to make the call that there was a Corviknight, there was a Unovan Stunfisk in the back to save the Gastrodon for. However, it was the Corviknight, the star of the show. I'd love to see a little bit more of what Corviknight can actually do. Access to Sand Attack, Air Cutter, and Payback, and of course, that key loss Talonflame that we just brought up. So dominant for Talonflame, being able to ramp up with Flame Charge. Doesn't run Braver anymore, so it's going to just completely tear through the Corviknight and then probably the rest of the team.
And one of the really interesting things about Corviknight is it has so many attacks available to it. Different attacks like Air Cutter and Iron Head that have previously been a little bit more difficult to get. Air Cutter is a Community Day attack, and so it's a really valuable addition to Corviknight's moveset with a 33% chance of boosting Corviknight's attack. Payback, Dark type damage, heavy damage, doing so much against ghost types. We've seen it land against Galarian Corsola, but it also does a lot of neutral damage into matchups like Empoleon, which I think could be a real key matchup this weekend.
Air Cutter is just such a devious bait move because it costs about half of the energy as a payback, and it can boost you. When you shield Air Cutter, honestly, that can end games on the spot, but at the same time, difficult to make those calls. Corviknight having that one-turn Sand Attack, it is super difficult to keep track of the energy and whether your opponent is even out of payback. So one-turn moves are just so rewarding when you can play dynamically, switch in and out with like Dragonair, Corviknight, confuse your opponents, and take advantage of that. Just take advantage of the mechanics of the Pokemon.
And I think Tauntaun Battus is a player that has his one-turn attackers down to a T. So let's hear a little bit more from him. He's in with Matty in the Casters Lounge.
Hello, trainers. We're sitting here with Tauntaun Battus. You won convincingly with a 2-0. How do you feel?
I feel really happy about this win because I got my two previous best of 3 was really hard for me. I could have lost any time. It was really close, and each win it just make you feel better because you're just closer to the win. to win it all. Yeah, I'm happy to make my Shadow Dragonair shine this time on stream.
Yeah, you're known like a spicy trainer that brings like spicy picks like Greninja. We've seen Dragonair before. Why did you pick Shadow Dragonair this event?
For this time, I played Shadow Dragonair a lot on GBL, paired with Corvi Knight. I tried with Wrap. I saw a lot of people playing Body Slam or even Dragon Pulse. I tried Wrap and I saw that I got a lot of breakpoints on the Dragon Breath, which feels like you're playing the old Dragon Breath for damage output, but you still have the new energy gaining, so you can spam or curtail and have the fast move pressure.
Okay. Yeah. And are there any Pokemon specifically you're kind of scared of to see with the team you've built?
I saw an Ape. I was really scared about this one because he can roll on my team or my whole team.
Yeah. So you probably like made like a situation where you can like counter that Annihilate with your team, like around it with the Corvi Knight, I assume?
When I saw the Annihilate on one team, I have the Florge to scare it out. I have Disarming Voice on my Florge. I don't have the Trailblaze because I think it was really useful. I thought that Disarming Voice was really better. Corvi Knight can win Annihilate, it's not that good. You can also damage output with Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Sizer, and you try to counter it around, and or just you hope to don't see anyone.
And you're a very accomplished trainer. You've won many regionals, ICs. Is there anything like specific goals you have this season?
For this season, I really want to win another regional. For this season, I'll try my best to win this one. And for UIC, I hope I can make another day too. My goal will be top 8. If not getting another trophy.
And what are the regionals you're planning on going to?
For the moment, I only have Prague in mind. Maybe Birmingham, but I don't know yet.
Okay, yeah. It's very exciting. Congratulations on the win, was amazing to see. And we're taking it back now to Farid and Eric, to the casters.
What a great story from Tonton Batus, one of the best trainers in Europe. I mean, honestly, the entire world. And I'd be so happy to see him just get to the top 4 again in one of these regionals, because it has been a while.
Tonton is really one of the GOATs. When I started to be part of the Play Pokemon series, he was one of those trainers I looked up to, always bringing those spice picks to the tournament and then also succeeding with it. That was the most impressive part, really. Like, many trainers brought different Pokemon, unusual Pokemon, but he always seemed like he had it all figured out.
Always running something unconventional, and that has always been his key to victory.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I can't pretend to tell you what my team would have done into like Dragapult at the World Championships, or even Shadow Dragonair here.
Seeking. He played Seeking to 2nd place finish in Gdansk, where Patoman got his first regional win. Seeking
his another win, honestly, in a regional championship is going to be both of these players. Withered and Snorlax, both of them have made multiple top 8s, but neither have made a medal.
That's true. Withered, I was going to say both of these are young trainers, but Withered is a really young trainer. He is the prodigy, as we called him back in the day. His first appearance in the Play Pokemon series, immediately a top 8 cut, then eliminated by Uden in that tournament. But now he is back. Struggled a little bit at the beginning of the season, but never gave up. Talked a lot to him. He was very confident that he is going to come back once, and now he's here.
His Feraligatr looks fantastic in the Snorlax team, though. Best answer is probably that Wigglytuff, and honestly, that is not much of an answer. You lose the Zero Shield scenario, so does Steelix, honestly. So I'd be shocked to not see a Feraligatr swap here. You can kind of play around that in the Annihilate. Let's see if he does so. It's going to be a Cradle into the Shadow Altaria.
That's a decent lead for Withered here. The Shadow Altaria plays a little bit different than the regular Altaria. The big question is, can you get farmed down at some point by Rock Tomb, or is the matchup just better for Shadow Altaria? Because you still need 2 Rock Tombs, but you deal a lot more damage.
It depends on the health of the Altaria, because if we're going for a little bit more, oh my goodness, we go for the Rock Tomb catch onto that Steelix. However, does this set up the Talonflame and free up the Feraligatr in the back?
I mean, Talonflame maybe, but this is still super effective. Fast attack damage. There is going to be the Shadow Steelix being brought in.
That is a huge call from Withered here, just saying, all right, I know it is that Shadow Scissor in the back, and my Talonflame is going to be ready. Takes that Hydro Cannon like a champ, throws off this Psychic Fangs, and honestly now, this Talonflame is looking fantastic in the back.
Yep, a no shield is really interesting on the side of Snorlax because this Feraligatr gets 2 free Shadow Claws in, lives in the big yellow here, has energy advantage, and now is even going to get to an Ice Beam versus the Shadow Altaria. Getting close though.
Oh my goodness! The Scissor catches the Ice Beam! What a call! He knows that there's no reason to bait there. Ice Beam lands onto the Scissor. However, I wonder if we should have undercharged that and try to get 2 Incinerates off.
1 Incinerate, get it off the field here. But if you're risking to get Night Slash by this Scissor, this might deal some damage, some big damage there. Now Shadow Altaria coming in again, throwing a Sky Attack here. No shield by Wither. He has 3 Pokemon, doesn't want to use any shields, gets farmed down here.
And the Altaria is just going to clean up the game here. Cradily, no energy on the side of it. And honestly, these catches this game from Snorlax were absolutely critical. Didn't have the best lead, didn't have the best backline, and was able to power through everything with the Shadow Altaria. You can see the look of Wither's face. He knows that he had the right alignment this game and just needs to play it a little bit better. I'm really curious as to how he makes those adjustments here. Do we need to just be waiting turns before throwing those charge attacks?
Oh, maybe those are like really impressive mechanics, very important ones as well in those games. But Snorlax farms down with his Shadow Altaria, and when we're remembering back to our player predictions, Swaggeron was onto something, huh?
Shadow Altaria has been such an interesting choice because we saw, I think, Out of Pocket run it for the first time in the Las Vegas Regionals, and he made it to the top 4, and he said it was the most powerful Pokemon in this team. It makes matchups into Stunfisk. You know him in Stunfisk? Opposing Altaria and Shadow Steelix, just all way better. I think against Steelix is critical because the Flamethrower just basically knocks it out, as opposed to Steelix could before no shield and put a little bit more pressure. Altaria is just such a cool pick as a Shadow. A little bit difficult to get for sure, but Scissor is here to try to punish it.
Yeah, there's also a Wigglytuff on the side that. So if you're playing a Shadow Altaria team, Eric, what is a Pokemon that you would really want to pair it with to break up those Fairies and Steel types?
Annihilate is such a great choice with it. It doesn't break Fairy, of course, but it is solid against basically everything that's not Wigglytuff, right? Because Florges is not too bad for the Annihilate, of course, if you're swapping it first. And it'll just punish things like Scissor, Steelix, and even Cradily to free up your Altaria. And I think he's obviously recognized this and put both of them on the team. Talonflame to kind of shore up that Wigglytuff matchup. Cradily as well. Feraligatr is that soft loss. So many things I like about this team.
Look at this. This is also big villain energy from Snorlax with 4 shadows on the team, just accompanied by Wigglytuff and Gastrodon. Those don't have shadows, and I think this is the only reason why he's not running those.
Wigglytuff and Gaster is another one of those cores that's like, it's pretty much just good into everything, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to get the correct alignment, just depending on the situations. You don't necessarily want to bring your Wigglytuff into a Talonflame team, but if you can snag it onto that Altaria, you'll be laughing all the way home.
And Gastrodon is a Pokemon that was, for the most part of this meta of Tales of Transformation, it was super safe for the first time ever since it started running Water Pulse. It looked like it could be a safe swap. Now that Altaria has come back, that is a huge loss for Gastrodon and Altaria. This is the reason why it has been so strong in the last couple of tournaments. On both teams, a Shadow one as well. Shadow Altaria in the lead. Scissor, the answer.
However, we've got a couple answers in the back. I'd love to see Wither just, pivot right into the Annihilate. Like, just make that bold call. We're not going to see the Wigglytuff, and that's exactly the case. Never punish. Annihilate swapped into the Scissor, and we already saw the Scissor is now less than 50% of its HP left just from 5 counters.
Yeah, that's Incinerate range, and now the Annihilate is going to demand a shield back because it can threaten with the Ice Punch. So
I love
might
this.
be able to call this. Does so. No attack boost for Withered. A little bit more energy spent, but you get the shield back safely at least.
I like that the recognition is we can just try to make it to 2 Ice Punches. No, we can't make it to 2 Ice Punches. We needed that bait. The Snorlax know his counts. He knows no shields this Rage Fist, but this actually puts it into a comfortable Dragon Breath down range for the Altaria.
Well, that did a lot of damage unboosted. That was crazy. Shadow on shadow damage here. Immediate no shield on this Sky Attack. Withered is preparing to sweep this game with a Talonflame in the back. 2 Steel types waiting for it as well.
You can't get there, but Do you just let this go? No, I don't think you can. The Talonflame will take way too much damage. You have to shield this. Get the shield back from the...
Oh, he disagrees.
The Talonflame Gambit. He brings in the Shadow Steelix, and I think it's just too little too late. Psychic Fang's going to permanently debuff this Talonflame. Oh, he goes for that Flame Charge, but it's going to be on bad timing. Lets the Thunder Fang through, and I think that might be that might seal the deal for the Talonflame here.
Look at those Steelix Chompers going in there, top left on the side of Withered, and Snorek advances to the day 2. Incredible plays here on his side, has a double Steel-type backline versus a Shadow Talonflame, but has managed to come up with enough pressure in this game to take out this Shadow Talonflame. Dealt enough damage, and that is sometimes the disadvantage of running a Shadow. You need to be precise with your HP management.
Snorek, he just seemed a little bit ahead the entire way through.
Yes.
Game 1 was a masterclass in catching those charge attacks, knowing exactly what what his opponent had in the back, kind of game planning for that Shadow Talonflame, setting up his Altaria, and just putting everything in the right place, getting the catch of the Rock Tomb, getting the catch of the Ice Beam, completely sacrificing the Shadow Scissor. That's absolutely crazy.
You know what? It does not surprise me in the least. Snorek is a trainer that has absolutely impressed everyone in the last season. Before that, in the beginning of the season that we were streaming here, Snorek was sometimes there. He was sometimes doing better runs, maybe made a day 2 here and there. In the last season, he started stepping up, performing constantly well. Now he's back and he wants a gold medal finally. And look at this, undefeated into day 2.
If you're not familiar with him, he is a Play Pokemon professor as well. Has been a professor at many tournaments, and just shows we have such qualified and such well-seasoned players as judges as well in these tournaments. Of course, this catch was sealing the deal of game number 1. And Snorek, just so precise at every play. I just want to shout out that he is one of the players who practices the most for these tournaments.
I actually thought this was the catch that is going to win Withered the game, because he's just going to one incinerate down an entire Pokemon after this while taking basically no damage, but then this crucial no shield call from him, and there you could see the top left Thunder Fang nom 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 on the Shadow Talonflame.
Practice makes perfect. He's just always in those practice tournaments, always grinding, and I'm so glad to see him finding the success that he deserves. Hopefully, he'll go even further in this tournament and take his Shadow Altaria all the way to the top, just like Out of Pocket did.
Yeah, impressive performance so far. Withered, of course, not out of the tournament yet. He's now going down to the losers side of the bracket, and they're doing losers runs. That can be tough because, of course, even if you qualify for day 2, you will have to play basically double the amount of matches than the people from the winner's side if they want to win the entire tournament. And let me tell you something, those opponents that you're getting, they aren't easy. They're getting easier during the tournament as well.
Some players love the pressure though, right? Like Dunebug, he loves to play in the lower bracket, and it feels like when he's on a streak, on like a 5 or 6 win run, nothing can stop him. I felt the wrath of that in Monterey in 2025. That was so difficult. I think I 2-1'd him in the winner's side. He came through the lower bracket, won like 4 matches in a row, and absolutely 3-0'd me to win the tournament.
Dude, I think Dunebug is just comfortable on either side. I think he just
Honestly,
thrives
yeah,
when he starts playing
what?
Pokemon GO in a tournament with 6 gold medals. They're just winning the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Right? A few weeks ago? 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, and I just picked up my second first place, and I'm only 1/3 of the way of where he's at. Just shows some trainers are really at the top of this circuit, and they are just so good at what they do.
Yeah, thanks again to the people who drove Eric when he was bad at the game. Why is nobody driving me, actually?
Well, you're driving yourself to be better at this game, getting more championship points. I heard you want to qualify for the World Championships later this year.
Yeah, let's go.
And at this point in the year, anyone can still do it. We've only had about 1/3 of the tournaments being played so far, so technically you can still start. Hopefully this motivates some people from home to get out here to one of these regional championships, catch the Pokemon that you need, whether that be Duskull, Rookidee. You can find all these Play Pokemon staples here at these regional championships, get those charge TMs, and hopefully we'll see you on the battlefield too.
Yeah, or if you want to practice a little bit first, you can go to locals, try out some Pokemon. Something that I have recently tried out was Empoleon after I saw Dapper Discs play it in the American regionals. Really strong Pokemon there. It has Metal Sound, Hydro Cannon, and Drill Peck. It was a fantastic hard counter to Cradily, or still is, but then again, there is Gastrodon. We call this a key loss here. However, if you have a few Metal Sounds advantage, you can win the zero shield scenarios because 2 Hydro Cannons, they do knock out.
And on the other hand, Water Pulse doesn't really knock out the Empoleon. Fully, actually, those charge attacks from Gastron are fully resisted by the Empoleon. That's quite an interesting scenario.
You're walling.
Despite being a key loss, there's always going to be play. Hydro Cannon, it is such a strong charge attack, being only 40 energy and so strong neutrally, and even in resisted situations, it sometimes feels like Hydro Cannon being resisted almost does the same as a Drill Peck that's neutral.
The same type attack bonus really does help, especially when it's a Hydro Cannon. But this is something you see more and more in those tournaments, right? You have a Pokemon like a Gastron that is a key loss for Empoleon, but you're not trying to play out those even matchups here. You're trying to dance around with energy. And there is one trainer who has been dancing a lot last weekend because he was in Brazil. Colin 6 is playing versus Jimmy Namikaze, one trainer. We are calling the final boss in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. And there's one trainer who still wants to make a name for himself.
Colin, with that Spy Ups on his team, I heard that last night he still did not have the Stardust, which right now, 4 times Stardust in the Go Battle League. Go pick up some Stardust for yourself, put on a Star Piece, and he was able to grind those out last night and put the Spy Ups on his team, got the Stardust to power it up, and I love the commitment, right? We're just committing that this pick is going to be really great for the weekend, and we're just going to run with it. Jimmy Namikaze, on the other hand, though, has his own signature pick. It's that Jump Bluff with Aerial Ace and Energy Ball.
That served him quite well in the matchup versus Marco Shiny before. I really loved how he played that. He really impressed me with the Fortress skills there as well. Completely bug biting down a Shadow Talonflame in the endgame there. Being aware of the fact that it does not only 1 damage despite it being double resisted, but 2 damage per bug bite onto a Shadow Talonflame, even debuffing the defenses before that, and knowing, hey, Incinerate is so slow when it comes to dealing damage, I can just knock it out. So supreme plays by Jimmy Namikaze so far, 1 match away from his first day 2.
I think if you're Colin here, you have to be really scared of that Fortress. Your only answer, really, is the Altaria, and Altaria still takes super effective from the Rock Tomb, and there's going to be Unova Stunfisk, Corsola, Azumarill, all standing in its way. How is Jimmy Namikaze going to navigate this, though? How is he going to get that Fortress on something like the Furret and take this game number 1?
Oh, we're going to see the leads now. This is a Stunfisk. Phenomenal for Jimmy Namikaze. Giving it a quick nod here. Brings in the Spy-Ups immediately. What a good save switch. And now, how is the knowledge of Jimmy Namikaze here? Swaps in the Fortress relatively late. So, Colin 6 is going to comfortably debuff first.
This is a great bait out, right? Because we have our Furret in the back, which is now kind of free against that Azumarill. And Unova Stunfisk, that doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But this Rock Tomb from the Fortress is going to do a lot of damage into the Spy-Ups. Does Colin try to preserve this? No, he knows this doesn't knock out, but may be just conceding this switch advantage here, knowing his Furret is so safe in the back.
Oh, but this might be a huge farm down coming soon. Let's see if Colin can reach the lunge or if Jimmy Namikaze is going to get a phenomenal farm down here. Puts it slightly in the red, deals a little bit less damage with every single bug bite, but farms it down completely. This is so much energy, but where does it go?
It goes right into the Corviknight.
Yeah,
I think that's a fantastic situation because now you guarantee your Unova Stunfisk on the Corviknight. However, it's up to Colin to try to sweep this endgame with the Furret. With 2 shields, I don't think it's out of the question.
Yep. Oh, wow. There is a lot of energy on that Corviknight as well. Now, I think you're going to swap out very soon when the Stunfisk hits you. The debuff is cleared immediately, and now Jimmy Namikaze is playing this interestingly well. I like this. There's a Mud Bomb that is going to be thrown up. Maybe then you can swap into this Azumarill there.
I wonder if we throw this other one to get the shield, because if you're Colin, how can you no-shield this?
That's true. You need HP on your Furret. You still don't know which Pokemon is in the back. Jimmy Namikaze also playing with information. And now there's a lot of fast attack pressure on the side of Azumarill. Brings it in, tries to catch a charge attack. Doesn't even matter. Colin is switch lock anyways. Trailblaze is being thrown.
This is going to be so difficult because we didn't land a Trailblaze on the Unova Stunfisk. It's going to be really challenging to get rid of it. With that Corviknight, this Azumarill, if it bubbles all the way down, it can also bring shields down from the Corviknight. He tries to pivot into the Corviknight. He does get it. Is he going to be able to snipe with this Air Cutter? Not really a snipe because it doesn't knock out, but he's going to be able to land it and desync these clocks.
Dancing around again with some energy. They're having this super effective charge attack. It gets everything banked on this Ferret. Now Jimmy Namikaze is going to chip for a little bit of damage. You wouldn't think it's only a little bit because it's an ice beam, but it deals about 30% at max. Now, you can throw more air cutters. You can throw all the air cutters you want, but they won't deal enough damage here. Another ice beam is being thrown. This is going to be incredibly close.
I think if you're Jimmy Namikaze here, you want to stay in and maybe take an air cutter. Takes this payback though. You have to shield this because at this point, if we don't shield this payback, we're oh, we may have to start shielding air cutters. Is this a turning point for the game? Colin comes in with the Swift, is going to throw these back to back. There's no choice but to shield this attack.
Yeah, you have to start shielding at some point. Jimmy puts it up there. Colin knows he has another Swift stored, but now this is a big farm down, and also at this range, let me tell you, you don't need to shield air cutters just yet.
With these Thundershocks, is it able to get into a range where 2 discharges will knock out this Corviknight before the payback is reached? I think so. Air Cutter, it just won't be enough. In fact, it won't even be reached. Air Cutter just not available for Colin 6. This discharge gonna threaten to knock out this Corviknight. Can Jimmy Namikaze reach it? It's gonna be charge attack priority, I think, but Colin recognizes Air Cutter is just not gonna cut it here in game number 1.
Jimmy Namikaze, the Fortress Fighter, brings it again. The shiniest team we've ever seen. He brings in the discharge, knocks out Corviknight, and goes 1-0 up ahead versus Colin 6, who is a trainer that sometimes loses the first game, but he has no problems coming back.
He may have lost the first game, but he's gained a ton of advantages by the knowledge that he'll be going into game 2 with. This is where trainers like Colin 6 can really put on absolutely phenomenal plays because they learn so much from game 1 that the result is kind of not as meaningful as you think it might be. Colin now understands Jimmy Namikaze is not going to bring that jump left and is more relying on that Fortress. Does this force a pivot to the Altaria? I think so.
Altaria is the only real answer for this. However, most of those matchups that you're playing versus the Fortress, they're kind of neutral. And Fortress, most of the time, if you're not relying on Pokemon like Cradley in the back, it's a Pokemon that you can handle. If it lives a matchup, if it soft wins a matchup, survives deep in the red, sometimes it only reaches a Sand Tomb, and that's not really the most problematic charge attack to deal with if you can swap out immediately again.
I think you have to bring the Altaria, otherwise Fortress is going to be too strong. It's a shiny one, so maybe it has a little bit more attack and it can get the Bug Bite Break point against the Corviknight, doing 2 damage each instead of 1.
That's huge.
Critical because Corviknight does not have a lot of HP as a Pokemon. Game number 2, this is a win and in for Jimmy Namikaze for day number 2 against the final boss of PvP. It's Jump Bluff into the Altaria.
Oh, and that is an interesting lead here. You have the super effective Flamethrower, but Fairy Wind is also super effective. However, this is not the strongest fast attack when it comes to damage.
I think Jump Bluff wins this matchup. Oh, tries for an aggressive catch. Honestly, I like this. We're baiting out the Furret and keeping the Azumarill safe in the back, which is quite safe into this back lane from Colin.
Yeah, Azumarill kind of safe into Stunfisk. However, Stunfisk, of course, with discharges, deals a lot of damage. So fast pace, and Furret can gain a lot of advantage playing the Stunfisk matchup.
Colin may have to commit shields here, and if he thinks there's a Fortress in the back, maybe he is just content with letting this Furret go down, understanding he's got 2 pretty reasonable matchups in the back, a ton of energy on the Altaria, and can allow these 3 Mud Bombs to go through on this Furret.
Yep, and I mean, with the little bit of energy advantage that this Stunfisk got from swapping in there, you're going to outpace here to another Mud Bomb. No, the Swift is reached before. I was lying.
I wonder if you just hang on to the Stunfisk, shield up, and then snipe here with... Oh, okay, we're going to try to farm this Furret down. Do we try to farm it down with the Jump Bluff? I honestly don't think that's too crazy. We're going to throw 1, and maybe we undercharge to try to get 1 more on the back end. He's going for it. I think this is going to be perfect. Aerial Ace onto the Furret. Going to give him 2 more Fairy Winds. Whoa, that is incredible from Jimmy Namikaze.
Precise farm down. Immediately pivots into the Azumarill. Gets a full bubble on the catch. Colin, with his back against the wall, needs to find a way to win this game. But his switch timer is also up. Can bring in the Stunfisk. And every single bit of chip damage on this Azumarill is relevant here. Also very happy to not have the Stunfisk lined up against the Jump Bluff.
I wonder if this is almost good for Colin, because now this Azumarill is in 2 discharge range, where before he would have needed to commit 3, and this matchup could have been a little bit more awkward. At the end of the day, though, that jump left still looking so strong in the back, so much energy thanks to that precise undercharge from Jimmy Namikaze. He is playing out of his mind here to try to take this away from Colin 6. Discharge number 2 about to come down. He got it. He has to throw it now, but I think you shield this and just try. This is so awkward, right? Because now he's throwing this Ice Beam. And if Colin shields, you snipe with the jump bluff. Or, you snipe with the jump bluff immediately. He saves the Azumarill with the Ice Beam. I love this call. Does Colin try? Yes, he has to do this, right? Because otherwise, our Altaria is going to have huge problems against that Azumarill later on in the game. Jump bluff now is into air lace range.
This is so well played by both trainers. The biggest problem for Jimmy Namikaze now is that he doesn't have acrobatics on the jump bluff, so this makes this matchup significantly worse. Look at the bulk on Altaria, taking this like a champ, almost at 2 sky attacks, is going to threaten a knockout with the first one. We're going to outpace, or are we going to get chipped a little bit more? Nevertheless, there is a Stunfisk in the back. All of a sudden, Colin 6 looked like he's going to turn it around once more.
Sky attack lands onto this jump bluff. I think it'll be just enough to knock it out. No, jump bluff barely hangs on, is able to get into that Azumarill, throw this Ice Beam off. Is this getting a little bit weird?
Oh, this is actually a lot of damage here. Shields it up. I think Colin might want to swap out this Altaria, tried to get into the Stunfisk here, throws the discharge immediately again, just does not want to take unnecessary damage, has 2 Pokemon, both are in the red, but he does not care. There's a jump bluff with basically 1 HP, and it's knocked out.
Honestly, a very, very difficult game for Jimmy Namikaze here. Just leading the jump bluff into the Altaria was not super optimal. Ferd in the back, we were able to lure it out, but at the end of the day, I think not having Fortress that game made it a little bit more difficult, because the Ferd just being so free, and we don't have a reliable answer outside of that Fortress.
But maybe this was all part of his grand plan. Now Colin, he really wants to bring this Altaria again. He wants to play versus a Fortress. Now by Jimmy not bringing the Fortress, he might bait Colin out of bringing this Altaria again. So if there's no Altaria, Fortress might come back looking stronger. But Jimmy has proven that he can also play without the Fortress, even though I do agree with you, looks really strong. But Jimmy knows best. He has really impressed with his performance so far. Precise energy management, precise damage management. Worthy opponent for the final boss.
I think that undercharge with the jump bluff against the Fur is probably the best one we're going to see all weekend. That was so incredibly hard to pull off, and he did it against one of the best trainers in the entire world. That is not so easy under all that pressure of being under the stage. Jimmy Namikaze, though, he looks confident, he looks composed, and he's ready to get his Azumarill on Colin's Altaria.
He's going to crush it in this tournament. Nevertheless, let's see if he can crush Colin 6 to the final boss. They're locking in, they're discussing. All right, let's go. Trainers are ready to go. Colin 6 versus Jimmy Namikaze, game 3. Who's going to make it to day 2? The lead is going to be a Ferret. Fantastic into Stunfisk. This is advantage on the side of Colin.
So if the Stunfisk can actually take away switch advantage here, he would actually have perfect alignment in the back. I think Colin, do you recognize this? Do you understand that because this Unova and Stunfisk is staying in, there's going to be an Azumarill in the back?
I mean, we have seen Azumarill every single game from Jimmy Namikaze so far. A Pokemon that has come back this tournament after it has been a little bit absent in the meta. Ferd is going to connect the first Trailblaze. Things are looking good for Colin so far. However, Jimmy, of course, has a lot of energy. Tries to catch another charge attack here on the jump bluff. Colin dealing damage, farming up energy, knowing I'm only going to take Aerial Ace from jump bluff, and I do not care.
This would have been such a great bait out if there was a Fortress in the back, but alas, we can see from here that it's an Azumarill now lined up against that Unova Stunfisk. Not really the end of the world for Jimmy, honestly, because Azumarill's still so neutral into this team as a whole.
If you can get seals somewhere, Azumarill actually is doing very fine versus Stunfisk with a little bit of advantage, because after all, yes, you're taking so much damage from Thundershocks and Discharge, but Bubble and Ice Beam are also super effective. Now we're going to see the first shield being committed by Jimmy Namikaze. He really wants to flip the switch here, wants to only take resisted damage from Sucker Punches in the end game, but the Ferd has so much energy.
How do we really get rid of this Altaria, though, if this Fairy Wind's down? The Altaria, Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a snipe! Colin reaches for the Furt, but isn't able to do so. Dragon Breath goes through, and now you have to shield this up. Jimmy Namikaze, finally, it feels like he has a leg in this game, has to drop this Trailblaze immediately.
The counting is perfect from Colin, knowing I need to throw immediately. Knocks out the Furt here with the Trailblaze. Boosted attack now. Switch locked on the side of Jimmy Namikaze. Can he bubble down somewhere, or is this going to be Furret dominant? The most played Pokemon in this tournament is showing why, dealing neutral damage. Boosted attack. It's only a Swift, but it is from a Furret.
Honestly, that wasn't a whole lot of damage. If this energy build lands into the Spirit, goes for the Aerial Ace. This is not going to be enough to knock out. Does Colin know that and just no-shield this, right? Oh, he knows he has to get rid of this. He knows.
He might be able to farm down.
He shouldn't have done.
No, the last Pokemon there wants to take as little damage as possible in case there is a Fortress. Now your shields down versus Azumarill with the Pokemon that he has in the back. Now he's trying to go to farm up another Trailblaze. It's going to take so much damage, and then this is a big energy advantage on the side of Jimmy Namikaze.
This is a crazy bait, but if he can get the 2 Swifts, maybe it can be a turning point for Colin here. 2 Ice Beams loaded on the side of this Azumarill will be enough to knock out this Unova Sun's Fist. 3 bubbles for good timing. Mo, he goes to a little bit more and gives a free Thundershock through.
I don't even think so. I think because it was swapped after that with a turn, I think he might have thrown on perfect timing here, but we'll see that later. Ice Beam is making sure the next one is going to knock out. He has to throw immediately after the next one, or else Colin is going to reach another discharge. Ice Beam might knock out. We aren't even sure about that. It is so incredibly close here already. in Stuttgart goes for another bubble. Colin reaches the discharge. Can Jimmy Namikaze manage to get enough energy to beat that Furret? Does he even need to? Can Furret reach those 2 Swifts? Takes more and more damage. This is getting so close here.
Colin recognizes that he's going to be able to get to the Swift with that Furt. Even the Altaria may be uncomfortable to bubble down. However, let's see, can this Furt get the job done against Azumarill? Oh, has the Sky Attack loaded, so it's not going to be a problem for Colin 6. I think as soon as that discharge landed, it was pretty much wraps here. Because Jimmy Namikaze basically had the perfect setup. If he could keep all that health on his Azumarill, the Sky Attack can't knock it out.
Yep, and then it really comes down to if the Furret can get to another Swift, but Colin wins this convincingly. Also, shockingly, has another Sky Attack on the Altaria, something that we couldn't even keep track of.
Colin surprising his opponents, surprising the casters, but I think the one thing he won't be doing is surprising the tournament by making day number 2.
I was going to say this is the least surprising thing about this match. Colin 6 advancing again, this time on the winner's side. He has had so many day 2 runs, and recently he has been finding himself most of the time on the loser's side. We said it again, you can win a tournament from the loser's bracket, but it is significantly harder, and now he has a comfortable position to go in from the winner's side, maybe win another one to reach top 8, and then you're already so close to a medal.
If you make it to day 2 with top 8, I think you only need to win 1 match to be able to get that medal. So it's honestly looking closer and closer in reach for all of our trainers who've made it through to day 2 already.
Yeah, and the last regional, he also got the 3rd place medal, right? He got bronze there right behind PvP David and Boom 20 in Gdansk. Colin 6, what a trainer. There are some tournaments, very, very few in total, where he is not performing, and then everyone immediately says, maybe he's not washed, but maybe he's in a little bit of a pickle. But no, he keeps coming back, keeps performing, keeps showing everyone why he is one of the best trainers in the world.
Game 1, it didn't go so well with the Spite Ups and that Corviknight.
Yeah.
And after that, just pivoted strictly away from the Corviknight to the Altaria, which we discussed was way better into all the matchups across the board. Obviously, Azumarill is not fantastic, but that's why we have Furret. That's why we have Unova and Stunfisk. Just so many ways to soften up that Azumarill. Even this catch, so nice from Jimmy Namikaze. But at the end of the day, Altaria, very, very awkward for all the Pokemon on his team. Because even Azumarill, just not a lot of fast attack pressure to get it down in those end games, and just being so slow to those Ice Beams, held it back a little bit. But there's nothing to be ashamed of. This was an absolutely fantastic set from both trainers. And I'm really curious to see how much further Jimmy Namikaze can take it with this very unique team.
Yep, he's in a really good setup position now to make day 2 from the loser side. But let me ask you this, Eric. What do you think of Azumarill in this meta. Now that Altaria has been making a fantastic comeback, it of course has a really good target to hit on those teams. But what do you think of Azumarill? Azumarill has been dipping in and out of the meta lately.
I think it's crazy to not be considering Azumarill at least, because it is so just neutral into everything. Even something like Cradily. If we're swapping Azumarill and they're responding with Cradily, we always land an Ice Beam, and they're pretty much forced to throw their second charge attack before we get to the second Ice Beam. And then the Cradily is pretty much neutralized, and we have something perfect for a farm down.
Yeah.
Azumarill always sets up the other Pokemon on our team, never really needs to win matchups, and it can always serve as bench pressure against just something like an Altaria.
What do you think of the Shadow Caesar matchup for Azumarill though? Because I think this is one of the reasons why it got platelets. Yes, you deal a lot of damage with bubbles actually, but you're ramping up very hard with the Shadow Caesar.
With shields in play, very, very difficult for Azumarill. Great matchup for Scizor, just able to bullet punch and Trailblaze all the way down and come out with so much energy. It's a perfect situation. It's almost like a jump pad for Scizor to take over a game. Of course, in the end game, play rough against a Scizor. It's resisted, but I assure you it does not look resisted. With the bubbles, it basically can knock out a Scizor.
And let's see how much damage Azumarill is going to deal in the course of this tournament, or the Shadow Scizor actually, which one is going to make it further. This is the Stuttgart Regional Championships. If you want to participate in those tournaments, gain some championship points, go to those grand finals, get some medals. There are future tournaments, of course, in this season. Register and get going, basically. Go to some locals, some cups, practice a little bit, and then go crush it at those tournaments. You might find yourself on the stage playing and defeating some opponents.
You never know what can happen. All of a sudden, you're rolling up to a tournament, and they say you're on the community choice, playing against a regional champion. All of a sudden, you're on stream. All of a sudden, you're winning a regional. Things can happen quickly in life, and it could be anyone watching one of these tournaments. However, at Stuttgart, it could be one of these two players in front of us. We have Coxiac 2400 versus Auklan Chen 1995, who we saw earlier taking down the Reeve, and also Emmy Weedle. What a run.
Yeah, absolutely. Aklantien is running that Guzzlord Carbing core. Two Pokemon that have an interesting matchup into Shadow Caesar. I want to say the matchup of Carbink into Shadow Caesar is relatively self-explanatory.
We have neutral rock throws, but at the end of the day, it's Guzzlord that would rather see that Scizor. It's actually quite good. Wins all shield scenarios against Shadow Scizor, which kind of makes sense because you resist all the charge attacks, and Brutal Swing, you get to it so quickly and can basically knock out the Scizor in one hit. On the other hand, though, there's no Scizor from this team. There's going to be a Dusknoir and a Zweilous instead, which are going to be great targets. But honestly, Guzzlord is so strong with this entire team. It's Bullet Seed Cradily.
That's true. Empoleon looks like it could be a counter because you're resisting those metal sounds, or because you're resisting those Dragon Claws. Dragon Tails. All right, now I got it. But actually, the matchup is really, really close. Your pacing is great. You are a little bit bulkier, which makes the matchup easier for you. So you can land multiple Brutal Swings and put the Empoleon into a perfect farm down range. Won't get out with a lot of HP or energy. So this is, again, something to ramp up on if you don't need the alignment. Carbink versus Empoleon. That's a different story, though. But let's see what the leads are. Empoleon is in the lead versus Corviknight.
It's a pretty neutral lead, and it kind of comes down to baits from the Corviknight. If an Air Cutter bait goes through, it's basically a game over for either side. Air Cutter, though, going to be reached for immediately. No need for the payback here. Coxiac reads the team sheet, knows that this is only an Air Cutter, and is happy to let it go. I wonder if we're just fishing for the boost to increase those sand attacks from 2 damage each to 3. Empoleon, Hydro Cannon going to come down onto this Corviknight. Let's see how much it does and if we can put it into the yellow range.
Thing is, I think you're reaching for a boost with Corviknight too, so it's easier to farm down with those super effective sand attacks because they are actually adding up. Coxiac knows he can save shields here. None of this is going to deal a lot of damage there. Are we going to finally see a boost? No! Aklantien is suffering from no success when it comes to the Air Cutter game. Coxiac is just going to throw another Hydro Cannon here.
Oh, it looks like we're just going to give up the switch advantage. Do we come into the Corsola here? I think that's going to force a pivot from Coxiac because he knows there might be a Carbink in the back. However, if he lets his Empoleon go down, the Carbink could have a really nice matchup into something like the Corviknight. It's going to be difficult. How do you choose what you're putting up here? If you put the Cradily, there could be a window of opportunity for Aklan, but no, it's going to be that Corviknight.
You would think a Steel type is good versus Carbink, but if you're not running an Iron Head, you do no damage, basically. I think that running Carbink against this team is a bold choice of Aklan, really playing the chances here, because there's Cradley, there's Empoleon, there is Stunfisk, brings in the Carbink here, and is answered by Bullet Seed Cradley.
Bullet Seed Cradley in... Oh, we're going to actually let through a Rock Tomb. Oh, we're going to let through a Rock Throw. By throwing this Rock Tomb, he's going to go no-shielded. And can these Moonblasts start adding up from the side of the Carbink? I think he gets to this one before the next Rock Tomb is reached. Moonblast, it's not going to be thrown. It's going to be the Rock Slide from the Carbink. Of course, Carbink doesn't really like to see this matchup, much rather the Corviknight, because those Sand Attacks actually only do 1 damage each, despite being super effective.
Sand Attack is not really known for too much damage. Now, after this Rock Tomb lowering the attack, you might bring this Carbink down into farm down range. Nice shield by Aklan here.
And honestly, once we land this next attack, we might be able to throw off... Oh, we might be able to try to... We make the catch. This might put him back into the running, because that Carbink now is not debuffed, has energy to throw at the entire team, and the Corviknight doesn't have a super reliable way to knock it out.
Oh, but Cockshack has 2 shields left. This is a fantastic farm down with Bullet Seed. If there's debuff, then the Astonish is not going to deal too much damage. You're going to get so much energy here. And the question is, are you going to throw a Rock Tomb here?
Honestly, I like going for just 2 Grass Knots, right? Because you can comfortably shield this. Next, I think we have to make the call, right? We have to make the call that's a Rock Tomb. Doesn't get the call right, and of course, Corviknight can just air cutter this Carbink now. Finally, is going to be able to push its way through this matchup. I'd be shocked if a Payback could even knock this out here.
Yep, I don't even think so, but I mean, you're just going to Sand Attack down. You can't send it. Can you Sand Attack down? It deals little damage, but we got
He could have actually gone to another charge attack. That's absolutely crazy, seeing how little it does to a Carbink. I honestly like the bring, right? Because there's Dusknoir, there's Zweilous, and there's Corviknight as like clear targets. I think at least every game you're gonna pick up 1 target. However, I'm curious as to why he's not bringing the Guzzlord, because the Guzzlord actually beats the entire team from Cockshack.
Yeah, it looked so good so far for him as well, and now in this matchup it could carry him to victory once again. Cockshack is, of course, when you're looking at this team, really trying to prepare for it, is not bringing the Stunfist, not bringing the Shadow Dusknoir. Those are like the best targets for the Guzzlord. So he's clearly expecting it, leading the Steel type Empoleon, having the Steel type in the back, which also has a little bit more trouble versus Guzzlord than the Empoleon, because your strongest charge attack, the Payback, is resisted. So you'll have to go for an Air Cutter spam, and then it's like, are you getting the 30% chance buff for your attack early, or are you getting it late? That changes the matchup versus Guzzlord. And also the Cradley in the back there with a little bit of a faster pacing with Bullet Seed. Missing out on some damage, but how relevant is that versus Guzzlord? I think your double Rock Tomb is going to be very close to knocking out anyways.
Actually, I think with Acids, you can knock out with 2 Rock Tombs. But with Bullet Seed, Guzzlord hangs on to 2 pretty comfortably, and it's still going to get to that Brutal Swing before your first charge attack, so the improved pacing doesn't help like too much. I think Guzzlord is a must bring here. Even against Empoleon, 2 Brutal Swings basically knocks out the Empoleon. If their Cockshack is using a high rank Empoleon, which honestly not sure because it is a shiny one, we always know shiny Pokemon have a little bit more attack on their side, Guzzlord could be such a neutral swap and allow him to play riskier leads like the Carbink and then just swap to the Guzzlord.
It's a very good point. There is not really a hard answer, but Aklan is going for this lead there.
Oh my gosh, look at this line! It's triple weak into the Empoleon!
Yeah, I mean, this is not too weak, right? You can just play this matchup comfortably with the Guzzlord. You're very happy with it here.
If you can land 2 Brutal Swings, do you just overpower the backline with the Carbink and the Cradilly?
I mean, you still need to farm down this Empoleon there. Maybe Cockshack identifies this and lets it go. Takes the damage here. You are outpacing on the side of Aklan, but you need to throw immediately now.
I think there's no world. Oh yeah, I think with the I think you should start shielding this.
Oh wow.
And you just play it out. You just play it out, right? Because you're gonna win the 1s and the 2s now. Only not the 0s because it looks like that was gonna hang on to 2 Brutal Swings. If you're Cockshack, you can't really swap here because you know that there's a Carbink in the back at this point.
Yeah, Cockshack is going to put up a shield now as well. Knows that he's going to get outpaced to the next Brutal Swing, but his opponent would have to throw on optimal timing, actually does one more Dragon Tail, throwing the Brutal Swing now. Cockjack, are you going to respond to this? Do you have something to farm it down with? No. Puts up another protection. Maybe the Empoleon can't deal enough damage. Swaps into the Cradley, and now Cockjack finds himself in a very advantageous position.
This is a crazy play, but I kind of like it because we're not going to take too much damage here. And if you look at the backline, we're going to make it to this Grass Knot. Oh, we're not going to. Oh no, we throw the Rock Tomb. This could be a very difficult situation to come back from now because we're basically losing the entire Cradley.
Yep, this knocks out the Cradley immediately. Acclaimation just gave a full Pokemon. Oh, this is dealing so much damage when you think that this is a Carbink. Reaches another Hydro Cannon, and Empoleon is on a tear through Acclaimation's team, and Cockjack, he is smiling. He knows this is looking good for me. Can bring in the Cradley now, has a full Corviknight in the back. He's in dreamland right now.
He cannot believe what he is seeing here. Empoleon put on an absolute show there, took out 2 Pokemon and grabbed the shield from the third one. Carbink, it might just be too little too late. Moonblast's gonna land on this Cradley. I think we're gonna have to try to catch a Grass Knot, honestly. If we catch a Grass Knot, maybe we're okay, but we can't catch that Grass Knot. And then this Guzzlord just gonna get sand attacked all the way down by this Corviknight. Corviknight, pretty strong here against the Guzzlord, especially when we can do 2 damage per sand attack onto the 260-some HP Pokemon.
I really like that Cockjack is, by the way, going for an Air Cutter immediately. Does not want to sand attack down because he wants to preserve HP. Doesn't want to get hit by more Dragon Tails or Brutal Swings because this matchup, he doesn't win it with the energy. He wins it by throwing so many sand attacks there. Maybe boosting up with Air Cutter as well. Throws a payback to deal a little bit more damage. Not getting boost from this though, but wants to put it in Grass Knot range because he avoided the catch. He got the energy on Cradley, and he can later on just comfortably win Charge Attack priority and throw a Grass Knot to win that game. Cockjack has set himself up for success. He has played Empoleon to perfection. Acclaimation has played very weak into the Steel type. Now the Grass Knot is coming onto this Carbink, is going to deal tremendous damage, and Cockjack 24-0 wins the winner's semis and advances to day 2.
Another trainer who is so accustomed to making consistent day 2s, always bringing some unique picks. Here, he had the unique pick of Bullet Seed Cradley. There's a couple reasons actually for that. You can swap Bullet Seed Cradley into things like Furret, into opposing Cradleys with Acid, and even with the 1-turn swap, you're still able to pace that first charge attack before either of them can throw their first move, giving you way more options and more flexibility in the way you play.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. If your opponent does not have anything to hard answer your Cradley, then they're going to have to stick with those debuffs, and that makes matchups so much tougher. So the pacing here also really did him well, had a lot of energy there. But of course, the star of the show for Cockjack was Empoleon.
Empoleon is such an overpowering pick when you run something like a Guzzlord, Cradley, and a Carbink. But at the end of the day, Guzzlord, I wish we had seen it brought in the game 1. It was such a staple for him in the previous set, and maybe not bringing it here was the start of the end, because Cockjack basically needed to respect this so much every game, whether that's the Corviknight. Empoleon had to bring both Steel types, and then Carbink, though, we tried to stick true to his roots and go for the Carbink, and honestly, put in a lot of work even against things like Cradley, but it just wasn't enough.
Carbink really strong. It was also one of the most polarizing picks we've had so far. Like a Bastiodon, Carbink actually one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League. And, you know, pressure makes diamonds, right? So maybe in the loser's bracket, Acclaimation is going to pull through with his Carbink.
Carbink it's so interesting, right? Because a lot of the players who use it say it's like flexible Bastion. I don't know. I don't know how much I agree with that, but it's definitely a little bit more flexible. The thing is, like, nothing really likes to take neutral moves from the Carbink, whether that be Moonblast into something like a Gastrodon, or even a Kanto Marowak or Cradley. It definitely feels way more threatening than a Stone Edge from a Bastion. Moonblast, one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. I believe it does 110 damage and only costs 60 energy. That's incredibly efficient compared to some other charge attacks.
And you have the time to reach to it because you're so incredibly bulky on that Carbink. You can actually play with energy sometimes. I think Carbink also runs tackle, so sometimes in some matchups you would want to play a tackle Carbink because you're not getting resisted on those rock throws. So that's also something to watch out for.
There used to be some tech with Carbink where there were a couple of rock throw breakpoints on things like Lantern. Still,
True,
I know
yeah.
people are running Lantern today. Haven't seen them just yet, but Carbink used to do crazy things where it would just overpower matchups even when it was taking super effective.
Have you ever played it?
Lantern.
Carbink.
Oh, Carbink. I have played it in one tournament. I think this is a little bit of old lore, but I did run it in Toronto in 2023. I went 0-2. Never played Carbink again.
Well, maybe you should have played Carbink more in that tournament. Did you bring it?
Why did I bring it? I think my opponents were running Superior a lot, so I had to definitely not bring it.
Alright, yeah, okay, I can see that happening. Carbink, such a strong Pokemon when it comes to those neutral or even positive matchups, of course. But the ones that you are losing, you are mostly losing very hard because it is just not as flexible. The slow pacing really does not give you the opportunity to just throw 3 Aqua Tails and then swap out again, just like with some Pokemon like a Drapion. So there is your pacing a little bit slower after all, but still it is a force to be reckoned with. If I see it on my opposing team sheet, I'm panically checking my own to just see, do I have answers? Do I have answers?
Definitely true, because when something that is so bulky can swap with your team freely, it's not going to end in a very great situation. However, some trainers have used a lot of neutral picks like Shadow Caesar to win tournaments. Let's take a look at this little recap.
My in-game nickname is Boom20, and yeah, I'm a professional Pokemon GO player. My event went super well, of course. It's my first ever regional, and I managed to win it all. So I'm super happy, only losing 1 match to Colin in the grand finals, but managed to win the bracket reset. I felt confident and a bit afraid at the same time because I was on a good run, so I felt confident in my abilities. But Colin is known as the final boss in the Pokemon GO community, and he really is. He's, in my opinion, the best player in Europe, so I was really scared to face him. I was really nervous when I first battled on stage in day 1. It was the winter semifinals, but after that it just became better over time. I got used to it, and I actually enjoyed playing on stage more than at the tables because I really like the white noise from the headphones. It helps me focus a lot more on the games. Well, I try to beat my opponent by outplaying him neutrally, managing my energy perfectly, and sometimes I do try to hard call what my opponent is bringing to maybe try and counter that, but in general I usually play as safe as possible. Yeah, no, funny story, in the final game I was so focused that I thought my opponent still had an extra Pokemon left. So I was shaking my head thinking I was gonna lose, and he brings in the Pokemon and I'm like, wait, he doesn't have an extra Pokemon left, and then I was super happy. Then I realized that I won the game. And yeah, that was the key moment where I realized I won it all. I must say one of the persons that really motivated me is another player, PvP David. He's also around my age, and he also goes to these tournaments, and he does really well in them. He got top 8 in Worlds. And yeah, I just really wanted to go to a tournament. Also, after watching multiple streams, it just seemed like a fun thing to do. And I finally managed to go to one, and this is what happened. So the main thing I like about the PvP community for Pokemon GO is that everyone is super friendly. Like I said, this is my first tournament. A couple people knew me from just tournaments, practice tournaments I played in. But everyone really was welcomed me in like I was a part of the community, and everyone was also congratulating me after my win, and even just throughout the tournament. Just overall a really nice experience.
Welcome back, everyone. That Gengar was scary, though. I'm joined by Pokegains. Maddie, how are you doing so far?
Leon, I'm back. How are you doing? I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun here watching these games.
It is a lot of fun. We've just seen this amazing video of one of the youngest and best trainers we've had. Has always had at least decent success when playing those tournaments. And guess what? We have Boom up next versus Aspre Scelto, one of the top Italian trainers in the Play Pokemon series. Let me tell you something. Playing versus Boom in a tournament, especially when you're playing for your day 2, it's scary. Boom is so precise.
It's really scary. Also, fun fact, Boom is Belgian. I'm Belgian. So we have this connection going on. So he probably also watches my stream a lot. So all the knowledge you see on stream, right here, comes from me most likely.
Oh yeah, I figured that. When I talked to him, he said that you're his idol, actually.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, Boom, of course, sitting there versus Aspercelto. Winners semifinals. The winner is going to advance to day 2, which means that the winners finals is going to be played out tomorrow. Who can advance to top 8? Now, look at those players. Aspercelto, OG of the Play Pokemon series, has topped so many events so far, has been great at ICs, and Boom came in. Explosive start, right? Boom, going in for a win in Lille for his first tournament. He's just said in the video before. Now he's looking to follow this up again with his trusty Shadow, Scizor, Altaria core.
We talked about it. Is his score with Shadow, Scizor, and Altaria. In Gdansk, it was so good for him. Then he brought it back, and yeah, I mean, it's unbeatable, basically, like unbreakable. It's really hard. But if it's Aspercelto, you have 3 starter Pokemon, Venusaur, and Empoleon, and a Feraligatr, along with Altaria, Wigglytuff, and Stunfisk.
Yeah, Venusaur is a Pokemon that is usually very strong. He talked about it earlier, that it really wins a lot of matchups for him, and it fixes some holes in his team that other Pokemon can't, like a Unovan Stunfisk, which is tough for him to handle with this double water flying type. And the own Stunfisk, those matchups can be a bit iffy if you have lower attack than the other one. However, would you consider bringing it against double Steel? Actually, I don't think that Steelix is that bad, right?
No, Steelix is pretty much fine there, yeah, with the Thunder Fang on Steelix and the Venusaur with its great pacing and Frenzy Plants. It's such an amazing move.
Yeah,
it's not so great for Steelix, to be honest.
So you have the Ferret in there as well. Ferret, of course, outpaces you to that Swift, but it won't knock out while Frenzy Plant deals more damage. Let's see how these trainers are going to decide to play this. Boom 20 versus Aspercelto. The lead is going to be a Ferret for Boom into the Altaria.
This is a very neutral matchup, both really bulky Pokemon. The Dragon Breath and Sky Attack combination is really good, and the Ferret just ups control for Swifts here in this matchup.
If you're looking at the bet lines, this is really funny because the Venusaur looks phenomenal into both Pokemon of Boom in the backline there, but Empoleon looks rather bad against both of them.
Yeah, Empoleon doesn't look that great in that backline, so I'm kind of curious how Aspercelto is going to play this out for him. Like, as you can see, the Venusaur against Marowak is such an amazing matchup, also against the Steelix. But here, the Ferret goes for another Swift. Altaria most likely not going to shield her since it's so bulky.
Yeah, it takes this like a champ. We're almost at another, so we're way over another Swift. Aspercelto will have the opportunity to farm up a little bit more energy before throwing the Sky Attack that would knock out this Ferret.
The question is, if he's going to choke just before the Ferret gets to the Swift. Great counting there by Aspercelto. Going to land the Sky Attack, and Boom is going to up to no shield here and probably take some advantage of this and get some extra energy and farm from Steelix here on the Altaria.
Yeah, this is a great farm down range. The question is, actually gets to a Sky Attack. It wasn't the Flamethrower. How well has Boom counted no shields? It very strong on his side here. Now the question is, does Aspercelto want to bring in the Venusaur? Because if yes, you're getting outpaced to Psychic Fangs, you have to watch out for those, and there is Shadow Marowak in the back.
Yeah, it was great confidence of Boom there, no shielding, and there goes for the first Psychic Fang. It doesn't do that much damage, but over time the second one will do way more damage because it lowers the defense of this Venusaur. The Psychic Fang landing here, and then the Venusaur just overloading on energy here. Probably gonna land the Frenzy Plant before he gets to the second Psychic Fang, and goes for the charge move priority here.
Oh, Venusaur, of course, being able to have higher attack first here. Boom, no shields. This brings, that is a lot of confidence in his own. Marowak there tries to farm it down. Will have to give up a shield. Sludge Bait is being thrown here. I don't think it matters. I think you mud slap it down.
Yeah, I think the bait here doesn't matter, but Boom is going to shield regardless, right? This is the last Pokemon. The Mud Slaps being neutral damage, not so bad in here, but here's going to the Empoleon, and this Bone Clubs, Mud Slaps are chunking into this Empoleon right here, and he also goes for the Bone Club, which gets shielded by the Empoleon.
The question is, can you farm this down? One shield was taken by Aspercelto, still has 2 shields, can win this over energy. Hydro Cannon is being thrown. He has to get 4 more Metal Sounds in, but Boom has the option to maybe win this if he connects 3 Mud Slaps, and it's enough. But he's also racing there. Can he get it? No, it's reached. Aspercelto is going to knock out that Shadow Cannon to Marowak. It looked so good in the back, but maybe he needed a little bit more help from his Steelix.
I think he predicted that he would survive that Frenzy Plant on the Steelix, like barely a couple of HP, because you saw his face like a bit disappointed that it didn't survive that. And then if that would have been survived, he got the Psychic Fang, would have probably got a shield there from the Venusaur.
And that is the big advantages you get when you play Pokemon that other people do not prepare for. There are some damage ranges where your opponent has to go for a gut feeling, right? Knowing, hey, maybe I live this and then I get a move off. No, this time around, you are not getting your charge attack off. My Venusaur knocks your Steelix out and looks splendid.
Also, like, the Steelix Venusaur matchup is something you probably don't play a lot about because Venusaur is kind of a rare pick to see as well. So it's probably like being backside of his head, like, do I survive this, yes or no? So, but yeah, unfortunately for Boom, he didn't. But great plays from Esperceldo. And now the trainers are currently locking in teams, see what they can adjust and what they can't adjust here.
You have the Empoleon in the back, and Empoleon is a really special Pokemon versus this team. It's rather neutral versus an Altaria. Shadow Steelix and the Shadow Kanto Marowak are really bad matchups when shields are up. You have seen how much damage Mudslaps do. Thunderfang is on a similar level. It's not the same level as Mudslap, but it is close. Shadow Scizor is a good matchup if you are on even energy.
Yeah, otherwise the bullet punches are double resisted on Empoleon's side there. But honestly, Empoleon is so safe. You can just bring it, get shields, or you just win the matchup. So I think like Furret is like the most neutral play you can have in Empoleon there.
And I like that Boom is leading this most neutral play here. Some players opt to play those neutral Pokemon in the back, having them have safe switches. If my first lead is not going my way, then I can still pivot out into this Pokemon. But Boom says, I want to have play against anything in the lead and then decide on how I'm going to finish this matchup. However, that didn't work out in the last game.
No, it did not. You can see Boom thinking here, strategizing in his head, what can I do, what I can do with this team. Like, because Empoleon is so strong, he needs to really work around it, to be honest. So I think the Marowak might come back to check that Empoleon, and maybe you're going to see Furret yet again.
Boom staring down the camera while Esperceldo is locked in, one game away from getting day 2 in his first tournament of this season. Wants to qualify for Worlds. That is a good start for him. Now Esperceldo versus Boom 20. Round 2 here. Who makes it to day 2? Can Esperceldo secure it, or is Boom going to come back here? That's a tremendous lead for Boom.
Yeah, we see Furret into a Feraligatr, non-shadow version. We got the Furret here. And when the opponent swaps out here to Altaria, we have the scissor action going on Altaria right now.
What a good bait out by this Altaria, because the Wigglytuff is not expected in the back. But also then again, you can't bring in your Shadow Kanto Marowak versus an Altaria.
Yeah, and obviously you have to shield here because the threat of a flamethrower taking out the Scissor obviously is huge. But the Scissor can overload on energy here, goes for the second Night Slash. This quite will knock out, and then it can up to go for the third one before the Altaria gets to another move.
Yeah, the biggest problem now for Esperceldo is he kind of disrespected this Shadow Scizor in team building, you know? You have taken it away from that Wigglytuff, but now you have your Feraligatr that you want to bring in against it, because you can't bring in the Wigglytuff, you're going to get outpaced now. You will have to give it a shield back. The question is, can you farm down then?
I think this looks like a juicy farm down for the Feraligatr, farming down the Scissor, but like, it doesn't shield here, but the damage that goes on the Feraligatr, and he goes to Furret, and then goes for an Hydro Cannon here on the Furret. Probably let's say go, yeah.
It's a very good situation for Boom in the back with Kanto Marowak that takes, of course, super effective damage from Hydro Cannons, but it can farm down a Feraligatr before it gets to those. Boom actually throwing a Swift here. Shield is being put up. Maybe Esperceldo wants to throw another Hydro Cannon. Maybe he wants to preserve the energy and swap out there to finish this matchup with the Wigglytuff. No, throws immediately here. Wants to preserve all the HP on Wigglytuff.
Yeah, great counting there as well. As we can see, it's going to land on the Furret, and the Furret gets knocked out. And then it comes in the Marowak, and here comes the Wigglytuff. It's Wigglytuff versus Marowak here. But Marowak has the advantage here of the pacing with the Bone Clubs, and they actually do add up.
Yep, this is the one shield scenario. Both trainers only having one shield left remaining. The question is Esperceldo going to get to too many, or is he going to just suffer from it? She brings in the Scissor, forces the energy immediately, because you can't really farm this down without almost getting knocked out. Uses this 30% HP Scissor as a bait out for the energy of Esperceldo. Keeps energy, keeps the shield on this Marowak, and therefore paces quickly here. Does not throw in charge attack priority. Very wise, because it does not look like it, but Wigglytuff has a lot of attack.
Yeah, Wigglytuff actually wins that charged attack priority there. Great knowledge of Boom there, using his Scissor to either get damage or the thing. Here comes the Bone Club, and Feraligatr gets hit by the Bone Club here, and it's knocked out.
Well played by both trainers. Esperceldo baiting out that Shadow Scizor with the Altaria, but still it was a Pokemon that he did not really want to see, because he had no clear plan on how to get rid of it. And now that I'm seeing this team of Esperceldo, I'm curious why Boom 20 did not decide to bring the Shadow Scizor in the first game, because there is no Annihilate, there is no Fire-type Pokemon. I think the hardest check he has to Shadow Scizor is that Unova Stunfisk, and even that matchup, while you have double resisted bullet punches and you are outpacing, you don't want to take a Trailblaze, ever.
You don't want to take a Trailblaze, no, but I do feel like Empoleon into Scizor is more comfortable because the Scizor always has to respect the Hydro Cannon going on there, and the Trailblaze, I mean, it does some damage, but it doesn't do nearly enough since it's also a normal variant of the Empoleon, not the Shadow version, and then the Bullet Punch is being double resisted. It's so very comfortable for Empoleon, so maybe like he thought like he had a strategy and later bring the Scizor on when he feels like it's more safe to bring in.
Oh, Aspercelto is now pivoting. Can check out what he wants to play here. Are you going to be a little bit more safe versus a Shadow Scizor, or are you going to commit to the strategy that you brought last game to hard counter other Pokemon from Boom 20? Boom has
There's also not a lot of fast move pressure going on for the Scizor to farm with anything down. I think the Shadow Claws from Feraligatr, they help a lot, but other than that, the Thunder Shocks maybe from, but that doesn't do a lot of damage, so like Scizor is like really safe to bring, so I do think it's gonna bring it back.
It is very funny with the Shadow Scizor because you have some Pokemon that should be answers to it, but as long as they're not Talonflame and they knock you out with basically 2 Incinerate, it's always play for Scizor, and when it goes on Rampage, when it gets those advantages, it is going to win games for you. Now we're going to see the lead in Game 3. Who makes it to Day 2? It's Empoleon versus the Altaria.
So you would think Dragon type in the Steel Bite is not so bad, but here comes a Marowak incoming Empoleon stays up, and there comes up with an Altaria, which is not so great for Boom here. We do have Rock Slide with just super effective damage to the Altaria, but not nearly enough to knock it out.
This might put it into Rock Slide range though, because Rock Slide has received a buff in Tales of Transformation. Now this is definitely 2 Rock Slide ranges, so can you knock out as Aspercelto with 1 Sky Attack, or is Boom going to be able to get either switch or a shield advantage here?
I think it's going for a shield advantage here, knowing that the Sky Attack will not knock out, doesn't have to shield, and go for another Rock Slide. Most likely he gets a shield here. Oh no, he lets it go. Okay.
Oh, this looks like a good farm down for Aspercelto, because this Kanto Marowak is dangerously low. Can it get to another charge attack? Oh, Shadow Claws do not do that much damage, but this might be enough to knock out there. Farms it down completely.
That is a crazy farm down for Feraligatr. Feraligatr energy literally goes everywhere, and it's so scary to see a load of Feraligatr. But here comes the third, resisting the Shadow Claws. Gonna soak up the first Hydro Cannon because it's bulky enough to resist one right here.
Maybe Boom can win this game off a Hydro Cannon catch. Now immediate swap into the Empoleon. Tries to catch another Hydro Cannon here on this Altaria, but no. Drill Peck is going to be thrown here. Deals a decent amount of damage.
We do have Flamethrower over neutral coverage versus his Empoleon. It's just both like neutral moves that are going to be thrown here, but Empoleon has the upper hand because it resists the Dragon Breaths, has the Drill Pecks, has the Metal Sound. So he's going to go for the second Drill Peck here on the Altaria. Altaria doesn't have to shield there. He knows he can survive.
Aspercelto has put himself in an advantageous position when it comes to the Pokemon, when it comes to the alignment here. But Boom has dealt so much fast attack damage that those matchups might tilt a little bit to his side. Throws a Sky Attack here, saves some energy. Another Drill Peck is going to be thrown. At some point you will have to use your shields. Boom puts it all on the Ferd. Ferd with 2 shields has won difficult matchups before.
Ferd goes for the Trailblaze here. I think this will knock out, so I don't know if he's going for it to shield this Empoleon. It lets it go, and the Trailblaze does not allow it to survive on 1 HP. It goes to the Feraligatr, swaps in, and this Ferd is going on a rampage right now.
Ferd deals so much damage with those Sucker Punches. Having those 2 shields is allowing you to go on a tear, dealing a lot of damage. Maybe this Kanto Marowak did the job by dealing so much damage with those Mud Slaps. Races up to a possible knockout. Another Hydro Cannon is being reached, but there is the next shield.
Boom knows. Boom is locked in. He knows. He was nodding. He knows, okay, my Ferd is my Wincon, and he goes for that Wincon right now. He shields the Hydro Cannon, farms down the Feraligatr, and there's 1 shield left up, but there's nothing left on the Empoleon to get the shield on it. Yeah, and there he goes. Ferd wins the game.
Incredible plays by Boom 20, not disappointing again, making it to a Day 2 on the winner's side. He is one of the best trainers we have in Europe right now again. This time bringing the Ferd, getting into uncomfortable matchups, knowing I just need to deal some fast attack damage to something before I swap out, so I can get the maximum advantage out of the other matchups that I'm playing. This is dynamic gameplay, not only the perfect energy management on the side of Boom, as we have seen times and times again, but this is HP management. This is such a crucial skill to learn. Hey, maybe I don't have the best matchup in Altaria versus Empoleon, But if I get some sucker punches in before, I can put it into a nasty flamethrower range.
I'm so proud of him. He played really well. Knowing his first matchups, I brought the scissor once. I think he played phenomenal in the game.
Yeah, you're a disciple, right?
Yeah, I am, yeah. he knows how to play, so he just plays how to play. Exactly.
Of course. Boom 20. He has shown in the last regional that he is not a one-hit wonder. I think he's done a top 8 before that somewhere, but then again, he got to second place. Wants to repeat that now, maybe get another gold medal to the collection. And he has, on the first game, been on the back foot as Prescelto looked so strong there, using the Empoleon despite it looking really tough to bring versus the Shadow Steelix and the Marowak.
Yeah, the Empoleon looked really strong here for Prescelto. And then the Marowak like had so much play, and also when he threw that second Rock Slide Altaria, letting it go, going for a far now was actually really smart. Knowing that Ferret with a shield advantage is just too good sometimes.
It deals so much damage with Sucker Punches, and they're showing as well why it is the most played Pokemon in this tournament. Has taken the crown off Cradley, which we are actually not even seeing in one of those two teams.
You think Ferret is cute?
I love it.
Yeah, I think it's a great Pokemon. The neutral plate has the Swift, the Trailblaze, the Sucker Punch. It's amazing.
It basically hits everything. Let's look at Ferret, because this Pokemon is so incredibly strong. It has been dominating the past few metas and has, of course, some key losses as well. We've talked about Empoleon before, having Gastrodon as a key loss. However, Tinkaton, it's much less common.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those in a long time, actually, the Tinkaton. Everything is resisted. Tinkaton is also so bulky, resists the Trailblaze, resists the Swift, resists the Sucker Punch. And against Corsola, and being a Ghost typing with the Sucker Punch and the normal typing of Ferret, it's just an amazing matchup for it. You can just farm it down, 2 Trailblazes, and come out with so much energy while being boosted as well.
Corsola was top 3 Pokemon in most of the tournaments in this season, and Ferret has pushed it out single-handedly. Ferret, a Pokemon that is so incredibly neutral, very few fighting types in the meta right now. Sometimes you have other issues like a Wigglytuff, but those matchups are all playable, right? And if your opponent's most neutral Pokemon, like a Ferret most of the time, is also a hard winning matchup versus your Galarian Corsola, you might not ever want to bring it in this matchup, because the chances of getting it onto the Ferret are really high. If you win a matchup with the Corsola before that, they easily soak the energy, get some Sucker Punches in, get more advantages, and Corsola really on the downtrack because of the dominance of Ferret.
Yeah, if you have that matchup, Corsola into Ferret, you don't want to be the player who's playing the Corsola right there. So
yeah, it is actually pushing it out of the meta. Ferret really, really strong, and the player who used it the best, of course, was Boom 20 again, so let's hear it from him.
Boom!
What a fantastic pick there to have Ferret just ready to go. Even Empoleon, Altaria, or Feraligatr, you could just go through the entire team. What are your thoughts on Ferret? Like, obviously, you did great in Gdansk with it, and what's the continuation?
Yes, until yesterday, I actually did not have Ferret on my team. I wanted to try out the newly available Pokemon, the Spidops, but I had a lot of gaps in my team, and Ferret filled those gaps, so I went back to old reliable Ferret, and it's been working great.
Ferret, of course, with the shield, is just such a strong Pokemon. Even its worst matchups like Altaria are pretty manageable. What else on your team do you think has been really instrumental for you today?
Well, I gotta thank you, I think, because the Marowak has been really good, and this person here, the Nighttime Clasher, was the one who actually suggested me to bring the Kanto Marowak instead of the more typically used Gastrodon. And it's been working really well, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
So I guess tell me about your strategy in Game 3 a little bit more. I saw you swap that Marowak immediately, and he brought in Altaria. That's not usually a great matchup. What was kind of the plan with that?
Well, as you saw in the battle, I managed to flip the alignment, even though the alignment wasn't too important there, so maybe it didn't help, but the nice thing about the Marowak compared to the Gastrodon is you still have a lot of play into the Altaria, while if it's a Gastrodon and Altaria, it's 9 out of 10 times game over. Sorry.
Yeah, Gastrodon is a little bit more polarizing in some matchups. Marowak, of course, it's like neutral and has just more damage overall. Overall, what are you most afraid of seeing in tomorrow's bracket?
I don't know. Whatever the people have, they can try and bring it, and I'll try and take it on.
Very, very confident, as you should be. Of course, this is our Lille 2025 regional champion and runner-up in Gdansk. Boom. Do you have any other shout-outs? You've obviously had such fantastic tournaments in your entire career, never even missed a day two. Anyone you want to shout out for getting you along the way?
Yes, big shout out to my family for letting me go to these events and watching and supporting from home. Also, shout out Hiro Pripo, also for watching from home. And just everyone that helped me prepare for this tournament. It's greatly appreciated.
The best thing about rooting for Boom is you always know that you're going to be able to watch the entire day too. An incredible trainer, and we are so excited to see what you can do more of today. But for now, we have more games here in Stuttgart to catch for day number 1.
Just two champions having a chat. It's phenomenal to watch those young trainers especially get more and more confidence also in those interviews, right? Just to see them like get this confidence knowing, hey, I can just actually beat anyone I want.
Boom was definitely aura farming right there, and Eric was helping in Glaze, that's for sure.
Yeah, Eric also has been so phenomenal in those last tournaments, has been showing really how good those young trainers are. I think us as old heads, we need to really
Did he win a trophy
going.
recently?
Yeah, I think he did one.
Oh, okay.
One maybe. But let's talk about this later, right? I'm actually confused. I don't see any Oranguru here, but another trainer who has made day 2 at LAIC, if you did not know what we were hinting at there. Stone Collection.
Another famous trainer of ours, one of the veterans in the Play Pokemon Championship.
Yep, Stone Collection has had a good run. They're playing another rematch of the regional.
Wait, what's this? Is this a Belly Bolt?
Yep, that's a Belly Bolt with Sucker Punch, Zapcan, and Parabolic Charge. Phenomenal Core Breaker, Shadow Jump Love, as well with those double hard-hitting charge attacks. And a Shadow Primeape as well.
And they got Freaka over here with a Malamar. We haven't seen one of those yet. A Stunfisk, a Spidops, one of the newer Pokemon as well. We have Charizard, Shadow Charizard, Credilli, and Azumarill. Spidops, what do we think of this Pokemon?
This Pokemon is really flexible. It has some harder matchups. Something like a Ferret is really tough to deal with, just because you don't have any fast attack pressure. But other than that, this Pokemon can really help you. If your opponent doesn't have a hard answer, it can be so annoying to deal with, because both of these charge attacks, which is decent coverage as well, they're both gonna debuff you. So if you do switch against this Pokemon, it's gonna be tough to come back.
It's very bulky, and having debuff moves makes it even more bulky. If it has a neutral matchup, you know Spidops is gonna pop off.
Alright, Stone Collection versus Freaka. Those trainers know each other well, and that's a huge lead for Freaka. Super effective. Sideways versus Shadow Primeape. Safe swap into the Unnovan Stunfisk, answered by Cradley.
This is a dominant matchup. First the Malamar and the Primeape, and now the Credilli and the Stunfisk. This is really great for the Credilli here. But the Credilli actually having assets which is resisted on the Stunfisk. A grass that it can survive, so it's not the worst, I would say, but still, this is very dominant for Credilli here.
If Freaka wants to keep the alignment, which he can very well choose to do in this matchup, Stunfisk actually puts this Cradley a little bit lower than it wants to be, and that could be a potential option for a farm down, just because the pacing of Unnovan Stunfisk is so quick. Could bring in the Primeape later on, and Primeape with energy can overcome the worst matchups.
Yeah, Mob Bomb being neutrally on a Credilli because of its typing Rock, Grass, makes ground type attacks neutral on the Credilli. Grass Knot goes well by the Credilli here. Not giving shield by the Stunfisk, and let's say go, and the Stunfisk is out.
Oh, immediate swap into the Malamar here. Stone Collection is opting to throw a Rage Fist before swapping out, but look at the damage! It's already in the yellow. Malamar looking strong.
Those Scythes are really add up on the spray. The Prime is not going to hang on for too long anymore. The Rage Fist get no shield here by the Malamar, and the Ferret comes in against the Malamar here. Malamar has coverage move, has superpower. He goes for the foul play. Maybe like a great bait here for the Ferret, for the Malamar here on the Ferret.
Oh, can Stone Collection ever afford to no-shield here? He needs HP anyways. The big question is, can he farm this down with the Ferret in the back? There is only a Shadow Charizard that does not have too much HP here. Another fall play has been thrown. He calls it! Does not get hit by the superpower here. Knows exactly what's going on in Freaka's head. Now he's going for a Trailblaze here. Knows he can't farm it down fully, so he wants to ramp up the attack.
What a call here that he made. And he shields up the Trailblaze. Very interesting. And then he comes for the Malamar. And Malamar gets on another move. So, I mean, Stone Collection has to shield this.
unless he wants to bring in the Primate and use the shield there. But he has so much energy, he's already attack boosted. Brings in the Shadow Charizard here. Ember Swift boosted versus Shadow Charizard. This should deal a lot of damage, but there is still a Protect Shield left on the side of Freaka.
Charizard has to shield pretty much everything since it's so frail, but getting to the Air Cutter in only 4 Embers is amazing pacing here. Probably to the local farm, how they throw, because Air Cutter, and it throws Air Cutter and the Fury gets knocked out here, and there's still a Primate left with no energy.
Yep, and that should look good for the Shadow Charizard of Freaka. He has also been an OG. Both of those trainers are very well known in the series, and Freaka gets the win in Game 1, lands the Air Cutter, and maybe Stone Collection is asking himself why he did not save swap Gyarados.
He was really strong into Primate, I must say. The Malamar lead, the Charizard in the back. I mean, Primate didn't have much chance there to fight back.
Yeah. That's true. It was heavily targeted by the composition of Freaka, of course. In the sandwich with Cradley, of course, being a prime target for Prime Ape, but that wasn't the matchup we were seeing here. So now those players will have to find out a different way on how to play this matchup. And honestly, let's address the belly bolt in the room.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna bring it. I kind of want to see it though, but as you see at Freaka's Malamar, it's pretty much unchecked.
Yeah.
The only thing I could say maybe is the jump left. The Fairy Winds are super effective. Is the bulk to sustain it, but the Malamar is kind of a free pick for Freaka here.
Shadow Jumpluff's matchup versus the Malamar got worse with the change of Aerial Ace, because you're now not outpacing anymore and you're losing charge attack priority regardless. If you're not even playing this charge attack, then Malamar actually has a lot of wiggle room.
What do you think of Spide Ups? I think there's no reason for him to bring the Spide Ups in this matchup.
Yeah.
Spide Ups don't have much play here with the Jump Love and the Talonflame. It's kind of risky to bring that Spide Ups.
Also, Furret is really, really tough to deal with. You're fine versus most of the other picks. I think versus the... it might actually be tough to play versus a Primeape as well, because you're just getting outpaced so hard. But I think those matchups should still be fine, but you won't want to risk it. Now, Stone Collection. Both of these trainers, they have massive experience already in those tournaments. On those big stages, Stone Collection has been top cutting constantly. He's #1 on the European leaderboard right now, has gotten the LAIC Travel Award, wants to go for the EOIC Travel Award, or has this one also set up.
And the players are locking in right now, setting up the teams. And we see a Belly Bolt into Cradilli. That is not what the Belly Bolt wants to see.
No, but he is going to outpace to this Parabolic Charge, wins charge attack priority, and at least boosts up the defense. But if you're boosting your defense and your opponent is lowering your attack, how useful is your Pokemon then?
Yeah, I mean, Belly Bolt gets even more bulkier right now. Here comes the first move of the Cradilli here. Goes for the Rock Tomb, debuffs the Belly Bolt later on. But the Belly Bolt is very thick now with the Belly Bolt. Look at that damage, does nothing.
Yeah, but can you go for a Zap Cannon though? That is the big question. I think maybe Stone Collection wants to either preserve some energy later on in this game, or he wants to get this Cradilli into a farm down range. The big question is, after 2 debuffs, can you farm all the way down with a Cradilli?
As you can see, there is also another Electric type in the back here, and that is a Stunfisk. So I think Stone's Collection is really happy to see the Cradilli here on his Belly Bolt, knowing that Sucker Punches are neutral. It can buff itself up, and there's a Stunfisk free for later on.
Stunfisk definitely looking good there. Swaps in the Malamar to get the farm down here. Stone Collection not reacting. Stone Collection brings in the Stunfisk there, which could be so good against the Charizard in the back.
Yeah, Malamar getting a lot of energy there is really great for the Malamar, knowing that Malamar has so much play into Stone Collection's team right here. Stunfisk goes for the Mud Bomb here. Does like a decent amount of damage. I think 2 comes close to knocking out with some Thunder Shocks.
They know each other so well. They're both on the same grassroots team now, competing here on the big stage. And the Malamar is looking mighty strong, as you said. If one of those fantastic trainers has a team comp advantage with one Pokemon that is so hard to beat and so free against the other team, it is huge. Freaka is in a prime spot right now.
But we see the Ferret doing amazing things today, and the Ferret with 2 shields, with the Sucker Punch. There's a Charizard back over Freaka. The Sucker Punches did do heavy damage. And here comes the Charizard into the Ferret, and we can see for ourselves right here. The Charizard has the pacing advantage with the Air Cutter, and I don't know if Stone Collection has to kind of respect this, but will he respect his Air Cutter or not? He's gonna call the bait. He calls the bait, Leon. He calls the bait right here.
That is huge. You're not taking a lot of damage there. Is there going to be a attack buff? No, there isn't. You're going to go for a Trailblaze here. Freaka kind of has to shield this. This would not do a lot of damage, but your Sucker Punches will hurt more now. Mortis, look at this. It's chipping away the Charizard. Charizard will get to 2 Air Cutters, no problem, but you can just use more shields.
Air Cutter also has a chance to increase your attack from the Charizard, and Charizard being such a heavy attack-weighted Pokemon, having more attack would be amazing. And Air Cutter goes again. There's a second Air Cutter gets shown. The Frit ups to shield. He's gonna just farm down this Charizard right now.
How much energy is on the Pokemon on Frika's bench right now? This is going to knock out. Brings in the Cradley. Cradley is very close to a Charge Deck. Reaches for it and knocks out the Ferret here that has so much energy. Is there anything left in the tank for Stone Collection?
All that energy gone on the Ferret. There's only one thing left, and that is the Stunfisk. But can he farm it down? He farmed it down.
That is a huge farm down, actually. Another shield left for Frika. So this is looking good for him, unless he gets outpaced. But Psywave deals so much damage, knocks it out. And Psywave, the freest Pokemon for Frika, gets him the 2-0 over Stone Collection. His friend, his rival, one of the titans of the game.
That was a great showcasing how to play Malamar, getting a little bit of energy, just a little bit of energy advantage, and the energy literally went everywhere, and Malamar was just popping off right there.
Yep, this Pokemon is one that you cannot disrespect once it's there. Sometimes it's not the right meta for Malamar. Sometimes there are just too many answers around. But the moment not every team has a Pokemon that uses Charm or completely walls Malamar, or Galarian Moltres goes out a little bit more of the meta, this Pokemon comes in and just sweeps teams.
Yeah, the energy was from the Malamar was just amazing in his team. We saw Belly Bolt at least. We saw the matchup, and I liked how he played ABA Electric, like the Belly Bolt and the Stunfisk in the back. Yeah. And he thought probably, oh, Stunfisk, you know, is free now. But I mean, yeah, it was not so great to see that the Stunfisk there. And also, he brought the Stunfisk not on the Charizard. Obviously, he didn't know what was in the back. But the Charizard, yeah, the Ferret also doing so much damage with the Sucker Punch, just trailblazing at Zard, knowing that the Charizard would shield regardless. Having those extra boosted Sucker Punches on the Charizard was able to farm it down was great knowledge of the game.
Yeah, I also really like from Frika's side that he swapped out of the Belly Bolt matchup with the Cradley later on, but farmed up a lot of energy before bringing in the Malamar, knowing you are going to reach the knockout with the fast attacks before Stone Collection is going to get to another attack on the Belly Bolt. So later on in the game, he barely outpaced the Ferret of Frika.
From that, he had some information from knowing that, oh, why is he staying with the Electric type on my Grass type?
Yeah.
So he knew something, my Credillia is still valuable for the backline for Stone Collection there.
Yep. I think Frika has gone for an old saying, you know, he made an old read. If your opponent, especially on stage, is bringing a really spicy Pokemon that hasn't been seen before, they will lead it if they lost one game.
Oh, okay, that's smart.
That is basically the rule. You're always going to see the spice pick once. Most of the time it's in the lead, because then it's easier to control the game if your opponent gets the hard answer onto it. But I liked also how Stone Collection played it, right? This was a bad lead, but he knew that he could outpace and buff his defenses first, so the matchup isn't that bad. But Frika able to control this matchup incredibly well.
Yeah, it did. Truly amazing. Yeah, I loved it.
Farmed up so much energy, did not take much damage because he just debuffed the attack and then brought in the Malamar. Distributing the energy on his multiple Pokemon as well shows how great of a player he is there. And also, in this matchup, if you have a completely free Malamar, you take every free energy you get on it.
Yeah, you get the advantage of just swapping it in and knowing that you have some Psywaves and the energy goes there everywhere. Yeah.
Yep, you cannot get, as we call it, RPS. So you cannot have a polarizing matchup in the lead or in the back. You can always find a way to play the games in a neutral way or get yourself a typing advantage. And I mean, if you're already starting with a Cradley into an Electric type, that helps.
What has been your favorite Pokemon so far? Have you seen?
Ooh, I mean, I love Ferret. I know it's pretty basic to say that the most used Pokemon is my favorite one that is being played, but Ferret, I've been a day oneer. Ever since it got Trailblaze and Sucker Punch, I've been saying Ferret is phenomenal, plus Swift. This Pokemon has dominated, and I really like the playstyle. It can win with energy, it can win with boost and fast attack damage. It can set up other Pokemon. You can play it in the zero shield scenarios, which you're losing against many Pokemon, but you always put them in farm down range. You can just give your Ferret 2 shields and it's going to sweep some teams. It can win you off of polarizing matchups, but it can also just be a neutral, flexible Pokemon. I love Ferret.
Do you like it more than Scizor?
I love it. Yes, definitely. Scizor, again, one of those rather even matchups. You know, you're dealing a little bit more damage just because you are bulkier with those Sucker Punches. You know, Sucker Punch and Bullet Punch are basically the same fast attack, the same type of fast attack. It isn't. It's Dark versus Steel types, but the damage to energy ratio is the same. And you're dealing a little bit more damage, even though your charge attacks are resisted.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Ferret has amazing matchups. I mean, there's nothing... I don't really see Annihilate anymore as much, right, either. So there's a Primeape that resists the Sucker Punches, but we've seen one, a Shadow one, but unfortunately it was never on a Ferret.
Yep, and Annihilate also pretty good against Ferret, but this is why some of those Pokemon sneak in. If you want to bring your spicy picks to those tournaments, it's always good to try them out first, and you can also do that. Of course, you can play online, but you can also meet up with other trainers at locals, at challenges, and at cups, and we're going to show you how.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And those, we have to see these local play tournaments. If you want to play those, there's a QR code you can scan with your phone. You can see in your area where you can play these. I've been to a couple. It's amazing. You see people, you meet new people, you meet your friends. You can get experience, you get championship points. It's just also a lot of fun.
What was the coolest Pokemon you ever played at a cup or a challenge?
Primeape, but then it was spicy.
Okay,
it wasn't good. It didn't have Rage Fist, yes. It was the old school counter Primeape, yeah.
Oh yeah, that is actually a cool one.
Yeah,
so that's cool. Nice. I think Hitmonchan is also one of those Pokemon that played similar to Primeape there, with those elemental punches, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Something Punch, Ice Punch. You can just punch everything with some counter uses.
Those are the early days of Pokemon Go. Like the Hitmonchan, the Hitmonlees. Yeah, those were the fun days.
And now we have Strange TOP versus EU Uden, and that is a spicy team on the side of EU Uden. This is so incredibly hard to break for the most meta teams.
This is a T-Ball I see on EU Uden. Having Sucker Punch, Night Slash, Play Rough, I assume. Great coverage. Also kind of bulky as well. If it's not on a counter, it's actually kind of good.
It is pretty bulky, and also Alolan Ninetales is even bulkier than this, and both of these Pokemon, they actually answer Altaria quite well. Now, immediately going into the game, it's Lapras on the side of Strange TOP versus Corsola.
Corsola here has the upper hand, having a Power Gem excess move, super effective on the Lapras, and Corsola also is a little bit bulkier than the Lapras. Lapras has Sparkling Area with neutral damage, and it chose a Sparkling before he can reach the Power Gem here.
Yeah, Lapras is doing fine in this matchup. Sparkling Area is such a fantastic attack, but you have the super effective Charge Attack Power Gem immediately swapping out into the Florges, and I think when you're looking at the backline of EU Uden, I think this is where he wants it.
Yeah, I think he's really happy to see it here. He has lots of energy from the Corsola, and Nice is doing a tremendous amount of damage here on the Corsola to basically knock it out.
Actually, now that I think of it, the Alolan Ninetales and the Stunfisk, they also have trouble with Lapras, so this is a really good pick from Strange Top. Now, keeps on playing it out, goes to throw a Nightshade here. Is this even going to knock out, or is Strange Top going to reach for another Charge Attack?
After that Chilling Water, it does not knock out, it hangs on, it gets to another Chilling Water, it gets to a Trailblaze, actually on the Corsola, and the Trailblaze, I don't know if Uden is gonna shield it, he's probably gonna let it go at this point. His Corsola gets a lot of value out of his Corsola so far.
Yep, the big question is what is he going to bring in now? Of course, Stunfisk is decent versus this Lapras when shields are up. Gets a Thunder Shock advantage, but what's in the back? There's Ferret, and Lapras brings in the Ferret. That's a really good answer, but even a better answer to the Ferret is the Alolan Ninetales. Now look at the fast attack damage from Ninetales. It's not there!
It's healing the Lapras currently right now. Usually, sometimes Ninetales runs Charm, but Powder Snow I think is the preferred fast move run in this meta. And the Sparkling Aria, I mean, if it lands, the Psy Waves, they add up, it's all neutral, but the Alolan Ninetales at least has Dazzling Gleam. He's gonna reach for a Dazzling Gleamer, which will do a tremendous amount of heavy damage on the Lapras if it doesn't get shielded.
Strange Top knows he can shield this because the bait would be incredibly risky, dealing basically 0 damage, then would also heal it. Now he's over farming a little bit more. You can also comfortably take a Dazzling Gleam here. Decides to no shield.
Strain's looking very confident here in his team, knowing that, okay, I got the Lapras on the Ninetales. I'm really happy here. He overloads on energy. He tries to go for a catch here, but catching a Sparkling Arrow and a Stunfisk.
Oh, this is super effective damage, but this might be the way to go for Uden, distributing the damage more, and then later on taking Ferret energy onto this Alolan Ninetales.
But Ferret having access to Trailblaze, I mean, it will do super effective damage, and at this point with the Sucker Punch set, it most likely will knock out. So the Stunfisk is going for some Mud Bombs here, getting some chip damage here and valuable damage, but I mean, this Ferret is going on a rampage right now again.
It's so healthy. Super effective damage is going to knock out the Stunfisk. Ferret, again, you said it, in a prime position to sweep games. However, very low HP on the Lapras, but I still think you might need a Dazzling Gleam for this.
Yeah, the Weather Ball will not KO, and we have the Sucker Punches into the Swift. He has to respect the Swift there. It would not knock out at this point, but otherwise he gets farmed out by the Sucker Punches, and there's still a healthy Lapras with a shield in the back.
So can you actually, go to double Weather Ball way before the Ferret gets to another attack? This is getting closer and closer, but this Lapras has residual energy. You just need to shield a Dazzling Gleam there. Oh, actually goes to the Sparkling area, immediately throws it. No shields left remaining on the Ninetales from Uden, and Strange Top wins game 1.
Yeah, Uden needed to overload on as much energy as possibly, but he still needed. I don't think a Weather Ball would have knocked out the Lapras, still being double resisted by the Ice and the Water typing right there. And he still needed a Dazzling Gleam, so he needed to overload perfectly on energy, which was really hard to us to do.
Lapras looked incredibly strong in this game, basically completely core-breaking Uden. Looking at the team of Uden, what could he bring there? I mean, he had it on the Galarian Corsola. I think he needed to try harder to keep it that way.
I kind of want to see the Thievul. I mean, resisting the Cyrus from the Lapras as well. I mean, the Thievul looks kind of okay into the Strange's team, to be honest.
Honestly, now that you're saying it, looks really good. You hard answer the Altaria. You win every even shield scenario going straight play rough. You're beating Ferret because you're resisting those Sucker Punches. I think Stunfisk might be a rather neutral matchup, could be in favor of the Stunfisk. You beat Shadow Scissor comfortably because you deal so much more damage. And even if you play the once and the Shadow Scissor throws 2 Night Slashes, you live.
The only thing you have to watch out is the Florges, the Fairy typing on the Thievul. Something I guess it doesn't want to see, but other than that, the Thievul looks pretty good for him.
Yep. Florges also hitting for neutral damage then with the charge attack. Sometimes when it plays versus Dragon-type Pokemon, it's kind of funny because Florges, yes, it's a Fairy type, but Trailblaze and Chilling Water always resisted by those Dragons, but against Dark types, Florges is just shining.
Yeah, as we can see here, the Ninetales didn't do much for Uden, so I expect him to not bring it back. I want to see some Thievul, and the Lapras again for Strange was really good. It popped off this game. I don't think he's not going to bring it, to be honest.
Lapras is an insane core breaker for the team of EU, and this is something that he probably did not calculate with. It has vanished from the meta earlier, but it looks so strong. Only one real answer on the side of EU Uden, and honestly, how real is that answer? Because the energy is still not walled. Lapras is so bulky. We're going into game 2. Strange Top leading 1-0, leading the Florges into the Thievul!
We saw the Thievul, but we doesn't want to see the Florges, obviously. So let's see how Uden comes back from this. The Uden swaps out to his Stunfisk now, and it's not answered, but the Florges can easily debuff the Stunfisk. This is a free Chilling Water.
Yeah, debuffing with a super effective attack is so good for Strange Top. Can now follow this up by just bringing in exactly the Ferret there. Also, this is so much damage, setting it up for a Trailblaze knockout already. But look at the damage now.
The Ferret doesn't, I mean, you can take many bombs right now because it's debuffed by the Chilling Water. Look at that damage. Doesn't do a lot of damage. The Ferret is so comfortable overloading on energy and then throw the Trailblaze. And by that time, with the Sucker Punch, the Trailblaze will just knock out the Stunfisk, and then it's a boosted Ferret he has to deal with.
Good damage here. Trailblaze is already reached, but we're farming up more. Knows exactly the amount of energy that Uden is at. Strange Top playing this to perfection.
Great counting here from Strange. I wonder what Oden's gonna do now. He has to worry about this Ferret being boosted, having also some energy, and then here comes a Thievul and goes for a Swift right now.
This is a boosted Swift, so it's going to deal some extra damage. Of course, you're resisting Sucker Punches with everything we have in the back, but the energy is already there. This is so much damage, and after this, are you even going to reach another Swift? Possible win condition to farm it down? No! Has to throw the Night Slash here. Next possible win condition. Attack rose drastically.
From the Thievul, let's see if it happens. Does it happen? It does not. And Thievul knocks out the Florges, the Ferret, but Florges comes in. Here is the Ninetales. This is still like a matchup where, okay, he goes for a Trailblaze, but it probably is going to stay in here with the Florges and do as much damage as he possibly can for the Ninetales.
It did not debuff it, did throw the Trailblaze for a little bit more damage, maybe knowing exactly how much damage you need to deal that to put it in Sparkling Area range.
This is probably like
oh no,
key not launchman here, knowing that like okay with the Scythes and the Sparkling Aura and the Trailblaze a little bit more damage, now it'll be fine. And he calls the Weather Ball bait there. That's huge, and Strange is just nodding with his head, knowing okay I got this.
Yep, this is again a call there. Strange Top is dancing around Uden here, saying you can throw whatever you like. I'm not gonna take any damage. Over farming so much energy. Strange Top is dominating here in Stuttgart, throwing a Sparkling Area now.
The Lapras is dominating this game right now. His energy goes everywhere. Here comes a Thievul, and another Sparkling Area gets thrown at Thievul. I mean, Odin has to shield, but I don't know if he knows the writing is on the wall, unfortunately. You look at his face like he's like, okay, this is over. And the Lapras did so much work. And he top left at the game, out of respect for his opponent, obviously.
We're getting all the top lefts in this matchup here. Strange Top advancing to day 2 on the winner's side, taking out EU Uden with his trusty Lapras. That was a Lapras masterclass. Thought that would rhyme better. EU Uden, of course, not out yet, but Strange Top. What a performance here. Again, calling both of those weather balls really huge.
Yeah, what a core breaker Will Lapras was for this team. And also the use of Florges being core broken. I mean, he was core broken on Florges as well. The debuffing, the chilling water, the dancing around that he did with his Pokemon was amazing. The Lapras, I haven't seen a Lapras in such a long time, and now it's like popping off. Like it's...
And this is exactly why it is so good right now, right? This Pokemon is so versatile, so flexible. If it has a little bit of energy advantages, matchups like Cradley are really good for it, because then you outpace to an Ice Beam, you force shields, you can bait with Sparkling Area because you're probably going to get a shield regardless. If it's no shielded, Sparkling Area is still super fine neutrally. It has so many applications versus Pokemon in the meta. Furret, the most played Pokemon, usually not the best matchup, but you would win the zero shield scenarios, and if you have a Pokemon that resists Furret energy or a Steel type in general, I think you have great play against everything in this meta. It thrives off there not being too many fighting type Pokemon.
Yeah, and the Ninetales was also a very interesting pick we haven't seen today. He probably had some case of scenario in his head that it could pop off with the Ninetales, but always having it met on the Lapras was not so fun for Uden there. He probably would have liked to see it more on a Furret where the Sucker Punches would be resisted, since, I mean, Furret is literally everywhere right now.
Furret is everywhere, and it's so good winning games left and right. This was fantastic. The double Weather Ball bait by Uden, trying to grasp for some shields here, but Strange Top knowing, hey, I will probably win this game even if I don't shield a Dazzling Gleam. Like, Lapras is so bulky, you have no fast attack pressure, you could never farm me down. Calls 2 charged attacks and they deal 5 damage.
I'm sad we didn't see more Thievul action today. Yeah. Of course, he has to see the Florges in the lead. That was kind of unfortunate, but I mean, yeah, the Lapras stole the show for him, and also the Furret. Again, the Trailblaze, the good matchup, the energy that they have, the charged attack priorities that he made, like all the counting was great from Strange. Yeah.
And Alola Ninetales, really strong in this meta. The only really hard checks are Shadow Talonflame and Shadow Scizor. They're so good at breaking cores. If you just think about it, it's very decent versus Cradley. It has good fast attack pressure. It's so good versus Stunfisk. It is so good versus Altaria. There are so many Pokemon that Ninetales really dominates. But there's also Lapras then all of a sudden, and this is rough.
I think he didn't thought about Lapras then, and it was like, oh no, there's a Lapras, and yeah, it was on the Ninetales.
Who's gonna run? It also broke the entire team of Uden, so Lapras really coming out on top there. What a fantastic Pokemon to just bring back. It has so much neutral plane to everything. It's so bulky. How did it ever vanish from the meta?
Honestly, I don't know. I used Shadow Lapras a lot, and then, yeah, it just disappeared. Nobody used it. There was a lot of Annihilate at some point, and then Lapras was like, well, but Lapras still with the super effective Scythes can still do some damage against the Annihilate. Great against the fighting types, but yeah, I don't know actually, but I'm glad to see it back, regardless.
Yeah, I think it's about time that it comes back. Lapras so dominant in those matchups. It has lost quite some targets there. We've also seen play it with Ice Beam and not with Skull Bash. I remember when Lapras started to become good, there was this whole debate. Do you play Ice Beam? Do you play Skull Bash? Skull Bash obviously better in the mirror match. Sometimes, at some point, Ice Beam was necessary because there was Jump Love everywhere, and that would turn into a really bad matchup if you didn't play it. But then again, if your opponent had a Skull Bash Lapras, you couldn't deal any damage to them. Strange Top decided to run Ice Beam. Wasn't even necessary. It was just straight Sparkling Area from him.
Yeah, that's all he needed.
I'm quite curious to hear later on if Strange Top has brought the Lapras every game so far, or if this was like one matchup that he really wanted to get on. But I really like this. So if you're playing versus Caesar, I think Caesar is also part of the reason why we have seen less Lapras. It's not that great. You have resisted Psy-Waves and you're getting outpaced by the Caesar. So your opponent is going to give you shields, but if a Trailblaze ever lands, it's going to be very tough.
And you get farm it down and then,
But the Altaria, that is such a good matchup. You can hit Ice Beams onto it and you can overfarm. It's not dealing too much damage with Dragon Breath or with Sky Attacks. You can comfortably control the matchup afterwards. And I think those are some of the best options you can have when you're playing the Lapras. But someone who knows a lot more about Lapras than me is Strange Top. So let's go over to Farid and Strange Top.
Thanks very much, casters. Now, the winner of that last semi-final match in the group rounds, I'm joined by Adrian, also known as Strange Top. How are you feeling with another day 2?
I'm feeling happy. This is probably my 4th day 2, and I'm really hoping to get to top 8 for the first time in a regional, and hopefully claim my first medal.
Yeah, Adrian, now a top 8 would be really exciting, but your last regional event, am I correct in saying you did make day 2 there as well?
Yeah, it was Stockholm, I think. No, Utrecht. It was Utrecht, yeah.
And
I made day 2.
And you brought a Shadow Lapras that time.
I brought Shadow Lapras, correct.
Now,
yeah.
I'm a big fan of Shadow Lapras. You opted for regular Lapras here, and it looked like it was an amazing pick. How have you been finding it so far this tournament?
So, Lapras was a pick that I made last night at 1:30 a.m. because I couldn't find like the 6 Pokemon to fit the team. And although it doesn't like win properly to most of the meta, it does perform well. It's a good zero seal Pokemon. In a lot of scenarios, it's dominant. And then in the match against Odin was really key. Like there was no Pokemon stopping it, so I take advantage of it.
And watching you no-shielding against that Alolan Ninetales was just so enjoyable to see. Lapras is a Pokemon that I think you've used quite a lot of, both Lapras and Shadow Lapras, so you're very experienced with it. Do you think it's going to be strong going into day 2 here in Stuttgart?
I think it can find its matches, although it's not the most dominant Pokemon in the meta, but I think it's a Pokemon that not everyone was prepared for, so this time it paid off for me.
It really, really did. Now, you went to the World Championships last year. What was that experience like for you?
It was amazing. I really had a lot of fun. Like the goal of the season was just to qualify to travel there for the second time in a World Championship, and I had so much fun there with my friends. I went with my wife also, so we had a great experience there doing tourism and playing the tournament.
I'm really glad to hear it. And for this year, do you still have that same goal, qualify for the World Championships, or are you setting the bar a little higher?
I will say my goal is to earn my first medal, also qualify, and hopefully win a regional if those things come.
I would love to see that happen, hopefully here this weekend. Do you want to shout anyone out whilst we're here?
Yeah, sure. I want to shout out all my teammates from Mahada Ravens, especially Aregi, because we had to play in round 2. And also my friends in Spain, Pato, Chris, and everyone supporting me.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Adrian. The winner of that Group D semi-final match, he'll play his winners group finals tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned. But for now, back to the casters for more Pokemon Go action.
If you love that Alolan Ninetales action, get ready because we have another one coming up here. In our winner semifinals, I believe one of our co-casters, Martine, is going to be piloting it today.
Eric, where's Leon?
He had to go.
Wait,
Leon...
did he win a trophy recently?
Oh,
There's no way. There's no way.
May or may not have been me. May or may not have been me.
We have to mention it sometimes, right? But yeah, Netherquins. Let's talk about Netherquins.
This is a player who will literally take the craziest picks, the picks that you look at are like, no way you're actually running that, and then he'll win the tournament. So,
do you know what his OG favorite Pokemon is?
I feel like if the answer is Giratina, it's like way too obvious. There's no way it could be that.
It's Pelipper.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Pelipper.
It's OG. You didn't know
I
that?
love Pelipper.
You do?
That's what he said.
Okay.
That's in an interview. Very, very old lore from Martine. But he loves Pelipper, but he loves Giratina in this current meta, apparently, even though people are running for it.
He's running a Shadow Giratina with Dragon Claw Ancient Power. He also has a Shadow Talonflame. We see the Empoleon again, also in the normal form. We've seen Empoleon popping off. It's actually a great pick this event, I feel like.
This is such an interesting team, but it honestly makes sense. A9 is such a dominant matchup into things like Furret, into Unova Stunfisk, and Altaria. And those are like the main 3 Pokemon in the meta right now.
Yeah, and there's another Ferret right here. We've seen so many Ferrets. We see a Shadow Dusknoir, which I'm a huge fan of. The energy from Dusknoir gets resisted by nothing, actually. The Lightning Punch and Shadow Punch has great coverage. It's neutral into something all the time, so his energy goes everywhere, which is amazing. I want to see a Shadow Scissor yet again with Altaria, a Wigglytuff, and another Stunfisk.
It's got to be scary, though, even though it seems like Alolan Ninetales is so strong into Bill the Phil 73's team, you have to be careful because there is that Shadow Scissor that can cause a lot of trouble for the Alolan Ninetales. I think it probably can knock it out in like 5 bullet punches. So Inadequates has to be careful. Even if you're going to lead Alolan Ninetales, it could pop up anytime as a swap and just start going at your Alolan Ninetales, but the lead is going to be favorable for Inadequates.
Ninetales into Altaria, this is what Inadequates exactly wants to see. He must be so happy here right now to seeing that Altaria, and then the opponent swaps into a Dusknoir met with the Furt. Oh no, this is not so great here.
The thing is, you're going to be able to strip away a shield here with the Dynamic Punch, but like, where do you really go from there, right? This Furt is going to have full health, basically, a ton of energy, and you still don't have much of a way to deal with that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, the Furt is able to farm down this Dusknoir before it reaches another Dynamic Punch. He goes for the Shadow Punch, and Inadequates most likely is counting, so he knows it's not a Dynamic Punch and lets it go.
Shadow Punch goes down the Furret. It's not going to do very much. And now, what do you really bring into this Furret? If you bring in your own Furret, you basically reveal that you're completely weak to the little Ninetales. If you bring in Altaria, start soaking the energy, maybe overfarm to the point where you can get a Flamethrower for a little Ninetales in the back, maybe you're not in such a bad spot.
Yeah, I assume he's gonna let the Altaria soak out all damage, and when the damage is all gone, probably brings in his own Furret to get ahead of energy right there too. I mean, I guess hope that he can do something against the Ninetales, and then he doesn't know when Empoleon is in back still for Inadequates.
Swift landing onto this Altaria, and it's going to allow him to get to even another one. Oh, he pivots into Empoleon. This might be the window of opportunity that Bill needs here. Going to throw his Flamethrower into the Empoleon, but maybe needs to save a Flamethrower for that Alolan Ninetales in the back. We'll just see how he plays this out.
Yeah, and the Flamethrower connects, doing half of HP of the Empoleon. Empoleon overloading energy, goes for the Drill Peck here. It would probably knock out at this point the Altaria, so I don't know what's he gonna do. Is he gonna let it go? He's gonna let it go and put everything on the Fur right now.
I wonder if you come into Fur and you just 2-shield Sucker Punch all the way down. Maybe there's some life at the end of the tunnel here against the Alolan Ninetales. Yeah, just shield this Hydro Cannon, Sucker Punch all the way down. Maybe this Fur can actually break through the rest of Inadequates' backline.
He has to get through the Ferret of Inadequates with a little bit of energy and still through the Ninetales, which is completely healthy right now. And the Ferret farms down the Empoleon. Empoleon gets knocked out. The Ferret has some energy. What's Inadequates brings his own Ferret, probably forcing some shields here.
You probably have to shield some of these at one point, but the Dazzling Gleam on the Alolan Ninetales is going to be the critical shield call in this game. Swift is going to be reached for on the side of Bill. I don't know if this is the right call, because if we're going to need 2 boosted Swifts to knock out the Ninetales, I think we would have been better off going for that Trailblaze. However, we actually don't undercharge properly, and Inadequates gets to 1 more Swift. This might be the end of the road here for game number 1. Furret, just so neutral overall, but against Alolan Ninetales, it's truly one of its worst matchups.
Yeah, let's see if he goes up for Swift. We can see how much damage it actually does. Inadequates probably lets the first one go. He doesn't have to shield. Ninetales is bulky enough to not shield here, and the Swift gets connected on Ninetales and doesn't do that much damage. He knows like Weather Ball is enough here, and Inadequates takes game 1.
Super clean game, and honestly, the line reading from Martine, we know how good he is at reading his opponents. Just made the call that there's not going to be a Shadow Scissor this game, and confidently brought in the Alolan Ninetales. If you're Bill here, it feels like you're almost forced to bring the Scissor next game, but is that going to be too predictable?
Dominant showcase of Ninetales. Altaria, third in the back. Yeah, Ninetales was very happy to see that. I want to see, maybe we're going to see the Altaria here, but the Giratina here from Inadequates, but there is an Altaria lead. There was a Dusknoir in the bed. Does Giratina really want to see this? You're probably going to not use it as much now. The Ninetales was so dominant, and we're probably going to see another Ninetales, but he has to be careful of the Scissor. The Bullet Punches obviously will just farm down the Ninetales so quickly that he has to build team around it.
Scissor, of course, I think makes so much sense this game that you maybe just don't bring it and lean more into your Talonflame answers, whether it be Stunfisk. Dusknoir is honestly very, very comfortable into Talonflame because they're always going to be forced to throw on bad timing, giving you free Astunshes all the time. And, of course, A9 is just the overarching problem here. How are we going to address it without the Shadow Scissor?
Eric, what would you bring if you were Inadequates?
Oh man, I feel like Alolan Ninetales is so good that you maybe just don't bring it this game and focus on the Talonflame. To me, that makes a little bit more sense because Talonflame is so great against things like the Scissor that you kind of have a good idea that he will bring. That's neutral into Ferd as well. Wigglytuff is great, and there's just a lot of play across the board. But you have to take a risk. This is game 2. This is your game to win. You're already ahead. You can afford to lose this one and gain some more intelligence on your opponent for game number 3 if it were to come down to that.
Yeah, you can always take some risks here. Netherquins has the upper hand. They're saying good luck to each other. They're locking in right now, and we're gonna see what these trainers are gonna bring for game 2. And we see that Netherquins has Ninetales up on Dusknoir right now.
Martine shakes his head, knows this isn't that great of a matchup because Dusknoir, it basically can knock out with one Shadow Punch. On the other hand, Weather Ball is just not going to be enough. You're going to have to reach for that Dazzling Gleam. Does he do it? No, it's going to be a bait of the Weather Ball. Does Bill the Phil make that call? I think you may be able to hang on to a Dazzling Gleam here, so you always probably just no shield. Yes, love this call, and you're going to be trying to get that shield back from Martine.
That's a great notion. And look at his Astonishes. It already did half of the Ninetales damage right there. That's insane. And it goes for the Shadow Punch here. Netherquins respect the Shadow Punch and is going to use a shield here and probably look to farm. I know it swaps out the Ferd here. I guess soaking up some energy on the Ferd because he knows he can.
The thing is here, we have a Wigglytuff in the back, and our opponent has Talonflame and Empoleon. I fear the Wigglytuff may be trapped and can't really find much room to put in work on the side of Bill the Phil. So if this Ferd takes his Weather Ball, we're already going to be in a difficult position, as we just don't have that many Pokemon left.
Yeah, he just used a shield on the Ferd, trying to protect his Ferd as much as he possibly can. But I don't know if the Swift is going to be enough here to KO the Ninetales.
This is a little awkward, because now you're making a call. Do we think it's a Scissor in the back? If it's a Scissor in the back, we bring the Empoleon. But, oh my goodness, it hangs on to the Swift, makes that last Weather Ball, and at this point, I think that Empoleon can clean up the rest of the set.
Look at Martin smiling, knowing his Pokemon so well. He trained his Pokemon so well right now. And here comes Empoleon. Ferd goes for a Swift here, which is resistant, and Netherquins is like, okay, I don't have to shield this. I can just comfortably take this move and potentially farm down this Ferd.
Dusknoir still has a little bit of health remaining. I think you're going to have to come in, commit to this Dusknoir, put that Dynamic Punch on the board, or just a Shadow Punch. It's not going to be enough. Is Martine aware of these counts here? He may be able to just no-shield this and put on his back Pokemon, but no. Looks like Dusknoir, Shadow Punch, not going to go through. Now Wiggly comes in. He knows that is the end of the road here. Talonflame in the back probably won't even need to be revealed. And again, this is just so dominant from Inadequence here. What a fantastic line read game 1 and game 2. Completely trapping the Wigglytuff here and completely trapping Bill in the lower bracket now.
Empoleon is putting up a showcase here. I don't think we're gonna see the Talonflame revealed yet. Empoleon is overloading energy. These Hurricanes deal so much damage. And here comes the Wigglytuff, and there is a Talonflame. And this is something that the Wigglytuff obviously does not want to see. Yeah, it goes so for an Icy Wind here, doing some damage, lowering the attack from the Talonflame. But I think, I mean, the writing's on the wall.
Icy Wind lands on that Talonflame, and you're going to bring in this Dusknoir. Can't even land an Astonish. It's going to be the Flame Charge coming down for a very dominant 2-0 for Inadequence. He is looking to recreate his success in Frankfurt, in Utrecht, at the World Championships. Just a player who always understands his Pokemon better than you will ever begin to fathom.
What a convincing win by Inadequence there. The Ninetales pick, I really like it, along with the Empoleon. I guess it's a great core together. I guess like trying to break up for the Scissor, like the Empoleon in the back with the Ninetales. I like seeing the Dusknoir, but unfortunately the Dusknoir didn't have much play into Inadequence's team there.
Ninetales is so interesting, right? Because it's so good, but there's always the risk of a Scissor. If you react even 1 second too slow, the Scissor can do 2 bullet punches on you instead of just 1. You may lose the game on the spot, right? That's kind of the difficulty with running Alolan Ninetales. That is probably the reason why most players are not using it. But Martine, he's confident and comfortable with the fact that he can react quickly to his opponent's swaps, understand when his opponents are going to instant swap Scissor, and maybe even instant swap himself. So overall, just so many great plays and great understanding of those Pokemon. Giratina can take a break for now because it will definitely be back for day number 2.
As an Ice type, would you rather use like Ninetales or something like a Dugong? What would you choose as an Ice type? Why would you pick Ninetales over, like, let's say, Dugong?
The critical matchup here are Furt and Unova and Stunfisk, right? Dugong, it's pretty good into Unova and Stunfisk, but not the most comfortable because they do have super effective Thundershock and Discharge due to your water subtyping. On the other hand, Furt, we see here how bulky Alolan Ninetales is, hanging onto the Swifts with no problem. Those Sucker Punches pretty much doing no damage at all. And it's just such a great core breaker for Altaria. Furret, Unova, and Stunfisk, even Cradily. It's just so neutral into those picks, but of course, that risk is always going to be run. Whether that be Shadow Scissor or Talonflame, Alolan Ninetale players need to be careful at all times.
Yeah, and there's also the Shadow variant of the Ninetales, but I guess you opt more for the bulk of the Ninetales to hang on longer, spam those Weather Balls, instead of like getting farmed out by something.
The key there is definitely something like Altaria, where you may have to respect the Flamethrower, because the regular doesn't have to shield the Flamethrower or give away any shields at all, because you will hang on and you can't be Dragon Breath down. Additionally, against Furret, you want to be able to hang on to those 2 Swifts, and as a Shadow, it's a little uncomfortable to counter swap for it with the Alolan Ninetales as opposed to this one, where you can always counter swap and just start soaking their energy and those fast attacks with no problem at all.
Do you know exactly what Ninetales you need to insert in games? Do you know the numbers?
I don't think I know the numbers. Walk me through it.
Well, I don't know either. I'm asking you. You're the number guy.
On the old Ninetales, I think we prefer the highest rank one because we don't really have any Powder Snow breakpoints, and the CMP or Charge Attack priority range for Ninetales is not super critical. Things like Furret, for example, we make it to the moves 5-4, 5-4, so we don't need to worry about like Charge Attack priority on the 3rd attack. We can always just outpace, and there's not other things in that same range that have the similar 5-4, 5-4 pacing, so it's not too critical. Overall, just having more bulk allows us to hang on to more attacks and spam out more Weather Balls.
Chet, he's really smart. He knows everything. If I have a question, I ask him. He knows. I promise, he knows. He knows all the numbers.
And if anyone in chat has questions too, or wants to make some posts, #PlayPokemon. Let us know what you're thinking about this tournament. We'd be so happy to show a couple on stream. Love to see what everyone at home is thinking about this meta, how it's shaping up, and any core breakers you might have in mind.
What is your favorite Pokemon you've seen so far this event?
I saw a Bellable actually from Stone Collection, which I think is so cool. Sucker Punch Bellable into Cradily wasn't even that bad of a matchup.
I was actually surprised it wasn't that bad, to be honest.
Freaka had a really good knowledge of the matchup where he threw a Grass Knot to knock it out at the end instead of a Rock Tomb. For those at home, Grass Knot does just 3 to 4 damage more against just neutral matchups as opposed to Rock Tomb. So sometimes we see players opt for the Grass Knot when they know no shield is going to be placed and they just need to take a knockout.
Yeah, so the Bellable was very interesting to see. Yeah, under the Gradilli and the Stunfisk in the back, like you said, knowing when to throw the Grass Knot or the Rock Tomb, since it does a little bit more damage, it's just knowledge of the game, knowing what to throw, what move you want to show. You don't always want to debuff the Pokemon, sometimes you just want to knock it out, right?
Yeah, if you, debuffs are always important, but when you're going to knock out the Pokemon or no shield is going to be put up, you might as well just get rid of it and finish it there on the spot. Bellable was a super interesting pick today. However, is there anything you saw that you really liked?
Today? I guess I just really like Scissor so much, but honestly, I was really happy to see Bellable, something of a more spicy pick, and also the Shadow Dragonair from Tonto Bateuse was really fun to see. We haven't seen many of those yet. It's been a long time since I've seen a Dragonair, so that was also fun to see. Yeah.
Dragonair is such a good pick, but it's core broken by another one of your favorites, of course, Shadow Scissor. Shadow Scissor, so free into the meta, but it has one problem. Let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
It's gonna be, of course, Shadow Talonflame, one of the biggest nightmares for Shadow Scissor. Of course, you can offer a couple different charge attacks, whether it be Fly and Flame Charge, or just Fly and Brave Bird. Brave Bird gives you a lot more coverage if you're a normal Talonflame, because you just want to be landing that hard-hitting move, and you can go in and out swapping, and then just debuffing yourself, swapping, and having a little bit more bulk allows you to reach those moves a little bit more comfortably. Flame Charge, of course, with the Shadow allows you to just tap, tap, tap through your opponents, as we see Martine is very, very skilled at.
Yeah, we see the key wins and the key loss. Obviously, Blastoise with the super effective, double super effective rollout and the Hydro Cannon. And in the key win, we have the Corviknight. I mean, the Sand attacks are resisted on the Talonflame, not doing them as much damage. But yeah, if you have the Shadow Talonflame, you opt to run Flame Charge. If the normal Talonflame, you opt to run Fly and Brave Bird.
Fly and Brave Bird used to be the standard set for Talonflame, but we see most players opting towards that Flame Charge today. Just makes matchups like Cradily, Clodsire, where you're pretty much out bulk and you need to ramp up your damage in order to push those matchups into 2-shield scenario. Of course, Talonflame, not really a Pokemon that I love playing, but I can definitely see the appeal just because of how polarizing some of those matchups are. It allows you to put a ton of bench pressure on your opponent and focus on some of your other picks. Speaking of picks, both these players have some of their own unique picks. Aquiline Chen with his card being Guzzlord. And of course, I want to mention, these trainers played against each other earlier in the tournament. In round 1, Emmy Weedle actually lost to Aquiline Chen. thanks to that Carbink, he got it on Emmy Weedle's Wigglytuff every single game and was just able to kind of win the alignment and win the game that way.
Carbink is a very interesting pick, if you say that. Like, it doesn't want to face a Gastrodon, it doesn't want to face a Apollyon, and I guess he doesn't want to face a Cordili either, with the Grass Knot, the Super Effective Grass Knot, the Hydro Cannons from the Apollyon. Like, let's see the moves here in the teams. We have the team here from the Guzzlord and the Carbink. Guzzlord, we haven't seen much either. The Carbink is a very interesting pick. I like it. I mean, it can be very polarizing. It can be bad or it can be good in the matchup. It's very, like, you know, it's never really safe to swap out on Carbink as well.
Emmy Weedle on the right here, just a trainer who's had such a fantastic season. After not making many top cuts in the 2025 season, he's already started off 2026 with 2 top 8s, and he looks to further his success. Of course, to do so, he's going to need to continue on in this lower bracket by taking down this Carbink Guzzlord core, which cost him in his first match of the day. He's had quite a long time to think about it now since then, and he's going to be striking back with vengeance, I hope.
Yeah, another Shadow Dusknoir on our screen. Back-to-back Shadow Dusknoir right now on stream. Like I said, Dusknoir, his energy does not get walled by anything. It goes everywhere, somewhere. So, I mean, the Shadow Dusknoir is not a pick that I would say would be common this weekend, but I'm glad to see it actually, to see being used by a trainer like Weedle as well. Very accomplished trainer.
Corsola is just more bulky, but Dusknoir gives us way more options into a lot of picks, such as something like the Guzzlord. Here we go. Actually, this lead may seem bad on paper, but I love the line that Emmy Weedle has run here. He has 2 answers to the Carbink that cost him in his first round. Actually, opponent going to throw that Air Cutter immediately, giving a free charm through. This may allow Wigglytuff to win those zero shield scenarios as long as no boost is applied here.
And the Corviknight does not get the boost. The Wigglytuff goes for the Icy Wind immediately, trying to debuff the Corviknight, making sure it doesn't do as much damage now. The Air Cutters is a decent move, but doesn't do that much damage. Payback is resisted, obviously. So I think the Wigglytuff is happy to be in this matchup.
Yeah, I believe if the Corviknight has really high attack, trying to get that Sand Attack breakpoint against other Cradleys, it loses the Zero Shield scenario to this Wigglytuff, but not if that boost gets applied. Corviknight now can start applying the pressure. These Sand Attacks will add up if he can get one more boost.
Yeah, the Corviknight getting the boost is always nice for the Corviknight right now. The Air Cutter most likely will not knock out. Remember, it was debuffed by this Icy Wind, and the Wigglytuff gets to another Icy Wind, and like you said, this matchup is not so bad. It's a Fairy type into a Steel type, and the Wigglytuff is putting up a lot of work right here, and the Corviknight actually ups to shield here.
I would love, yeah, a pivot into the Gastrodon is exactly what I was thinking there, as now we're taking attacks from a debuffed Corviknight, and we notice that our opponent doesn't have much of a great response here to a 2 shields Gastrodon. Of course, Corsola comes in, but this is exactly what Emmy Weedle wants. He understands that the Carbink's going to be trapped in the back no matter what happens. Water Pulse going to be thrown onto this Corsola, and if he doesn't shield this, he may be able to start baiting with Body Slams, but this Corsola I feel like is critical for this endgame, as he won't have another response to that Cradily.
Yeah, Water Pulse doing okay damage here, not so bad. The nice hit, and we're gonna reach actually for the CMP, the charge move priority tie right here. The Body Slam, it gets thrown in, but gets shielded by Ike. Crazy call here.
Wow, what an interesting shield. Shields that Body Slam, maybe didn't fully know what the counts of Water Pulse are, and it's gonna be that Nightshade coming through. Saving this Corsola is gonna be so good though, as this Cradily, you're gonna be able to soften it up before bringing your Carbink onto it.
Yeah, okay, Cordili is going to shield here the Nightshade. I think Weedle is predicting there's a Carbink in the back and just shielding this Nightshade, which will do okay damage. And there goes, assets are obviously resisted on the Ghost typing here from the Corsola, and it tries to go for a catch, but Weedle doesn't throw any moves.
Rock Tomb coming down onto the Corviknight. It was a nice catch attempt, but of course, Emmy Weedle is locked in. He knows there's going to be a Carbink in the back. Fool him once, shame on you. Fool him twice would be shame on him. And there's going to be no shame here, as this Carbink has such a huge uphill battle against a one-shield Cradily with energy. I think you just go for 3 Grass Knots here. It's such a bulky Pokemon, and 3 Grass Knots, super effective, is still going to look like it's not doing much damage into the Carbink.
Yeah, Weedle make sure he's waiting a turn in so the Grass Knot does not get caught on the Corsola, even though the timer is not up yet, but the timer's getting track of the timer sometimes is kind of iffy. But he chose another Grass Knot. I don't think this will knock out. Carbink is really, really bulky. I think Weedle is in a really good spot right now.
I wonder if you just pivot to the Wigglytuff here, right? Because you kind of expect this Corsola to come back in. Love that play from Emmy Weedle. Fantastic catch. And now, just sealing the deal here, if you can acid this Corsola down with your one shield, you'll be able to knock that Carbink out in the end game.
Yeah, Miwido looking very confident here. Miwido just needs to reach one charge move right here, and he doesn't throw it. Just gonna farm down the Corsola, knowing that, okay, he has a shield. I know my counts. I am counting the Corsola. Corsola doesn't get to a second move, so I just farm down this Corsola.
M.E. Weedle, one of the most consistent trainers in Europe, is now locking himself in for a win and in. No, I think he needs 2 more rounds to make it to day 2. Excuse myself there, but this Grassot knocks out the Carbink, and he's able to finally take it down.
Yeah, that Carbink in the back didn't have much play, right? There was a Gastrodon and a Credilli. I think the Carbink wasn't so happy to see that backline. But even though, as you said, the Fairy type into the Flying Steel type of Corviknight wasn't so bad for Wigglytuff.
I think it was because Aukline Chen, at the start, he threw an Air Cutter on 10 sand attacks, giving M.E. Weedle basically a free charm through. And due to that, it was just able to get to those moves a little bit quicker, and 2 Icy Winds was pretty much enough to knock out the Corviknight. I think he is opting for a very high rank Corviknight, as there's no breakpoint on that Credilli with that sand attack. So I think, so far, this is going to be a very, very interesting match, because now it's mind games. Do you bring that Carbink again? M.E. Weedle has so many answers, but he also has Altaria, he has Wigglytuff, he has Dusknoir, a couple of targets that may look tasty if you're playing the Carbink. If you're M.E. Weedle, do you maybe just load up on 3 Carbink answers and call it a day?
Yeah, or maybe play like an ABB style where you lead something weak to Carbink in the lead, and then have some in the backline that can actually deal with it and save and pivot something out. I don't know if there's great pivots here for me, Weedle. Maybe the Empoleon is not so bad for me, Weedle. It doesn't really have hard checks beside the Gastrodon of Enclanken.
Something interesting here is also both players have Cradily, and that's an interesting charge attack priority. As we know, Cradily, the rank 1 is 0 HP, 0 attack, 15 HP, and 15 defense, and it comes out to around 1494 combat power, which I think Aukline Chen does have. So we'll just see. This is the Cradily, doesn't have that 1494 CVO, so that is most likely the rank 1, and it's very, very bulky. Let's take a look. 1494 Cradily is right there, and it is going up against the Altaria. M.E. Weedle has played A to the Cradily. Has that Gastrodon in the back, is just looking to kind of trap a Carbink back there again.
Yeah, the Gastrodon is definitely trapped here. This is favorable for the Cradily, having a super effective Rock Tomb, being able to debuff the Altaria, and it goes for a Rock Tomb right here. I wonder if M.E. Weedle is going to shield this. No, let's say go, actually.
I think this is a good call. As long as we can neutralize this to an extent, we just bring in the Empoleon and then start getting an energy advantage. Gastrodon comes on, but with the amount of energy that this Empoleon actually started with, it may be able to make 2 Hydro Cannons before the Gastrodon can mud slap all the way down.
Eric, you're so knowledgeable. You knew exactly what I was going to do, because you were probably going to do it as well, right? But, I mean, the mud slap, it's not going to farm it down, but as you said, like, because it swapped so fast into the Empoleon, getting ahead of energy, like, it gets to an other Hydro Cannon.
Exactly. I noticed as soon as he swapped a little bit late that 2 Hydro Cannons will be reached. So now, if you're Aukline Chen, you can still farm this all the way down. This is still going to be super comfortable, as now you have your Cradily in the back. It is completely free against what M.E. Weedle has left on the field. Goes for the body slam, maybe thinking that was an Altaria being brought in, but instead, we're going to be throwing these body slams. I love what M.E. Weedle is doing here, right? Because Cradily still one-shots with the Grass Knot. So basically, all this damage that you're taking right here is completely null. It's like it doesn't even matter, because that body slam, still, it doesn't allow you to one-shot with a Rock Tomb, for example. You're still going to need to go for that Grass Knot. He even makes it to another body slam here. Do you try to catch? You do, but he immediately reads that. Goes to the Corsola. I think this is just too little too late for M.E. Weedle. The alignment just wasn't in his favor. Empoleon onto that Gastrodon. Even though it got the shield advantage, it's not going to do him much good when all these Pokemon are loaded on health.
Yeah, and loaded on energy as well. Here's the Corsola being so bulky. He's gonna farm down this entire. He gets the farm down. No, he gets some farm down. No, this is not what M.E. Weedle wants to see, obviously. And here comes the Nightshade. He goes for the extra Mud Slap. He wins charge back priority, but I mean, the Water Pulse would not have knocked out the Corsola there, so it's probably up to overload on energy right here on his own Gastrodon.
How do you mentally reset after this game is what separates the good from the great. Both players now have seen so much of each other. They played in round 1, they're playing in round 5, and now they've seen so many pivots, so many decision changes. Aukline Chen, he brought the Carbink so many games, and finally, he decided to put it away and basically trick M.E. Weedle into the Carbink Gambit. targeted the answers of Carbink in the back instead of keeping the Carbink in the back. And if you're Emmy Weedle, you still have to be scared because it's not like the Carbink's out of the equation. It's still a part of this match, and you have to respect it. But if you commit too much to respecting it, you may lose on another front.
Yeah, it's very scary to see a Carbink on, let's say, the Altaria from Emmy Weedle. It's not one you want to see, but I like how Emmy Weedle played the Empoleon, getting ahead of energy, knowing like, if I bait out the Gastrodon, at least I'll be able to get a shield, because Gastrodons don't run Earth Power anymore. They run Water Pulse, Body Slam for the meta, so the coverage. So like, honestly, like, I mean, not gonna throw any energy, right, as an Gastrodon, gonna try to farm it down, but be able to get to 2 Hydro Cannons, getting a shield, having a shield advantage, but it was just not enough for him.
Players like Emmy Weedle, this is how they win tournaments. They play neutrally and they try to gain advantages no matter how bad a switch or a lead may be presumed by a viewer. He got the shield advantage there, but it just wasn't enough. Unfortunately, some games, alignment is just too difficult to overcome. And does he try to go for that same strategy? Does he try to trap that Carbink in the back? Or does he lock in a line weak to Carbink? I don't think he can afford to do so.
I don't know if he's gonna make any adjustments here. I kind of want to see the Carbink. Maybe gets locked on an Altaria. That would be great for him to see. But I want to see if they make any adjustments. Maybe we'll probably gonna make some adjustments there. But let's see what they're gonna bring here in game number 3.
This is gonna be absolutely crazy. I think I just saw what they locked in. It's gonna be a Guzzlord into the Wigglytuff. He's got a Corsola in the back. Where do you even go from here?
This is exactly what Milo wants to see. Here comes a Corsola, and there is the Wigglytuff, and he's AB weak to the Wigglytuff here. Guzzlord and a Corsola in the back. I think this Wigglytuff is gonna pop off.
Wigglytuff goes straight for the Icy Wind. I'm not really sure how come he didn't throw that Power Gem immediately before he got debuffed. I think also holding onto this energy makes sense because if Gastro or Empoleon comes in here, you still have a little bit of agency in throwing charge attacks, desyncing these timers, and hopefully getting your Guzzlord on anything that's not this Wigglytuff.
I mean, these are double resisted Astonishes, also double resisted Dragon Tails from the Guzzlord. I mean, this Wigglytuff is just having fun. He catches a Rock Gem on Gastrodon. That's an insane catch by Emmy Weedle right there.
Absolutely criminal. But if we can come in with the Guzzlord here, is there a chance that we can use this Guzzlord's energy advantage to basically save up a Sludge Bomb, right? So if that Wigglytuff ever tries to come in, because we know these timers are desynced, if Wigglytuff ever tries to come back into this Guzzlord, is it possible that we can just Sludge Bomb it?
Yeah, actually having energy on Guzzlord now, it's not so bad for the Wigglytuff. You know, now running Sludge Bomb, it still does heavy damage to any Fairy type, even doesn't get same type attack bonus. And Gastrodon goes here for a Body Slam. Guzzlord can hang on here very easily and comfortably. He's probably gonna use his shields for his own Gastrodon in the back. But and the Gastrodon gets to another Body Slam. I don't know what's he gonna do. He's gonna shield the Body Slam, knowing that he kind of wants the energy, right? Otherwise he loses everything.
I love this because if you bring in Wigglytuff as Emmy Weedle, you throw this Sludge Bomb, and you're gonna be going to Gastro. If you can go into Gastrodon and start getting ahead on this Wigglytuff, there might be a chance that this Empoleon in the back is kind of a bit of a dead weight for Emmy Weedle, and you can win the game that way.
Yeah, we're gonna see what he's gonna bring. He's gonna bring in the Gastrodon here. Probably gets Icy Wind. Yeah, so the Gastrodon gets instantly debuffed on the attack here from the Icy Wind. Like, he's shaking his head. He doesn't know what to do. Maybe like he's, what should I do? What should I do? He goes for the Icy Wind here. Gets the debuff, and the Gastrodon is just overloading on energy. But it looks like the Wigglytuff gets another Swift here.
You have to start shielding, right? Even if it's an Empoleon in the back at this point, I don't know if there's much you can do. Hydro Cannon is gonna threaten to one-hit KO this Gastrodon, but can you get the slap down? Maybe if you can get the slap. Oh no, we go for the Body Slam. This might be a mistake here, as we need this energy for whatever is in the back. Goes for a little bit of an undercharge, but it's too little too late. I think Emmy Weedle is going to secure his place in the next round. Empoleon coming into one of its hardest checks, and it's going to be landing this powerful Hydro Cannon. Oh, the Corsola tries to come in, tank all these moves, but no, it's just going to be farmed down, and Hydro Cannon is going to seal the deal for Emmy Weedle here and lose round 5.
Yeah, it builds up the 2 moves, knowing that, okay, I just need 2 moves. I can knock out the Corsola, whatever he brings in, I can knock out with my second Hydro Cannon, knowing that it is the Gastrodon, and the Hydro Cannon gets shown here, and goodbye Gastrodon.
What a sigh of relief, Emmy Weedle. Actually, we almost saw Alkaline Chen lock in a Cradily lead into the Wigglytuff front and Gastrodon back, which honestly could have ended the game on the spot. But Emmy Weedle, just so much aura, forcing his opponent to swap onto that Guzzlord and play ABA weak to the Wigglytuff. What a fantastic set here, just showing how sometimes line reads are the most important part of this game, especially in a best-of-3 scenario.
Yeah, it took a big risk playing Guzzlord and Corsola in the back, hoping it wouldn't see Wigglytuff in the lead, but obviously that wasn't the case. But a great showing there of Emmy Weed also catching the power gem on his Gastrodon, even putting more soul on the wound right there.
As someone who's competed, there's honestly no better feeling.
Wait, you've competed?
Here and there.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like, I'm a bit of a casual, but sometimes I try my best, right?
Yeah,
As we
you
all
win
do.
sometimes, right?
Yeah, I try my
yeah,
best.
yeah.
But there's no better feeling than knocking out the person from the tournament who sent you to the lower bracket. That's like a feeling of true relief that everyone can relate to if they've done it before. Emmy Weedle sends him home and is continuing on in this tournament, trying to keep his own streak alive. He wants to have a consistent 2026 season. He wants to go back to the top of Europe and maybe even give himself a shot for winning this year's World Championships.
Yeah, we didn't see any Furret as well right now in this matchup, right? We saw Empoleon yet again. Empoleon, great Pokemon, great coverage. And as you said, like with a little bit of energy, it can threaten shields in even bad matchups.
Empoleon Hydro Cannons are just so oppressive generally. Hydro Cannon is one of the most fantastic charge attacks in the game. If you, of course, here we just see these nice catches from Emmy Weedle onto the Wigglytuff. Empoleon not needed for that carbon here. It's going to be a Credilli masterclass. And again, Nightshade being thrown onto this Gastrodon. Aquiline Chen fighting back in game number 2 with the right alignment, putting that Cradily onto the Altaria proved critical for winning the game. Emmy Weedle, of course, he struck back in game number 3 with the Wigglytuff onto the Corsola.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of neutral play as well. Empoleon and Gastrodon kind of neutrally if you think about it, right? When you have shields, you can pull shields here. But unfortunately, the Corsola was on the Wigglytuff and also the Guzzlord. I'd like to see the Guzzlord landing the Sludge Bomb there, how much damage it would do to Wigglytuff. Do you know how much damage it does?
Onto Wigglytuff, I think it's roughly 60% of its HP.
You're probably right. It's probably 61, right?
Probably 61. Maybe.
Okay.
Of course, you guys can let us know how off or on point we are. I think Guzzlord, though, just when you get energy, pretty much nothing can resist all those charge attacks, or the Dragon Tails are going to be neutral. It's just such a flexible pick, even into teams with something like Azumarill. Wigglytuff is obviously the exception, but generally, I really enjoy the Guzzlord pick today.
Do you think like the nerf to Charm with Wigglytuff, does it have impact anything on the Wigglytuff usage, or is it more like used as something you can overload energy, have a quicker chance to get to the charge moves instead of using the Charm constantly?
I think Charm being a little bit reworked is making Wigglytuff a much more flexible pick, where you don't have to rely on charge attack pressure. No, fast attack pressure. You don't have to rely on those charms. You can play as a neutral Pokemon who just likes to debuff and maybe swap in and out. It just plays so much more nicely with the 45-second switch clocks, where you can go in and out of these matchups, debuffing as you please, and then bringing in your next matchup in a more advantageous position. Wigglytuff is just so good at setting you up for victory and not necessarily just fiending for alignment like before.
If you would pick any fairy type you join your team, would you pick Wigglytuff or something else?
I think for me it would have to be Azumarill. Azumarill right now just looks incredible. I mean, when you look at the top meta Pokemon, we have Altaria, in Stunfisk, we have Furret, we have like Cradily, Clodsire, and Corsola. It just feels like Azumarill is not like really tough to play into all of those, and it's super neutral, allows you to set up games. My favorite thing to do when I'm playing games is I want to run Pokemon or run lines that make my opponent's moves more predictable or more forced. Like if I swap X, I want to force my opponent to bring in a certain Pokemon. Less room for randomness is less room for error. But both of these trainers have made very few errors in order to get to this losers round 5. I think they're gonna queue up a lucky trade first though as we get into this round.
Oh, these trainers are lucky friends, and how you get lucky friends is first you get to getting to best friends, and once you're best friends you can open gifts from each other and then hoping, like you have a 5% chance to your friends get lucky, and when you do the next trade it will be a lucky trade, having a higher chance of getting that specific IV you're looking for, most likely a hundo, something like 100% IV for the Master League potentially, or a shiny you just want to have like a Shundo off.
Looks like we're putting a shiny Purified Suicune out on the left
the
side.
The aura of the purification, insane.
Honestly, this is one where I like it with the purification.
Okay.
It doesn't look too bad.
No, that's not true. We have a shiny Zamazenta. The pink shiny, I like the pink shinies a lot.
And speaking of trades, you do notice that there are 3 special trades available. This is an exclusive feature for the regional championships, international championships, and the world championships. We hope to see you at one of these because there's so many cool trainers you can interact with, check for PvP Pokemon, and make lucky trades with. It's just a really nice time being able to do those 3 lucky trades, maybe seeing someone you haven't seen in the last year, and it just allows you to interact more with people and find some Pokemon that you need for these tournaments. Of course, both these trainers, they haven't really made a huge mark on the play Pokemon scene yet, and they're both looking to cement themselves in a top 8. I believe Jimmy Namikaze earlier lost against Colin 6 with his jump bluff into, I think it was like an Altaria or something from Colin, but he definitely has been using that jump bluff a lot. The Reeve, on the other hand, pretty standard team here, using the, really standard team. Shadow Scissor, Double Ground, Azumarill, Corsola, all the standard stuff.
I haven't seen a Clodsire yet here. A Clodsire, a very interesting pick. I don't know where it stands currently in the meta. I think it's very neutral in many things, as long as it doesn't see a ground type like a Marowak. Its charge moves are not that bad into most of the meta. But we see an Azumarill, Stunfisk, Fortress, Corsola, Ferret, and Jump Bluff here for Kamikaze. With a Jump Bluff Ferret, I like the Jump Bluff. It's pretty bulky. The Energy Ball is a great move as well, along with Aerialist. Kind of get nerfed, so, and we see the Shadow Scissor right here. We love Shadow Scissor. I love Shadow Scissor. If it gets a life stage boost, it's really hard to deal with Shadow Scissor. Again, Azumarill, but look at Azumarill, his Hydro Pump.
Hydro Pump definitely makes sense because there's not really any Pokemon you need Play Rough for in the current meta, right? If the only dragon really is Altaria, and you of course hit that for double super effective with Ice Beam. We saw earlier where this was a little awkward for him to Guzzlord, but no Guzzlord from the side of Jimmy Namikaze. It's going to be the Stunfisk into the Ferret. Fantastic lead here for the Reeve. This allows the Ferret to ramp up so much and just break through the entire team.
Yeah, if the Ferret ramps up here, can throw a Trailblaze into the Stunfisk, which is super effective damage on the grind typing on the Stunfisk. But he tries to go for a catch and it doesn't throw the Trailblaze, showing great patience of Jimmy here.
And just banking all that energy, going to this Clodsire, making things really difficult for Jimmy, as now you have an Azumarill and a Stunfisk remaining in the back. Both have to fight off against this Ferret with almost 2 Trailblazes or more to his name. Actually, we may be able to get this Clodsire down in 2 Energy Balls now.
Yeah, that was actually a great play from the Reeve there. I'm actually loading so much energy on the Ferret, overloading energy, knowing that I can use this energy later on. I have a hard check for the jump bluff, which is the Clodsire. The Stone Edge would do a tremendous amount of super effective heavy damage.
What I would love to see after throwing this energy ball is doing 1 Fairy Wind and catching this Stone Edge onto your Unova Stunfisk. I think that's the best play he can do here because he needs to keep this for the backline. But no, he just snipes with the Mud Bomb. I like that too, but he's going to be able to leave with this energy, and that may be a problem for your jump off in the backline.
Yeah, the Reeve puts up a shield here, trying to protect this Clodsire, and goes back into the Ferret and throws up the Trailblaze here, which will not knock out. It will do super effective damage, but the Stunfisk can hold on here.
Trailblaze is going to do about 40% damage to this Unovan Stunfisk, and now actually doesn't go for the other one. It's going to allow Jimmy Namikaze to get this Mud Bomb off. I wonder if this is a miscue, or we just want to get more energy on the Ferret, reading that's in the Azumarill in the back.
Yes, but probably going to try to overload on energy here. Now it's in Swift range, doesn't have to throw for the Trailblaze. He goes over the Trailblaze, boosting up attack even more, knowing that, okay, I can boost my attack up. My Swifts and Trailblaze will go somewhere in his backline, so I'm not really afraid of throwing a Trailblaze.
Thing is here, even though we're double boosted, these moves still don't, oh wow, we don't throw the Swift actually, allowing him to get off this Aerial Ace. We may have to put up a shield here. I don't know if that's necessarily what we want out of this back line, because we still need to deal with the Azumarill in the back. We don't even know what's in the back. So maybe saving a shield there would have given us a little bit more diverse options in the back on how we can play this endgame. However, for now, we're just committing straight to the Ferret.
Keep in mind, the Ferret is boosted right here, so the Swifts are doing lots of damage, and it goes for a catch on the Aerial Ace. A great catch from the Reeve. He has some energy, but he doesn't mind this because now the Jump Love is actually forced to swap out, otherwise he can just farm down. The Jump Love uses energy, and there comes the Azumarill into the Clodsire, and he reaches an Earthquake.
I think we definitely no-shield this, and the jump bluff is going to be really useful in the back still. I'm not sure how I feel about this from the Reeve, because if we had saved, if we just played out that jump bluff matchup, then our Azumarill might not have to deal with it in the backline, where it just has a little bit of HP, but it can still potentially make an energy ball for us and make the endgame a little bit more difficult than we may want.
Keep in mind, the Azumarill, the shiny one, has Play Rough Ice Beam, and the Azumarill from the Reeve has a Hydro Bomb Ice Beam. So as Azumarill gets walled by this moose.
He calls the bait! He calls the Swift bait onto the Azumarill. He puts himself back into this game, but the Ice Beam
catch! Oh my god, man. The catch after catch after catch, calling baits. This is crazy. I mean, this is not where you want to throw an Ice Beam, obviously, and it is very happy to see him catching this Ice Beam right here. This didn't do any damage.
In fact, I think if he threw 2 Play Roughs here and then went to that jump bluff, oh wait, his Azumarill only has Ice Beam and Hydro Pump.
Yeah, he doesn't get to throw any Play Roughs on the Azumarill, so I mean, the Hydro Pump might get close to knocking out the Azumarill, but he calls the Ice Beam right here. Doesn't have to shield, goes for the Play Rough right here. I mean, this is better for the shiny Azumarill having the Play Rough, but honestly, the Azumarill probably gets knocked out by an Ice Beam now.
I wonder if you just go to your jump off here and try to reach for that energy ball, or do you have to make a catch? I'm not really sure what the plan here is. Maybe Jimmy is trying to make that catch of the Hydro Pump, but he can maybe get to this. Oh no, Furret comes in. Yeah, that's just too much. Furret, Sucker Punch down that jump bluff, and it's going to be ready to go against the Azumarill. Swift is locked and loaded, and Jimmy Namikaze puts the shield down, and he'll just move forward to that next game. He's played ABA Week to Furret so many times. We saw him against Colin play Unobin Stunfisk in the front, Azumarill in the back with like jump off in the middle. That line he's used many, many times now, and I wonder if the Reeve is picking up on that from the previous set and is going to continue to capitalize on that in the rest of the set.
Do you see the patience of the Reeve he had there? Like, he never threw the Trailblaze on the Stunfisk in the lead, and then later on as well on the Azumarill matchup, he didn't throw any energy, knowing that, okay, if I throw my move, he can still catch. I just gotta not throw any charge moves. Like, you know, someone told me, if you never throw a charge move, they can never catch the move.
Honestly, that's kind of the case sometimes, where you just keep tap, 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 tap. You know your opponent's going to catch eventually, and you'll just farm down their catch, and then you can comfortably throw the charge attack at the last Pokemon. This happens a lot at the top level, where players understand that their only win condition is a catch, and they will always try to reach for that catch no matter what. So you just keep on tapping, be patient, be steady with your charge attacks, and you will always come out on top. Jimmy Namikaze, though, has to be steady in this next game because he cannot afford to be weak to that. He cannot afford to be weak to any of these, like Scissor, for example, which was so potent against some of the other opponents. This team not necessarily too good against Scissor. Needs to be careful about running ABA, but it's going to be Furret into the Clodsire. It's not that great of a lead for the Furret, but the Clodsire is definitely going to be outbulking.
Yeah, the Clodsire is happy to see the Ferret here, outbulking the Ferret. The Clodsire having not super effective, but having Stab, the same type attack bonus charge moves as the Earthquake, will do more damage. The Ferret is going to opt to throw a Trailblaze, boosting his Sucker Punch damage and also his Swift or Trailblaze damage afterwards.
If you start shielding here as the Ferret, there is a world in which you can fully Sucker Punch down after landing 2 Trailblazes, which might be the play here. Playing out a low shield scenario as the Furret against the Clodsire is not really optimal because the Clodsire wins way too dominantly and you don't get anything out of the matchup as the Furret. I like no shielding here. We understand it's only a Stone Edge, didn't build up to that Earthquake. And as we continue to farm up here, it's going to start... Oh my goodness, we swap in a Azumarill here to catch a Trailblaze. Not really sure about this, as this is going to be doing heavy super effective damage onto the bulky Azumarill.
Yeah, this is already a boosted Trailblaze landing on Azumarill, and then comes Azumarill to the Azumarill matchup, but knowing that the Azumarill doesn't have Play Rough, this is great for the shiny Azumarill here, knowing that, okay, my opponent doesn't have Play Rough, he has Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, so everything is resisted what's he gonna throw, so I don't have to worry about this matchup at all.
Hydro Pump is a super strong and very heavy hitting charge attack. How much does it do to this Azumarill? Honestly, that's pretty respectable. Not too far off from a Play Rough. It looks like we're going to go over 100 energy here, though, as Jimmy Namikaze. Maybe would have liked him to opt for one less bubble, but here comes that Play Rough. He's going to be in the range of another Play Rough now. And if we can overfarm this Azumarill, I think we should try to overfarm as much as we can with this Azumarill so that we can fight back against this Clodsire here. Play Rough catches unsuccessful, and now this may be setting up a Scissor in the back for the Reeve, though.
I mean, Scissor with shields, I mean, what can go wrong, right? That's what it's probably was thinking. Here comes, of course, like getting an energy advantage as well. This is a great play, I feel like, from Jimmy getting this. But here comes a Scissor on the course line, and look at his Astonishes. They're adding up as well.
Night Slash. Oh, actually, he's going to go for this Nightshade first. Not throwing on correct timing, but maybe just wanting to get off the move as soon as possible before having to give a shield of his own. If Scissor can land a Night Slash, it can fully bullet punch down a Galarian Corsola, no matter what the health product is going to be. Here comes that Night Slash. Does it get shielded? No, it does not. He may be in range of being bullet punched all the way down. Gets the attack rise.
Oh,
here we go.
Man!
It's going to be able to punch down this entire team now. Furret is probably your best bet here, but does Furret have the legs to get those Sucker Punches through? I don't think so.
Yeah, the Sucker Punch is actually adding up onto the Scissor. Even though all the charms are resisted, the Sucker Punch is neutral. The Scissor is so frail, doesn't like to take. But here comes a combo play from the Reeve, throwing an Ice Beam to Furret, and this will knock out the Furret.
Is it possible this just opened the door for Jimmy? Is it possible that you would farm this all the way down with your Azumarill and then come out on their Scissor with 2 charge attacks?
I think that is the play is going for, knowing that the Hydro Pump, he doesn't have to fear any Play Rough, he doesn't need shields, but will he be able to bubble this Azumarill all the way down is the question.
I think so. He went for the Hydro Pump. Can he get to another? An Ice Beam won't do it. 1, 2, 3.
I don't think he's gonna get the farm
4.
down.
He can get the Ice Beam off. Oh.
The Ice Beam will not knock out, but I mean, it will close, and then the Scissor will just have to use one Bullet Punch, and that will be the writing on the wall. Does this Ice Beam knock out?
No,
it does not. It does not.
But one Bullet Punch should get the job done here and loses round 5.
Wow.
The Reeve 18, very, very nice call in game number 2 to bring that Shadow Scissor. It was so scary for the side of... It was so scary because you're running Furret, a Azumarill, running like Clodsire, and it's just very difficult to overcome a Shadow Scissor with 2 shields in an endgame like that. So really great calls from the Reeve to overtake Jimmy Namikaze here in the losers round 5.
Isn't Scissor the best Pokemon in the world, man?
It does feel that way sometimes. When your opponent doesn't have a hard check, you can even outplay your worst matchups, such as Unova Stunfisk, which is known to be quite the Scissor answer. But if you're ahead or boosted or have a little bit of energy, you can just start unleashing Trailblazes onto Unova Stunfisk.
Keep in mind, his Scissor was boosted and he still swapped out to catch a move. That was scary. Like, if you're a boosted Scissor, the play usually is you stay in because you're boosted, right?
Yeah, but he understood that at that point, he just needed to get more charge attacks off, knock out that Furret, and pretty much just put it on the back of his Azumarill and his Scissor to close that game out. What a fantastic way to end that loser round 5. The Reeve looking to make his first top 8, and he's still going at it. I think his best tournament before, he has made it to top 16. It was a 2024, I believe. Oh, 2025. He made top 13 at Dortmund, and he's looking to recreate that success here, still in Germany. And no better way to start than putting yourself 1 game away from day number 2.
I liked how patient he was, not throwing his moves, knowing that, okay, my opponent has a chance to catch my move. He never threw his move, overloaded on energy, lots of overloading happening with his Ferret, never throwing his move with Azumarill, knowing, okay, if my opponent can catch, it's probably a loose condition for me, so if I don't throw my move, I'm fine.
Just understanding when you need to throw your charge attacks, just keep being patient, keep waiting for your opponent to make those swaps, or knowing how to wait those turns in between and throwing your charge attacks in between a fast attack where they can't swap and have to take that charge attack. So many key things, so many nuances in this game, which separate the good from the great and is going to allow our trainers to advance further into day number 1. Still, lower bracket means that you have a lot of games coming up and you still have to remain very vigilant, because even one mistake and that might be the end of your tournament.
You know, one of the best trainers in the world, used to be one of the best trainers in the world, was Smash King. He told me, and I never forgot, that's why I know, don't throw your charge move and they can never catch. I lost so many games because of that, because I never threw my charge move, but I won so many as well because, oh, it's gonna catch, so I never throw.
I really love that mentality. I think at the very highest level, you always assume that your opponent knows that they need to catch. So this works definitely way better in Show 6 than something like GBL, where your opponent may not even know that you have the charge move ready, so they don't even feel the need to catch.
That is true, yeah. But anyways, a great showcase again of Scissor. The boost, he swapped out, he played tremendous, he danced left and right. So, I mean, it was a great showcase, right? And also the Clodsire, he soaked up a lot of energy. Having the moveset of Stone Edge Earthquake is a great coverage as well.
It is a little weaker into Azumarill, of course, without Sludge Bomb, but not many Azumarills in the overall usage. I know we have been seeing a lot on stream, so this may be like that disparity, right? Where the overall players in this meta, in this tournament, aren't really using Azumarill, but the top players understand that Azumarill, Alolan Ninetales, Wigglytuff are better options as a fairy type than Florges, which we previously assumed was, I guess, stronger because of its neutral coverage, but not having that bulk definitely holds it back.
Yeah, Florges is like a Pokemon that needs like 3 charge moves, the Trailblaze, Chilling Water, and Moonblast. Like, you need some coverage. Like, sometimes you wish you had 3 moves, but like that's why the other fairy types I feel like are better, because you don't get walled so many times by other Pokemon.
And even though they're bulkier, they also do more damage, which just feels
Heavy
like
damage?
Heavy damage.
Okay.
One hit KO, such as Play Rough from the Azumarill. It just feels like a much more real charge attack because of the same type attack bonus. It's a 60 energy move, of course, as opposed to Chilling Water and Trailblaze, which really don't make a dent in a lot of, especially Dragon-type Pokemon. Altaria, just being as prevalent as it is, makes it a little bit difficult to justify Florges, because why is our Fairy losing to Dragon types?
Yeah, that is true, yeah. With the Sludge Bomb on the Guzzlord as well, having coverage for the fairy types is a great coverage for a Guzzlord to have.
Guzzlord, such a great pick. I love seeing it dance in and out of those situations with that fast Sludge Bomb against fairies such as Azumarill. But of course, Fareed loves Guzzlord as well, loves a lot of these neutral Pokemon which you can dance in and out of. He has a cool floor segment for us, so let's go see what he has in store.
Hi trainers, welcome to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm Fareed and I am joined by my friends Arceus Aurelius and Kaufia. Say hi. Hello. Say hi. Hello. Now, we're going to play a little game. There are so many trainers here at this event that are bringing unique Pokémon to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And so we're going to play a game of unique Pokémon types. So the way that the game's going to play, I'm going to give you a dual typing. Ooh. And as soon as you think of the unique Pokémon that has that typing, I want you to just say catch. I will then turn to the player that says catch first and give you an opportunity to immediately answer with which unique Pokémon has that dual typing. We're going to do 5 Pokémon and the best of 5 wins. How are we feeling?
Best of 5?
Best of 5 Pokémon.
I'm feeling ready.
How about you?
Ready.
Okay, trainers. The first typing, relatively easy one. Normal water.
Catch.
Marcus is up first.
Bibarel.
I love to hear it. 1 point to Marcus. Arceus Aurelius here. Bibarel is a Pokemon that we've used plenty in the Pokemon GO circuit. You're ahead, okay? Type number 2.
Watch out, please. Watch out.
Electric Psychic.
Thank you.
Casuals.
Catch.
Marcus again.
Alolan Raichu.
That is correct. The only Pokemon that has the electric and psychic typing. Number 3. An interesting Pokemon here. We're going to go with Fire, Water.
Catch.
Ooh, Marcus, I think you're just ahead. But for the sake of interest and fairness, we're going to let Calfia have it.
Volcanion.
Volcanion is correct. The only fire water type Pokemon in the game. And the thing is, I make the rules. So
If I lose this, I will call for some judges. I'm just going to say.
he can try. All right, Pokemon number 4. And you should both be able to get this one. Electric Dark. Calfia is first. Morpeko is correct. That means we're tied 2-2 going into the final Pokemon of this best of 5 series. Which unique Pokemon has this typing? Fairy Fighting.
Catch.
3, 2, 1. Going to Marcus.
Iron Valiant.
Iron Valiant is correct. Marcus is our winner. Those are the unique Pokemon with a brilliant typing. Iron Valiant not yet available in Pokemon GO. But for now, let's get back to the Pokemon GO action where you are.
I am really curious as to how Iron Valiant would be used in Pokemon GO. Fairy Fighting seems like an interesting typing as a fighting type that resists other fighting types. That's always been good. Things like Medicham, Annihilate. Some good examples. Maybe it'd be cool in the game one day.
Yeah, those kind of shaped the meta, didn't they? So those trainers, those Pokemon especially, they might have an impact on future tournaments. But right now, we are in Stuttgart at the Regional Championships here in December 2026 season, 2025 calendar year, and we're approaching the end of day 1. I wanted to say rapidly, but that's not true. We got a few more matches ahead of us. So with the first trainers to go on to day 2 on the winner's side, we have already determined, but there's plenty of matches still to be played on the loser side. Who else? Okay, give me one name who's going to make it from the loser side to day 2.
I think Emmy Weedle. I definitely believe in him. He got a great match off against Akline Chen earlier, got his revenge against that Carbink, and he is a player with a lot of grit and a lot of practice for this tournament. I think he can take it all the way.
That's definitely a good shout. I mean, world champion, IC champion can't be underestimated. Some other trainers that I think have a good shot. Withered 9 or Cashton. And funnily enough, those two are going to face off in the next matchup. Who would have thought this, right? What a coincidence.
What a prediction, Leo.
Dude,
what
that's
a prediction.
Crazy. Those trainers, they have already played each other in the first round of this very day, where Withered beat Cashton, and now it's a grudge match. He won all of those games on the loser side. It's incredibly difficult to play yourself up from the loser side, but now he can try to take on Withered once again and actually come back from this.
After I actually spoke to these two players after the match, and Cashton was really scared of bringing in Shadow Scissor because Withered, of course, has the Shadow Annihilate, has that Shadow Talonflame, and he brought both of them. So I think that's a fair enough point. But he also leaned on Cradily and Wigglytuff, where Cashton didn't really have any punches for either of them. Withered, of course, such a strong player for his age, has already made top 8 multiple times, but has never gotten the medal. Cashton, on the other hand, has made a top 2 in Dortmund 2024. So definitely a player who can go the distance, has a lot of experience underneath his belt. And can continue in this tournament if he can get around this Shadow Annihilate, which just seems like it's such an uphill battle, right? You have your Florges, and that's like your best response, but if a Shadow Annihilate swaps, it's very, very awkward or difficult to counterstop with Florges.
Yeah, if you get the Rage Fist off first, you kind of have to shield it immediately. Counters, even if resisted, deals so much damage, and of course, a Shadow Talonflame. If you have your counters for the Annihilate ready, there is always Shadow Talonflame, unless you would consider the Altaria a counter for it. But also, of course, Withered has the Shadow Altaria, which is incredibly strong in the matchup. Feraligatr looks really, really free. You've said this earlier in the tournament that this Pokemon looks phenomenal there. Cradily also always a good Pokemon to bring. If you're scaring away a Shadow Scizor, then Cradily is your best friend.
Cradily is just so good in this entire team, but Shadow Scizor is where it's going to struggle, of course. We have coverage with Talonflame, with Annihilate, and honestly, those both look great. So we always have some flexible options to swap in and out if we see a rough lead. I think we're going to see one of those here as Withered has now locked in his Cradily into the Shadow Scizor.
Oh, Withered was raising his eyebrows to the camera early. Question is, can he make it out of this lead here? Kashtan really far ahead now, is going to take a lot of Shadow Claw damage, but wants to throw a Night Slash first. Possible chip and dip play.
I love no-shielding this because now we can kind of grab shields back from whatever swaps into us. If that's going to be the Ferret, we just throw off this Hydro Cannon, force the Ferret to basically throw its attack here. This is very awkward though, because how do you really remove the rest of the Ferret from the playing field? There's a Unnovan Stunfisk in the back for your Talonflame. Is there no way out?
You're dealing decent damage with this Hydro Cannon, but now the Meteor is going to knock out Feraligatr if you're going to let it go. Withered sticking with the plan of throwing the Feraligatr in somewhere, getting possible shields, but can't even get those. No advantages to be found on his side, and Kashtan, he is transferring this positive lead, this fantastic start of the battle for him, to a bigger advantage, even in other matchups, not even in the Scizor versus Cradily matchup.
Honestly, anyone can get a good lead sometimes, but converting those good leads into wins is the hard part. We got the correct lead here, and we have the correct backline, but do we know what it is?
Oh, I mean, there is still the Shadow Talonflame. I'm pretty sure that Kashtan is going to bring in the Shadow Scizor here just because it's the best. Talonflame is being aggressively swapped in, answered by the Stunfisk. Super effective electric type damage into the Fire and Flying Pokemon.
I think this is not as bad as you would think it is, because once you can get these two shields from the Stunfisk, you may be able to snipe with the Cradily and throw a Grass Knot. Obviously, it sounds a lot easier than it really is, but if you throw these two Flame Charges off, right? The clock should be up. Is there a way where we can snipe with the Cradily?
I think the clock is not even close to being up here. Still need... Oh, actually, if you get another one off, you're actually right, Eric. So if Cradily comes in, wins this matchup, and you get to keep a shield as Withered if you actually get the KO. But there's so much energy on this Stunfisk. Stunfisk could possibly just throw immediately. Or you could try to catch a Grass Knot on the Scizor.
You have to... Oh, actually, maybe you can no-shield this. Okay, you no-shield this, you predict that the Scizor comes in, just toss the Rock Tomb off, right?
Nope. We shield this immediately. Watch the Scizor come in. All right, goes to another attack. Predict the Scizor. Scizor swaps in aggressively. Deals a little bit of damage with bullet punches, but I don't think that you have enough HP to withstand another Mud Bomb.
I think our... Oh, wow, it doesn't even knock out, but actually... No, we just not at that Grass Knot. Mud Bomb's going to come through here. And we were honestly just one acid away from winning this game. That was honestly a very, very well-played game here. He doesn't seem too happy with himself, but of course, you don't become good unless you have to criticize yourself. You have to get better, and you have to put yourself in a position where you know this is win or go home. You have to continue on and not think about the past game.
You gotta push, push, push. And Kashtan has been through so many of these scenarios, has pushed himself even further now. One game away from overcoming the person who put him into the loser's bracket early on into the match. It's looking very good for him. And of course, this good lead wasn't immediately transferred into a huge dominating win there, but he knows he's up against a really strong player, so no easy games are to be expected. Even if you have a good win, it's gonna get close. But he did not look shaky at all.
No, he was very confident throughout the entire game, and understood that the Scissor, well, if he could snipe that Cradily with even one Bullet Punch, he would be good to go. However, does he take that risk again? Of course, Scissor is kind of a Pokemon where you need to just do a surprise attack. Grab one win and hope you can get the right alignment in one of those other games. Because now, Kashton has 2 more chances to get the alignment he needs to win this set and take himself to that loser round 5. Basically get one of his worst matchups out of the bracket, out of the tournament, and put himself into day 2 again.
Something no Shadow Caesar player wants to see is Shadow Annihilate and Shadow Talonflame, but there they are. If you can make your way free for the Shadow Caesar to succeed, then you're good to go. That's what he did in the first game. Got it on the Cradily. Actually got knocked out by the Cradily almost. But now players are locking in the deciding game for Withered. Can he have another chance here versus Kashton, or is he gonna run away with the game?
Shadow Scissor, can it find its way onto that Cradily? He's already done it once. Can he do it again? It's going to be Cradily into Shadow Scissor. Is this the worst case for Withered? It probably is. But does he have a different way to play this backline?
Oh, actually he has a Shadow Annihilate, which would be a phenomenal save swap. There is no real answer to this, so you could determine the alignment. But goes into this Feraligatr once again, decides to no-shield. Let's run it back, baby! Withered looking... he's looking a bit happy. I don't know if he's just enjoying the bad matchup here or if he actually sees play there.
I think this is really excellent because now we have Annihilate, but Kashton thinks it's a Talonflame. I love swapping the Feraligatr instead of the Annihilate because now you're leaving doubt in your opponent's mind and you can come in with the Annihilate here and get so ahead on energy and just take the game by storm from there.
Yep, I think in 7 counters you are way knocking out this Ferret. Look at this. There's a lot of damage coming through from Sucker Punches. You're going to get hit with a Swift, but this is double resisted damage. However, it's still Shadow Annihilate, so it is going to deal a little bit.
The problem here is your Annihilate already a little bit too low, in which case the Scissor can just Bullet Punch through everything. No, don't even opt for that. We go for the Ice Punch against the Unova Stunfisk. I'm not sure if this is the right call here, as we need to be boosting our Annihilate's Rage Fist to be getting more damage onto the Scissor before it knocks us out and puts our Cradily in great peril.
I can understand where Withered is coming from with this, because you want to pull shields, you want to throw the attacks that deal the most damage, because the matchup of Cradily versus Caesar is only playable if your opponent does not have shields anymore. Now this is Rage Fist range. Puts up a shield here, 1 shield down that is not used on the Shadow Scissor.
This makes sense, right? Because we want to get this Mud Bomb off and basically take that last shield, go into our Shadow Scissor, and be able to trailblaze that Cradily for a photo finish here, honestly, in losers round 5.
But how much damage can you do onto that Scissor? Scissor swapped in aggressively. Can Withered reach a charge stick? No, he can't. Bullet Punch down, but as it is double resisted, Kashton has found the formula to defeat Withered the Wizard, and he taps out. Kashton advances to losers round 6 in a 2-0 Scissor onto Cradily.
We already saw Emmy Weedle knock down Aukline Chen out of the tournament after losing him round 1. On the other hand, Kashton lost to Withered round 1 and is now knocking him out of the tournament. So great to see these trainers finding different strategies, finding new avenues to win and new routes to day 2 inside of Stuttgart Regional Championship. It's so nice when we see trainers being able to play flexibly with their different Pokemon and adjust based on what they've seen in the previous game. Because again, being able to adjust is what separates the good from the great.
This tournament is a grudge match gaga. So many grudge matches of players being knocked down by one and then later on overcoming them. I think this is already a nice hero story, right? This is already the one story that you're going to tell everyone. Maybe your grandkids someday, if you have any, say, I was knocked out by Withered the Wizard in round 1 and then I beat him in losers round 5. How old was he, Grandpa? I think 15 or something. That's a nice story.
We put the Shadow Scissor on his Cradily, explaining to your grandkids how Acid's double resisted, Bullet Punch does a lot, we need to get the, Stunfisk on the Talonflame, and then the grandkids are like, what are you even saying?
I think we're drifting off, Eric. You could see the Bullet Punch down here. Not reaching the Rage Fist was super important there, but even then, you're gonna take so much damage from those Bullet Punches there that it's almost impossible to withstand the attacks that the Stunfisk is gonna throw later on, because you're still gonna get outpaced to a Mud Bomb, and then after 7 Bullet Punches, you're gonna be in Mud Bomb Rage. I can promise you that.
I'm always impressed by how bulky Unite Stunfisk is, and I'm always so disappointed by how much damage it does. But I guess that's the trade-off, right? Just being able to withstand counters from an Annihilate. Not many Pokemon can do that, and it honestly felt like it was pretty comfortable into that Annihilate despite taking that first Ice Punch. I wonder if that would have gone differently if a Rage Fist was queued in first.
Yeah, I mean, the Rage Fist was shielded in the end there, so this time around it would have shielded the Ice Punch, so I think it would have even had a little bit more HP, actually, when you're comparing that. But Annihilate versus Stunfisk, it feels like a neutral matchup, right? In the 1-0 shields, you're feeling fine as Stunfisk, right? You're outpacing, you take a little bit of counter damage, of course, that is a little bit of damage. You're taking an Ice Punch, you're going to probably live this one unless you get hit by a boosted Ice Punch. But then, in the 2-shield scenario, straight Rage Fist, Annihilate dominates. It deals so much damage, and it comes out super boosted out of the matchup. And that is one of those situations, just like with Shadow Caesar, where there is a Pokemon that you thought you would play into neutrally, it just ran over you.
No Talonflame from Withered in that game, number 2. Honestly, I wonder if he wishes he had brought the Talonflame. It was so instrumental for him in that first set, and maybe tried to make too many adjustments. But of course, these players are going to be looking to make their own adjustments, as we are now still in Losers Round 5, and we have Zephymastics on the left-hand side. He is a player who had such fantastic seasons in the early days of Pokemon Go. He was the Malmo regional champion.
Correct.
Has made Day 2 multiple times at international championships as well. And of course, hasn't seen that same success in this season just yet.
He was one of the first runner-ups in the Play Pokemon series in Bremen. Do you know who won that tournament?
Nickname won that one.
Yeah.
He is definitely reminded me about that. But yeah, I guess one of the first runner-ups in the Pokemon Play Pokemon series means that he was one of the first people to ever qualify for the World Championships.
Exactly.
Because back then, a little bit of history, you used to have to make top 2 at a regional championship or an international, make top 4 in order to qualify for the World Championships. Of course, we see here Bremen regional finalist and Malmo regional champion. Of course, that was 2 years ago, and he is looking to make his mark in the present. Of course, he has all of his Pokemon that he loves so much. Gastrodon and Clodsire, you always see that his signature Gliscor, in which he used to win that region all those years ago. Clodsire and Gastrodon, 2 very, very bulky ground-type Pokemon. He will be trying to utilize them to overcome his opponent's Charger Bug and Annihilate here in Losers Round 5.
Zephymastics loves his ground-type Pokemon. Clodsire goes everywhere with him, just so does Gastrodon. And on the other side, Mad Max Ulm also bringing this Mad Annihilate, the Shadow version. Of course, a Feraligatr, so this is kind of close to Withered's team. Ferret is also there, followed up by the ground-type Clodsire, so we don't have big ground-type fast attack pressure, apart from Corviknight, but I wouldn't say that's huge. And there's a Charger Bug, a Pokemon that has been on and off in the metagame for Pokemon Go, but sometimes it's there less. I think that the preferred electric type, most recently, was always Stunfisk, right? And this, in the head-to-head, Stunfisk has a decent advantage, even though the bug typing keeps Charger Bug in the game against the ground type.
Charge Bug, very, very difficult to play against those ground types, but has a couple of good targets here as well. Mad Max Ulm doesn't have the history of play Pokemon that Zephymastics does. He's mostly only played in Germany, but of course, his home country, he wants to make an impact here inside of day number 1. Taking down a regional champion will give him a huge amount of momentum going into the rest of today's tournament and maybe even into tomorrow. However, it's going to be a bit of a difficult start for him as he leads the Furret into that Galarian Moltres.
Fly high, you mighty Pokemon. Moltres finds a good lead, immediately answered by the Charger Bug, but there is a Gastrodon on the side of Zephymastics. However, this matchup, not the absolute worst, a full Mud Slap. Great for Zephymastics.
I think he could have thrown one Volt Switch earlier to prevent that Mud Slap from coming through, but if he just spams this X-Scissor down here, this Water Pulse is interesting, because if he goes shielded, it may be able to win the 1-shield scenario here, but of course going Body Slams allows the Charger Bug to win the 0-shield scenario. Let's see, Charger Bug, of course, not so bad against Gastrodon, because of course those X-Scissors are neutral, and of course we've baited the Gastrodon out as well, so our Clodsire can fly free in the back.
And Volt Switch, incredible fast attack. Also, not double resisted at least. Now, another X-Scissor is throwing, and I think you even get a full Volt Switch through for a farm down. No, absolutely not. KOs immediately here. And now this is a huge farm down for Dedenne. But there is a Pokemon in the back from Mad Max Ulm that kind of breaks up this Dedenne and Moltres core.
I wonder if you just get to another charge attack here and then go straight into the Fur, because you now know all the Pokemon from Zephymastix. You need this energy, and I think Zephymastix doesn't want to allow that. Parabolic Charge going to boost up this Dedenne. I don't know how much better this matchup is going to be in the Clodsire. Actually, I do know how bad this matchup will be in the Clodsire, but he of course has that Galarian Moltres. This is going to be a little bit of a difficult situation, as that Clodsire is going to be hard to remove from the field of play. Swifts coming down on this Moltres are going to start to put it into 2 Swift range with the Sucker Punches. Of course, just with the Sucker Punches, it might already be in Stone Edge range.
That's true, so I think Zephymastix is going to really hope to be able to keep those shields around, is going to no-shield the first Swift, knowing, of course, the cheapest attack for Clodsire to throw is this super effective Stone Edge. He has the full Dedenne in the back, but that doesn't do that much, does it? So I think, oh wow, Zephymastix actually knowing not a lot of damage from Sucker Punches, so commits to a full farm down. Gives up 1 shield, but I think that the Furt is not going to reach another charge attack. This is so much energy. The thing is, do you want to go for a Brave Bird and then swap out?
I think we need to commit to 2 Brave Birds here, because Fly going no-shield is basically the only way that we can give this game away. Of course, our opponent doesn't know that. They go for the shield onto the Fly, and now it's going to be that Brave Bird that lurks in the back. If you can land this Brave Bird, is there any way that Dedenne can actually get rid of this Clodsire?
I was just going to say, can you actually also farm up to double Fly or even more? Sucker Punch damage is so high, he's going for double Fly instead of the Brave Bird. This could be a way to win the game. If you don't want to get Brave Bird, Mad Max has to throw the Stone Edge immediately. Potential catch on the side of Zephymastix, waiting on the side of Mad Max, but he is giving up so much energy. He's going to Earthquake the Dedenne here. Zephymastix can just now go for 1 more Sucker Punch and knock out with a Brave Bird.
Brave Bird is going to come through here. He's,
no!
Oh! He doesn't go for the Fly! He doesn't go for the Fly. I think a Fly was enough.
Yes, Fly would have knocked out, wanted to go to the Brave Bird. He listened too much to me. That was not the right call. Mad Max farms down the Moltres with the Poison Stings.
He had that game perfectly planned out. 3 Flies and the Thunder Shocks from the Dedenne. The plan was set. The game was pretty much set, but that just shows anything can happen in these tournaments. Even regional champions can falter at the last second. And Mad Max Olm, you have to take it and run with it. You have to get this set over with, because the longer this goes on, the more difficult it may become, because you realize how strong that Galarian Moltres is into your team and what an issue it presents if Zephymastix can get it in the right place.
You're right. Look at this. Corviknight, all of your charge attacks are resisted. Oh, I mean, Air Cutter isn't, but Air Cutter is not doing too much damage. Sand Attack, double resisted. Charger Bug, yes, good. Clodsire,
Charger Bug's okay. It's okay.
It's kind of great. but Clodsire also does well, but then Feraligatr, resisted charge, fast attacks. Then, of course, also Annihilate. It can counter down, but you will have to give up some shields for it, and Ferret is also a negative matchup there. Scaring away the Annihilate here with the team of Zephymastix is also pretty interesting, because there's Corsola and there is Dedenne. But then again, you're inviting this Pokemon. You also have Clodsire to scare it away, but you're inviting it back in with a Cradily.
Honestly, these picks are all a little bit polarizing from both sides.
Yes.
There is no true safe option here, which is going to show and highlight how important it is to know how to read your opponent's lines. I think I really like the strategy from Mad Max, where he tries to lure out that Gastrodon and free up his Clodsire in the back. Because as we saw, Charge Bug wasn't too bad against Gastrodon. I wonder if he tries to throw 1 Volt Switch earlier as opposed to last time, and he tries to basically get that correct timing and get an advantage on the opponent Gastrodon.
Let's run it back. Charger Bug's being swapped and answered by Clodsire, which is a way better answer than Gastrodon, would you believe it?
I love how Zephy is adjusting and basically coming up with the right counter for the backline, knowing that if he can get that right lead, he just needs to be aware of that Charger Bug and the Gastrodon, Charger Bug and the Clodsire in the back. Now, he has the perfect way to align here. However, this is also a little bit of a risk, because sometimes players don't necessarily run the same line, but they run the same 2 Pokemon to trick you into thinking X Pokemon is in the back. However, here, it looks like he's made the right one.
Yep, and Zephymastix here going for a full farm down. There is so little damage to be come from X-Scissor, Discharge, and Volt Switch against a Clodsire. Look at this. All of your attacks there. Tries to get to an X-Scissor. Could have swapped out afterwards, but no. Poison Sting down. So much energy, so much HP. It's looking fantastic for Zephymastix in Game 2 after being down 1-0.
how do you really recover from this, honestly? It's difficult because there's that Gastrodon in the back. Honestly, this may be the window of opportunity that you need. You can bring this Clodsire onto the Galarian Moltres, and maybe the Furt, if you can grab some shields, can trailblaze that Gastrodon in the end game. But Zephy, he knows all the Pokemon from his opponent's team, and Mad Max Olm can't say the same for himself. He knows that there is a Moltres and a Clodsire, but has no knowledge of that Gastrodon. So the way he plays this matchup may differ.
Zephymastics actually lets this go, and that is genius. The switch timer is not even close to being up here. You can take one Stone Edge comfortably. You can throw a Brave Bird if you even want to. Yes, almost gets completely farmed down. On 1 HP, he throws the Brave Bird. It's being shielded by this Clodsire. And Zephymastics, he has shield advantage. He has two Pokemon that are both in the green.
Comes in with the Clodsire kind of just to tank this energy. I like this play. Goes for the bait, but honestly, if you're Max, you have to pull out all the stops here, right? Like, even if there's like a 1% chance that he shields it, you just have to try everything that you can to win this game. And if, actually, if you're Zephy here, can you even conceal your third Pokemon?
Oh, that could be the case, but I wouldn't risk it if you get a nasty farm down here. Actually, Zephymastics is very much trying to do that. It's going to be... Oh, no, absolutely not. Taking the energy here, plays the safest way possible. Takes a Swift here, still has two shields, swaps into the Gastrodon. And Gastrodon is going to do all the work with those Mudslaps. Anything that Mad Max Olm can throw onto him is just going to get Mudslap down now.
Swift is going to be a correct bait here from Mad Max, but of course, no risks being taken here from Zephymastics. He already has, he has all the correct alignment in this game, and all he needs to do is shield up this Trailblaze and take game number 2. He definitely has had a better handle of this match overall. And game 1, he understood that with that mistake, he just can't let something like that happen again. And he'll rely on his Moltres in this next game to pretty much put on the pressure. His opponent has no flying resist pretty much other than the Corviknight, which is not great against Moltres. So if he can get that Moltres up on energy, he should just be able to take it to the sky and take this game in 3.
Yeah, that's the problem that Charger Bug has in this matchup, right? It is really good in even matchups if you're completely playing it. But sometimes Moltres, if it's not aligned onto the Charger Bug, it gets some energy out somewhere. And even Fly hits pretty hard. But of course, always threatening a Brave Bird is huge to play with Galarian Moltres. This is also something we have seen in the World's Finals of Beelzebub versus Padoman, where Padoman did not have a single flying type resist on his team. Brave Birding everywhere.
Love that, Leo. Yeah, of course, Leo was able to take down Padoman at the last regional championships. Just showing our caster on the desks. We have all the knowledge, and we are here to bring you some more entertainment for our losers round 5. Zephymastics versus Mad Max Olm. We've seen some interesting strategies, and a strategy that worked great for Max in the first game, but Zephy quickly responds to that. And do we just triple down on it in game 3 is the question. I don't think we do. I think we need to like bring in the Annihilate. There's no way. There's no way we see a Corsola, and there's no way we see a Dedenne, in my opinion. Those both don't make that much sense at this point in the set.
Yeah, Dedenne was pretty hard counted in the last game there. Clodsire really closed the game on it. I mean, you are very well aware that there might be a Charger Bug in the lead on the side of Zephymastics. I can't see a Clodsire lead. Like the two answers, this is why Moltres and Clodsire is such a nice core. The two hard answers we can see here from Mad Max Olm versus the Moltres, they're really well answered just by Clodsire.
Clodsire and Gator, of course, is a fantastic core as well. We saw a lot of success with it in the 2024 season, so it's great to see these old-time classics still being viable. Clodsire, honestly, has very high usage, but we haven't seen it on stream much today. Yeah. So it's nice to see that people are succeeding with this bulky ground-type Pokemon. None of them really opt for Sludge Bomb because, again, Azumarill not really a staple anymore.
I really do miss those Sludge Bomb Stone Edge technologies that Stone Collection brought to last year's Stuttgart, right? Oh, absolutely, yes. Brought him all the way into the finals and actually clutched out some matchups.
Yeah, I'm sure it was really clutch against Toxapex and Annihilate. I am sure.
Well, Stone Edge is a charge attack, no? But now the players are ready. Loses round 5, game 3, Zephymastics versus Mad Max Olm. Clodsire versus the Annihilate. That is slightly positive for Clodsire, but if you boost, you get shields, then an Ice Punch really deals a lot of damage.
This matchup is pretty much hinges on whether the Ice Punch lands or not. You always no-shield the first one, but the issue here is you're kind of forced to go for another Ice Punch on the second one, but if you can grab the shield here on the next one with a Rage Fist, this matchup becomes really, really good for the Annihilate. Earthquake just going to be launched here. You kind of have to shield always as the Annihilate, so goes for a safe shield. And I wonder if you can start thinking about how to get an advantage with Moltres in this game if you're Zephymastics. You can try to just throw this. Oh, you don't throw this. You save the energy. And if you can shield this, get the last shield, then your Moltres is fantastic.
Yeah, Moltres with shield advantages against a team that doesn't really have flying resist except for the Corviknight, which doesn't look too great into him, is of course huge. Another shield is being put up. Mad Max Ulm doesn't need to think twice. Annihilate with 2 shields is nice. Blocks the Earthquake.
Rage Fist is going to be queued up soon, though. Does he do it on charge attack priority? No. He wants to play it safe rather than sorry. Doesn't want that Rage Fist to get caught on the glaring Moltres. This shield goes up, and Zephymastics knows exactly what the assignment is here. All he needs to do is land the Earthquake on this Annihilate, and then, oh, Furry tries to make the catch.
Zephymastics is too fast with his reactions here. Does not throw the Earthquake. Keeps on Poison Stinging, just recalibrating his brain, and then swaps into the Moltres. No shields versus a Moltres means Brave Bird.
Brave Bird is going to be coming in here, most likely on charge attack priority. Going to take this. Oh, going to take this.
I think we're going to charge up to double fly and then immediately throw a fly into whatever comes in.
I like that as well, because if you see the team, even a charge bug here would not appreciate a fly. We're going to get up all the way to this energy. We should be able to. Oh, this is interesting, because now we're not in another charge attack. Annihilate's going to knock us out.
That is true. Or actually, are we at a fly right here? Because Annihilate does not get the Clodsire comes in. We're going for a Brave Bird here on the side of Zephymastics. Actually reaches another one, minimizes the farm down capabilities of the Clodsire with the Brave Bird, and now has the option to align the Gastrodon onto this Clodsire. Swaps in to the Annihilate. Combo play. Clodsire in, Earthquake, Annihilate out.
Clodsire finally lands the Earthquake on this elusive Annihilate. Had avoided it for most of the game, but of course, I think he's going to need a full Poison Sting down and an ability to charge the 200 energy. Of course, Earthquake is going to land here on the side of Mad Max Ulm's Clodsire. Clodsire face off, and it's going to be Zephymastics. His best buddy Clodsire takes him to the next round and keeps him alive here in Stuttgart.
Eric, did you just say Poison Sting down? Because that's not what I saw. Clodsire has so much HP with a double resisted Poison Stings on this Clodsire doing nothing. Zephymastics comfortably could have actually reached probably 2 Earthquakes.
So I think generally for a Clodsire, to Poison Sting down a Clodsire, you need 210 Poison Stings. Give or take, depending on the Clodsire. And that's 400 turns and roughly 200 seconds. So you can Poison Sting it down in more than 3 minutes, of course. Zephymastics, what a fantastic game here. Just getting those line calls right every single game, and you can see the sigh of relief as he knows he has another chance to try to become that regional champion that he was 2 years ago. Of course, such a great feeling to know that a Game 3 has been won, and you're just completely relieved, especially after that Game 1, where things got a little bit hairy, even though it seemed like he had the game on the line.
Could have thrown the fly, didn't trust the Moltres enough to deal enough damage there. Wanted to go for the safe route, which turned out to be the win condition for Mad Max Ulm. You could see the Earthquake on the Dedenne, and there it was. Could have thrown the fly. Actually, depending on the Clodsire, I think this would have been close, because now the damage after the Sucker Punch, that was for sure fly knockout, but afterwards, I don't know.
Definitely one of those tough calls, but at the end of the day, you don't really have a choice but to just go for the fly. Gotta understand, you're not gonna make it to the Brave Bird. We're just gonna send the fly, send the Hail Mary, and see if we can send ourselves into the next round. Of course, this came down to a fantastic snipe from that Clodsire onto the Annihilate. Understanding switch clocks were out of play, and our Clodsire's Earthquake was in the ball in the ball court. And of course, we take it out and take ourselves into that next round. What a fantastic way to end that.
Zephymastics. He is a player from my locals, actually, together with Stone Collection. We're playing a lot there, and I just know how good of a trainer he is. He is always bringing some of his unique picks. This Clodsire has been on his side when it was meta, of course, but also when it was a really off-meta Pokemon. You don't see it a lot. He is still going to bring it. Same with Gastrodon. He has been playing it before it got incredibly popular.
Gastron has all his Pokemon best buddy. He loves all of his Pokemon so much, has such a strong trainer and Pokemon bond. And of course, going into the future, we will have many more games. But for now, let's take a look at the future event of this. Future event.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there it is. arcade9.gg/event/Pokemon. If you are curious about attending a tournament like this, catching those regional spawns, doing extra special trades with other players, being able to get more charged TMs, and of course, compete for a chance at the World Championships, get an automatic invitation to 2026 in San Francisco. That's where you got to start. arcane9.gg/events/Pokemon. Hope to see you there. And maybe at one of these next tournaments coming up.
Agreed. Now that you mentioned special trades, honestly, earlier I did a great special trade with Maddie. We traded a shiny Spiritomb for Great League, so that was really, really cool. Have you had any luck?
I haven't actually done any of my special trades today. We are too busy behind the desk, of course, but hopefully someone will come to me and be like, hey, got a lucky trade. You want to do it? That's my favorite, when someone just comes up to me and then I don't even have to think about it.
That's true. No responsibility in searching someone for those trades. But now, Emmy Weedle versus the Reeve. Who is going to advance in this tournament? Shadow, Dusk Noir, Wigglytuff, Empoleon, Gastrodon, Altaria, and Cradily. The top 4. Very well-known core at this point, honestly. Altaria just came in basically with Gidance. Before that, people haven't really considered this Pokemon too much. And then, of course, there is the Cradily, an all-time classic, which is a bit on the downfall when it comes to usage. Why is that, Eric?
It's really difficult to bring, right? Because every opponent pretty much has Shadow Scissor. There's Empoleon everywhere. There's even Pokemon like Shadow Dusknoir, which we see from one of them here. It's just so oppressive into Cradily, and before it was kind of a safe choice when none of these options were super prevalent, especially Empoleon, honestly. But yeah, Cradily, it just becomes less safe, and it's hard to justify on a team. Of course, both these trainers, of course, we've talked about Emmy Weedle. He wants to continue his top 8 streak here in the 2026 season, and the Reeve wants to begin a streak. He's only made top 16 once, and he would like to make his first day to top 8. But of course, he needs to win this Lunar Semis against an IC Worlds and Regional Champion first. Not a very easy task, a very tall one, but of course, that's where you got to start. As a player like him, when you're trying to break through, get your name out there into the field, into day 2, you're going to have to take down some good players to do so.
Actually, yes, because there are so many greats of the game participating in those tournaments. A chance to play versus them is already really, really cool to see. How far have I gotten since I started playing this game? How good am I really for playing against multiple of those titans? You're going to find out relatively quick, and now the Reeve just needs to show that he can beat a player like Emmy Weedle. While Emmy Weedle, it's just another Saturday for him, right? He is sitting here, has a win it in for day 2. And it's looking cool, calm, cucumbered, and collected.
That's how you gotta be if you're going to be a consistent player, a consistent trainer at all of these tournaments, making top cuts left and right, and even able to win tournaments. Because a lot of players can make top cut, but they can never scratch a championship. And to do that, you have to be calm, no matter which side of the tournament you are on, no matter where you are on the bracket. Take every game one step at a time. Don't think much more than that.
And I think, if I remember correctly, Emmy Weedle actually got his 1 regional win in this very city in Stuttgart.
Yeah, I think a couple years ago that sounds about right, but he's going to continue that dominance by leading his Wigglytuff into a Furret. This matchup generally pretty good for the Wigglytuff. However, there are some caveats. If that Furret has a Sucker Punch breakpoint, it is going to be, oh, we go straight to the Scissor, responded to by the Gastrodon, and now this is looking fantastic for Emmy Weedle. He has the Empoleon for the Azumarill in the back, and even the Furret, and Gastrodon will just commit to this Mud Slap down.
Yep, you will have to give up some shields here, because otherwise a last chance Trailblaze might completely knock you out, and then the game is completely turned on your head. But he is going to throw actually a Body Slam here, expending this energy, knowing, hey, I either knock it out, knock all of the energy out, or I'm going to just get a shield here.
Honestly, it's nice here for the Reeve because he's able to snack both shields from Emmy Weedle and set up his Azumarill with the Hydro Pump in the back to maybe start going on a tear against this Gastrodon and Wigglytuff. But of course, Empoleon's going to be the main issue. How are you going to overcome that? Oh, go straight for this Trailblaze. I love that because now you're kind of on the same playing field. Both trainers have 2 Pokemon left and there's no shields left. Furret has a lot of boost and HP on its side.
But there is a catch with the Bubble Sneak from the Reeve here on the Azumarill. Of course, Azumarill is very bulky. It's going to withstand a lot, but Empoleon has now got the chance. Oh, actually, we're farming up a little bit more energy. I like this because the energy for Azumarill goes nowhere into this Empoleon.
you know that if you can just charge that Icy Wind back up on your Wigglytuff, you're going to be able to unleash that against the Fur in the late game. Hydro Pump from the Azumarill, now landing on this Empoleon. It is resisted, but does it look resisted? Honestly, yeah, that's pretty comfortable for the Empoleon.
If you consider that it's debuffed, I don't even think it looks that resistant, but of course it's a Hydro Pump. It's so costly. And we're now going to throw a Drill Peck after maximizing energy here. Are 2 Drill Peck going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill? Reef is not putting up a Protect Shield here, and that also doesn't even look like it's going to knock out. Swaps into the Ferret now.
This is interesting because now your Azumarill might be able to Hydro Pump this Empoleon. Oh, now this just gets on charge attack priority. He just throws that Hydro Cannon off, and there's no way to deal with the Empoleon and the Wigglytuff. Is there a way in which we can Hydro Pump this and still make it to a charge attack against the Wigglytuff, though?
I think Weedle is just going to try and deal enough damage because we said it earlier, Wigglytuff farmed up a little bit more energy versus this Ferret. Hydro Pump is going to be thrown in because Ice Beam doesn't do anything.
To an Empoleon. I mean, Hydro Pump, pretty good there. It's able to finally get this Empoleon off the field of play, but that Swift being loaded was just such an incredible reaction to that move being caught. We understand that we have such a hard answer for Azumarill in the back that we can comfortably farm up all that energy back and then just go into our Empoleon and start soaking all the moves from the side of the Reeve 18.
The Reeve with not a lot of wiggle room there in the end game. Weedle understanding, hey, in this situation, in this end game, I don't need to be fast with my swap and I don't need to keep the timer precise. I need to farm up more energy because the energy of the Azumarill goes nowhere into my Empoleon. So playing with those type advantages, gathering energy, swapping out there, also knowing, hey, if he swaps in the Ferret into my Empoleon again, then I keep the energy on my Empoleon because you're super flexible against a Pokemon like Azumarill when it comes to storing energy. You're gonna be fine as well.
I think if he continues with the same strategy, I don't think that the strategy is too crazy, but he has to find a different way to utilize getting the 2 shields from the Gastrodon when he swaps a Scissor. If he can maybe utilize like Clodsire, you use like Scissor to lure out the Gastrodon, and you kind of put Clodsire to work, just let it do damage to the Empoleon, to the Wigglytuff. When there's no shields in play, that might be the best formula to win game number 2 here if you're the Reeve.
It's a very good shout. You're likely going to get a shield advantage on the Scissor there. Wow, that's actually a very solid strategy. I like that, Eric. I like that. But maybe Weedle is also going to adjust his own strategies there. There are a bunch of good targets for a Shadow Dust Noir, so if you're not too afraid of the Ferret, this might come your way. But no, we're leading the Gastro into the Stunfisk.
Wow, I wonder why we're staying in here. Your backline isn't actually too weak to this Gastrodon. Is he trying to make a catch onto the Ferret? Doesn't seem like the case. And now, this is a perfect swap here from Weedle, recognizing that he doesn't need to bring the Empoleon onto this Ferret, can opt for the Wigglytuff, and the Reeve opts to throw this on bad timing, giving the full charm through the Weedle. This is exactly the room that he needs to be able to take down this loser's round 6 and put himself into day 2. Icy Wind comes down onto this Ferret, and it's going to offer a shield.
Yep, he really wants to keep the switch here or realign his Pokemon because Stunfisk versus this Gastrodon is just going nowhere, but the energy on the Stunfisk versus Empoleon could be a win condition in the endgame. Wants to go to get shields here. He wants to be able to swap in the Stunfisk at some point and throw discharges at this Empoleon, but he's not getting the shields. He is at... he kind of, if he wants to realign, he needs to go 2 shields down, and that is not great.
But what's the alternative, right? We can't have our Unova Stunfisk against the Gastrodon, and... oh, he goes for the snipe here. I think this is a perfect play because now the Ferret's no longer an issue. It had a little bit of energy, and now the energy is completely nullified. We have the Azumarill on this Gastrodon, but of course, if you just commit 2 shields to this and fully farm it down, you'll be all good to go against that Unova Stunfisk.
Yep, you have 2 shields left, and you're going to need those. The question is, are you going to shield a Hydro Pump from this Azumarill? Because now that you're not running Earth Power anymore on Gastrodon, the matchup got a lot worse.
Instantly no shielding that. What a call from Weedle, understanding that going for a 7 bubble Hydro Pump just wouldn't really make too much sense there from the opponent. Body Slam queued up into this Azumarill. Do you kind of read this catch into your Unovan Stunfisk, or do you just throw off another Body Slam? Oh, you actually go straight to this. Unovan Stunfisk now comes in, but no shields available. Just going to be Hydro Cannon And I mean, Empoleon cleaning up this game with 2 shields, doing what it does best, sweeping with Hydro Cannons. Such a forceful Pokemon when it's given the lead. Hydro Cannon going to be queued up here into the Unova Stunfisk, and Emmy Weedle is comfortably taking game 2 in this set.
Emmy Weedle, but there's one more Pokemon in the back. Emmy Weedle is going to throw a Hydro Cannon here into the Stunfisk. Usually the matchup is so great for Stunfisk because it can withstand a Hydro Cannon, but not after so many Mudslaps. The Reeves goes to top left here, and Emmy Weedle advances to day 2. The trainers are hugging it out. Emmy Weedle stands tall again, goes into day 2.
You have to be feeling good about that. You just know your line reads have been spot on in that set, even against Alcon Klein. You were able to get the reads right on the Carbing. You're able to get the reads right on the Shadow Scissor here, and basically kind of disrespected it in that game number 2, and it absolutely paid off.
Yeah, he got the reads on the Reeve, and then before that versus Arclangian, of course, 2 Pokemon like the Carbink are also good targets for Gastrodon sometimes. Emmy Weedle once again showing that he still got it.
The world champ still got it. He's ready to take this Stuttgart title back to himself. And of course, he is on the right trajectory. So many dominant games in this last couple of rounds for him. He didn't start the day so great, but he is continuing to push on in this tournament and show why just with some neutral Pokemon like Gastron, Cradily, and Altaria, you're able to take the leads.
And I really like this play by the Reeve in game 1. He really had played a good advantage out for himself there with the Azumarill catch, sneaking a bubble, but Emmy Weedle, he was just in the situation. He just immediately knew, I can just farm up that energy back again, deal some damage that is basically damage worth a Hydro Cannon or a Drill Peck, even more actually, and then swap out. There is no play rough from your Azumarill. There's going to be Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump has done very well for the Reeve in a very great run from him, but it also has some drawbacks.
Just so difficult for him to find room to go there when the lines were a bit difficult. He had that Azumarill on the Empoleon both games, and we know how challenging that is just because you're running Hydro Pump Azumarill, but still, I say that as if play rough Azumarill somehow okay in the Empoleon, but
it's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, I guess pacing a little bit quicker, 2 resisted play roughs isn't too crazy into the Empoleon, but Hydro Pump definitely will not get the job done.
Yeah, Azumarill is, of course, at a disadvantage. It is way bulkier than Empoleon, but if you're playing a team with another Pokemon that is a bit afraid of Empoleon, safe swapping Azumarill to bait it out is always a great choice, because you are going to get 2 play roughs off, Bubble deals some damage, and then you are in a farm down range.
Azumarill and Cradily are just 2 Pokemon that work so well together, right?
Yeah.
Because Azumarill always can bring out something like a Shadow Scissor, can bring out Empoleon, and then Cradily being free in the back. Often we see that as a great way to close games, whether that be against Gastron and Altaria or Galarian Moltres, and mostly it's just Gastron because you can knock out one thing in one hit and then like knock out the flyer with your Rock Tombs. Overall, Cradily, such a neutral pick that we're really seeing go down at this tournament, which is why we've seen the rise of Furret, because Furret really struggles against Cradily just in a neutral scenario because we're hitting with non-same type attack bonus charge attacks in Trailblaze, and Sucker Punch is not same type attack bonus either. And Cradily, such a bulky Pokemon.
Yep, Cradily also, it already has the advantage in the neutral matchup, in the even matchup, but if you save with the Cradily and it's answered by Furret and you get to debuff before the Trailblaze is hitting,
it's over.
Oh boy, it's over. Yeah, it's all over then. Cradily really has the edge in this matchup. But what's surprising to me is Cradily is the prime target for Shadow Scizor, which is also a reason why it's going down in usage, right? Because if you're playing that matchup, we've seen this quite a bunch of times here. That's not happening, honestly. You're not flipping that. If there's even one shield, you get fully bullet punched down, basically. The question is that I've completely forgotten right now, which is why I'm waffling a little bit.
And that's okay.
Yeah, please save me.
And that's okay, because we had such an exciting game from Emmy Weedle, and it will be actually Maddie who can ask the questions now, because we're going straight to the lounge.
Thank you, Eric. I'm standing here with Emmy Weedle. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm very happy to have made it this far, you know, through to day 2 and stuff. Because, you know, I lost my first round and obviously I was feeling a bit down after that, but to win 5 consecutive games and make it through to day 2 is very nice for me. Thank you.
It seems like you're climbing back up. It's a steep hill, but I believe you can do it. In this event, what was your favorite Pokemon you've used so far?
Empoleon has been very, very good for me so far. I used it in my past battles as well, but it's very neutral into the current meta. It beats Sizzle, which is on a lot of teams, so I think Empoleon is the right pick for this tournament.
Yeah, having you seen using Gastrodon and Empoleon, you're dancing around left and right, I think you've done amazing. Anything like you during this event you think like, ooh, there's something I don't want to see or like scary to see?
Yeah, generally Sizzle, Forret, Talonflame all paired together are a bit annoying because I'd like to run my Gastro against the Sizzle Talon, but then there's a Forret. I'd like to run my Emp, but then there's a Talon that can 2-shield farm down. So, you know, some teams are a bit iffy and become a bit RPS, but that's just sadly what the meta's like at the moment.
I'm not going to ask you how you're going to do it to win those games because you need to keep your strategies for yourself.
Thank you.
But are there any special shoutouts we're going to do today?
Yeah, so it's my dad's birthday today, actually. So happy birthday to my dad. I'm glad that I had the opportunity to say this on the stream in an interview. And otherwise, thank you to everybody who's scrimmed me. I know this is the last tournament of this season, so it's been hard to, you know, find people willing to actually scrim. But anybody who's, you know, put in their own time, not even competing here, just to help me get my practice, I appreciate all of them. And thank you to Tea and Pizza as well.
Happy birthday, Dad. Congratulations again, and we're going back to the casters now.
Thanks, Maddie. The Pokemon Go action never stops. We're here for more rounds, and now this time I'm joined by Eric's older brother, Farid.
His older brother, significantly less successful, but much better dressed.
I think we can all agree on that. But you have been successful in the past in Pokemon Go PvP in those tournaments. When you're on the loser's side early, what do you do, Farid?
Do you know what? I was thinking about this for a while. I was watching an interview in a different sport, and there was a question that was asked of a manager, and it said, when your back's against the wall, what's more important from your players? What really makes the difference? Is it skill or is it attitude? And I was thinking, for the purposes of Pokemon Go, what really means the most when you drop down into the loser side of the bracket? Is it about how good you are as a player? And often it isn't. It is about your mentality. And the players that we have seen so far in Stuttgart have really had to show mentality. We have so many of those players right on stage now because Kashton, if you remember, dropped down to the loser side of the bracket after his very first round. Now, this is a skillful player, but what mentality he has shown to be now in the losers semi-finals of his group.
And in the last round, he even defeated the player that put him into the losers bracket. His biggest opponent yet, Withered.
Yeah, a really, really incredible run from the Frenchman. He's going to be going up against Zephy Mastix, a player that has a regional title to his name. He has medals. He also has a number of Day 2 appearances. So this is going to be a really well-fought match. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top.
Also a trainer who consistently performs on the biggest stages. He was top 32 at EUYC 2 years in a row now. This year, losing to Marto Galde, and I think that's a player, if you're getting knocked out by Marto Galde, then it's fine, right?
I mean, he is one of the greatest players there is, but Kashton and Zephy Mastix just need to focus on the player on the other side of the table to them. They know how important this match is. They are so keen to get underway that game 1 kicks off straight away. We have Florges on the left for Kashton. It's up against that shiny Dedenne for Zephy Mastix.
Dedenne is so good in neutral matchups. I want to go as far as to say that every neutral matchup for Dedenne is a really positive one.
Dedenne getting the opportunity to throw Parabolic Charge. It will win Charge Attack priority, generally speaking, against Florges. It boosts its own defense, and then Kashton is going to throw this Chilling Water. That's going to bring Dedenne's attack down 1 stage.
That is no damage, basically. Zephy Mastix is going to be forced to throw immediately again. Parabolic Charge, it is debuff, but probably knocks out from this range here as well. But then Kashton has a nice little win condition there, bringing in the Shadow Scissor, forcing a possible swap out, or Zephy Mastix. He's just going to acknowledge that he has boosted defenses and is going to throw a Parabolic Charge here. Kashton already has 6 bullet punches worth of energy on the Shadow Scissor.
I think it's really nice for Zephy Mastix to be able to get a shield off the Scissor, and now the Clodsire aggressively comes in, immediately met by the counter-swapping Corviknight, a steel flying type Pokemon taking neutral from the Stone Edge, but otherwise resists the attacks from this Clodsire.
Super effective sand attack damage as well, even though that is not the strongest attack. As you can see, the HP bar on this Clodsire barely moving, going for the heavy hitting payback now. Zephymastics has preserved a little bit of HP on this Dedenne in the back. I wonder if it has the chances against a Corviknight to perhaps either force some energy or just reach a parabolic charge.
Now let's remember there's one shield used up on the side of Kashton. Both shields remain available for Zephymastics. He's not going to throw them yet. He might be preserving it for a 2-shield Gastrodon in the back. Has the opportunity to use one of them here. He's not going to.
He is known that he knows his HP stats, is going to throw a Stone Edge into the Corviknight. This would knock out from this range. Now it is Shadow Scissor versus the World 3 Pokemon on the side of Zephymastics. Does Kashton
go straight into this shiny rank 1 Gastrodon? We've seen it time and time again. Will 2 shields be enough, or does Scizor have enough energy to reach a 3rd attack and threaten a knockout?
There's always the chance for a boost, and Kashton gets it here. Now Night Slash is threatening so much damage. Doesn't even matter.
No shield this. Surely no shield this.
But can you hang on to a no shield? Zephymastics calling. It's not in Shrill Blade. So much damage, but you're still resisting those bullet punches. Mud slapping down the boosted Scizor, and Zephymastics takes down the Scizor. Game 1 goes to him.
A great no shield there from Zephymastics, recognizing that Night Slash wouldn't be enough to knock out, even though it was boosted. Night Slash, it has that small chance to boost, and when it happens, it can really fly through a game. So Zephymastics had to adjust the strategy slightly, and he still manages to take game number 1 here.
Praise doesn't matter. I don't know. Gastrodon hanging on just to 1 HP there versus this boosted Scizor. And then the Dedenne and the Clodsire in the back, they were fairly low. So I think if Scizor hangs on to 1 Mud Slap worth of HP, there is a good chance that you're going to get bullet punched down.
Shadow Scizor, it has been much of the story all throughout this season. Zephymastics bringing a Pokemon that had a lot of conversation around it, but really hasn't featured as much, particularly on the European side of the Championship Series. That Dedenne, it's a shiny Dedenne. And here's a little bit of lore. Zephymastics' Dedenne is nicknamed Farewell Tour.
Yeah, this is the last event where we're having current parabolic charge. A attack update is on the horizon just about in a week. You're going to see some changes to the Go Battle League to those attacks here, and parabolic charge is going to get an energy increase, so your pacing is not incredible anymore.
Now, what does Kashton do here? He's 1 game down. We know that he has shown the mentality that we spoke about, the resilience to get through the loser's bracket after losing his first round on the winner's side. He needs to adjust. He has to win back-to-back games if he wants to take down Zephymastics and carry on with his Stuttgart regional run.
That is a difficult team composition that Zephymastics has on his side for sure. For Kashton, there are so many Pokemon that can sweep through an entire team, and you have to address them all. You have to be soft to something is the general rule, and this is a lead for Kashton. Shadow Scizor on Cradley. This is where he wants it. Safe swapping the Clodsire, and this it plays the matchup decently well, but you have so much room to play with the Shadow Scizor. You can throw a Trailblaze here, you can stay in afterwards, but you can also swap out, having dealt so much damage with bullet punches.
Shadow Scizor can be threatened by 1 attack from the Clodsire, but the bullet punch damage already, pulling a shield and then going into the Corviknight is a great position for Kashton, and now Zephymastics is going to try and spam as many Stone Edges as possible. Let's bear in mind that the switch clocks are slightly misaligned, but it's not even really that Cradley can come back aggressively into this Corviknight. It looks almost as if Zeppy has really disrespected the Shadow Scizor in this game.
Yep, Clodsire not a real answer. Cradley absolutely not an answer. Dedenne also absolutely not an answer here. The Shadow Scizor, that was a call from Zephymastics that his opponent wouldn't bring it, but Kashton, he is trusting this Pokemon. If there is a Pokemon with back against the wall that can still win it all, it's Shadow Scizor. Goes for a payback, now swaps in the Shadow Scizor here. Zephymastics has so much energy, won't get to 2 charged attacks though. It's going to debuff the attack 1 stage. Kashton has a lot of HP, has a lot of energy, is going to get this attack right back up soon.
Scizor absolutely flying through this matchup, still has a shield available, still with so much health, and Zephymastics really now needs to think, how is he going to be able to take it down? This Shadow Bug Steel type Pokemon Trailblaze, will this knock out if it goes unshielded?
Scissors attack is so big, but this Clodsire is huge! Actually gets a Stone Edge off here. Now, do you shield this? Gaston lets it go! And this frees up a little bit of room for the Dedenne. If it gets a full farm down here, it takes a lot of damage, but those are positive matchups.
Now look at that. The Rock Tomb debuff on the Shadow Sizzle allowed Zephymastic's Clodsire to reach a Stone Edge, and that is why it didn't knock out. Zephymastic's then able to come in with the Dedenne. Dedenne is a Fairy-type Pokemon as well as an Electric type, means it resists the Dark-type Sucker Punches. It shields the first Swift from Furret as it starts to Parabolic Charge up its defense stat, and Zephymastic's might have a real opportunity now in this endgame.
It wouldn't have done a lot of damage to begin with, but putting up a shield, because this time you're gonna be boosted more on your defense. Dedenne is looking for the sweep that so many trainers were afraid of. Everyone has considered this Pokemon, building their teams. There is a Stunfisk, there is a Shadow Scizor, there is so much to throw against Dedenne, but look at the defenses of this Pokemon.
Swift coming through, and now there is a catch opportunity for Kashdon. Zephymastic's is going to throw slightly early to not give away the charge attack when it's going to be thrown, so Furret now goes down. Dedenne with so much boosted defense, it is crazy. The Corviknight comes in. Will you go for a catch now? There is the catch, and it looks like Zephymastic's is letting his Dedenne's boost go, but he has the Parabolic Charge available. Will this be enough to knock out this Corviknight?
Corviknight is at 50% HP, right below it. Dedenne has so much attack. This is such a strong move. Parabolic Charge to go today too. Zephymastic's defeating Kashdon on one crucial call that he made.
What a huge performance from Zephymastic's. The Rock Tomb debuff on the Shadow Sizzle allowed the ever so bulky Clodsire to hold on to that Trailblaze, land the Stone Edge, and then start to farm with that Dedenne. Dedenne has made day 2 its final showing, some have said, but Zephymastic's does not care. He progresses through to the losers finals in his group.
This is what everyone's been talking about, right? Dedenne is so good. You have to do something about Dedenne in your team. If you disrespect it, you're gonna lose. This is why Cradley was top usage. Other Pokemon that were neutral into it were top usage. Dedenne went down. It went further down and down just because everyone was playing those answers on their team. And now, this really reminded me of the LAIC finals, the final game where Nighttime Clasher went 3 times weak to a Dusknoir. And because of that, after seeing 2 Pokemon, Patoman was sure there wasn't going to be another Pokemon weak to Dusknoir and then let it go.
Yeah. Dedenne is maybe striking at exactly the right time in this meta. As a Fairy-type Pokemon, it resists the Dark-type Sucker Punch damage. As an Electric-type Pokemon, it resists all of the Flying-type attacks that we are seeing in the meta from Pokemon like Corviknight, from Pokemon like Altaria as well. And as so many players are trying different Fairy-types in this meta, we've seen Alolan Ninetales from Martine, from Udon as well. Maybe Dedenne is also a really brilliant call.
We've seen a lot of Azumarill in this tournament as well. Let me tell you something. This is a good matchup for Dedenne. 2 Parabolic Charge knock out comfortably. You can overfarm to the first one before Azumarill is even close to a charge attack. You're gonna get out with so much HP, so much boosted defense, and so much energy. This is the best matchup even. So I think Dedenne is very well positioned in this tournament.
Yes, now there was a moment in that match that I thought was really quite interesting. So let's go and take a look. This is the moment where the Clodsire manages to get a Stone Edge landing on this hugely green health Shadow Sizzle. It takes it deep into the red, and you see that aggressive swap in from Dedenne. And Kashdon stays in a little bit long. That allows Dedenne to get such a head start. It Parabolic Charges just before the Furret is able to even reach a Swift.
He felt like this was still a lot of HP on this Scizor, but couldn't quite reach another Night Slash. The interesting part is, if he just put the shield on the Shadow Scizor, I think it would have been game for Kashdon. But he saw 2 Pokemon that are weak to Scizor and thought, hey, there can't be another one in the back, right? Those 2 Pokemon that are weak to Shadow Scizor, they are already at 5% HP.
And it's here. This is exactly what we always say to players that are learning about this game. What can you really do to take full advantage? And you can see in this moment that Zephymastic's has overfarmed as much as possible. Some players reach a parabolic charge and immediately throw it because they want to boost their defense.
Not Zephy.
Zephy Mastix knows that one more parabolic charge here will knock out the Furret. So he gets as much energy as possible before he throws his attack, and it's plays like these that always make the difference in the late stages of a tournament.
Yep, he barely reached a charge attack before swapping out there in the end game when the Corviknight reached the charge attack, so it was also necessary if you're looking at the end game. The Dedenne, if it had one Thundershock less in the process of this game, Cashton would have won this easy.
That is absolutely right. Zephy Mastix, he does progress through. Cashton's run, unfortunately, is over. I still think he gets plenty of championship points for all of his efforts, so he'll be proud of himself as well. And now he can have a nice little break over the winter period because there's a month and a half until our next regional event in Birmingham.
Oh, that is true. I can't wait for Birmingham, actually. Some trainers might have registered for the tournament.
I hear there might be a new favorite in town.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But old favorite is Wolfpack. We've seen his lost brother in LAIC, Hungary Wolfpack, performing very well going to day 2.
This one over in Europe is very well fed.
Yeah.
He's up against Asprocielto, a really, really accomplished player. We've known him from the grassroots for a long time, and he is against a Frenchman that has achieved so many great things in the Play Pokemon
crazy
circuit.
Season so far. Wolfpack has always been going so hard in these tournaments. I think he also got a medal already. Wolfpack has just been dominating the Play Pokemon scene lately. I think maybe just barely missed out on a medal.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 5th places in his last 4 tournaments in Sevilla 2025, and then earlier this season in Lille, he goes against Asprocielto, who has a medal, a 4th place medal from Warsaw a few years ago. Hasn't quite hit those heights since, but he's still in this tournament here in Stuttgart, so this weekend could be his.
And I mean, he's running the Venusaur, right? He already has to be a fan favorite because we all know that Venusaur is the coolest of the first partner Pokemon, especially because it evolves from Bulbasaur, which is way cooler than Charmander or Squirtle.
I mean, we don't see... I'm not going to comment on that because actually I'm constantly at a torn as to which is my favorite based on which one has Megas and what they look like in different forms. But Venusaur, I think, is a really exciting pick at the moment since it received the buffed Sludge attack. So really, really fast pacing with that poison type attack. It really answers Florges well. Florges, we know, runs Chilling Water and Trailblaze, also having access to Moonblast. All of those resisted by Venusaur, and we don't see many grass-type Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship Series other than Cradilly. So it's almost a little bit refreshing to see this alternative option from Asprocielto.
And in this matchup, the secondary poison typing really helps because you don't get hit by super effective acid damage, which would then force a knockout at some point after some acids with a Rock Tomb together. But how are the Pokemon looking in this matchup? We've seen Empoleon on both sides. This Pokemon also came out of nowhere ever since Lille. We've seen it before that with Dapperdisk in NA over there. But then, all of a sudden, everyone was playing Empoleon in Europe as well. And there it is again, so far into the tournament in a mirror matchup. Are you going to bring it in this one?
So much option available to these players, so much flexibility. There is an Altaria on the left side there for Asprocielto. Will we see it? We saw it win Gdansk with PvP, David. It's going to be in the lead for Asprocielto up against a Galarian Corsola.
That's a Pokemon that has dropped in usage ever since. Furret is on the rise, but don't forget about it because it is so good in its neutral matchups. It is so bulky. Astonish is insanely good, and GO's rock-type coverage is really flexible.
Now, we've seen this lead matchup before, Galarian Corsola. If it can land a Power Gem against the Altaria, then it can win the Zero Shield scenario. So a catch comes in as Asprocielto doesn't want to allow that to happen. Feraligatr tanks this Power Gem instead.
You're saving the HP on the Altaria, that is correct. Wolfpack taking the opportunity to guarantee that you're not... This is an Earth Power Gastrodon, by the way, to guarantee that your Gastrodon is not going to be aligned on this Altaria. However, Asprocielto, yes, you don't take super effective damage, but you take more damage on your Feraligatr, which is way more fragile than your Altaria would be.
Do you know what's really interesting? Is that Asprocielto led an Altaria with a Venusaur in the back, and both of them have missed their target in Gastrodon. Gastrodon comes down, mud-slapping through the Feraligatr, and Wolfpack knows that it's probably not going to have a lot of energy use in the backline, so lets it go down.
The goal for Gastrodon was just to be somewhere that is not Venusaur or Altaria, and now even delivered one metal sound of energy to this Empoleon. Now Empoleon has a little bit of an advantage. Of course, Altaria has a bunch of energy. After all, he caught a charge attack on this Feraligatr earlier, but we're bringing in the Venusaur first, and now catching a Drill Peck here on the Altaria.
Now, it is a catch, but it is still the correct attack to throw against this Altaria, but Asprashelto is going to use that energy on the Venusaur in the end game when it can perhaps do a little bit more damage. Wolfpack now comes back in with this Galarian Corsola. It is in yellow health, but it should be able to hold on to this Sky attack.
The question is, do you want to get knocked out here? Do you barely want to knock out? If you live, do you want to throw a Nightshade and put it maybe in farm down range? Maybe a strong undercharge from Wolfpack here, wanting to have this energy advantage in the end game. Are we going to see a no-tap from both trainers? There's going to be one more astonished. Wolfpack thought, hey, this might have been too much of an undercharge, but now we're chilling.
I love this from Wolfpack, recognizing that Asprashelto's switch timer was going to expire anyway, so he does just commit and take down the Altaria. Empoleon now comes in, 2 shields available, and we're going to see a Drill Peck come through. I wouldn't be surprised if Venusaur starts to need to bait in order to get to its final attack in this matchup.
Yeah, you're outpacing just a little bit on the side of Wolfpack here. Empoleon straight 5 with those Drill Pecks. Asprashelto is throwing the Frenzy Plant here, but maybe also just a win condition for Wolfpack to call a bait here. So maybe he's even actually going to just no-shield the next one, because Asprashelto's already at 2 Frenzy Plants, so I just think he's just gonna...
No need to bait. The extra energy on that Venusaur, making all the difference here. Venusaur with back-to-back, and even though Empoleon will win charge attack priority, Venusaur has a Frenzy Plant loaded, and Asprashelto very much in the driving seat in this endgame.
Sometimes you see those Spice Pick on the teams, but they're never going to be shown in those matches. Asprashelto, no! He brings Venusaur so many times, and even in uphill climbs, he brings it to a success. Venusaur is back, baby!
So many Kanto region starters we've seen over the years. Charizard, especially the Shadow variant. Blastoise has won titles, and now Venusaur is starting to perform as well. What do we think? Let us know in chat, which is your favorite Kanto starter fully evolved. Is it the Grass and Poison type Venusaur? Because Asprashelto certainly thinks it might be.
Honestly, also give us the one-stage evolutions and the basic forms. I want to know, because this has been a discussion, and I'm ready to defend my boy Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur is such an iconic Pokemon.
Yeah.
The first, number 1.
Yes.
In the Pokédex, at least.
I love it.
But Squirtle and Charmander, they have something to say as well. They might not feature in this match, but they are still present in the Play Pokemon Championship series. Blastoise now with Rollout, Charizard with the newly buffed Ember, but it's all about this buffed Sludge at the moment.
Here's a random fun fact. 50% of the people who ever won a major tournament in Pokemon GO with Venusaur are German.
Really?
I think it was 4 people who ever won. It was the Zweilis at the Special Championship in Barcelona, and Dancing Rob with the first World Championships.
That's very true. I absolutely have no way to verify that information.
Good.
But I will trust
because
you.
I'm not too sure anymore. Might have been 5. But here it's working very well for Asprashelto. Looking good, even against an Empoleon, which is technically supposed to be a positive matchup. But if you manage to get such a good catch on the Altaria, then it's good.
Both of these players now really focusing, looking to lock in, because each game could make a difference. Even though Asprashelto has the advantage, he doesn't want to have the game 3. He wants to win this next game immediately so that he can progress on the loser side of the bracket in Group C. Is it worth taking a risk? I know we heard Nighttime Clasher saying that there might be opportunity when you're already a game up to start taking risks, but when you've got flexibility in your team like this, I don't necessarily think a best of 3 you need to. Asprashelto will make that decision. He looks locked in. Wolfpack also ready to go.
Both trainers have decided on their leads. Huge advantage here to Wolfpack with the Cradley on to the Stunfisk. Now a safe swap into Feraligatr. This Pokemon is just known as such a great safe swap. Wolfpack is going to take a Hydro Cannon first. Can decide not to shield here, take some damage. Are we going to see a swap after this, or is he going to force a shield with a Rock Tomb perhaps?
Hydro Cannon coming in, and actually Asprashelto's allowing himself to stay in. He will shield a potential Grass Knot. He probably knows that it's a Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb's such a strong attack, guaranteed guarantees that attack debuff. And Wolfpack now going to go out into his Empoleon, which will resist the attacks of the Feraligatr, and the Feraligatr has hit attacks already debuffed. Drillpeck now coming through.
Metal Sound barely does any damage, as it is a resisted fast attack that is already not the hardest hitting move on the field. But Aspercelto is farming up so much energy, played out the timer, brings in the Stunfisk now. Stunfisk is away from the Moltres here, perhaps the strategy of Wolfpack to bait it out.
Interesting, because Empoleon will reach another Hydro Cannon, and this Univan Stunfisk is going to have to throw a Mud Bomb now. If it goes shielded, which it absolutely will, then Wolfpack will have the opportunity to pivot out of this Empoleon. But let's remember, there is a massive amount of energy stored on Aspercelto's Feraligatr. That will definitely come in useful in the endgame.
Wolfpack not deciding to go into the Cradle to soak some more energy from the Stunfisk, but rather wants to throw another Hydro Cannon, maybe get a shield, but Aspercelto lets go of the Stunfisk. Moltres is smiling in the back, but there's still an Altaria over there. Resisted Hydro Cannon is being thrown here. Wolfpack knows he can barely take it, but can you also take the Shadow Claws?
You don't really want to stay in and allow for any Shadow Claws, but at the same time, it's a little bit tricky because there is an Ice Beam available to this Feraligatr. Does that invite a shield from Wolfpack? He does put up a shield. I don't think Feraligator's going to be able to reach another one, so Aspercelto pivots out into his Altaria. Altaria with shield advantage is one of the most dominant Pokemon in the meta, so Wolfpack is going to he's going to need to try to pull a shield here and maybe try and land a Brave Bird.
Very smart no-shield by Aspercelto, knowing if it was a Brave Bird and I shield this, Wolfpack would be in such a difficult scenario. But while he has a shield up, Aspercelto, Wolfpack has the energy advantage, has the HP advantage, because there's also this Cradley at about 50% in the back. Of course, potential catch opportunity for Aspercelto. Wolfpack knowing he could just go for a fly to force the shield, doesn't even throw that, wants to rely on fast attack pressure.
Yes, I think Wolfpack recognizes that there is a shield available. He's not going to reach enough charge attacks. Now the Cradily comes in. It's also not able to reach a charge attack. But that the Aspercelto's Sky Attack is almost being reached, and Wolfpack goes for the catch a little bit too early.
Cradily is bulky, so is Altaria, but can Cradily hang on to this Sky Attack? It is a strong attack. You barely hang on. Shadow Claw being swapped in as a reaction here. There is still a shield even. Aspercelto protect shields the Feraligatr. Shadow Claw knocks out Cradily, and Aspercelto goes on to lose as round 6 for his win it in next round.
A really strong performance from Aspercelto. He progresses through on the loser side of the bracket. Wolfpack, his run here in Stuttgart is over. Aspercelto blows a kiss to the crowd, and Leo backstage has just caught it and put it in his pocket.
I'm blushing so hard right now, but Aspercelto, congratulations here. Dominant win versus Wolfpack there, knowing exactly how to play the Altaria, and so many good catches over this entire course of the tournament for him. But especially in this last matchup, there was always one catch in this game that really made a difference.
Feraligatr and Empoleon, two Pokemon that we have seen so much already this weekend, but they haven't been prominent too much over the last few months, I would say. Empoleon is really starting to shine towards the end of this Tales of Transformation season. Feraligatr, once upon a time, it was the Pokemon to play, particularly the Shadow variant, and it's now the regular that's starting to see more usage.
Yeah, it was alongside of something like a Shadow Drapion, which is also such a strong, versatile, fast-pacing Pokemon that is also rarely to be seen. That might change soon. If Ferret uses continuous rising, Drapion might have a really good time.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion, it was not nerfed for a long time. Eventually that crunch debuff chance, that came down a little bit. And I wonder if that was the reason that Shadow Drapion started to fall away, or if there were other reasons.
I mean, maybe just some changes in the metagame, because those mud-slapping Pokemon like Gastrodon and Kanto Marowak, they started to be everywhere. Sometimes they were a bit polarizing, but right now, without Altaria, most of the time, Gastrodon is super safe.
Now, in my mind, I think Shadow Scizor was also a massive reason for the drop of Shadow Drapion. A lot of Pokemon started to come in that were able to compromise the Shadow Drapion and Azumarill core, Shadow Scizor being a really, really key example of that. But also that we went through a phase where Mudslap was so popular that winning teams were actually running nothing weak to ground at all. Previously, Shadow Drapion as your only ground weakness was passable, and it just got to a point where Mudslap was so prominent that it was a case of try and give it as few targets as possible.
But Mom was right, it was just a phase, and now we have some other Pokemon in those games as well. Some diversity. We've seen cool electric-type Pokemon. Of course, Stunfisk being everywhere right now, but also we have had a Bellybolt appearance on stream already from Stone Collection. This Pokemon was something that people considered probably the best Pokemon in the game in Ultra League.
That is right. In the Ultra League format, Bellybolt really gets to take advantage of its bulk. And we saw that Zephymastix had bid his farewell to the Dedenne. This was its last chance. Is that the same for Bellybolt, also going to suffer from the parabolic nerf that we're expecting to come in next week?
I mean, it's not as much a farewell as it's a hello from the Bellybolt, because we have never seen this in our tournaments before at the Play Pokemon series. I'm sure some people have played it before because it's bulky, it's got some zing behind its attacks, it has parabolic charge, which right now is probably the best charge attack in the game. But still, like
it's the lack of coverage, I think, across its charge attacks. We're actually increasingly in the meta, but also in Pokemon Go in general, moving towards a really varied moveset across so many Pokemon. So many Pokemon have three-way coverage, and that gives them so much flexibility. One of the Pokemon that we've spoken about previously is that Guzzlord, with Sludge Bomb now being quicker, able to hit back against the fairies. Bellybolt, on the other hand, it's an electric type that really does struggle against ground-type Pokemon.
I think the only one you're fine against is probably Runerigus, because you can hit with the Sucker Punch for super effective damage, or maybe a Claydol as well, even though I actually think that Claydol is a horrible matchup because you're just getting mud-slapped
But
down.
Claydol is a beautiful Pokemon, and that's what matters.
True.
Now, you mentioned the success of German players with Venusaur. Both of these players are German, so they are compatriots in that sense, and they'll be up against each other.
Look, there is a Bellybolt on screen, as if we had known this before. Fantastic turn of events here, playing versus Elefantflasche with the Toadschool.
Yes, now, interestingly, Stone Collection, he is no stranger to the Championship Series. Look at these top 16 in the 2022 Worlds in London. He's a regional finalist. Stuttgart last year, he was up against PvP David, and I believe he ran a Clodsire that did not have Earthquake. It was running Stone Edge and Sludge Bomb. Would I run that again?
Absolutely, yes. It would have helped him in other tournaments as well, but people convinced him to run Earthquake. He was pretty mad at them. But
well, all I can say is if he had Earthquake in that final, he might have fared a little better.
That is true, but maybe he wouldn't even have got to that. It was an innovative moveset, but there, Elefantflasche.
Now, we've mentioned that Bellybolt needs to avoid ground types. How do you think it's going to do here?
Oh yeah, Clodsire and Toadscruel might be an issue here. Toadscruel, we haven't seen it too much, but a player like Elefantflasche, how did I butcher this name now? This is supposed to be my name.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is your language, Leo. So there are 4 Pokemon on the side of Elefantflasche that resist electric. Toadscruel, Clodsire, Dedenne, and that Cradily. Is it safe to say that there's no way we will see a Bellybolt in this match?
Yeah, okay, so let's just say we're not going to see Bellybolt there. It seems highly unlikely. Even the Azumarill is not the greatest target for it because Sucker Punch damage is still resisted, but when has that ever stopped the Ferret from shining? Now, Elefantflasche, he was the regional finalist in Lille once. He came all the way into the grand finals undefeated.
Yeah, Elefantflasche loves to do a lot of research against his opponents, so I wonder what he'll have in store for Stone Collection here. These players are underway. The match begins. We see Shadow Primeape up against Dedenne.
Shadow Primeape has some things going for it in this matchup, which is also why Stone Collection is staying in here. You win the charge attack priority tie typically, but also you're outpacing anyways. And if you're landing a Rage Fist in the beginning, Dedenne without parabolic charge is not bulky. You're a shadow boosted Primeape. Look at this, it's already at half HP. It's already almost neutralized.
Shadow Primeape, one of my favorite Pokemon, able to use that Karate Chop to such great value, reaching the Rage Fist really, really quickly. And with the coverage attack of Ice Punch, it has a massive threat against flying type Pokemon as well.
Yep, especially something like a Jumpluff, which is also a Pokemon that apparently now has come back. Stone Collection running it with Acrobatics and Energy Ball, so double hard-hitting charge attacks, really charging up a lot of energy, but this Pokemon can do so because it is super bulky. Now another shield being put up. Stone Collection is 2 shields down, but now look at how fast you're outpacing a Dedenne here.
Dedenne, if it shields, will be at a parabolic charge. Will Elephant Flash allow it to go down? Yes, he will. He's going to use his Clodsire instead to sponge some damage, but we've just mentioned Ice Punch for flyers. Ice Punch also a brilliant attack to throw against ground-type Pokemon, and there's just no way that Shadow Primate will be Poison Sting down before this Shadow Primate reaches another attack. That is a massive amount of damage.
Oh, and now he also reaches for the Rage Fist here. Elephant Flush and not throwing on Charge Attack priority, knowing the counts precisely, but can he even farm down? This is such a hugely boosted Primeape. Look at the Karate Chop damage. 1 HP and a dream for this Clodsire. Elephant Flush does not want to throw any sort of resisted charge attacks in here. Swaps out into the Cradle Lead. Stone Collection saw it coming a mile away, so he went into the third immediately.
Furret comes in, it will reach a Trailblaze first. That means even if it takes a Rock Tomb, its attack will just drop back to its standard stage. Furret might stay in here, but also let's remember that there is a Shadow Jump Up in the back. That would take super effective from both Acid and Rock Tomb, and there is a Stone Edge loaded on Elephant Flash Clodsire.
Is there a play for Stone Collection if he goes into the Shadow Jump Bluff now because he knows he's going to live one of those Rock Tombs here? Yes, super effective damage from Acid. Yes, super effective damage from Rock Tomb. But Shadow Jump Bluff is so bulky. If you get to knock out this Cradley before the timer runs up, I don't think that Clodsire has enough HP to win the game. Can you throw immediately? Acrobatics is being thrown. The Cradley is going to be knocked out after this.
That was incredible from Stone Collection, recognizing exactly when the switch timer would be available to Elephant Flash. And now the Clodsire comes in. One Stone Edge available for the Jump Bluff, but it does not have enough health to hold on for the Furret Sucker Punch.
Fantastic plays here. Almost at 2 Stone Edges, but you can never be at 2 Stone Edges at once here if you're only at 1 HP because of this huge Ice Punch damage from the Shadow Primate. Double boost. It wasn't even triple boosted. I think it was triple boosted, right?
So much value from that Shadow Primate. The flexibility, the pacing, the coverage. Shadow Primate really, really showing why it has to be respected. And the difficulty for Elephant Flash is what can he do against a Shadow Primate lead?
Not too much, honestly.
Shadow Primate.
I think Dedenne is the best thing you can do.
That's exactly it. It can threaten a one-shot against Toadscruel with 2 shields available. It can mow through an Azumarill. It can mow through a Clodsire. It beats Furret and Cradley on typing alone. And that Dedenne, you saw how much value it got out of it, particularly when Dedenne tried to play the 1 to 2 shield scenario.
And I really like a Pokemon that is as safe as the Primeape here, right? Some people play it as a potential safe swap, just bringing it in if the lead strategy does not work out as planned. But if you're playing it in the lead, you can control what kind of matchups you're playing. If you're not playing it in the lead, sometimes you get into a little bit of a disadvantaged situation and then the Primeape can't shine as much anymore. But if you are leading this Pokemon, you can precisely control which matchups to play how.
Elephant Flash will need to adjust. This is a best of 3. That means one more win for Stone Collection will see him progress on the loser's side of this Group C. Elephant Flash looks locked in. Stone Collection is ready to go. Game 2 is underway here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And it looks like we've got Shadow Talonflame for Stone Collection up against Clodsire for Elephant Flash.
Now, Clodsire has the Stone Edge, of course, with a 14 turns pacing here that will knock out every single Talonflame there is if it lands. Of course, those are easy shields for Stone Collection to throw here. How much more damage does a Shadow boosted Talonflame deal to Clodsire? Don't say 20%, by the way. But how much does it change the matchup?
Well, it makes it really, really comfortable in the 2-shield scenario. As soon as you start flame charging through, you really pressure because your pacing is so good with flame charge double fly.
So he is going to, immediate swap out here into the Azumarill, but Stone Collection isn't bothered to throw boosted flies. It's just instead swapping into this Stunfisk. He is a little bit behind on energy. Both trainers over farming here. He's going to throw the first super effective discharge.
I wouldn't have minded seeing a boosted fly land on the Azumarill. Put the Azumarill perhaps in a range where 1 discharge would have been enough to take it out and then have Mud Bomb available for the Clodsire in the backline. But Stone Collection has opted to go straight into that Univern Stunfisk. Let's remember that Talonflame has a fly banked.
Stone Collection now must be really happy to see so much damage on the Clodsire already, because if you're looking closely at his team, not only the Pokemon that he's bringing, but the entire team, it almost hits everything for super effective damage. Stone Edge into the Talonflame, Earthquake onto the Stunfisk. Stunfisk actually not being able to keep the switch here versus the Azumarill of Elephant Flasher.
Now, you're letting this Univan Stunfisk go down. What do you come in with as Stone Collection? He's actually going to go for an Incinerate down, and the difficulty is that he would take so much damage from Bubble. He's throwing a Flame Charge now. That means he's not going to reach the Fly at the pacing that he would have if he'd thrown Fly, but the advantage is he will be boosted. But he's a shield down, and there's a Dedenne in the back. Does Elephant Flash have play here?
I think he has a lot of play here, especially if he reaches the Stone Edge before Stone Collection can throw his next charge attack. Does not even force a shield here. Now a possible play for Elefantflash is just to pivot into Dedenne immediately, throw some shields on it and try to farm down
What
here.
if you catch on the Dedenne? Surely not.
Wait. Now this just transfers the damage. He tries to get a snipe with a Thundershock here, but Stone Collection has 2 charge attacks and you kind of have to shield them. Is there play for Stone Collection here?
Well, interestingly, that Clodsire might be able to hold on to a Fairy Wind from that Jumpluff. It's really, really low, and if it is able to hold on, then it would reach a Stone Edge. Talonflame is also really, really low, so let's not forget, that Clodsire has the possibility to reach a Stone Edge in the endgame.
Yep, and it might be able to farm down that Talonflame. Honestly, this could also come down to a tie. Stone Collection, this is a boosted, defense-boosted Dedenne. Shadow-boosted Energy Ball. How much is it gonna do?
Yeah, if Elephant Flash can land a Play Rough against this Dedenne, this is a defense-boosted Dedenne. It's able to hold on. Now, if you go up to this Play Rough, it will do a massive amount of damage. Same type attack bonus. Play Rough is a strong attack. And then the Talonflame, is it in range of 2 Thundershocks? I think it may
Oh, he's not even knocking out here. This is a farm down with those Thundershocks here. The Stone Collection Jumpluff is really bulky. 1 Thundershock is enough to take out the Talonflame. And Dedenne popping up after doing nothing in the Play Pokemon Championship Series all season long. People have feared it. It was never there in the last tournament before Parabolic Charge gets changed. It's popping up.
Honestly, I actually got a little bit excited there seeing the plays from Dedenne.
I like this.
It's almost like so many people have really not liked Dedenne because of its polarizing matchups, but also its impact on team building. But actually, when it's a bit of an underdog, when it's a bit more of a spicy pick, yeah, it's exciting, it's cool, and I think Elephant Flash really showed how well it can be utilized there.
I have a special connection to Dedenne. My first ever pin that I got to wear on those suits in these tournaments was a Dedenne pin that an Adequance gave me as a gift.
That's very cute.
Right?
And have you used Dedenne in the official championship series?
No, but I should have. Maybe this would have helped me with some Parabolic Charges and an incredibly spammy Pokemon that deals damage and boosts its own defense.
So your special connection with Dedenne doesn't extend that far.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. All right. Now that you're saying it like this, this might be true. But this game around, Stone Collection hasn't even brought the Shadow Primate, but won him the first game. You said it's really hard for Elefantflash to control this Shadow Primate.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Shadow Primate come again once more, especially in the lead for Stone Collection. It has so much play into Elephant Flash's team. It really, really does draw value. It can take shields away and it can set up Pokemon for the endgame. The players look ready to go. Game 3 gets underway.
And this is a typing advantage for Elefantflash. This is one of the Pokemon you would like to see Primeape the most. But let me tell you that this is not an easy matchup for the Azumarill. One of the few Pokemon who pays at 4 fast attacks with the 2-turn fast attacks. Rage Fist immediately thrown to start boosting your attack.
And now Elephant Flash needs to have a think what he wants to do in this matchup, because one attack from the Azumarill could be enough to knock out the Primate. There's not a chance in the world that Stone Collection is going to let that happen. And now this Rage Fist lands. This Shadow Primate is double boosted. Let's try and keep track over just what attack stage the Primate hits.
Oh, this is double boosted. I'm going to put up some fingers for us to remember. But now already this is Rage Fist range. The Primate still outpacing to the next one just before Azumarill gets to the Ice Beam, and this would knock out. You're forcing shields already. The big question is, after the shield, can you Karate Chop down?
Count with me now. 3-stage boosted. The next shield goes up for Shadow Primate, and the Karate Chops from being a low damage attack are now starting to really put pressure on this Azumarill. Will another Rage Fist
That is so
come
much
through,
damage.
or do you commit to the full farm down? I think you're going to commit to it, and you are going to get it.
Is there any sort of fast attack attack damage on the side of Elephant Flasher. No, you're gonna get off those 2 charge attacks. Yes, one of them is going to be shielded, but the other one is free. Stone Collection can choose alignment. He has so much energy. This is almost 3 Rage Fists here. The Dedenne is brought in. Rage Fist, are you going to try and catch it? No, it deals so much damage, 60%. Another Rage Fist comes off your Elephant Flasher, is taking damage left and right.
4 times boosted Rage Fist coming through. It's going to draw the shield from Elephant Flasher. He's not going to be able to reach another one, so he goes into the turret now. And now this might be where Clodsire has an opportunity to shine, because Clodsire in the 0 shield scenario is really, really strong. But there's one problem for Elephant Flasher.
There is a Stunfisk in the back. The Stunfisk can easily take care of a chipped Clodsire in the back, but it can easilier take care of a Dedenne in the back. Electric type versus ground electric, not really the best matchup. Usually, Clodsire is a bad matchup into a third if you have some shields, but in the 0 shield scenario with a little bit of a head start, it's really good.
But interestingly, that Univan Stunfisk, although it has access to Mud Bomb, it is double resisted Thundershock. So as it comes through against this Clodsire, there is potential for Clodsire to land an Earthquake against this Univan Stunfisk. Elephant Flasher absolutely cannot allow it to be caught on the Primeape.
The big question is, how much damage is the Earthquake going to do? Because it is not going to take out this Stunfisk in one hit. It's going to try and go for a catch attempt here. Wants to catch it on the Dedenne. Stone Collection charges up to 2 Mud Bombs. There's a parabolic charge being thrown. Let's see how much this is going to do.
Parabolic charge, double, triple resisted actually by this Univan Stunfisk. And there might have only been one way for Elephant Flash to have won this game, and that was certainly not it. Stone Collection takes down the parabolic charge user with Mud Bomb, takes down the Earthquake potential user Clodsire with the second Mud Bomb, and he progresses on the loser side of this bracket to make day number 2 here in Stuttgart.
He has one more round to go. This was losers round 5, so we're not quite there yet. Job's not done. Stone Collection still in the running to advance further in this tournament. He has been so strong in this season already. Got 2 travel awards already, LAAC and EUIC. Looking for the next one as well, question mark?
Yeah, my mistake. I didn't realize just how far you really do have to go on the loser side of the bracket. So actually Stone Collection needs one more win, are you saying, before he's able to get into day 2?
I missed out on calling him a travel award collection.
Travel award collection.
Oh man, now I'm mad that I didn't make this joke. But yeah, you have to actually win another round. Of course, if you're losing early in the double elimination system, you will have to play so many games against so many tough opponents. If you're losing a winner semifinals, you don't have to play that many. So that is good. He had some break, could catch some breath, and now play a breathtaking game with his Shadow Primeape, which is apparently making a great comeback here against Elephant Flasher.
Shadow Primeape is a brilliant pick. It got an absolutely incredible amount of value there for Stone Collection. And we've talked about the journeys that these players have made to get to this regional championship here in Stuttgart. Leo, am I right in saying that Stone Collection had a little bit of a tricky ride last night?
Yeah, true. Yeah, he actually got stranded with his car. I think a tire popped, and then they had to wait until like 3 a.m. to get into their accommodation in Stuttgart. And I think if you're having that kind of a rough night because of some circumstances, you're going to be fine with going to losers round 6. But of course, he wants to get some extra points. He wants to go to day 2, show that he can overcome the worst situations.
He's done really, really well on such little sleep. But sometimes we do often hear those stories where a player's like, this thing happened to me last week, and yet I've gone and made top 8. And maybe Stone Collection, he doesn't mind. He goes, if I can get into day 2, I'm happy to sleep on the motorway. I'm happy to sleep on a park bench. In fact, I think he has done that before an event in the past.
Pretty sure he has. Stone Collection, he is not only resilient as a player, but also as a person. Yes. He's gone through thick and thin with his Pokemon, also with his friend, for example, Zaphimastix, who has already secured a place in day 2. Now Stone Collection will have to win one more matchup.
End of the road for Elephant Flash. He knocks out of this tournament. This is double elimination. That means you can lose once on the winner side. You can not lose again on the loser's side. Elephant Flash, that was his second loss of this tournament. And we whittle our way down to the final selection. of players here in Stuttgart Regional Championship.
And looking back at the match of Stone Collection versus Elephant Flush, we have prepared a little replay for you with our telestrator, and that was a situation of all times. And this again goes to show how far players have come, because time management is a thing now. If you pause it right here, we can't see it.
We will go back ever so slightly.
Aha!
And I think that this is the key moment here, because what we're trying to look at is if you can see exactly when Stone Collection is going for that aerial, for that acrobatics, and the key point is what is the switch timer saying on the side of Elephant Flash?
It's saying almost over. It's time to throw your charged attack now, because if this is caught on the Clodsire, the Cradley is going to sweep this. I just really quickly... Oh, I already messed it up.
What are you trying to
I wanted to,
circle
like,
here?
the 3 cotton balls on the jump love, I wanted to circle them.
Leo,
you're
banned.
All right, okay, I can't use it anymore. But still, this was so incredibly close. It came down to half a second once again. We're already used to matches getting to those half second. Maybe you're missing a turn somewhere. Maybe you are doing 1 Dragon Breath too little to reach your charge attack later on. But now it is about real time, not theoretical time in fast attacks.
Yes, makes such a difference, bearing in mind we are on a 45-second switch timer. So every second counts. We've gone down from a minute to 50 seconds to 45, and these players need to really keep track. 10 seconds to throw a charge attack, often 5 seconds to go up to a charge attack, with many of these Pokemon throwing after 10 turns. And so these players are really new, not just their own timer, their opponent's timer, their opponent's energy, their own energy. Sometimes I switch out a Pokemon and I completely forget how much energy I've got. My opponent switches out and I have no idea how much health that their Pokemon left with.
And then you're throwing for vibes. That is the next thing you're going to have to learn. Trust your gut feeling and just do something with it. Some trainers, like LAIC champion Nighttime Clasher, who you might have seen around here somewhere, he has been keeping track of those things rigorously. So there's even situations. So he's noting down counts, right? So that's like the basic counting, and noting thing. But he has also noted down the time at which the matches start, because at the LAIC Championship meta, there was a good win condition in time-outing matches. So he always kept track of the entire time of the match duration.
And Eric is a brilliant player. He's obviously come off the back of the Latin America International Championship victory, a gold trophy for him. And he practiced so much in the Go Battle League to learn about the timings of his attacks, to learn about the switch timer. So he is down on the floor to give you guys a little bit of advice on how to improve generally in the Go Battle League.
Hey everyone, we have just a couple days left in the Tales of Transformation season. We've gathered a couple players here to see what teams they might have recommended for you so you can make that last second legend push. First, we have here with...
I'm Dinoski, and my Ultra League team that I would recommend you use is Pangoro, Shadow Dust Noir, and Talonflame. I've used it for the last 3 seasons and hit legend every time, and it has a lot of play in the meta.
Awesome. What a great team. I love Pangoro. It sounds like a pretty fun pick. So good luck with that, team trainers. And our next person we have here is...
Hello, Cacheton. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
So, my team is like Ultra League also as Dean. Same mon, but in lead Shadow Dusk Noir also. Safe Primeape, normal is enough, and Tinkaton closer. This is the one I used to get legend also this season and pretty high rank in the leaderboard. And if you want to play off Metamon, you can play Shadow Nidoqueen lead. It breaks all the common mon of the meta.
Thanks, that's a 6 team. Shadow Nidoqueen definitely sounds like a pretty fun one with Mudslap especially. Our next person, we have you, and your name is?
My name is Withered9, and I'm running Shadow Ho-Oh, Shadow for Alligator, and Close Combat Annihilate.
That's quite the team. How have you done with Ho-Oh?
I've actually done pretty well. I think I went maybe 5-2 in like the couple stats I played, and I really like how like oppressive it is compared to like Shadow or like Talonflame in general in Ultra League. With Shadow Ho-Oh, you like always get a shield, and then for Alligator or like Annihilate up a shield, they can usually do really well in like endgame scenarios and sweep.
What a 6 team. All right, thank you so much. And our last person who we have here, your name is?
I'm Snorek, and I don't know anything about the Master League, but I have a friend that knows something. Nickname told me a team that is Samazenta, the Ghost Necrozma, and Palkia Origin. So basically, you can play this team, it's pretty good, or you can counter it and beat Nickname in the GBL.
Perfect. 3 times regional champion, giving some advice from remote. Thank you so much for the teams, and we'll go back to the casters. Good luck on those last minute legend pushes.
Thank you very much, Eric, for all of that. Fareed, we're going full circle. We started where we ended right now here, right?
We're back.
Fareed, something happened. Something crazy happened to me.
Tell me.
These regionals are fun to, play some games. But not only that, you can meet people, shake hands, get to know the game and the environment, right? But I went to some of these trainers, and this trainer came up to me and he said, like, "Are you the Ryan Gosling of Pokemon Go?" How did he know?
That's crazy. Honestly, I mean, you're such a big name in the scene. It's crazy that we've managed to get you here behind the desk. And yeah, you do kind of look similar.
Oh, thank you. I think it's the hair.
Yeah, it is brilliant. It's gleaming.
Thank you.
These players, they are also glistening on stage. We have, now I know Eric likes to call Bill the Phil, but I actually think it's just Bill Flies. So
it's Bill Flies, for sure, yeah.
And he's up against a Mind Joke, also known as Alessio, who we have seen time and time again over the years in the championship series. A Mind Joke is a player that is a staple name. We've seen him in grassroots, we've seen him in play Pokemon, and he will be looking to get another day 2 under his belt, but he's got losers round 5 to get through first.
Yeah, Mind Joke, another veteran of like the scene of Pokemon Go, especially in this format. We see as well like 2 Shadow Scissors for both opponents, which obviously I'm hyped for again.
I'm hyped as well. I think these players must be as well because they are raring to go. They have locked in. The first game of this losers round 5 is underway. We see a Furret mirror in the lead matchup.
Furret, another Pokemon I've seen so many times today. Furret, the king of neutral play. Both players are just overloading on energy. Most likely opting for a Swift, but he goes for a Swift, and Bill Flies goes for the Trailblaze first. I think this is the play.
Trailblaze coming in, not going shielded by a Mind Joke, and now a Swift has been thrown on his side instead. So 2 different approaches for this mirror matchup from these players.
Yeah, the Mind Joke lands the Swift on the Furret. The Furret, again, overloading. By Bill Flies, his Furret is boosted by these Trailblazes, but a Mind Joke goes for another Swift. It guarantees a knockout if he doesn't shield Bill Flies. And Bill Flies doesn't shield, it lands. Oh, it doesn't knock out, actually survives, and it gets to another Swift, and he catches it on the Stunfisk.
A great catch there from a Mind Joke, recognizing that Bill Flies was going to reach another Swift, so he's going to preserve a little bit of health on that Furret and start to get some advantage on this Univan Stunfisk. Wigglytuff comes in, and that means that it avoids the Shadow Sizzle that we can see is in the back for a Mind Joke.
Yeah, this is actually really great for Bill Flies. He avoids the Scissor. Since the Switch Timers are misaligned right now, the Stunfisk X go for a Mud Bomb here. Wigglytuff overloads on energy. Probably goes for a Ice Wind later on. Goes for another Mud Bomb here, but they will survive for sure.
Mud Bomb coming through. Wigglytuff can tank this, as you say. 2 shields are available to Bill Flies. He's going to let this land on the Wigglytuff and really farm up, throwing a Swift just before a Mind Joke would reach another attack.
That looks really scary. Having a Scissor with 2 shields, knowing there's a Wigglytuff with not much HP left, and there's a Tara in the back. I think Scissor with 2 shields will do some crazy heavy damage right now.
Now, if this Shadow Sizzle comes in, there's a chance that the Wigglytuff will go down before Bill Flies has an opportunity to actually throw an attack. Really strong recognition from him there to see the Steel Bug typing come in the top corner and throw a Swift straight away, drawing a shield from Shadow Sizzle. That was really intelligent play.
I really like this shield because you never know with Scissor, it can get farmed out by any Pokemon since it's so frail. So even though a Swift is resisted, doesn't do as much damage, still you want your Scissor to be as healthy as possible and spam those Night Slash. And he gets the boost! Oh my god, he gets the boost. Nice. Scissor getting a boost. I mean, like, this is Scissor galore right now.
Tell me your religion, because a Mind Joke has been praying. Nighttime, the Night Slash boost comes in, and that is going to be a massive amount of bullet punch pressure now coming through on this Altaria. Another Night Slash already loaded, being shielded by Bill Flies.
Scissor is going rampant now. Do we see another boost on the Scissor? And we do not see another boost, but this bullet punch are doing so much damage. Is he going to try to catch the Sky Attack? No, he tried to catch, but it was slightly too late there, and the Sky Attack is going to connect to the Scissor. Most likely going to knock it out right now.
Now, the Furret can come through, but it's on really low health, and there is still a little bit of health on the side of Bill Flies, both Pokemon, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Can a Wigglytuff Charm get through? Might it be a simultaneous knockout? If it can, look at that! He actually gives away that Furret, and now the Wigglytuff comes back, but it's not going to be able to hold on. There's a Swift already loaded for a Mind Joke, and that Night Slash boost could have made all the difference to seal game number 1 for Alessio.
What amazing plays we've seen there, especially the energy management of a Mind Joke, also shielding that Swift on that Scissor, keeping it as healthy as possible, knowing that, okay, there could be something in the back weak to the Scissor as well, and he read that so right, and also getting a Night Slash boost right there was key to his success.
Night Slash boost. It has been a prevalent charge attack for so long now in the Play Pokemon Championship series, originally run by Annihilate. We've seen it on Pangoro. Shadow Sizzle seems to be the most popular user of it today, and here this weekend, a Mind Joke using it to great effect to take game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
Do you think we're going to see any adjustments here from Bill Flies? I mean, he played the Wigglytuff. Avoiding the Scissor was really good for Bill Flies in the beginning, but then we saw how strong Scissor was. Actually destroying the Altaria and also taking out the Wigglytuff, having the Night Slash boost. I don't know what's Bill Flies going to change right now in this game.
I think the tricky thing is that Wigglytuff looks so good into the team of a Mind Joke, except for that Shadow Sizzle. However, Bill Flies doesn't really have a clean Sizzle answer of his own, so a Mind Joke can bring his Scissor relatively freely. Bill Flies needs to really think, how can he force the Scissor out and avoid the Wigglytuff, because then the Wigglytuff could have a great amount of play.
Yeah, we could have the Dusknoir with the Astonish for neutral damage, for neutral heavy damage, and the Sucker Punches from the Ferret to neutralize some of that Scissor, or maybe the Mirror Match even Scissor on Scissor action, but other than that, there's not much we can do about it.
Shadow Sizzle available for both players. Alessio looks locked in and ready to go. Bill Flies now looking to do the final stages as he progresses into this game 2 where it means so much to him. He cannot afford to lose again. His tournament here in Stuttgart would be over otherwise.
Yeah, Bill Flies seeing what he can do here to change maybe his team, trying to lock in. Alessio looks locked in, and both trainers have locked in their team. They're saying good luck, so let's see what they're going to do right now.
Here we are, ready to go. Game 2 kicks off. It's Shadow Sizzle on the side of a Mind Joke up against the Furret for Bill Flies. This is a decent matchup on paper for Sizzle, but because of the 2 shields, Furret is able to bully its way through. A Mind Joke makes a swap into his own Furret, immediately met by Bill Flies' Wigglytuff. This is how Wigglytuff can avoid that Shadow Sizzle.
Look how smart this was for a Mind Joke. Safe swapping the Ferret, trying to bait out the Wigglytuff, and so the Altaria can be free, not be locked into that Wigglytuff. And even though the Sucker Punches are resisted, the Ferret still can put in a lot of work here, Swift after Swift, getting reached so fast right here. The Wigglytuff, I mean, look, it's already in the red.
Wigglytuff going down into the red, but it still has a lot of energy available to throw. And now this first Swift is going to come through. Does this threaten a knockout, or will that Ferret hold on?
I think the Ferret will hang on with little over HP, like 1 or 2 HP, and it does actually, getting to the Swift. This is huge for Alessio.
And now Bill Flies has a shield decision to make. Is it worth shielding a Wigglytuff just to throw a Swift into a Shadow Sizzle? Possibly not. So he's going to let the Wigglytuff go down and come in with his own Ferret and get a tiny bit more energy.
Now, Mind Joke knows the entire team of Bill Flies now. He can choose what he's going to do. Is he going to bring in the Altaria right now?
Do you know what I think would be quite interesting? If Bill Flies can get both shields down with this Ferret, shield his Ferret as much as possible, and then potentially his Altaria in the back can land a Flamethrower on Shadow Sizzle. Perhaps that's the strategy that he's thinking of going for as we approach the mid to end game of this game.
I'm seeing 2 shields on both sides. I'm seeing a Shadow Scissor for a Mind Joke side. Shadow Scissor with 2 shields against this Ferret and potentially an Altaria later. It feels like the win con for me.
Ferret reaching another Swift here. It's not going to threaten a knockout, and a Mind Joke is not going to give up a shield. Perhaps going for the 2 shield Shadow Sizzle play. Looks like an aggressive swap coming in now. Immediately met by an Altaria, but I think we know how this matchup goes. And a Mind Joke going straight for that Night Slash.
Look at Scissor go, throwing a Night Slash, hoping for that boost. Are we going to see that boost? Altaria shields a Night Slash, and we do not see a boost, but the Bullet Punches are adding up. The Scissor also has an advantage of pacing out to the Night Slash after 5 Bullet Punches. It's going so fast and so quick for the Scissor.
Altaria paces a little bit quicker to Sky Attack after the Dragon Breath rework, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough. Another Night Slash coming through from this Shadow Sizzle. Is it going to go shielded? Yes, it is. Will there be a catch opportunity for Bill as we approach this endgame? His timer is almost up. Another Sky Attack is reached. He's going to throw it just before Alessio reaches the final Night Slash, and now both players will be aware that switches are available.
Alicia knows that, okay, I have to shield my Scissor. I already know there's a Ferret, and the Ferret doesn't have any energy, and the Scissor just bullet punches down the Ferret. No, it gets it. Oh no, it snipes it down with the Dragon Bite of Altaria. What a great play.
I love this play from a Mind Joke. Really, really comfortable, and his Altaria is going to reach an attack. He has had this game absolutely under control from the very beginning, and he lets out a little grin as he progresses through on the loser side of the bracket.
We've seen some amazing plays. He knew really how to maneuver that Scissor all around this game, having the nice slash boost, but also knowing, okay, this is my win con. Like, he knew what he was doing.
Really, really intelligently played, and we did say that Sizzle looked like a free pick for him. There wasn't really a strong answer on the side of Bill Flies, and you mentioned that we might get to see some Scissor and Scissor action, but that didn't quite play out in the end.
No, we didn't see any Scissor and Scissor action. But
would you have liked to?
I would have liked to, yeah.
Yeah.
To see like who has the better one.
What would you have enjoyed most about it?
Well, if they would throw the Night Slash and someone get the boost, then you know, like, okay, he's getting a bullet punch down in the end.
And would you have maybe opted for Trailblaze instead? Because we have seen that from some players in that mirror matchup go for a Trailblaze, which is double resisted from the Bug and Steel typing of Shadow Sizzle that allows you to guarantee a bullet punch through.
A good Scissor actually survives the bullet punch and gets the 2 Night Slashes before. So it's always better to go for the Night Slash.
You would run a bulky one or a high attack one for the charge trap priority?
If I had a good one, I would run a bulky one, but I don't have a good one, so I run the
But you do have a shiny one.
I do have shiny, yeah.
Well, there we go. You heard it here. Furret was the mirror we saw instead. Lots of catches available to these players. This was game 1 where a Mind Joke preserved his Furret, taking damage on the Univan Stunfisk instead. And the Shadow Sizzle and the Furret together just looked so strong for him. And he'll be thrilled to progress here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, the Ferret on Wigglytuff here as well. The Ferret hanging out with a slither of HP. Getting to that last Swift was really good for Alicia right here. Getting the Swift right here. We saw the mirror and the Altaria. I mean, at this point it was fast moves, but Alicia want to play it safe. Just throw the Sky Attack and make sure I win the game.
Yeah, Altaria, shiny Altaria. And Altaria is an interesting Pokemon in this meta because Dragon Breath and its own bulk has a lot of opportunity for stat spread adjustment. So some players will be going for sheer bulk, others will be trying to think about breakpoints or opportunities or charge attack priority, and there are so many matchups that can make a real difference. So there is a Dragon Breath breakpoint, and what that means is that with high enough attack, each Dragon Breath, every half second from an Altaria, will do 1 more damage against a Clodsire. But by doing that, you start to compromise other matchups. For example, the Galarian Corsola matchup becomes a lot worse.
How do you know this information? Is it about Eric? Eric told you?
Probably Eric told me.
He knows the numbers.
Eric simply loves maths.
139 HP?
He did mention that a few times to us last night. He really does study up, but honestly, that's why he sees success. And these players up on stage will be wanting to see success of their own. We recognize these players. On the left, we have Auden and we have Aregi on the right. They are on the loser side of the bracket as well. So as we know, backs are against the wall, and Thievel is on the side of Auden to try and take him through here in Stuttgart.
Earlier, we didn't see much Thievel action, and unfortunately, it was on the floor just at the time that it came on stream. So that's quite unfortunate, but maybe today we can see more of this Thievel action, because I want to see Thievel with a Night Slash boost go rampant against the other opponent's team.
Now, Thievel is not a Pokemon that we see a lot of in the Play Pokemon Championship series. It is a mono Dark type Pokemon, so it has the same type attack bonus as it uses Sucker Punch. Unlike Furret here on the side of Aregi, it runs Sucker Punch as well, but it does not share a typing with that attack, which means it does less damage. But also, in that matchup, Furret's Sucker Punches will be resisted by the Thievel. So it's going to be really interesting to see if that's a Pokemon that Auden looks to use here. It really needs to avoid the Fairy-type Wigglytuff.
What do you think of Annihilate in this meta? Do you think it's a great pick? We haven't seen many Annihilates today.
I mean, Annihilate has always been a really strong pick and also a favorite of mine. I think it's difficult with Wigglytuff being in the most flexible place in the meta it's ever been to really see the same success that it once did. There is no Wigglytuff on the side of Auden, and instead his fairy type of choice is that Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales being an ice type Pokemon as well, which means it takes neutral damage from the counters of Annihilate. If I were Aregi, I'd be very happy to use Annihilate in this matchup.
Yeah, Annihilate looks really good into Auden's team, to be honest. first. And also Ninetales runs Powder Snow, so it doesn't have to fear the charms of the Alolan Ninetales either. Let's see what these opponents are going to do. I think the opponents have been locked in their game, and they've been locked in the Pokemon. We see Gastrodon into that Annihilate.
There we go, Shadow Annihilate comes out. This is an interesting matchup because if Shadow Annihilate can land a Rage Fist, there is the possibility for it to counter all of the way through this Gastrodon. Gastrodon with Body Slam and Water Pulse. Normal type Body Slam, remember it's double resisted by the Ghost typing of Annihilate, but you might be able to throw it as a bait to pull away the shields. Everyone loves to shield Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, this is rather awkward for the Gastrodon because you really have to land the Water Pulse with any meaningful damage. And if he calls it, he doesn't call it, and he gets bait on it, but he shields it.
And now Auden will go straight into his Univan Stunfisk, but let's remember that this Annihilate is boosted. It also has Ice Punch, same as its lower evolution, the Shadow Primeape, and Ice Punch boosted from an Annihilate will do a lot of damage to this Univan Stunfisk.
Look at that damage. That Stunfisk is already in the yellow, and here comes the Ferd, catches the Mud Bomb. Ferd easily takes his Mud Bomb day by day. It doesn't do that much damage, and the Ferd can just load up on energy right now and probably just farm it down.
I would love to see a big farm down from a Furret. Its energy often can go into a lot of places into a backline, and this Univan Stunfisk, although it can spam attacks, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage even when they land.
And actually, he goes for the farm, and he gets the farm run. Furret is loaded up on energy right now, and I don't know what Oden's gonna bring in. Like, he has to bring in a Talonflame, start ramping up and getting some Incinerate energy going on.
The Talonflame comes in, Incinerate comes through, and Aregi goes straight for a Swift. There is potential to land another Swift as well. Will you pull both shields from the Shadow Talonflame? One goes up already.
You kind of have to because these Swifts do add up, and it only goes for one Sucker Punch, so the Incinerate damage doesn't apply into the Ferret, just in case if Incinerate would have knocked out the Ferret there.
Swift is going to land, and it takes the Shadow Talonflame into the yellow already, and now Aregi is able to meet with his own Shadow Talonflame. Is this now going to be a question of which bird wins charge attack priority? Auden doesn't want to risk it on the first run. He's going to throw a fly before Aregi's Shadow Talonflame even reaches its first attack.
I think this comes down to fast move pressure around Incinerate, Incinerate. He swaps out to Gastrodon, trying to... Oh, he goes for the flyer right here. Gastrodon, I don't know, is he gonna shield? He's one away from the Water Pulse. He can actually reach it, but once the play's already double fly, so he can just throw back-to-back flies on the Gastrodon.
Annihilate can come back in now, and it can just counter down this Gastrodon before it reaches that Water Pulse. All of that energy gone to waste, but do you now farm down this Annihilate? Not before it farms you down first. Shadow Talonflame hits the ground, and Aregi takes game number 1 of this best-of-3 series.
We've talked about Annihilate right now, and like it seems it's going strong into Oden. Annihilate seems to be unchecked. We have the Ninetales, but keep in mind it doesn't run Charm, it runs Powder Snow, so the damage is not as much, and Annihilate actually looks just fine.
Does Auden now lean into some of his spicier picks? The Alolan Ninetales and the Thievul are available to him. We saw Annihilate and Furret and Talonflame on the side of Aregi. Alolan Ninetales is a bit of a tricky position there because even though it's a fairy type, with 2 shields available, Annihilate can simply counter through it. Eric loves to describe it as bam, bam, bam. And Annihilate will just spam through that Alolan Ninetales, so there is no problem for it in the lead, but will Aregi make an adjustment on his side instead?
I want to see Corsola on Oden's side. He's probably trying to avoid the Ferret because Ferret is also so strong into Oden, a very neutral play. But if he avoids the Ferret and there's no Wigglytuff, Corsola looks pretty neutral in fight and actually checks the Annihilate there.
I really like that both of these players are leaning into their Shadow Talonflame. We did see a Univan Stunfisk on the side of Auden in game number 1. I don't think it really had a huge amount of impact. And in my mind, it's always been one of those Pokemon that can be quite polarizing with its type, but not really a great neutral pick in terms of its damage output. And that, for me, I find a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, sometimes it can look underwhelming. Those Thunderstrucks are not doing much damage. The Mud Bomb, it's okay. It's just spammy, it's bulky, but it doesn't win those stronger matchups, as you talked about. As we can see, Oden is locking in, looking like, oh, what can I do here? What can I adjust to win this next game? But for him, it's important because if he loses, he's out.
Yeah, he's got his hood up. He might not have done his hair this morning, but he looks completely focused on this match as the players are ready for game number 2. On the left, we see Galarian Corsola. It's up against Shadow Talonflame.
And we've talked about the Corsola. Corsola now into Talonflame. The Corsola and Talonflame, they're just staying in this matchup. This is actually really good for Corsola. It's just way bulky. And look at the Astonish damage on the Talonflame.
Now, interestingly, Regi has gone immediately for a Flame Charge there, which means that a free Astonish goes through and lands on the Shadow Talonflame. Regi doesn't want to be put off by the more flexible pacing of this Galarian Corsola. And whilst lots of players just go for a Nightshade here, it looks like Alden's going straight for a Power Gem, taking down that Shadow Talonflame. What a great call.
Would have Nightshade not knocked out there?
It might not have, and I don't think Alden wanted to risk it, and we can't hold it against him. Now, Univan Stunfisk immediately comes in to meet this Furret that would otherwise have farmed down the Galarian Corsola.
Well played. That was a great play. We have the Furret now into Stunfisk, and we know Furret takes down this matchup really easy. But he subs out into Annihilate, and there goes Annihilate into Stunfisk.
And you know what? That is exactly what Alden was looking to do. Pull the Annihilate away, Furret goes into the back, Galarian Corsola will still be available to take down the Annihilate, and Thievul will get the match that it really wants up against that Furret in the endgame.
Yeah, Thievul just avoids the Annihilate. That, like exactly what he said, doesn't want to squeeze the counters of the Annihilate, which are very, very strong into that dark typing of the Thievul right there. The Juicy Ice Punch on Stunfisk, and it actually KOs the Stunfisk. And here comes the Corsola, trying to look for the farm. They're getting to Rage Fist. He gets to the Rage Fist in the last moment.
Now, do you just let your Corsola go down here? You know that you're not going to have a great time into the Furret. Perhaps just farm down with the Thievul? No. It looks like Alden wants to at least land a Power Gem onto that Furret, so he's going to throw it straight away. Draw one of the shields from this Furret. Potentially, is Regi going to give it?
Actually pulls up the shield, the Power Gem, gets shield, and here comes the Thievul, swaps in and Thievul. Here we get some Thievul action going on finally on the stream.
Look at that Pokemon coming through. This is going to be same type attack bonus, Sucker Punches, as well as Night Slash, a Night Slash user that we very rarely get to see on stream. It reaches the Night Slash now. If it lands, let's see how much damage this does. Surely Regi's going to shield this.
Yeah, Thievul resisting the Sucker Punches from the Furret makes it very comfortable. He can actually let the next sweep go if he wants, and he gets the boost! Oh my god!
Incredible stuff! Thievul shining, really taking advantage of an already beneficial matchup. These Sucker Punches are now going to do a massive amount of damage, and it looks like one more Swift will be reached from the side of Furret, but I don't think that this is going to be enough to take down the Thievul. A Sucker Punch will take down the Furret, and then I think that Alden is in a great position to close out the game and take game number 2.
It's boost time, baby. Thievul getting some crazy action with the boost. I don't think he needed the boost, but it's just nice to see the boost there. And actually, the Furret into the Thievul, resisting the Sucker Punches really helps.
Really nicely played from Alden there to make parity, one game each in this best of 3 series. We're going to go to that final game where the winner will progress on the loser side of the bracket here in Stuttgart, and the loser will drop down and out. Their run will be over, so backs are against the wall. Everything is on the line.
I'm glad Odin changes his lineup there. We talked about the Corsola trying to check the Annihilate. He did bring it, and also bringing the Thievul. A great play there, also baiting out the Annihilate, so the Thievul was free from the Annihilate, going rampant against his Furret.
Furret, such a flexible pick elsewhere in the meta, punished here by that Thievul. But that Shadow Annihilate, it does look so menacing. If it can get aligned onto that Thievul, it could put a huge amount of fighting type pressure against it. Will we see the Shadow Annihilate again? Will we see the Shadow Talonflame again from Regi? That was a pick that he seems to really like in this matchup.
I just want to see Thievul again brought back by Odin. It was so much fun to see, also getting the boost there. But I think that a lot of neutral play there, as long as it avoids the Annihilate, I think it was pretty fun. And also, obviously, the Wigglytuff, but we haven't seen the Wigglytuff yet from Regi. So, Regi is trying to lock in his team here. Odin still thinking what he should do. Should he bring back Thievul? I don't know. I would bring back the Thievul if I was him.
Alden seems to really like the Univan Stunfisk. It's not my favorite, but if it does the job, who am I to complain? Will he bring it again for this final game 3? Regi is about to lock in. Alden has locked in. The players are ready to go. Everything down for this decisive final game of this losers round match.
Decisive game 3. We have Stunfisk into Furret. This is great for Regi. We know Furret into Stunfisk, very neutral, but the Trailblazers is just add up, and it's just the Furret can get out with so much energy.
Mud Bomb coming through first from Univan Stunfisk. This is going to do barely any damage to the reasonably bulky Furret. It doesn't even take it into the yellow, and meanwhile, Furret does reach that super effective Trailblaze. This will not only do a lot of damage to the Univan Stunfisk, it guarantees an attack boost for the Furret and allows it to start ramping up as it goes into the early to mid-game stages of this match.
What is so great about this matchup, Furret can actually no-shield this, still be comfortable, overloading on energy, get out with some energy and throw it in the backline. And that's exactly what he lets it go. Can actually get away with a safety if he really wants to, and is counting, and it's going to probably go for the CMP, and it does go for the charge move priority, right, and throws a Swift.
Yes, higher attack for Furret means its attack will go through first on this charge attack priority event. Univan Stunfisk will go down. The Furret, such low health that I wonder, can you come in with your Galarian Corsola? You don't really want to take boosted Sucker Punches. He is going to go for it. Alden comes through with the Galarian Corsola. The problem is the Furret had enough energy that it's now going to also land a boosted Trailblaze against it, and Aregi is going to be able to avoid with his Annihilate, and the Talonflame is going to come in instead. That means Alolan Ninetales for the endgame will avoid the Talonflame.
I kind of like this play from Odin, trying to farm down the Furret, even though it doesn't look like great into farming down on normal type with that ghost typing, but having all that energy into the backline whenever, as you can see, the Talonflame has to shield it, otherwise it just gets farmed down.
You need to get shields down from this Talonflame ASAP, because this is going to start boosting up, and Incinerate is going to do a massive amount of damage. So let's see if Alden can get one more shield, and then does he go straight into his Alolan Ninetales to start to put pressure? Because if he does, Aregi's in a tricky position, because the Annihilate will get one shot by a Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, that's true. But the boost and Incinerates on a Ninetales will do a heavy damage, and we can see it in Incinerate. Look at that Incinerate taking 20% of that Ninetales. He knows he needs to shield, and he has only 2 Powder Stones in up to a Weather Ball, so he's gonna take a while to get there, and he swaps into Annihilate.
He goes into Annihilate early. I thought he might stay in with the Talonflame, force some energy thrown from the Alolan Ninetales, because now Alolan Ninetales is going to land a Dazzling Gleam against the Annihilate, and if it can get to a Weather Ball in 4 Powder Snows, it might be able to take down this Shadow Talonflame.
Odin is counting perfectly, overloading energy, and gets it away, he gets to the Weather Ball, and this will certainly knock out the Talonflame.
Incredible energy management from EU Alden. The Alolan Ninetales takes down the fire-flying Shadow Talonflame, and EU Alden will progress. What a victory for this player!
The T-Vol Master Odin, Ninetales mastery from Odin. We saw his Ninetales getting paired up with against the Lapras earlier, and it was dire to see, but now the Ninetales were just sweeping this team. This backline, perfect counting as well, knowing that how many he can do. Then lands the Dazzling Gleam, and then perfect energy managed to the Weather Ball and Talonflame. That was great knowledge of the game.
Things were looking so good for Aregi, but as soon as he came out of the Shadow Talonflame matchup, he was energy down versus the Alolan Ninetales. EU Alden was able to farm up. He was able to maximize his energy through a Dazzling Gleam just before Annihilate was able to reach a Rage Fist, and then only 4 Powder Snows away from the Weather Ball. The Astonishes, they had put that Shadow Talonflame into a range where Weather Ball knocked out, and all of that oppressive pressure that we've seen from Shadow Talonflame, it comes at a price. The bulk lets Shadow Talonflame down. Aregi drops out of the tournament, and EU Alden will move forward here in Stuttgart.
It all started with farming down that Furret in the end, getting all that energy, also taking a lot of damage in return from the Sucker Punch, the Trailblaze, but knowing that energy from that Corsola would have gone everywhere in that backline, I think was a great play.
Really strong from Alden. Aregi might look back and he might think, what might have happened if I'd stayed in with the Talonflame? Because then I would have put so much fast attack pressure on the Alolan Ninetales, forced it to throw energy into me, and then perhaps my Annihilate might have been able to beat it to an attack prior to getting to the Dazzling Gleam. Rage Fist would have been enough to knock out. That could have been a possibility for him. There's nothing he can do about it now, and EU Alden is the one who will take his learnings as he continues here in this tournament.
Yeah, he swapped out with a boosted Talonflame from the Flame Charge right there. Vincere would have done so much more damage if he stayed in, but I mean, perfect counting from Odin there as well, landing Dazzling Gleam on the Annihilate, and then here, perfect management, getting to the Weather Ball, KOing that Talonflame, taking the W.
Alolan Ninetales, a bit of a spicy pick in this meta. A lot of players going for the regular rather than the Shadow variant for that extra bulk, and honestly, I think that is the right call, to be able to get off as many Weather Balls as possible, reach the hard-hitting Dazzling Gleam for that really big damage. It's the same type attack bonus.
Heavy damage.
Heavy damage.
Heavy
No,
damage.
you're absolutely right. So Alolan Ninetales, perhaps one to keep an eye on, and I think it's going to even get buffed going into next season because Powder Snow is getting a damage increase.
So we think we're going to see more Ninetales? Alolan Ninetales?
Potentially. I think that there are a lot of Pokemon that could really benefit from Powder Snow, but the Ice Fairy typing is unique and it's really, really special. One of my friends down in Australia, he loves Alolan Ninetales. They love Alolan Ninetales down there. So let's see, can it perform this weekend and will it perform going into the new meta?
Yeah, I wasn't really convinced with his first performance with the Alolan Ninetales, but after seeing this now, I'm kind of convinced, not gonna lie.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
But it really does need to avoid that Shadow Sizzle.
And the Talonflame, preferably.
Yes.
A healthy Talonflame.
Absolutely.
And a boosted one.
Yeah. We've seen so many boosts. That Thievul boost was really interesting, but Thievul itself, a really interesting pick. So why don't we hear a little bit more from Alden as to why he's picked some very interesting Pokemon here in Stuttgart.
Lot of discussion about the Alolan Ninetales, and of course it's been such an instrumental pick for not only Uden here, but also Martine earlier. However, you have a little bit of a different Pokemon as well. You have Thievul. I just want to ask, how has that been today?
It was pretty good. I mean, a lot of favorites are there, so it's good to have Thievul on the team.
How do you like it compared to something like Galarian Moltres? What's the difference there?
I mean, Thievul has access to Play Rough and Night Slash. Night Slash boost, we know it already from Scissor. It can go to town after that. And with Play Rough, it's good coverage against something like Altaria or Moltres. So, pretty good.
Seems like it's always bulkier than the opponents may like think or imagine it is. I've seen it hang on to a lot of charge attacks like a Swift or a Mud Bomb, and it doesn't really seem like much of an issue, but what is an issue is Shadow Scissor. How many times has a Shadow Scissor been on your Alolan Ninetales today?
0.
Wow, that is quite the statistic. I think most trainers, I guess, wouldn't be at this stage if they had gotten it on the Shadow Scissor already. But is it scary, right? Because if you're leading it and they can snipe, are you needing to be very quick with the reaction?
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes you need to make calls. Is it there?
Yeah, insta-swap.
Yeah, you need to insta-swap and yeah.
It feels like if it takes even one bullet punch, it's like an entire charge attack already on your Alolan Ninetales. But overall, what is like a Pokemon that you are most afraid of in this tournament still?
Oh, good question. I love my team. I think my team is so good balanced for this meta. I'm not really afraid of anyone.
How about a player? How about a player then that's still in the tournament?
I would say I lost my winner's side because Lapras is going to town against me. So maybe I'm a little bit afraid of Lapras.
Lapras is definitely a good ice type into Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah.
Double resisting those Powder Snows. But of course, lots of picks. Not many Lapras, so I think you'll be okay for now. Overall, in this tournament, you've gone pretty far so far. I think you need one more match to make to day 2.
Yes.
Any shout outs along the way? You've come up with quite the spicy team, so
yes.
Anyone who helped you with that?
Yes, for sure. Big thanks to Martine to help me because I was sick the last 8 days. And without good friends like him, it's every time good to get something, ideas, to get a team idea, and big thanks to Legends United still, and to my friends. Yeah,
that's very impressive. Was able to get the sauce from Martine himself, someone who usually succeeds being a little more secretive with his teams, but of course when your friends need help, he's there to provide. So that's awesome. Definitely good luck to you in the rest of the tournament. Good luck to Martine, who's out there somewhere with his Alolan Ninetales tomorrow. I am so curious to see where this goes today. But again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys, and we will hopefully see more of this action inside the losers round 5 and 6. I'm so excited to get back to some exciting games in Stuttgart.
Thank you very much, Eric. This game is all about friends. I actually just got a call from one of my friends, Lyle Jeffs, and he's not happy with me because when we spoke about Night Slash users, I failed to mention the OG Night Slash user, Obstagoon. Do we remember when that was really meta?
I can't remember. No.
I can't remember either, but a normal and dark type Pokemon isn't something that we've seen for a while, so maybe one day Obstagoon can reclaim its place in the Play Pokemon Championship Series.
I mean, if it gets paired up to Annihilate, it probably doesn't get in Night Slash, right? It takes like 3 counters to knock it out?
It does. It is double weak to the counters of Shadow Annihilate, but I think that so many Pokemon can be really, really threatening in this meta. We've seen so many different Pokemon, so many different players here in Stuttgart, and we've got 2 more back on stage in the losers semi-finals of Group C. On the left, we have Asprascielto, and on the right, we've got Stone Collection. How familiar are you with these 2 players?
I know Stone Collection the most. He's been to pretty much every single event that I know. He was going to like a lot of events. Great player, great accolade, and also that belly bolt again is I don't know if he's gonna use it again.
He will be very, very excited to see if he does. The players look immediately ready to go, and it's actually going to be a Univan Stunfisk, a different electric type Pokemon that hits the field for Stone Collection up against the Altaria from Asprascielto.
I got some good news for the viewers and the chatters here. There's a belly ball in the back, so we're gonna see definitely some belly ball action, but now the Stunfisk is going for a discharge. This is a rather neutral matchup. If you have great IVs, you can hang on as a Stunfisk and actually KO the Altaria before it KOs itself.
Altaria is such a flexible Pokemon, and it is going to be throwing a flamethrower against this Univan Stunfisk, which is not same type attack bonus, but with the Dragon Breath, damage can start to add up in this matchup. Bear in mind, Altaria, one of few flyers that doesn't take super effective from the electric type discharges.
Yeah, the discharge being neutral damage here, as well as the flamethrower and the Dragon Breath. This is a very neutral matchup. Stone Collection opts to go for another discharge, and it's probably going to overload on some energy, and Altaria goes for a flamethrower. The Stunfisk should hold on here.
Stunfisk is so bulky as well, and I think a lot of players have been using this. They've seen PvP David and Boom use a Univan Stunfisk to great success in Gdansk. It still seems to be performing here in Stuttgart. Another discharge coming through. This could threaten a knockout from the Altaria. No, it doesn't quite do enough damage, which is really interesting. We've actually spoken about how this matchup could be stat dependent. Univan Stunfisk Thundershocks it down instead and has an attack ready to throw. It's the Mud Bomb into the Univan Stunfisk.
The Mud Bomb is going to be honest. I think he was. Did he swap? Did Stone Collection swap out? I mean, did he swap? It did swap out. It's only for like he did a peekaboo play with his own stuff. It's catching a Mud Bomb in return.
He went for such a quick peekaboo that I'm not sure Stone Collection even had an opportunity to see that it was a switch. But what it does mean is that Asprascielto is now switch locked into this Spirit as it comes through and starts to reach for that Trailblaze. Super effective and will boost its attack stat.
Knowing there is a belly ball in the back for Stone Collection, he's gonna avoid this Stunfisk altogether. So the belly ball is gonna be locked into this Feraligatr, and it's a great matchup for the belly balls.
Belly Bolt is such a funny Pokemon. It's such a unique playstyle, and I'm really excited to see how it can potentially close out this game for Stone Collection because he's in a great position here. Here comes the Feraligatr, and this Furret is going for a Trailblaze again. If this lands, it will threaten a knockout, so it does draw the shield from Asprascielto.
The issue for Feraligatr is he can never farm down the Ferret. He always has to throw a move, and he can never farm down. So like he's probably gonna overload on energy. Might probably go for the Discharge move ready. No. Oh, he goes for the Hydro Cannon right here. He has to shield. And actually, Stone Collection still shields because he knows like they can never farm me down, so I can still throw charge moves here.
No expression on Stone Collection's face. He's just going to continue to shield and use this boosted damage through this Feraligatr, taking the next shield as well. And Feraligatr is now really probably starting to worry about the amount of damage that it is taking from this Ferret.
I wonder if we ever gonna see the Belly Ball in action. This Ferret is going again on a rampage. Ferret using the Protect Shield here. Asprascielto has an opportunity to catch a move, but he waits. They both wait a turn, I think, and he throws the Swift, and yeah, that's it. The Feraligatr gets knocked out, and something is so low on HP that the Ferret is gonna take out this game without having to see the Belly Bolts.
Look at that Ferret collecting knockouts like they're no problem at all. Stone Collection really comfortable in this game number 1, and guess what? He didn't even need to reveal the Belly Bolt in the back. That is a massive amount of information that he's been able to withhold from Asprascielto. That will make Asprascielto's line building going into game 2 that much more difficult.
I think Ferret is stealing the show at the Stuttgart Regional. Ferret is going on rampage, constantly overloading on energy, getting the Trailblaze, getting the Swifts out. I mean, the Feraligatr versus Ferret matchup is so good for the Ferret. Like, I mean, you can never farm it down. The Shelliclaws are double resisted on the Ferret.
Furret is such a brilliant pick. It has access to the same type attack bonus, charge attack, Swift, as well as Trailblaze, which has given it so much coverage as well as the ability to boost up those Sucker Punches. Sucker Punch is a really strong attack and particularly neutral in this meta. If we look at the side of Asproshelto, only Wigglytuff resists Sucker Punch, and we've seen before that Furret actually is not even that bad in that matchup.
Do you think we're gonna see the Bellable this game?
I feel like Stone Collection wants to emphasize how his unique pick can have play. He wants to show his opponents, particularly before going into the later stages of the tournament, that Belly Bolt is real, that it is something that people have to respect, because there are times where you bring a spicy pick, but because you bench it so much, your opponents know that it's never hitting the field.
Yeah, you never see it in Great League, to be honest. Sometimes you do see it in Ultra League, but knowing the counts for Belly Bolt sometimes shows you, like, oh, what is this Pokemon? What is the charge moves? What are the counts for these moves? So I don't know. So sometimes they don't know how to count their moves, and then they freeze.
Yeah, I never thought that I would be asking Stone Collection to show me his belly, but we are sat here doing exactly that right now. Will it be able to find the matchup that it is looking for in this game number 2? Stone Collection looks ready to go. Asproshelto doing some final homework before he is ready to lock in.
They're saying good luck to each other right now. They're locking in right now. Let's see what the first game brings. We do see the Belly Ball on the Wigglytuff.
Now, what is this matchup like? Because we've seen Stone Collection in the past go into matchups that look like they are negative, and he simply does not care. He is staying in again with this Belly Bolt. He's going to throw a Parabolic Charge immediately.
Yeah, even though the Sucker Punches are resistant on Wigglytuff, his belly can get even more thick and stronger and more beefy while when he's probably charged, raising its defense. And now it looks like very strong for a Belly Bolt, knowing that, okay, I can survive this Ice Wind. I don't have to shield anything here. If I get to the next Parabolic Charge, I'm fine.
Yeah, Belly Bolt is so bulky, especially after a Parabolic Charge boost. And the Sucker Punches may well be resisted, but Belly Bolt reaches another Parabolic Charge. And now Asproshelto might have a shield decision to make.
Will this threaten a knockout after the Ice Wind? We'll have to see. He lets it go. I think the Wigglytuff will hold on, and Wigglytuff actually holds on. Does Wigglytuff get another move? It gets to the farmer. No, he swaps out into Altaria right now.
And look at that. Banking that Swift and going into the Altaria. Stone Collection meeting with his next electric-type Pokemon. It's the Univan Stunfisk, forcing Altaria to throw Flamethrower instead. Sky Attack, a flying-type attack, would be resisted by the electric typing of Univan Stunfisk.
We've seen this matchup a few times today, knowing that it's very neutral. Also, the Stunfisk has a little bit of energy advantage here. The discharges are neutral, Flamethrower is neutral, everything is neutral here, but Stunfisk has the opportunity to win this matchup, knowing that his Stunfisk is pretty high rank. So I think this is fine for Stone Collection right here, this matchup.
And now look what's in the back. We can see that Furret up against a Feraligatr potentially in the back for Stone Collection. That means Stone Collection could well be in the driving seat here. Let's not forget that there is a Swift banked on that Wigglytuff, and there is also a tiny bit of health left available on Stone Collection's Belly Bolt.
But look at his backlines. We have, he makes like the combo play with the Swift right here. Is the Stunfisk gonna shield? Let it go.
Interesting opportunity for a shield and farm down for Stone Collection, but he isn't looking for it. Will he now come in with this Furret and start to boost up, because he knows what a 2-shield Furret can do?
To having a 2-shield Ferret, and there is a Feraligatr, and the Ferret has an energy advantage, knowing that it never has to shield the first Hydro Cannon. It's so fine. It needs 2 Hydro Cannons to knock out this Ferret. What is he going to do? He's going to bring in the Feraligatr, actually, and this Ferret is actually going to overload on energy and throw the Trailblaze on the start to move to priority.
I think Stone Collection is absolutely loving this matchup here. Do you shield the Hydro Cannons, knowing that they probably do the most amount of damage available? He's going to go for the Trailblazes. No matter if it lands or not, the Sucker Punches do get boosted, and Furret will really start to put pressure now on Asproshelto's Feraligatr.
That's what he wants from this matchup, boosting those Sucker Punches, knowing that the Shadow Claws don't do any damage, and is pulling up energy, throws another Hydro Cannon. I assume he's going to shield this one again, because this does way more than the Sky Attack of the Altaria.
Yeah, Feraligatr, such a high attack Pokemon. Furret is going to shield again, exactly as you say, and now it's starting to threaten an attack, going straight for a Swift this time. Boosted, this will threaten a knockout on the Feraligatr, and Furret has so much energy to play with here.
Look at this matchup. The Ferret is still so healthy, still in the green. He waits a little bit, goes on the Altaria, goes for another Swift there. This Altaria, yeah, this Swift will definitely knock out, but the Ferret is still out of the Hydro Cannon range, so this Ferret, I think, again, is going to steal the show.
And absolutely no expression on Stone Collection's face as he drives towards the win in this game number 2. Asproshelto is reaching that Hydro Cannon. It's not going to be enough to knock out. This is a regular Feraligatr, not a Shadow variant, and Furret is more than bulky enough enough to hold on.
Look at Fur taking another W. Previous game we have Fur, this game we have Fur. Fur just literally stealing the show right now, boosting Sucker Punch damage, Swift. I mean, Fur is just the Pokemon of this region in my opinion right now.
Furret has done absolutely superbly there. Stone Collection seals victory in this losers side match. He progresses through here in Stuttgart. Aspercelto, unfortunately, that's the end of the road for him. And we see Ballybolt advance one stage further here this weekend.
I never thought you would have said that Bellybolt is going to advance to day 2. I mean, Bellybolt, really?
Honestly, I'm now starting to think I'm going to need to start drafting some Bellybolt jokes as we progress further in this tournament, because it's such a funny looking Pokemon, but it plays in such a unique way that I think it's really interesting that Stone Collection was very happy to play on paper ABA weak to a number of things. He just simply didn't care because he knew he could get some value somewhere out of Bellybolt. I don't think many players know how to play against it.
Now, knowing also there's going to be a lot of Stunfisk this weekend, bringing the Bellow, it's kind of a risky play, but I mean, it works out for him.
And a double electric team for Stone Collection as well. So a really unique approach to this Tales of Transformation meta, the last event that we are going to have in this season in-game. And Stone Collection, although he's on the loser side of the bracket, we've seen players have incredible losers bracket runs. He'll be looking to make his name and mark his name on top 8 tomorrow if he can.
It's definitely a steep hill, but at this point, I think I'm rooting for the Bellybolt guy, because if he Stone Collection actually wins with the Belly, I mean, that would be amazing, right? The winner, Bellybolt, I mean, this is the first ever to win a regional with a Bellybolt.
Could you imagine? And it would also probably be the last time it ever could win. As we know, Parabolic Charge is going to have an energy increase that will make it so inefficient for so many Pokemon to run. We see Bellybolt all the time in the Ultra League, but so rarely in the Great League. But Stone Collection maybe has found the perfect place for it.
Have you ever used Bellybolt?
Do you know what? I was sat on my sofa a few months ago and there was a Tadbulb and I caught it and it turned out to be the rank 1 Bellybolt. So I built it, but I don't think I've actually ever used it because I haven't really found the right way to leverage its mono electric charge attack coverage. It runs Parabolic Charge and Zap Cannon. Have we ever seen Stone Collection even go up to that Zap Cannon? But my gosh, my golly gosh, if he does, that'll do a lot of damage.
My golly gosh, indeed, yeah. Bellybolt, a great pick. I'm really rooting for Stone Collection at this point. I'm still rooting for Boom as well, you know, the Belgian connection. But the Bellybolt, if that pick wins the entire regional, I think this regional will be one of the best, I'm sure.
It'll be one of the most exciting. And I've just realized as well, the Bellybolt's obviously, as an electric type Pokemon, resisting the bullet punches of Shadow Scizor. So I suspect that Stone Collection will have had a ton of practice. We've seen that he's able to stay in matchups that we're unsure of how they should play out. If you want to get more practice, make sure to get involved in the local scene where you are. If you're unfamiliar with locals, then keep your eyes on this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Local Pokemon events. If you see the QR code, you can scan this with your phone and you can see your local tournaments around your area and you get a lot of experience. You get championships points, but the most important thing, a lot of fun. And I went to many locals. I've played against Eneticans in these locals, and I'm not gonna lie, Eneticans learn a lot from me from these locals and said like, hey, if these locals learn me so much, I have to go to more, and then it's a great experience.
He mentioned that you were one of his greatest mentors in the game.
Yeah, it's true. He's not lying, it's true.
Yeah, he's watched a lot of your streams and he's learned so much, and obviously he's had some great success, but he has you to thank.
Yeah, that's why he's using the Giratina. It was actually my choice.
Yeah.
So like, okay, Gaines, I saw you using the Giratina. I need to use it for this event, and it's working out for him.
And I really, really do like it when players bring unique picks to the Play Pokemon Championship Series, these regionals. We've got to see so many different options here brought by players, and now that we've finished admiring Stone Collection's belly, we get to watch other players look to steal the show as well. We have one more match in store coming up. It's going to be EU Alden up against his teammate and friend, a Mind Joke, and Alden will be trying to steal the show because he's brought a Thievul.
and a Ninetales. We saw how Alolan Ninetales, how good it was. I don't want to see if it's going to be as good as into a Mind Joke if you're seeing these teams already. We have a Corsola, like a Scizor. Now, there's a Scizor, so Odin has to be worried about his Alolan Ninetales, because I think 5 or 6 bullet punches and that Ninetales is out.
He really does. Now, for the eagle-eyed amongst you, you'll notice that Alden he's removed his yellow play Pokemon jersey. He's revealed his team shirt that he wants to match against his friend and teammate.
I just got the chills. I just got the chills.
Honestly.
Yeah, I just got the chills.
It must be difficult when teammates go up against each other. You know each other so well. You must be happy for whoever wins, but at the same time, this tournament is really about you and how you can progress. No matter who your opponent is, each player will really want to succeed. This is a player that has seen a lot of success already. Look at this, top 4 in Stockholm, top 4 in Gdansk, and a top 8 in Stockholm before that as well. So Alden is no stranger to success and performance, and he's going to try and achieve that with a really spicy team this weekend.
Also, being teammates, you scrim a lot. You know how he plays. Like, you know the play style. Is he gonna call baits? Is he gonna bait me? Is he gonna throw the big move? Like, you know, after a while, after scrimming your teammates, you know like how they play. So it may be easier, but then they can actually like, oh, he knows how to play. I gotta play differently and surprise my opponents.
Yeah, now we did see Alden earlier today start to throw weather balls constantly into a Lapras that wasn't shielding them, and that wasn't what he was going for, but we don't see a Lapras here. Instead, we do see a few targets for that Alolan Ninetales. Altaria, Univan Stunfisk, Florges, and Furret are all Pokemon that Alolan Ninetales has reasonably good matchups against, as well as a neutral matchup into that Galarian Corsola. But you do absolutely, as you say, have to avoid the Shadow Sizzle.
Again, we see that core of Altaria Scizor, which was unbreakable. I see a Mind Jokes top 4 here in Gdansk, in Malmo. He gets a lot of top 4s and top 8s, Liverpool and Dortmund as well. And Mind Joke is no joke at all. He is one of the best players I know, one of the best Italian players as well. He's a veteran of the game, and I'm glad to see, like, oh, he's also using a shiny Florges, by the way, so the shiny does look cooler.
There are so many Florges forms as well, and
there are three.
Are there? What are the different types?
Well, no, there's no different types. It's just different shiny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from different regions.
Interesting. So what do we get here in Europe?
We get the red one, and that I think that's the purple one. I think that's the one that a Mind Joke has. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. But I know there are 3 different shinies, and they have no different forms.
That's okay. At least you're handsome. But these players are ready to get straight in to this game number 1. We've got Ninetales on the right for EU Alden up against that shiny Florges for a Mind Joke.
That beautiful shiny Florges stays in here, and the Ninetales as well. They outpace the pace at the same exact time, and the Florges actually wins the charge move priority, showing the first Chilly Water, debuffing the Ninetales.
But the interesting thing about Alolan Ninetales is it paces slightly quicker to those weather balls. They're a cheaper attack than Chilling Water. So the first one lands, although it's debuffed, Alolan Ninetales will have the opportunity to throw the second first if Alden chooses it.
This is actually a great position for Florges as well. You know it's debuffed. You don't have to every care like it. You just go for the weather ball here. This doesn't threaten a knockout. You can go for the next Chilling Water after this weather ball lands. You got the Fairy Wind throw, so even with Chilling Water also will not knock out. The Ninetales will still be debuffed.
The interesting thing here is that Alolan Ninetales will be able to tank this Chilling Water. Will it be able to farm down the Florges before Florges reaches another attack? That's what we will be wondering. And Mind Joke doesn't want to give that opportunity a possibility. He goes straight into the Furret, and after a couple of seconds, Alden comes and matches it with his Thievul. This is a Dark-type Pokemon, not one we see often on the Pokémon GO broadcast, but it resists Sucker Punch and has same type attack bonus for its own Sucker Punches as well as Night Slash.
Yay! Here's a Thievul. I love to see Thievul getting some action right here, knowing that he can survive the 2 Swift and the Sucker Punches. The Thievul has a great matchup here. Doesn't get a boost from that Night Slash, and the Furret does go for a Swift. It doesn't threaten the knockout here, so I don't actually can let this go comfortably.
Thievul tanking that Swift, no problem. And even though the Sucker Punch is resisted, that Thievul is starting to go really, really low in health. So Alden is going to throw another Night Slash to take down this Furret.
And the Night Slash is getting on the Furret. The Furret, let's say go. The Furret is knocked out right here. There's a Thievul with the boost. They got the boost. Another boost for a Thievul here, but it doesn't mean much because he just swaps out the Stunfisk, and now we have Stunfisk into the Stunfisk mirror match.
And look at this. Alden aggressively going in with his own Univan Stunfisk first means he gets energy advantage. He will always reach the attack before a Mind Joke is able to match in that mirror.
Unfortunately, the Thievul boost on Night Slash, where it wasn't really the best, but here we see a Mud Bomb, Charge Smoke, Priority Tie, and the one of a Mind Joke actually wins the Charge Move Attack priority tag. The Mud Bomb doesn't knock out. I think you need 3 Mud Bombs, correct me if I'm wrong, to take out the Stunfisk.
Yeah, the Univan Stunfisk is electric and ground typing. That means it triple resists the Thunder Shocks from itself in the mirror. 3 Mud Bombs will be required to land, and that means there's more than enough opportunity for a potential catch in the endgame.
Yeah, triple resist is crazy. The Thunder Shocks are actually healing each other's Stunfisk right now. Is going for another Mud Bomb. Oda actually gonna use a shielder, keeping his Stunfisk as healthy as possible, knowing there's still a Florge in the back. Is a Mind Joke going for a catch? No, he goes for another Mud Bomb here on Mind Joke. He's gonna use his shields. No, he lets it go.
He's gonna let this go, knowing that he can't be Thundershock down. Let's remember that Alolan Ninetales still has a little bit of health in the back there for EU Alden. And now this Mud Bomb coming through from a Mind Joke. The Florges is really low. I don't think it's going to be able to reach an attack, so it is potentially just a catch opportunity for a Mind Joke. Alden now with the next Mud Bomb. This does pull that final shield.
This pulls a final shield of a Mind Joke. A Mind Joke has no shields, has some energy on the Stunfisk. I think he needs to overload perfectly here. But he goes for the Mob, and the Stunfisk always has still a shield as well. He's gonna shield his Stunfisk. He's gonna shield it. So a Mind Joke has to catch the next one.
Here we go. Both players know the catch is available. Will it happen? Alden just goes straight for it. He knows. And I think a Mind Joke was potentially going to try and pause and expect the catch, but Alden immediately takes down the Univan Stunfisk, and Florges in low health isn't able to reach an attack. Univan Stunfisk means 3 Pokemon remain for Alden, and he takes game number 1.
He knew he wasn't. If I throw immediately, he's probably gonna try to pause, wait a turn, maybe for me to make a catch, because these trainers know each other so well, because all the scrims they've done, they know each other. So like, I'm gonna do the other thing that he doesn't expect me to do, just throw the move.
Now, Alden is a player who loves to bring spicy Pokemon. I believe in his last event in Frankfurt, he brought a Piloswine. This time, it is all about Alolan Ninetales and Thievul, Pokemon that we aren't seeing a huge amount. We haven't seen a huge amount. Can he get
Wait, did he bring a Piloswine?
He brought a Piloswine to Frankfurt a few months ago.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, that's
pretty crazy.
That's even spicier.
That is even spicier. Piloswine's getting a buff going next week as well.
That is true, the Powder Snow buff.
Yeah, and Icicle Spear.
And Icicle Spear buff. Oh, he might bring Piloswine in next week.
It won't be spicy next time.
That is true. Yeah,
it's going to be meta.
No, yeah, that's true. He can't bring it. No, he can't bring it.
He can't do it. He can't do it. But EU Alden with that Alolan Ninetales and with that Thievul, both of those picks featuring in that first game. He needs one more win here in this best-of-3 format against his friend and teammate, a Mind Joke. What adjustments will a Mind Joke make? Because he does not want to end his tournament run anytime soon.
I can't believe he's bringing Thievul so comfortably. Like, okay, this is a good Pokemon. I'm gonna use it. I've never seen it been used ever in the regional. And just like bring it, like, okay, I'm just gonna bring it, and it's probably gonna do well, and actually does do well, especially when it gets the Light Slash boost.
A Mind Joke utilizing so many familiar faces. He's got a really meta team, a very similar team to the team that was won by PvP David in Gdansk and Boom as they played in the grand finals. He's made a slight adjustment as he's opted for a Galarian Corsola instead of the Corviknight. But unfortunately, Galarian Corsola needs to really avoid both Furret and, well, in this case, the Thievul. And so I'm not expecting to see Galarian Corsola here, as Thievul seems to be a real favorite for Alden.
And the matchup locks in here. We have Thievul against the Shadow Scissor. Who's gonna boost first? I know that Scissor wins Charging with priority, so I don't know what the Thievul's gonna do right now.
Well, interestingly, because Thievul's a Dark type, it actually resists Night Slash in the mirror matchup. And so Alden, I think, will be very, very comfortable staying in with Thievul here, using the boosted Sucker Punches because they have same type attack bonus. And my goodness, that did a lot of damage.
The Trailblaze! He knew perfectly that, okay, my Scissor survives, I can get to the Trailblaze. Will Ona actually pull up the shields?
This is going to be a huge moment. The Thievul does hang on. That is incredible play from Alden. Great effort here with this Thievul taking down what is otherwise a really oppressive Pokemon in Shadow Scizor.
Thievul is such a good boy. He did such an amazing job there. We see Florges being brought in, having a fair win advantage, getting to those debuffs very quickly, and here comes the Stunfisk. Interesting. It's going for the Trailblaze right now, doing a little bit more damage, boosting its own attack, not debuffing the Stunfisk right now, but boosting its own attack.
I'll be honest, even though a Mind Joke went down to that Thievul in the beginning of this game, Florges and Furret together look like they can put a lot of work for the rest of this round.
Yeah, Florges having the ability to debuff this opponent Pokemon, and here we see the Mudbound not doing as much damage. Is he going for a Mud? No, he's going for the Trailblaze instead of the Chilling Water. I think the Trailblaze will not knock out. Very close, would survive the Stunfisk. We'll see here.
Let's see if you're right. Trailblaze lands. It does knock out.
I was completely wrong, by the way. I was completely wrong, but here comes the Talonflame onto the Florges. Does he get to a Chilling Water before he gets Incinerated down?
It's okay. I'll do the analysis. You just smile. Shadow Talonflame comes in. Chilling Water is going to be shielded. This will put pressure on a Mind Joke now as Shadow Talonflame can start to ramp up. But Furret is such a good Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario, and I think a Mind Joke still has plenty of play going into this endgame.
Yeah, Furret being able to get to the Swifts rather quickly. He's going for a Flame Charge. A Mind Joke actually lets it go with 2 shields. I mean, I think it trusts his Furret at this point.
It looks like Alden was reaching for that next Flame Charge. Swift is about to come through. It's going to go shielded. And now this Furret is going to try and reach for one more Swift. If a Flame Charge is thrown, then it means that Swift will be reached by this Furret before the Talonflame can land 2 more Incinerates. I think a Mind Joke could be in the driving seat going into this end game.
Are we going to see another Furret sweep here? I don't know what's going on. I think we're going to have the Swift will KO here, the Talonflame. And then that's for a Talonflame. I think the Furret is stealing the show yet again. Landing the Swift here, Talonflame will be knocked out.
You've said it time and time again. This event has really been all about that Furret. And a Mind Joke clawing back one game as he gets this to 1-1, going into the final game of 3. The winner of this next game will progress. The loser, their tournament is over.
Farid, I knew this matchup, by the way. I really knew. I just wanted to see if you knew it, by the way.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm really glad that you're here to test me. You know, I haven't played as much recently, and so, you know, you're keeping me on my toes, and I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, I need to do that. I've seen you play it. You need to do it for sure.
No, absolutely. You're so right, and, you know, we're all looking up to Eric at this point in time, so we've got so much to learn.
Who? Wait, did he win LIC recently?
I think he's mentioned it a couple times.
He did? Yes. I didn't hear it. Okay, so now it's the last game of tonight here of Group D loser semis. We have a 1-1. We have a last game right here. We have. Are we gonna see the T-Vol yet again? I know the T-Vol is popping off left and right. I think we're gonna see it again from Odin here.
Yeah, he really does like this T-Vol pick, and I wonder if he'll now think about bringing that Alolan Ninetales back as well, because T-Vol, once it went down, the Furret was really flexible for a Mind Joke, so Alolan Ninetales maybe gives him a little bit extra protection against the Pokemon that is otherwise looking so threatening and so flexible.
That Florges was also really strong, having the opportunity to either Chilling Water, debuff the opponent, or Trailblazing, buffing your own attack. I think the Florges was key in the win of a Mind Joke right there.
Now a Mind Joke knows that he has a little bit of momentum here. Both of these players have locked in relatively quickly. They are ready to go. We are ready to watch. Game 3 of this best of 3 is underway. We have the shiny Florges up against Galarian Corsola.
The beautiful shiny Florges going up to the Corsola. Mind Joke swaps out into the first save swap, and actually, Odin goes to his Ninetales here.
A little bit of a slow swap, but actually immediately in the back, we know that this is brilliant from Alden, because there is a Galarian Corsola that a Mind Joke was saving. He was trying to bait out the Thievul, and he hasn't managed to do so because Alolan Ninetales instead has a really great matchup here.
Odin knows. Odin is cooking, chat. Odin is cooking. He knows, okay, he's trying to bait out my T-Vol, but I'm falling for it. I'm going to keep my T-Vol right in the back. I have my Ninetales right here for the Furret.
Would you have fallen for it?
I would have definitely fallen for it.
I would have fallen for that as well.
Yeah, because we're washed and we're unks.
That's absolutely correct, but I have my hair. Now, Alolan Ninetales is farming up even further. It's got so much energy going to throw this Weather Ball on charge attack priority, and Alden knows that it wins charge attack priority, so really, really smart energy management here.
Yeah, the Weather Ball is going to get... Mind Joke actually goes for the shield here. Wants to land the Swift. Probably wants to get the shield back because Odin has quite a lot of energy on his Ninetales. Still has another Weather Ball.
Alden is going to shield up his Alolan Ninetales. He knows that there's a beneficial matchup available because Florges, if Thievul can avoid the Florges, then Alden's in a great position. But a Mind Joke is going to try and go for a full Sucker Punch down.
Is Furret actually going to pull this off? Sucker Punching down a Furret time, and I think he is. And actually farmed down the Alolan Ninetales. What's Odin going to do right now? He brings in the Thievul, gets to our Swift, doesn't get to the Trailblaze, just get for the Swift here for a little bit of chip damage on the Thievul.
And the interesting thing here is Alden was a little bit slow to counter swap Alolan Ninetales into the Fire. I wonder if that makes all of the difference. And now Audun's going to come in with his own Galarian Corsola up a shield. And a Mindjoke really needs to think, how can he plan out this endgame? Because Galarian Corsola needs to avoid Thievul, but with no shields available to him, Audun actually looks like he's got some advantage.
Audun actually got some advantage, but Mindjoke doesn't look too bad either. He can avoid the Corsola on the Thievul for him, and now it's a mirror match, Corsola into Corsola. Corsola having a little bit of energy advantage on the Audun side, but here he still has a shield protection. I don't know if he's going to use the shield, probably going to use it. He's going to overload energy, probably get as much energy as possible he can get so he can throw a Nightshade on the Florges.
And let's remember that Thievul also has access to play rough. Will the Galarian Corsola be able to full farm down? It does! That is a huge amount of energy there for Audun, and the first Nightshade comes through.
What a farm down, Chad. What a farm down. He gets to one Nightshade, but he's going to get to the second one as well. The Thievul is still going to avoid the Florges at some point. He comes for a Nightshade. He chose a Nightshade into the Florges. This looks very dire for a Mindjoke right now.
Do you aggressively swap into your Thievul now? Try and go for a Night Slash to close out this game. Florges looked like it could be so good if it was aligned against the Thievul, but Thievul, it's not as squishy as you might expect, and it could be enough to close this out for Audun.
Yeah, the Florges doesn't have a fairy move charge attack, so the Trailblaze doesn't do enough, and here comes a Night Slash, and this will definitely knock out the Florges, and Audun wins versus a Mindjoke.
Incredible plays from EU Audun. Thievul swiping victory for him as he progresses here in Stuttgart. He is on the loser side of the bracket, but he is not out, and he says, I like my team, I think my team is strong, and he is showing just how brilliant it can play.
Okay, forget the belly bolts. I'm going to vote now for the Thievul. My Thievul is the favorite right now. Forget the belly bolts.
Your favorite?
In this event, the Thievul, yeah.
Okay, I like it. But both
Thievul.
of them are Sucker Punch users, so we know that Furret is also a Pokemon that you like, so Sucker Punch generally across the board seems to be a bit of a leaning in your favor.
Yes. Yeah, but I like the Thievul more because he has the ability to Night Slash boost. It is bulky. It's also a very beautiful Pokemon, and it beats Furret very comfortably.
It really does. And it was interesting there because Alolan Ninetales actually lost to that Furret, and I wonder, is that because the Alolan Ninetales came in a little bit late? Or is actually Furret able to do that much work even against its counters?
Furret is so bulky, has great charge moves. The stab, Swift, the same type of tech bonus with Swift. The Sucker Punches do add up over time, and it's not that comfortable for the Alolan Ninetales. It was just a bit slow on the swap there, and it showed that the Furret was very strong into that.
Yeah, now let's remember, Alolan Ninetales, it's a similar bulk to a Furret, but Powder Snow, and prior to Powder Snow getting its buff, Alolan Ninetales wasn't able to put on a huge amount of fast attack pressure. Sucker Punch really, really shining so far this meta, as you rightly pointed out.
But Mindjoke also smartly played it. He completely avoided the Corsola on the Thievul. Like, we thought, like, okay, the backlines look pretty bad for a Mindjoke there, but still he managed to double shield his Furret and avoid the Thievul on his Corsola completely.
I'm really, really excited to see that Thievul and that Alolan Ninetales progress into day number 2. There are so many unique Pokemon that are really starting to shine in this Tale of Transformation meta, and even as we reach the end of the Tales of Transformation season, still new Pokemon start to emerge.
I never thought there was being a lot of different Pokemon we're going to see today. We saw a Thievul, we saw a Bellibolt, we saw a Shadow Dragon, and we saw things that we usually never see. So I don't know, is it because at the end of the season people are like, oh, maybe this Pokemon is still pretty good, and now they're finding out?
I wonder if it's one of those situations where everyone saw the Gdansk meta, and when a meta looks relatively established, particularly when you see a mirror team in a grand finals, perhaps there are players that go, I'm going to bring a core breaker that no one will have prepared for. And I know this is your debut cast. You've done a great job, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
But I think that a lot of players and casters are preparing for certain Pokemon to be seen. Was Thievul ever on your homework list?
Never. And seeing it in action with the boost, I mean, it did a tremendous job. And Audun actually made it day 2 with it. It's exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just how far EU Audun can go. But today we have seen so many brilliant players, so many brilliant Pokemon as well, get through into day number 2. Some of them haven't quite got there, so although their tournament run is over, there's still championship points available to those players. We saw Kashton, for example. He dropped down into the losers bracket after his first match, but he made it all the way to the very end, just missing out on day 2. So you've still got championship points as consolation.
I think Energon should be scared. So many Sucker Punches making it day 2 that Giratina is not going to enjoy that.
Yeah, Giratina's there, and he's also got Furret on his team as well, which Thievul could have a lot of play against. And I think Inadequance and Audun were perhaps in the same group. They managed to avoid each other because Audun dropped down a little bit early. But if they were to play against each other, they are very good friends. I wonder who would come out on top.
Tomorrow is day 2, so they might eventually play against each other. So I don't want to say, maybe he's gonna pull something out with the Giratina against the Thievul, but I don't know. He's good, but is he that good? We have to see and wait till tomorrow.
I mean, he's your protege, as you said.
He is, yeah, but I'm his mentor. But I have to watch his gameplay a little bit because I'm not sure yet.
You can give him some instructions this
Yeah,
evening.
I have to give some instructions, yeah.
No,
I've seen some catchy gameplay, for sure.
Yeah, there's areas to improve.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so other than Thievul, are there any other Pokemon that you are really interested in watching or keeping an eye out on?
Just the Belly Bolt, we already mentioned it. It's good, it's fun, it's new, it's unique. Other than that, I think the Scizor Altaria core is still so strong, still rather unchecked. So I think I still want Scizor to get it as to the finals as as close as possible with winning. But if Thievul or Bellibolt wins, I will be very happy.
Yeah, so many different Pokemon available. Now, we did have so many different Pokemon that we saw last week in LAIC, and at that event, they also announced the unique meta that we are going to get later this season at the European International Championships in London. If you are excited, you absolutely should be. Keep an eye on this.
It's going to be the KO. He won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Another day. Here we go, which is it into the Flutter Man, and it is going to be enough. The race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in.
Here we go. Look at all the pieces. You're European International Champion.
He's going to win this dream. Oh, sweet for the grand finals. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up.
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's gonna stop them.
What you got? Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Put your hands up. Put your hands. Oh.
What a day. If you asked me at the start of today if we'd be seeing that many Alola Ninetales or normal jump off with Aerial Ace, I probably would have thought you were absolutely crazy. So many cool picks today. I guess I want to ask all of you, what was one pick that really stood out to you today? Fareed.
It's interesting because we've just been watching so many Sucker Punch users. We've been talking about Bellibolt and Thievul, and I'm always trying to remember some of the other picks that we've seen. But it's really, really difficult because Furret, I think, has just really, really shone. It's not necessarily a spicy pick, but it absolutely is #1 for a reason.
Yeah, thanks for the innovation and craziness here on this one. I really like the Venusaur. Venusaur, of course, also not too crazy. I mean, it's an OG Pokemon, but it's coming back into the meta slightly. Asper Shelter has used it very nicely in many matchups. The Sludge Edition is great, and Frenzy Plant is just insane anyways.
Well, my favorite was Thievul, but I already told you guys that. But Ferret, in my opinion, has stole this regional, to be honest, because it was so good neutrally. You got the Trailblazers, the Swifts. I think Ferret was the Pokemon of this regional.
Did you just pick the same one as me? I know I inspired
I was first,
you.
but because you're sitting there, you're first. So
That
actually,
makes sense.
it was my first chat, I swear.
It's not much of a competition because Furret is so high on the metal usage leaderboards, as we can see here. I think it took over 50% of the share of today.
Yeah, that is incredible from that little normal type Pokemon, but I'm really interested to see how the counters to it will do tomorrow. We've mentioned Alolan Ninetales and Thievul already. Pokemon that previously used to get used as counters to Furret, like Galarian Moltres, they're not as prominent anymore.
I think one of the main answers in this top usage for Furret is like Wigglytuff, honestly. And we've seen how that doesn't always end up too clean depending on the attack that the Furret may have, maybe doing more damage with the Sucker Punches onto the Wigglytuff. But of course, a lot of these trainers do have Furret in Day 2 as well. But speaking of Day 2, I'd love to see who's actually going to be playing tomorrow.
And we're going to look at the trainers who are playing at Day 2. We see Colin 6 versus Coxiac, Totom Bateus, Snorek, Frika, Boom 20, one of my favorites, also Belgium. And we got a Nanaquins with that Shadow Giratina right there. He's jumping in the air right in the crowd with Nanaquins with the Shadow Giratina against Strange. I'm very excited to see if he can actually avoid all the Sucker Punch users, especially at Thievul.
You can catch all of this action tomorrow on our stream. Phase 2 is going to be starting at 9:30 Central European time. It'll be so exciting to see some of these trainers facing off and using all of these Pokemon 9:20, but very close.
Eric's going to be late, but you shouldn't be, okay?
Yeah, if you start watching the stream at 9:20, I guess I will not be there yet. But of course, all these trainers will be here, and they've got a lot of amazing Pokemon picks, a lot of spicy Pokemon picks.
Did you tell us what your favorite pick was?
Oh, I said earlier it was Bellable, but then I also saw someone use Malamar. Freaka had normal Malamar on his team, and I used Shallow Malamar in Las Vegas, so I'm a little partial. I think normal Malamar definitely feels a little better into like Unova and Stunfisk, but definitely you're sacrificing a little with Altaria. But overall, Malamar...
we didn't ask for your life story, Eric. So many of these
the
players
numbers.
are really excited to bring their picks, and I think they all have a great opportunity to win here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, Stuttgart is not even the last tournament of the year, of course. It is just the start for a lot of these trainers, as we have so many more tournaments coming up.
Yeah, right in the January, we're going back to Birmingham, afterwards followed again in the UK by London, followed up by Seville, Prague, Utrecht and Turin to close out the European part of the season. Then we're going over a last chance to get some points at NAIC in New Orleans. And then, of course, at the end of Victory Road, there is San Francisco with the Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP for the first time.
Pokemon XP is going to be super exciting for some of our more casual viewers. But of course, this week, we have a lot of casual events for just Twitch viewing. Walk us through those.
On Twitch viewing, we have Pokemon Advance on Tuesday, and we have Pokemon Atlanta Regional Championship as well on Wednesday. On Thursday, we have the Pokemon series. Do you know anything of the Pokemon series?
I've seen a few episodes.
You've seen a few episodes? And then we got Pokemon Go Battle Day, one of the most exciting days you can do. So many battles you can do on Saturday, the 12th there, the 6th there, December. You can play a lot of Go Battle Day.
Go Battle Day, I think you can play up to 100 battles that day. You can absolutely go crazy.
100?
100 and 4 times Stardust. So if you're trying to build some new Pokemon for the next season, definitely get into that. You should be able to catch that on our Twitch channel, actually, Twitch/Pokemon Go. Of course, at Play Pokemon YouTube is where we have all these amazing regional championships and internationals, of course, as Leo mentioned. You can catch all the action overall, though, at Pokemon.com/broadcast. So many cool events. And not only do we have cool events coming up on the Pokemon broadcast, we'll just show you some of the highlights from today. How exciting were those as we saw all the sucker punchers going at each other.